Introduction. She is the most esteemed descendant of the Azure Dragon and the Phoenix across the 6 realms, possessing unparalleled beauty, unmatched intelligence, and formidable spiritual power. Yet, fate has not favored her. Born into obscurity, she endures hardship and suffering. With a burning desire for power and status, she embarks on a treacherous path of no return. Will the journey lead her to the boundless radiance of paradise, or to the depths of an irrevocable hell? Chapter 1, Prologue. Wanyun Palace. Queyun, why haven't you ground the ink yet? Suhe impatiently commanded the maid beside her. Yes, your highness, Wanyun replied, her demeanor submissive, offering no extraneous words or actions. After 3 months in Yimiazu, she had fully adapted to the whims of this haughty and extravagant leader of the avian clan. Summon Queyun. You need not linger around me any longer. After Wanyun prepared the ink, Suhe spoke without lifting her gaze. Queyun was Suhe's confidant, often remaining close by her side. Wanyun rarely had the opportunity to overhear their conversations. I understand, my lady. Wanyun respectfully withdrew and called for Queyun, who was on duty nearby. This was a most ordinary task. Yet today, for some unknown reason, Queyun appeared pale and her lips trembled slightly, betraying her anxiety. Wanyun, seasoned by life's trials, could easily discern this and silently noted Queyun's demeanor. Returning to the maiden's resting quarters, Wanyun finally exhaled in relief. She removed the white veil she had worn, wiping away the unsightly blemishes and scars she had used to disguise herself, revealing a face of exquisite beauty. Her true visage, with skin as smooth as jade, eyes like autumn waters, and hair as dark as ink, glistening like dew upon green bamboo leaves, transcending the chill of ice and frost. Such extraordinary grace and beauty rivaled that of the renowned flower goddess, Jìng. However, she had concealed her true appearance for 4,500 years, just as she had hidden her true identity as a descendant of the Azure Dragon. Apart from herself, all who knew her true identity had passed away, including her grandparents and the adoptive mother who had lovingly raised her. Wanyun gazed at her reflection in the mirror. This was the only time each day she could briefly relax and remember who she truly was. Before long, she reapplied the unsightly makeup and donned the veil again, silently vowing that one day she would reveal her splendor to all in the 6 realms. Outside Luolin Manor. Father, Aunt Linxiu. A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the skies. Jìng rushed to the fallen water god and wind god, but it was evident that it was too late. Luolin and Linxiu, their fingertips barely touching, lifted their heads with great difficulty upon seeing Jìng. Meanwhile, this utterance drained Luolin's final strength, and he and Linxiu gazed wide-eyed, their myriad words crystallized in their gaze. In an instant, their souls dispersed, like wisps of smoke that had never graced this world. Father, Aunt Linxiu, please don't leave me. Tears streamed down Jìng's face, her heart shattered. In one night, she gained 2 beloved kin, relishing the familial joy she had missed for 4,000 years. In one night, they vanished, their essence and spirits dissipated, leaving her once more alone and solitary. Feeling Jìng's anguish, Xufeng hurried over, only to witness the fragmented souls of the water god and wind god. Father, Father, Aunt Linxiu. Jìng sobbed, nearly choking, as Xufeng rushed to embrace her, wrapping his warm arms around her trembling form. Do not fear, Jìng, you still have me. Xufeng held her tightly, resting her head against his solid, warm chest, sharing her pain as if it were his own. Not far away, Runyu clenched his fists at this sight. Why did Xufeng always arrive before him, even stealing the chance to comfort Jìng? This night was destined to be sleepless. Some were consumed by grief, while others reveled in joy. Upon returning to Wanyun Palace, Suhe extinguished the blue glass fire in her hand, brushing the ashes from her clothing. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. At last, she had rid herself of the bothersome water god and wind god. Suhe was pleased, knowing that from now on, Runyu would no longer possess a formidable ally, and Xufeng would be the sole candidate for the throne, while she herself would undoubtedly ascend to the position of empress in the future. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the fire god. The following day, news of the deaths of the water god Luolin and the wind god Linxiu spread throughout the heavenly realm. In his sorrow, the heavenly emperor decreed that Luolin's daughter, Jìng, would inherit the position of water god, and she would observe a 3-year mourning period. Consequently, her wedding to the night god Runyu was naturally postponed by 3 years. In contrast to the mourning in the Heavenly Court and Luoxiang Manor, Yimiazu remained serene, showing no signs of sorrow for the passing of the two deities. Wanyun understood well the reason. The avian and aquatic clans had long been at odds, particularly in recent years, as the deposed Empress Tuya had led to the rise of the night god's influence, causing the avian clan, allied with Xufeng, and the aquatic clan behind Runyu, to become increasingly hostile towards one another. As Wanyun dutifully attended to Suhe, she noted that Chuyu appeared even more pale and weak than the previous day. Observing Suhe's inexplicable air of elation, Wanyun felt a twinge of unease. Could the deaths of the water god and wind god somehow be related to Suhe and her maid? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Not to mention that Suhe had no enmity with the water god and wind god. How could she, with her limited spiritual power, possibly defeat two such seasoned deities? Lost in her thoughts, Suhe handed Wanyun a white silk mourning ribbon. Queyun, take this eulogy to Luoxiang Manor as our avian clan's tribute to the water god and wind god. Wanyun was taken aback. This was hardly a sign of Suhe's esteem. For such a significant occasion, it was already disrespectful for Suhe not to attend in person. And now she was sending a lowly maid with a disfigured appearance to deliver the eulogy, clearly showing disrespect to the newly appointed water god, Jinmi. What? Are you not going quickly? Suhe's impatience was palpable. Your Highness, I am unsightly and of lowly birth. This task should be entrusted to Sister Chuyu. Wanyun quickly knelt, unwilling to endure the disdainful gazes of others at Luoxiang Manor. Your Highness commands you to do as instructed. Do you dare defy my orders? Suhe's tone grew increasingly irate. Seeing there was no way to evade the situation, Wanyun had no choice but to comply. I dare not disobey. I shall obey. Luoxiang Manor. Inside and outside the courtyard were numerous deities clad in white mourning attire, their expressions filled with sorrow. In the main hall, two spirit tablets made of white jade stood prominently, inscribed with the names of the deceased water god and wind god. Kneeling beside the tablets was Jinmi, dressed in white, her face devoid of makeup, eyes hollow, and clear tear tracks still visible on her cheeks. She knelt silently, resembling a snow-laden jade tree, drawing the gaze and sympathy of all who beheld her. Beside Jinmi stood the night god Runyu, who assisted in receiving the visiting mourners, embodying the role of Jinmi's husband and the water god's son-in-law. Witnessing this scene, Wanyun felt a pang of pain within her. Though both were of noble birth among the deities, they could appear openly before the crowd, while she had to conceal her identity and beauty, masquerading as a lowly maid, treading carefully and anxiously. Upon noticing the veiled Wanyun entering the main hall with the white silk mourning ribbon, Runyu approached her. May I ask who this celestial maiden is? His demeanor was humble, his voice melodious. Even these few words brought a refreshing breeze, explaining why the heavenly realm spoke of the night god as a gentleman as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. Yet, how could Wanyun, seasoned in observing humanity, fail to see that this gentle and refined exterior was merely a facade? A person who had suffered such profound injury and injustice could hardly remain a kind and humble gentleman. Beneath that elegance likely lay fierce resentment and ambition. Wanyun respectfully presented the mourning silk, stating, Your Highness, I am the personal maid of Princess Suhe from Qingwan Palace. I am here to deliver this eulogy on behalf of Her Highness, expressing her condolences. Runyu furrowed his brow. Indeed, Suhe was insufferably arrogant. To neglect attending the funerals of the water god and the wind god, and instead dispatch a lowly maid, veiled and unrecognizable, to convey her condolences was a blatant act of humiliation towards him and Jinmi. Yet, there was no need to voice such thoughts. Those present were already aware of the implications of the maid's words. The princess is thoughtful. I shall accept this, he said, taking the mourning silk from Wanyun and placing it reverently before the spirit altar. His Highness the Fire God has arrived. Suddenly, a celestial attendant announced at the door. Wanyun felt as though she were paralyzed by a spell, momentarily unable to move. Xufeng, her kin, her brother, would she meet him today? Yet, she felt unprepared. A man clad in a silver and gold brocade robe entered the main hall, his stature tall and graceful, moving with an elegance akin to jade and orchids, his visage flawless like a finely carved sculpture, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the entire room in an instant. Jinmi. Upon entering, Xufeng's gaze was immediately drawn to his beloved, anxiety coursing through him as he feared her might be overwhelmed by sorrow. His fervent and intense eyes provoked a pang of jealousy in Runyu. though he quickly concealed the emotion. His Highness the Fire God has arrived, Jinmi remarked with a detached demeanor, as if her father's death had drained her of all emotion. Xufeng hastened toward her, but upon noticing Runyu's presence, he could only offer a polite greeting. May the hall be well. May you be well, second brother, Runyu replied courteously. At that moment, Xufeng's attention was drawn to the unfamiliar maiden standing before Runyu. Like all others, she wore plain garments, her hair styled in a simple chignon, adorned only by a jade hairpin, yet she was veiled. Xufeng's thoughts drifted far away. The last time he saw someone veiled was the mortal saintess, Jinmi. Who are you? Xufeng inquired of Wanyun. As Wanyun lifted her gaze, she caught his attention, their eyes reflecting a striking similarity. Her slender, elongated eyes, dark pupils shimmering with a faint luster, resembled flawless black gemstones. Xufeng was taken aback. Despite the veil obscuring much of her face, this unfamiliar maid bore an astonishing resemblance to him, particularly her eyes, which gave him an uncanny sense of looking into a mirror. To answer His Highness the Fire God, I am a maidservant of Princess Suhe, here to deliver her eulogy, Wanyun replied. Ah, I see. Yet, I have never seen her accompanied by a veiled maid before, Xufeng noted. Wanyun touched her slightly flushed face. I have only been in service for 3 months, and I am grateful that the princess did not reject one as plain as I. In truth, Suhe, filled with jealousy, did not wish for her maidservants to overshadow her radiance. Upon seeing Wanyun's scarred visage, she was quite pleased and quickly accepted her. Second brother, although this girl shows only a glimpse of her face, she bears a few similarities to you, Runyu teased intentionally. How could a lowly maid like me dare to compare with His Highness the Fire God? Wanyun quickly lowered her head. The hall speaks true. I too find a resemblance, Xufeng said. You need not belittle yourself. He offered a gentle smile, as if the stars themselves had descended before him. In that fleeting moment, Wanyun was utterly captivated. It was the most beautiful smile she had ever encountered, a memory she would carry with her throughout her long life. Chapter 3. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. It is uncertain when it began, but the once silent sparrow feather ceased to appear in the Queyun hall, replaced instead by a charming red ibis named Sparrow Spirit. Unlike the reticent sparrow feather, Sparrow Spirit was adept at flattery and ingratiation, quickly becoming the favored maid of the Queyun hall. Suhe confided in her about nearly everything, while Wanyun remained preoccupied with the disappearance of Sparrow Feather. Though their friendship was not particularly deep, Sparrow Feather was known for her kindness, never troubling Wanyun or the other maids, in stark contrast to Sparrow Spirit, who often wielded Suhe's favor as a weapon. After repeated inquiries, Sparrow Spirit finally replied with impatience. A few days ago, the princess visited the Fire God and unexpectedly encountered the Night God and the Serpent Fairy. That hoofed creature somehow twisted its ankle and knocked down the princess, causing her jewelry to scatter. Given such a public embarrassment before the Fire God and the Night God, it was fortunate that the princess spared her life. There was no way she could remain in service. And where is she now? Wanyun asked urgently. She was sent to the Yushan Ancestral Temple for cleaning. If you truly miss her, I wouldn't mind having the princess send you to that wretched place, Sparrow Spirit scoffed. Sparrow Feather, usually so composed, would never allow herself to fall before the trio of Xufeng, Runyu, and Yinyu. The thought of Xufeng brought back memories of his smile at Luosheng Manor, which lingered in Wanyun's mind, refusing to fade. How infuriating it was that she should be so enchanted by her own brother. Returning to the matter of Sparrow Feather, something felt amiss, compelling her to investigate personally. Upon arriving at the Yushan Ancestral Temple, the abbot's response left Wanyun in a state of shock. The maid punished from the Queyun hall? She arrived with a rash and passed away 2 days ago. Her family has already taken her away. A rash? This was indeed a common ailment among the avian folk, but it typically afflicted only those with low spiritual energy who dwelled in miasma-filled forests. Even a typical bird, if it fell ill, could recover within 3 to 5 days with the right herbal remedies and spiritual nurturing. Sparrow Feather, who worked daily in the Queyun hall and possessed considerable spiritual strength, could not possibly have contracted such a disease, let alone succumb to it. Wanyun's mind buzzed with thoughts, recalling Sparrow Feather's anxious demeanor days prior and the clandestine conversations exchanged with Suhe. All evidence pointed toward a grim possibility. Sparrow Feather had been silenced by Suhe. Perhaps Suhe conspired with Sparrow Feather in wrongdoing and, fearing exposure, acted against her. Or maybe Sparrow Feather had inadvertently witnessed Suhe's misdeeds. Or perhaps, overwhelmed by humiliation before the Fire God, Suhe had resorted to murder in a fit of rage. With the passage of 2 days, Sparrow Feather's spirit was undoubtedly shattered. Her remains now lost to the world. The truth was beyond reach. Yet one thing was certain. Wanyun's mistress was more ruthless than she had ever imagined. The notion that had haunted Wanyun since her arrival in Yimiazu resurfaced with renewed vigor, though she had wished to avoid such actions. Not wanting to stain her hands with innocent blood, especially that of her cousin, it now seemed that Suhe was unworthy of her compassion. As night fell, the Failwan Palace was enveloped in tranquility. Suhe had completed her daily duties and was preparing to rest. Today, Wanyun and another maid, Queyun, were on night duty. Outside the opulent canopy woven with golden threads, Wanyun skillfully invoked a slumbering spell with her spiritual power. With her prowess, even the most ordinary celestial maidens would be unable to resist or detect her magic. Soon, Queyun began to yawn beside her. "You seem particularly weary today," Wanyun inquired with concern. "Indeed, I have never felt this tired before," Queyun replied, stifling another yawn. "You must be exhausted. You were on duty last night as well," Wanyun noted. "Perhaps, but I cannot say for certain," Queyun said, her eyelids growing heavy. "Since you are so fatigued, you should rest." "I can manage here," Wanyun offered generously. "Is it not too much trouble for you?" Queyun asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. "There is no trouble at all. It is only natural for colleagues to help one another. Next time, I hope you will assist me in a similar situation," Wanyun replied. "Then I shall trouble you, Sister Queyun," Queyun accepted graciously. Once Queyun departed, Wanyun summoned her spiritual energy to construct a formidable barrier of ice crystals and water vapor. This barrier was as solid as a rock. Even a powerful celestial emperor would likely require a significant amount of time to breach it. Approaching the bed, Wanyun suddenly drew back the curtains. "Who is it?" Suhe exclaimed, startled from her slumber, her eyes still bleary. "It is I, Princess." Wanyun's voice was soft yet haunting. Suhe stared at her incredulously. "You audacious servant. Do you wish to endanger your life? Why did you wake me?" Wanyun fixed her with a chilling gaze, her eyes as frigid as ice. "I ask you, where has Queyun gone?" Suhe was taken aback. "Is that why you disturbed me? I punished her to the Yushan ancestral temple. Did you not know? Is that so? However, she entered the ancestral temple not long ago and perished due to a rash. Surely, you are aware of this, Princess. Knowing or not knowing. How dare a mere servant defy me? You ought to be punished." Suhe's hand ignited with a flicker of crimson flame, launching it towards Wanyun. Yet, Wanyun deftly evaded the fire, and before Suhe could react, she conjured an ice blade that pierced Suhe's shoulder. "Ah!" Suhe cried out in pain, her gaze fixed on Wanyun, astonished that this maid had so easily evaded her attack, and that the tiny ice blade had contained such pure water elemental energy, severely wounding her fire spirit. "Who are you?" Suhe gasped, clutching her bleeding shoulder in agony. "Who I am is of no significance. You must swiftly tell me where Queyun has gone," Wanyun demanded harshly. "She caused me to lose face before Xufeng. She deserves to die." Even in her dire circumstances, Suhe refused to divulge the truth. The secret of her slaying the water god and wind god would die with her. No one could ever learn of it. Struggling to rise, Suhe attempted to unleash the glazed pure fire, but was met with a fierce slap from Wanyun's frost-imbued hand. "Such a minor offense, and you resort to murder. How utterly cruel. You truly deserve to be punished." Wanyun seethed through gritted teeth. Before Suhe could utter a word, she was abruptly seized by Wanyun, her hair clutched tightly, and hurled violently to the ground. How could Suhe, who had just been stabbed, withstand such a brutal blow? She coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Who on earth are you?" Suhe was left in a state of shock, nearly numb. Even with the divine teachings of the Heavenly Empress, this person's spiritual prowess far surpassed her own. Even Xufeng might not be a match for this woman. Wanyun removed her veil, erasing the ugly scar on her face, revealing her original breathtaking beauty. "You shall never know," Wanyun leaned down, extracting the icy blade lodged in Suhe's shoulder. "Farewell, cousin." With that, she plunged the blade into Suhe's soft chest. Suhe's eyes widened, her pupils filled with hatred and unwillingness. She wished to say something more, but blood suffused her throat, rendering her voiceless. In a moment, her head fell weakly to one side, her limbs rigid and curled. At that moment, Wanyun noticed a scar behind Suhe's left earlobe. It was blue in hue, small in size yet oddly shaped, resembling a bird in flight. Such a scar marred Suhe's porcelain-like skin, lending her a certain awkwardness, which explained her daily adornment of earrings. Soon, Suhe's spirit departed, her essence extinguished. Wanyun gazed at her dissipating form, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. This was not her first act of murder. Previously, while serving under the tyrant of Yinqing, she had engaged in unspeakable deeds. Yet today, she had slain her own kin. Though Suhe deserved her fate, Wanyun's hands were hardly clean. After cleansing the blood from the floor and the bed, Wanyun approached the mirror, shedding the attire of a maid and transforming into Suhe's likeness. She caressed this familiar yet strange, exquisite face. To be fair, Suhe's beauty was not inferior to her own or to Jinmi's. Although she could not reveal her true visage, it was certainly an improvement over her previous guise as a maid. During her months in Yimiazu, Wanyun had become well acquainted with Suhe's daily habits and the affairs of the avian clan, confident that she would not err significantly. Chapter 4. A warning. Queyun glanced around cautiously and inquired, "Princess, where is that girl Queyun?" "Just a servant. She informed me yesterday that someone in her family had passed away and needed to observe mourning. So I released her." Wanyun mimicked Suhe, feigning indifference. "Your Highness is so compassionate," Queyun flattered. "With 2 fewer servants by your side, may I assist you in selecting a few more? Is such a trivial matter worth mentioning to me? Just handle it yourself," Wanyun replied. "I understand," Queyun responded, but did not leave immediately. Hesitating, as if she had more to say, Wanyun, growing impatient, asked, "Is there something else?" After a brief pause, Queyun spoke softly, "Your Highness, I have heard that not long ago, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor wished to formally betroth you to the Fire God, but he was rejected, leading to a fierce argument between father and son. Betrothal, rejection. How could there be any acceptance? Xufeng was deeply infatuated with Jinmi. Thus he would certainly not consent to marry another woman. Moreover, Xufeng was now her brother. How could she unite in matrimony with her own flesh and blood?" Although Wanyun harbored such thoughts, she feigned an angry tone. "Refusing the imperial marriage? Humph, indeed, he only has eyes for that Linxiu, and would never consider wedding me. What can that enchantress possibly offer that compares to a princess? I dare say the Fire God must be blinded by folly." "Your words are quite sharp," Wanyun replied with a smile. "But enough of that. Go attend to your matters. I shall pay a visit to the Fire God." As she approached the pavilion in the flower realm, she spotted Xufeng seated upon a stone bench. His neck, exposed in alabaster, inspired a whimsical thought in Linxiu, prompting her to transform into a snowflake that landed unexpectedly upon him. Rather than being startled, Xufeng let out a hearty laugh, his demeanor cheerful. "That snowflake is quite ticklish," he quipped. "Perhaps I should turn into a small flame to melt it away?" "Humph, do you dare? And if I do?" Xufeng teased, raising an eyebrow. "Then I shall bite you," Linxiu retorted fiercely. With a swift motion, Xufeng transformed her back to her original form, pulling her into his embrace. Perfectly content, he then lowered his lips to cover hers. Linxiu, not one to shy away, reciprocated by playfully biting his soft lips. Their kiss ignited like fire, growing increasingly fervent, his tongue enveloping hers with an intensity that left no room for retreat. When they finally parted, breathless, Linxiu felt as though her very soul had been whisked away. Her cheeks flushed as if scorched by flames, and she hastily attempted to fan away the warmth. Xufeng gently lifted her chin with his fingertip. "I adore your bashful demeanor. Might you indulge me with it more often?" "Not a chance." Linxiu shyly turned her gaze away. Xufeng chuckled, drawing her closer. "Very well. If you refuse to show me, I shall grant your every wish. Alas, you cannot prevent my marriage to Runyu." Linxiu's voice grew somber. "That contract was decreed by the Heavenly Emperor. If I refuse, I fear your father may impose punishment upon you." Xufeng's heart quivered. "Linxiu, there is nothing in this world that cannot be achieved. Do not fret. I shall find a way to prevent your marriage to him." "But this betrothal is ordained by the Heavenly Emperor," Linxiu said, her tone melancholic. "Punishment? What of it? Is there anything in the 6 realms that I, Xufeng, fear?" he insisted, looking intently into her eyes. "Please, cease your words." Linxiu gently pressed her finger to his lips. She then took a strand of her hair, severing it, and offered it to Xufeng. "To gift a strand of hair is to convey affection. May our hearts be aligned." She spoke softly, her gaze as tender as flowing water, capable of melting the most ancient of glaciers. Xufeng accepted the hair, drawing her into his embrace once more. "Do not worry. I shall ensure justice for the demise of the 2 deities." A flicker of determination crossed Linxiu's eyes as she clenched her fists but quickly returned to her gentle demeanor. "I trust you," she murmured. Upon returning to the Queyun, Xufeng encountered Suhe. No, it was Wanyun disguised as Suhe. Wanyun smiled radiantly, reminiscent of Suhe's initial demeanor upon seeing him. "What brings you here?" Xufeng asked coldly, a stark contrast to the animated Wanyun. "I have heard that you declined the Emperor's proposal for our marriage," Wanyun stated directly. Xufeng's countenance darkened. "Suhe, I apologize. My heart belongs solely to Jinmi, as you are well aware." "I know, of course I do," Wanyun interrupted before Xufeng could finish. I came today to inform you that I no longer wish to marry you. Xufeng's expression was one of utter astonishment. Suhe, how could you have suddenly come to this realization? With a tone of self-deprecation, Wanyun replied, I should have understood this long ago. Your deep affection for Jìng means that even if we were to be married out of obligation, you would undoubtedly treat me with indifference. Would I then be destined to follow in aunt's footsteps? Suhe, I am deeply remorseful, Xufeng expressed with great guilt. Do not feel guilty. I am merely liberating myself. After pursuing you for over 1,000 years, I am weary and wish to rest. For reasons unknown, as Wanyun spoke these words, a strange ache gripped her heart. Why? She was not Suhe. She was Xufeng's own sister. What right did she have to feel pain? Rest assured, a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you will be pursued by countless suitors in the heavenly realm. Xufeng attempted to console her. However, Xufeng, you must promise me one thing. Wanyun's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Xufeng gently grasped her delicate hand, the mere touch sending tremors through her heart. Speak, and I shall grant you anything within my power. Regardless of whether we marry or not, I will always be your cousin. And the Bird clan is also your maternal lineage, hence I will wholeheartedly support you. Therefore, Xufeng, promise me you will strive for that position. This was also the reason Wanyun dared to take drastic measures against Suhe. Once Xufeng ascended the throne, as the elder sister of the Heavenly Emperor, she could easily lament Suhe's transgressions and would not fear Xufeng's forgiveness. Only then could the riches and power of the heavenly realm truly rest in her grasp. Yet, if Runyu were to rise instead, she could not bear to imagine her fate. Xufeng released her hand. Suhe, you know I have never desired power. That position has never crossed my mind. This is not merely a matter of desire. Wanyun urgently interrupted. Xufeng, do you not see how Runyu's status is rising rapidly? He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Ant. And the Bird clan once committed heinous crimes against the Taihu Water clan. If he ascends to the throne, will there be any place left for us? Xufeng replied coldly. The Great Hall has always been kind and humble, avoiding conflict. You are misjudging him terribly. Wanyun scoffed. What a joke. Do you truly believe he will remain the unassuming night god he once was? After enduring so much pain, can you still hope for him to retain his original ideals? That is the height of folly. Xufeng spoke in a low voice. But the water god and wind god are dead. He has lost his greatest support. One can find another ally. Wanyun exclaimed. What matters most in becoming the crown prince is not the strength behind him, but the hearts of the people. Regardless of who was responsible for the deaths of the wind god and water god, she deemed it utterly foolish. On the surface, it seemed they had severed Runyu's left and right arms, but in reality, it was merely a superficial remedy. More importantly, the current Heavenly Emperor is wary of princes colluding with powerful ministers for personal gain. Without backing, Runyu would ironically gain the Emperor's favor, as he would no longer have to fear the influence of powerful relatives. Otherwise, why has he not designated Xufeng as the crown prince over the past 4,000 years? Xufeng gazed in astonishment at Wanyun, taken aback by the sudden insight from the typically headstrong and willful Suhe. If the Emperor insists on making me the heir, there is nothing I can do. Xufeng, nearly pleading, expressed to Wanyun, I no longer aspire to be your wife, but at the very least, allow me to safeguard the future of the Bird clan. Moved by her earnest gaze, Xufeng softened. As long as it does not harm Runyu, I shall strive with all my might. But what if he insists on confronting you in battle? What will you choose? Wanyun inquired. After a prolonged silence, Xufeng resolutely declared, if that day were to come, I would fight him to the bitter end, showing no mercy. That is well, that is well. Wanyun sighed in relief, having awaited Xufeng's affirmation. Chapter 5. Audience with the Empress. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Through Wanyun's subtle and unassuming influence, Suhe's formerly headstrong and oblivious demeanor gradually faded. The celestial realm buzzed with murmurs, suggesting that without the Empress as her support, Suhe had finally come to understand her own limitations. Others defended her, asserting that she had grown increasingly mature and composed. A blessing for the Bird clan. Yet, regardless of public opinion, Wanyun remained steadfast in her duties, diligently managing the affairs of the Bird clan, witnessing its peaceful and prosperous days without the Empress's protection. One night, after concluding her official duties, instead of retiring as usual, Wanyun donned a dark silver cloak that obscured much of her face and ventured alone to the heavenly palace. She had finally resolved to confront the person she most longed to see, yet also feared. In the celestial realm, enveloped in swirling clouds, an ethereal ambience prevailed. Gradually, the mist receded, revealing towering pillars adorned with golden dragon carvings, as if they were living beings poised to spring forth with a roar. Who could have imagined that such opulent grandeur was built upon the foundation of a dark and bloody dungeon? The prison, constructed with thunder and fire, formed an indomitable cage. Shrouded in murky air, saturated with the scent of blood and the aura of death. Perhaps here lay the truest essence of power. To her surprise, Wanyun traversed the dungeon without hindrance, as the guards made no effort to impede her. It seemed that Suhe had frequently visited this place, and the guards had been well managed by her. Once the exalted Empress Tu Yao, she now found herself a captive, her garments tattered and dust-laden. Her once lustrous ebony hair now dry and weed-like. Yet, regardless of her disheveled appearance, the innate nobility and pride within her remained undiminished. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, she became instantly animated. Xufeng, Tu Yao spun around, only to find not her beloved son, but a cloaked young woman. Suhe, Tu Yao called out. Wanyun removed her hood, revealing her true visage. I am not Suhe, she replied indifferently. She had anticipated a surge of emotion, but upon glimpsing her fallen mother, all fervent feelings dissipated in an instant. As Tu Yao approached the unfamiliar young girl before her, she beheld an exquisitely beautiful visage, bearing strikingly identical eyes to her own and to Xufeng's. Though this face was one she had never encountered, it evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who are you? Tu Yao asked, her voice laced with bewilderment. Wanyun remained silent, instead unfastening the necklace from around her neck. The pendant was a perfectly round and translucent red agate, plump as a fresh pomegranate seed, surrounded by a delicate array of jade beads, resplendent like a flowing pool of green water. Each jade bead was adorned at both ends with thin, lotus-shaped gold leaf, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. Upon seeing the necklace, Tu Yao's countenance drained of color, and she staggered back a few steps. How could you possess such a thing? This Qingying red agate was a token of love he bestowed upon you, embodying the colors you both cherished. Do you not remember? Wanyun trembled, clutching the necklace tightly. Tu Yao shook her head, her expression one of sheer astonishment. This is impossible. From the moment of your birth, my parents informed me that you were a stillborn. Wanyun scoffed. Do you truly believe that if Tai Wei knew his brother had an orphan, a child born of his wife, he would permit that child to live? Tu Yao gazed at Wanyun, entranced. This child possessed her eyes and Linxiu's nose, and the resemblance to Linxiu was uncanny. No further explanation was necessary. Whose child could this face belong to, if not that of Tu Yao and Linxiu? Child, what is your name? She uttered, her tears flowing unbidden. Wanyun, which signifies luxuriant bamboo leaves. My grandparents bestowed this name upon me, hoping that I would remain unbent and unbroken, yet flourish abundantly. These words were imparted to her by her adoptive mother, and she cherished them dearly. Wanyun, what a truly beautiful name. Tu Yao responded gently, her voice as soft as the willows of May. Child, how have you fared all these years? Wanyun's gaze momentarily lost focus, and after a brief moment of self-deprecation, she remarked, you know, while you were persecuting the illegitimate child, your own daughter was struggling in the demon realm. Junior, Tu Yao exclaimed, taken aback. I was sent to the demon realm at birth, for it lies farthest from the heavenly realm, where no one would think to search for me. Wanyun began to recount her past, the painful memories unfolding before her. My grandparents entrusted me to one of your former maidservants, who became my adoptive mother, Ruoxin. That string of Qingying red agate has been my constant companion, a testament to my identity. We lived in the lowest echelons of the demon realm, subsisting through farming and weaving. Although our lives were humble, they were filled with freedom and joy, until I manifested my true form as a Qinglong, sprouting scales and a tail. The people around me pointed and gossiped, utterly ignorant of my nature, deeming me grotesque. From that point onward, regardless of the sweltering summer or the biting winter, I donned thick garments, concealing my body completely to hide my abnormalities. Yet, compared to Runyu, I was fortunate. At least I did not develop horns, or I would have endured the agonizing pain of bone slicing daily. At the age of 315, my adoptive mother succumbed to illness after years of toil. Before her passing, she revealed everything to me, my lineage, my true form, and the origin of that string of Qingying red agate. She urged me to honor my true identity and to revive the glory of my parents. Though still a mere child, I had already lost everything. Amidst the trials of hunger and cold, I stumbled upon an opportunity. The demon lord Yancheng was recruiting guards. I applied, not solely for the sake of sustenance, but because I understood that this recruitment was merely a facade. In truth, the demon lord sought to cultivate assassins and spies. If I could rise through the ranks, I might infiltrate the power center of the demon realm and fulfill my mother's dying wish. The majority of applicants were boys who looked down upon me. A slender and diminutive girl, mocking and bullying me daily. Little did these short-sighted mortals realize that I was a descendant of the most esteemed Azure Dragon and Phoenix of the Six Realms. In just over a century, my spiritual power and martial skills had surpassed all my contemporaries. Those who once tormented me were swiftly defeated and eliminated without mercy. In the subsequent 500 years, I diligently pursued my studies and training, my spiritual power growing rapidly until I surpassed both my instructors and superiors. They were unaware of my true identity, believing me to be a rare talent in the demon realm. However, in my fervor to cultivate my abilities, I neglected another aspect, my appearance. As I matured, my beauty blossomed, drawing envious gazes wherever I went. Unbeknownst to me, this had not gone unnoticed by others. The selection of assassins was brutal and merciless, with a high elimination rate. While the trainees appeared amiable on the surface, they secretly engaged in treachery, hoping for each other's downfall to secure their own chance to remain. My striking beauty and formidable spiritual power made me a target of envy. Inevitably, one day, someone made a move against me. He was a fellow disciple, inferior to me in every regard, but ruthless and exceedingly jealous. He conspired with an officer who had long coveted my beauty, intending to tarnish my purity. He knew that with my powers, I could easily eliminate this officer. However, doing so would foster enmity with the powerful. Yet, if I did not resist, I would lose my virtue and bear a lifelong scar. Either way, he would gain. But how could I allow such a vile official to defile me? Without hesitation, I killed him and then turned to slay that fellow disciple. It was my first act of murder, my hands stained with blood, yet I felt no regret. Such scum deserved to die? Surprisingly, while I was imprisoned, the demon lord secretly spared me. It turned out that the officer I had slain was a lazy and incompetent individual, relying on the protection of his ancestors, and the demon lord had long wished to eliminate him. Rather than condemn my actions, he commended my decisive nature. Thus, I was granted an exception and joined the Demon Realm's intelligence organization, Mo Bing Tai, becoming the youngest assassin and spy. Over the next 3,700 years, I painstakingly ascended from a lowly killer to one of the upper echelons of Mo Bing Tai. To avoid further troubles stemming from my cursed beauty, I donned a veil. Claiming to have disfigured myself, I served the demon lord by eliminating rivals, gathering intelligence, and executing covert operations. I have even captured several spies from the celestial realm, subjected them to severe torture, and subsequently turned them to serve the demon realm. Do you find me cruel? I have indeed shown no mercy to my own kin. Yet, having chosen this path, I see no retreat. Moreover, is the celestial realm truly more virtuous than the demon realm? I fear your methods for dealing with spies may be even more ruthless than mine. 8 years ago, I was elevated to one of the 10 esteemed positions of the Mo Bing platform, which signified my candidacy for the next leader of the Mo Bing platform. Victory seemed within my grasp. Once I became the head of the intelligence agency, I would have truly infiltrated the core power circle of the demon realm, and even the demon lord would have to regard me with caution. However, my sweet dreams were shattered once more. Shortly after my promotion, the king of Queyun staged a coup and seized the position of demon lord. Upon ascending, he ruthlessly purged the loyalists of the former demon lord, leading to the deaths and demotions of many from the Mo Bing platform. As a protege of the former demon lord, I could not escape this fate. In that moment, I recalled the place of my birth, the origin of it all, the avian sanctuary of Yimiaozhou. At this juncture, Wanyun paused. Tu Yao, her brow furrowed in shock, exclaimed, "Child, I never imagined you had endured so much suffering." Tears flowed from her eyes. "My poor daughter, had I known, I would have laid down my life to protect you." "You would not," Wanyun replied coldly. "I am but a girl, an illegitimate child, and would only burden your future, would I not?" Juner, do not speak to me thus. I was wrong. I have wronged you," Tu Yao pleaded, shaking her head. "But what of you now? How do you fare? How did you become part of the avian clan?" With a light laugh, Wanyun replied with a mocking glint in her eyes, "At present, I am the leader of the avian clan." "The leader of the avian clan?" Tu Yao exclaimed in astonishment. "What of Suhe? Suhe? I killed her. It was a trivial matter." "What?" Tu Yao gasped in horror. "You killed Suhe? Why, after all these millennia, did you treat her as a daughter?" Wanyun's tone betrayed a hint of jealousy. "Why, she is your own cousin," Tu Yao lamented. "She is foolish and cruel. She killed her personal maid, who was also my friend, over a trivial matter to vent her anger. What kind of person deserves to lead a clan?" Wanyun retorted fiercely. "Your niece is consumed with thoughts of marrying Su Feng and eliminating Jìng, utterly ignorant of how to govern the avian clan. Were it not for my efforts over the past 6 months, she would have undoubtedly been ousted by the watchful elders." Tu Yao, disheartened, understood Suhe's true worth. However, to ensure that Xufeng continued his union with the avian clan and that the next celestial empress remained one of her kin, she had turned a blind eye to Suhe's shortcomings. Junior, no matter what, you must promise me one thing. You must support Xufeng diligently and assist him in ascending to the position of crown prince, Tu Yao implored. At the mention of Xufeng, Wanyun felt all her pent-up frustrations dissipate, leaving only a sweet clarity. You need not worry. Should Runyu ascend, there would be no place for me to survive. Thus, that position must be occupied by Xufeng. With your assurance, I am relieved, Tu Yao exhaled, feeling a weight lifted. Today, I have come with a pressing inquiry. Suddenly, Wanyun shifted the topic. What is it? I asked. I wish to know if the deaths of the water god and the wind god are in any way connected to you, Wanyun replied solemnly. Tu Yao was taken aback. Are you implying that I am responsible for their demise? How could you possibly know? They perished after your imprisonment. Wanyun furrowed her brow. Tu Yao felt a surge of panic but quickly regained her composure. Xufeng spoke to me about it long ago. Do you also suspect me of their murder? In the entire heavenly realm, the only beings capable of wielding the pure fire of glaze are you and Xufeng. Xufeng loves Jìng dearly and would never harm the water god or the wind god. Thus it must be you, Wanyun asserted emphatically. But I was imprisoned. How could I have killed them? Tu Yao countered. You may be confined, yet you could have bestowed the pure fire of glaze upon another, Wanyun analyzed coolly. Let me guess, did you give it to Suhe? Or perhaps to that shadowy guardian of yours? What was his name again? Oh yes, Queyun. Both of them practice fire-based sorcery, do they not? Tu Yao was astonished by the extraordinary intellect of this daughter she had never met. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated revealing the truth to Wanyun, but then she reconsidered. She could not afford to do so. If Wanyun learned the truth and divulged it to Xufeng, he would surely resent her deeply and feel immense guilt towards that enchantress, Jìng. There was a chance that his guilt might even diminish his ambition for the throne. No, she could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Even the slightest possibility was too great a risk. Clearing her throat, Tu Yao said, Do you think magic is merely an object to be given away at will? Suhe and Queyun lack the spiritual power of both myself and Xufeng. Could they endure the pure fire of glaze? If it is neither you nor Xufeng, then who else could it be? Who else possesses the ability to cultivate the pure fire of glaze? Wanyun retorted defiantly. Tu Yao scoffed disdainfully. How could I possibly know? Do you expect those who practice in secret to inform me? Luolin wields such tremendous power, controlling numerous domains. And there are many in the heavens who resent him. Am I the only one? Wanyun was rendered speechless. Tu Yao's expression and tone did not suggest deceit. Even before her death, Suhe had not admitted to the murder of the water god and the wind god. Could it be that she had indeed overthought this matter? Do you still doubt me? Tu Yao's expression turned grave. Why must I be so pitiful in the eyes of my own children? Wanyun raised her voice to the heavens. It is not that I am unwilling to trust you. Rather, your past actions have left me profoundly disappointed. What do you mean by that? Tu Yao gasped. You murdered the former flower goddess and persecuted Jìng, causing enmity between the bird clan and the flower realm. You tormented Runyu, slaughtering his mother, forcing him into becoming the very bane of Xufeng's existence. And moreover, Wanyun's voice trembled, her eyes seemingly on the verge of bleeding tears. You could not wait for my father's remains to cool before you climbed into Tai Wei's bed. How could you face him? How could you face me? Tu Yao was left aghast, as if her very soul had been wrenched from her. She collapsed to the ground, utterly disoriented. Is this why you have come today to say such things? Wanyun fought back her tears, indeed. Tiao leaned to one side, half propping herself against the ground. Her voice filled with anguish as she lamented, I too am being coerced. It is Tai Wei who has wronged me, who has driven me to this wretched state. With a fierce resolve, Wanyun replied, Rest assured, that vile Tai Wei who has slain my father shall pay with his blood for his deeds. Though these words stemmed from her own selfish desires, she hoped they would provide some comfort to Tiao. Tiao nodded slightly, coldly stating, To meet you today has left me without regrets. This dark, damp prison of Pisha is no place to linger. You must leave swiftly. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, Wanyun bowed deeply, performing a ceremonial gesture befitting a prince or princess before an emperor and empress, and then turned to depart. Just as she approached the prison's grand entrance, Tiao suddenly called out, Junior. The voice was filled with heartbreaking sorrow, prompting Wanyun to quickly turn back, only to see Tiao weeping bitterly. Junior, I have become a discarded woman. You must not follow in my footsteps. Such words represented the anguished cry of a woman who has endured a lifetime of sorrow. Wanyun closed her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, and whispered, I understand. These 3 simple words marked the poignant farewell between mother and daughter. Chapter 6. The crisis of the bird clan that day, as Wanyun diligently attended to her duties. She received an urgent report. The bird clan was facing a dire shortage of food supplies, and immediate assistance was needed, otherwise the lives of countless fledgling birds would be at stake. Wanyun furrowed her brow and sighed deeply. Ever since the rift between the bird clan and the flower realm, the latter had significantly reduced its provisions for the birds, while their population continued to grow unabated. The onset of famine was merely a matter of time. Suhe had truly left her with a monumental mess. Your Highness, given the urgency of this famine, we may have no choice but to seek aid from the Heavenly Court and request the opening of granaries for relief, proposed Queyun, her expression fraught with concern. I am well aware, Wanyun replied, taking up her brush to compose a memorial, earnestly informing the Heavenly Emperor of the severity of the bird clan's plight and pledging that, should the granaries be opened, the clan would increase their tribute to the Heavenly Court by 20% over the next 3 years as a gesture of gratitude. The memorial, wrapped in sandalwood and adorned with golden silk, was reverently accepted by Queyun, who hurried to deliver it to the Heavenly Court, carrying the fate of countless birds. Rest assured, our bird clan is unwaveringly loyal. The Heavenly Emperor will not turn a blind eye to our plight, Queyun reassured her. Wanyun lifted her gaze slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, take 2 guards with us. We shall go to the flower realm. The flower realm? Queyun exclaimed in surprise. What purpose does the princess have in the flower realm? Wanyun shrugged lightly. Queyun, you cannot be unaware of the reasons behind this famine. I understand. But given our strained relations with the flower realm, they may very well refuse us outright. I am fully aware of the situation. You need not elaborate further, Wanyun replied, casting a sidelong glance at Queyun, silencing any further objections. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yumiazu, Runyu was engaged in a game of chess over tea with one of the elders of the bird clan, Linxiu. Your presence here today, Lord of the Night, is surely not solely for the purpose of our match and tea, Linxiu remarked after placing a piece on the board. Runyu offered a refined smile, responding slowly. I have heard that the elder has recently held clandestine meetings with the demon sovereign. I wonder what matters were discussed? Linxiu stroked his beard nonchalantly. So that is the reason. The demon lord has long been a friend of mine, even when he was merely the prince of Solid City. We are merely reminiscing and engaging in light conversation. Is there any issue with that? Runyu took a sip of tea and swiftly shifted the topic. Ever since the bird clan annexed the prosperous land of Taihu, they have flourished significantly over the past few millennia. They should be content. Inke squinted, puzzled. What exactly does His Highness the Night God wish to convey? Speak freely. I detest beating around the bush. Runyu ceased his smile and produced a blueprint from his sleeve, placing it upon the chessboard. Elder, you surely recognize this diagram. Inke's expression darkened as he scrutinized it. Runyu calmly continued. If the rest of the bird clan were to learn that this confidential military deployment map was leaked from you, what do you think would be your fate? Inke appeared despondent, realizing that his destiny was now in the hands of this young night god. I am at your service, Your Highness. What is your command? There is no need to fear. Elder, I have a request today, Runyu replied respectfully. What can a powerless elder of the bird clan do for you? Inke inquired. Perplexed, Runyu replied nonchalantly. You must have heard of the famine plaguing our clan. Indeed, to remedy the famine, Suhe will inevitably petition the Heavenly Court to open the granaries for relief. Runyu stated. Indeed, if I were the clan leader, I would do the same. Inke acknowledged. Runyu took another sip of tea. My father has recently placed considerable trust in me. All the reports are submitted through my hands before reaching His Majesty. Suddenly, Inke comprehended. Your Highness means to say, Runyu's gaze sharpened, I will intercept Suhe's petition and destroy it, at which point you, Elder, will personally petition the Heavenly Emperor to open the granaries. Thus, you shall become the savior of the bird clan, shall you not? Inke lowered his head and smiled. Fully understanding Runyu's plan, Your Highness is astute. In the flower realm, Jìng, who was conversing idly with Linxiu and Old Hu, was taken aback upon learning of Suhe's desire to meet. It is well known that the bird clan and the flower realm have been at odds for over a century, severing all ties. Humph. What good intentions can Suhe have? Linxiu remarked disdainfully. Can she really swallow her pride to visit the flower realm? Is she seeking my assistance? As Jìng speculated, Wanyun entered. Greetings, water goddess. Wanyun respectfully performed a standard greeting. She had dressed meticulously for her visit, donning a pale cream-colored embroidered gown adorned with pomegranate, peacock motifs, and golden threads. complemented by exquisite jade and gold tassel earrings that cascaded to her shoulders. Her hair was tied with a pomegranate red ribbon and secured with a long hairpin adorned with red pearls, flowing smoothly down her back. Her side locks were embellished with golden threads and inlaid with red and green gemstones and white jade. As she tilted her head slightly, the intricately carved gold bead strands above quivered delicately, shimmering with brilliance. In contrast, Jìng wore a simple sea blue gown with silver embroidery, lacking the intricate craftsmanship and elegance of Wanyun's attire. Jìng was astonished to see Suhe so formally dressed. "Greetings, princess. May I inquire the reason for your visit to the Flower Realm?" Without further preamble, Wanyun addressed the matter directly. "Have you recently heard of the famine afflicting the bird clan?" "Oh, is that so?" Jìng exclaimed, surprised, as she was unaware of this situation. "I have already petitioned the Heavenly Emperor for aid, seeking provisions from the celestial granaries, but that is merely a temporary measure." Wanyun paused thoughtfully before earnestly stating, "I have come today to hope for the restoration of the food supplies previously provided to the bird clan." At these words, Linxiu and Lao Hu, standing behind Jìng, exchanged disdainful glances. Indeed, a weasel visiting a chicken is hardly well-intentioned. Now that trouble has arisen, you come to plead for help? Where were you before? Linxiu mocked mercilessly. Wanyun, restraining the retort that was on the tip of Queyun's tongue, turned to Jìng and said, "Whatever conditions the bird clan can fulfill, I am willing to offer." Jìng furrowed her brow. Taken aback by the sight of Suhe, humbling herself before her for the sake of the bird clan, a stark contrast to the willful princess she remembered. "For such a significant matter, you ought to seek the help of the Flower Lords." "I am not in a position to decide," she replied uneasily. Wanyun had anticipated this response. She bowed slightly and said, "But you are the flower goddess, destined to lead the Flower Realm. If you accompany me to meet the Flower Lords, it would carry far more weight, wouldn't it? Why should our Flower Realm assist you? Your aunt not only murdered the previous flower goddess, but nearly killed Jìng as well. How can we trust you?" Before Jìng could respond, Lao Hu interjected loudly, his words laced with palpable animosity towards the bird clan. Ignoring Lao Hu's outburst, Wanyun maintained her steady gaze upon Jìng, "Water goddess. Would you prefer to have a powerful ally in the Flower Realm or a vigilant adversary?" Jìng hesitated. Were it not for the Queen Mother's misdeeds, she would not wish for the bird clan to be at odds with the Flower Realm. After all, the bird clan was a formidable force, and antagonizing them posed significant risks. Noticing Jìng's wavering resolve, Wanyun smiled softly and said, "I understand that you harbor resentment towards me for once having admired Xufeng, but as you know, I have personally assured the Heavenly Emperor that I shall not marry Xufeng. There is no need for hostility between us." Jìng's expression shifted suddenly. "What are you saying? I am to wed Runyu. What concern is Xufeng to me? What concern is it to you?" Wanyun scoffed inwardly, thinking, if it's not your concern, then why have you been enticing him daily for the past 3 years? Do you truly believe I am unaware of Xufeng's frequent visits to the Flower Realm? Such shamelessness. Yet, Wanyun's demeanor remained charmingly composed. "All I wish is for the water goddess to understand that I am not your enemy. I realize you cannot make a decision at this moment. I shall return tomorrow." With that, she departed the courtyard, accompanied by Queyun and her guards, without looking back. "Princess, you are lowering your own worth too much. These people from the Flower Realm are overly proud. They will hardly grant your request," Queyun complained as they exited the courtyard. Wanyun, however, remained unperturbed, idly toying with her jewelry. "Is that so?" she mused casually. Indeed, they had barely taken 4 or 5 steps when they heard Jìng's voice calling after them. "Wait, I will go with you to find the Flower Lords." Chapter 7: Seeking Help from the Floral Realm. A resounding counterattack within the grand hall adorned with translucent glass. The 3 floral sovereigns listened intently to the accounts of Jìng and Wanyun. The fiery-tempered Hawthorn sovereign was the first to speak, her words brimming with indignation. "Long sovereign, we have aided the bird clan this time. Who knows if they will repay our kindness with malice in the future? After all, the bird clan is notoriously skilled at such treachery." She cast a disdainful glance at Wanyun, her expression one of contempt. The Magnolia sovereign also voiced her agreement. However, the leading Long sovereign did not immediately concur with her colleague's views. Instead, she turned to Jìng and inquired, "Mir, what do you think?" Jìng surveyed the room, her demeanor calm as she replied, "I believe we should provide food supplies to the bird clan. The little birds are innocent. If our personal grievances lead to the demise of many fledgling birds, they will surely harbor resentment against us and seek revenge in the future. Conversely, if we alleviate their immediate plight, they will feel grateful, allowing us to mend past grievances and secure a powerful ally for the floral realm. Wanyun felt a surge of satisfaction. At last, this grape had some sense, recognizing the importance of weighing pros and cons. She slightly bowed, her tone sincere as she addressed them. Esteemed sovereigns, I ask for your forgiveness for any past offenses committed against the floral realm due to my aunt's actions. Suhe's visit is not to demand that the floral realm provide us with food as generously as before. Please state your conditions, and I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability. The three sovereigns were taken aback by Wanyun's attitude and words. The typically proud leader of the bird clan was humbly submitting herself. However, upon reflection, it made sense that Suhe, having lost her powerful backing, needed to forge new relationships for the safety of her clan. Do you truly mean what you say? The long sovereign's gaze flickered as she spoke to Wanyun. Wanyun replied with certainty. In that case, I will first meet your conditions, and then you shall release the food supplies. How does that sound? Excellent. The princess is indeed forthright. With a wave of her hand, the long sovereign exuded confidence. I have heard that in the Wingmio continent, there is a mineral called Queyun crystal, which, when placed indoors or in soil, emits a faint glow that nurtures the ethereal body and greatly aids in the enhancement of spiritual power. I would like to humbly request 3,000 stones of Queyun crystal to assist our floral spirits in their cultivation. May I inquire how the princess feels about this? Upon hearing this, Lílí turned pale, exclaiming, 3,000 stones? Why not ask for 30,000? Are you not afraid of overwhelming your little flowers? Wanyun raised a hand to silence Lílí. It's a deal. I will return and have my clan mine the Huan Valley, striving to deliver the Queyun crystals to the floral realm within 5 days. Wanyun readily agreed. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the three sovereigns and Jinmi. The Queyun crystal was exceedingly precious, taking millennia to cultivate even a mere acre, and even the bird clan used it sparingly. To exchange 3,000 stones for a single food supply was indeed an inequitable trade. Very well, on the day you deliver the minerals, we will send the food supplies from the floral realm, the long sovereign declared decisively. Wanyun gently tousled her hair, and the resplendent sunlight cast a delicate frost-like sheen upon her alabaster skin, enhancing her regal and dignified aura. She raised her gaze to the floral lords and declared, Today, I intend to exchange 3,000 stones of the for grain as a token of compensation. It is not that this grain is truly worth so many minerals. The exchange between our clans should be founded upon fairness and mutual benefit. Henceforth, when we seek grain from the flower realm, I must ask for your understanding that Suhe cannot continue to trade such an abundance of. Her tone was calm, yet the underlying sternness was unmistakable. Should you dare to demand such quantities again, I would not hesitate to reveal to the 6 realms your unscrupulous exploitation of our vulnerability. Jinmi smiled, her eyes sparkling, and glanced at Wanyun. Princess, how could you say such a thing? We of the flower realm are certainly not avaricious. Wanyun responded with a gentle smile, offering polite reassurances. That is reassuring. I hold the conduct of the flower realm in high regard. After a moment's pause, she gazed meaningfully at Jinmi and solemnly said, I hope that the water deity will soon take on her responsibilities and contribute her modest efforts for the benefit of both the flower realm and the water clan. Jinmi felt a flush on her cheeks. As a peer, she realized that Suhe was already tirelessly working for her people while she remained sheltered and coddled by the floral lords like a child. No wonder Suhe felt entitled to admonish her. Thank you for your guidance, Princess. I will remember your words, Jinmi replied humbly. Wanyun then turned, bowing slightly, esteemed floral lords. Suhe must take her leave. With that, she departed the 100 Flowers Palace. Once outside, Lílí's face bore no trace of a smile. Princess, what are you doing? 3,000 stones of. Those floral lords are clearly extorting you. Why did you acquiesce? Do not mention 3,000 stones. I would have complied even for 30,000. Wanyun sighed. Why? Why is that? Lílí pressed. Have you not observed how the relationship between the avian clan and the heavenly court has grown increasingly strained these past few years due to the Empress's actions? As for the water clan, they have always been our sworn enemies. Runyu harbors ambitions. He eagerly awaits the day the avian clan stands isolated in the heavenly realm, ready to exploit our vulnerability. Must we truly fulfill his wishes? Wanyun's words pierced the heart with their truth. Lílí was taken aback. The princess is astute. Wanyun's expression danced with shadows of light, somewhat elusive, her smile as faint as the wispy clouds at dusk. The individuals of the flower realm are but paper tigers. If they truly despised the avian clan, they would not have granted me even the opportunity for discussion today. Investing 3,000 stones to reconstruct the bridge between the avian clan and the flower realm is well worth it. Her smile blossomed. akin to a vibrant flame bursting forth from a candlewick. Isn't Runyu most enamored with Jinmi? Should he gain the support of Jinmi in the Flower Realm? I am eager to see how he will contend with me. 2 days later, within the Feilwan Palace, Wanyun still had not received any news from the Heavenly Court. Her memorial had been submitted 2 days prior. Even if the grain had yet to arrive, she should at least have received a response. A sense of unease stirred within her. Fortunately, the extraction of was proceeding smoothly at Huanggu, and it would be delivered to the Flower Realm in no more than 3 or 4 days. As she pondered this, she suddenly received word that Runyu had arrived at the Yimiazu. The council hall is situated at the very heart of Yimiazu, adorned with verdant water cypress and vibrant golden camellias, harmoniously complemented by gilded screens, creating an exceptionally resplendent and magnificent ambience. Wanyun entered gracefully, clad in a flowing gown of watercolored silk. Within the hall, numerous elders were already present, Inkei stroking his beard, or an unmistakable air of satisfaction in his gaze. At the entrance, with a call from the celestial attendant, the night god, dressed in a white brocade robe, advanced with elegance. His dark brows framed serene water-like eyes, and his countenance radiated a gentle luster reminiscent of pearls, exuding a refined and gentle aura that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Deep within her heart, Wanyun felt a tumult of emotions. To be candid, she harbored a measure of admiration for Runyu, as he, like herself, was a person of profound thoughts and adept at masquerade. Alas, as the daughter of Tiao Yao and the elder sister of Su Feng, her fate was irrevocably entwined with Runyu, destined for a perpetual conflict. Salutations to the night god, the elders and Wanyun respectfully greeted. May you all be well. Runyu replied politely. What brings the night god to Yimiazu today? Wanyun inquired, her smile remaining faintly affixed to her lips. Runyu's watery gaze swept across her, revealing no discernible emotion. Today, I come as a special envoy from the celestial realm, bearing provisions to alleviate the famine afflicting the avian clan. At this revelation, the elders erupted with joy, and Wanyun hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, night god. Suhe and the entire avian clan are immensely grateful. Runyu nodded, then assumed a serious demeanor. I have another matter to address today. A flicker of curiosity crossed Wanyun's face, yet she maintained her composure. What other matters require resolution? Your Highness? Suhe is willing to offer her utmost assistance. Runyu cleared his throat and stated, I believe you have all heard of Elder Inkei's recent unauthorized visit to the demon realm to meet with the demon lord. Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. She had received this news approximately 10 days prior and had initially dismissed it. However, subsequent provocations from Inkei in the Grand Hall, where he derided her for ascending to power through the protection of the deposed Heavenly Empress, stirred her ire, leading her to report the matter to the Celestial Court, seeking military intervention against Quebec. Yet, due to the famine's emergence, the issue was temporarily set aside. Inkei's clandestine meeting with the demon lord harbors malicious intent. Should the night god wish to address him, Suhe is prepared to cooperate fully. However, I implore the Celestial Emperor not to let this incident cast doubt on the avian clan's loyalty. Runyu displayed a disdainful and triumphant smirk, sending a chill down Wanyun's spine, a foreboding feeling swelling within her. The princess had previously requested military aid from the celestial realm, claiming the need to rectify the chaos in Yimiazu. However, her father, the emperor, did not suspect any disloyalty among the avian clan and thus dispatched me to ascertain the truth. Runyu articulated clearly, after my investigation, it has been confirmed that Elder Inkei's visit to the demon realm was purely personal. I kindly ask that you do not let this matter jeopardize the relationship between the celestial realm and the avian clan. Upon hearing this, Wanyun comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, one of the elders immediately pointed an accusing finger at Wanyun, exclaiming in anger, so the Celestial Emperor does not seek to suppress the avian clan, but rather to take advantage of the situation to strike against Inkei. It was in a moment of desperation that Suhe made such a suggestion, Wanyun hastily clarified. Indeed, it is fortunate that no grave errors have transpired, stated Runyu. However, the avian clan is currently facing dire famine due to empty granaries, while Princess Suhe remains indifferent, engaging in a campaign against Elder Injue instead. This is truly a case of putting the cart before the horse. Wanyun, taken aback, exclaimed, when did I neglect the avian clan's plight? Just 2 days ago, I reported to the Heavenly Court, requesting the opening of granaries for relief. Runyu scoffed. Yet the celestial realm has not received your memorial. Had it not been for Elder Injue personally informing the Heavenly Court yesterday, they would remain oblivious to this calamity. Wanyun gazed at Runyu, then at the self-satisfied elder Linxiu, and suddenly everything became clear. It was evident that Runyu had first destroyed her memorial, allowing Linxiu to emerge as the savior of the avian clan, while she would be branded as the despicable villain who disregarded the lives of her kin for the sake of eliminating rivals. Such a ruthless maneuver. Wanyun gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at both Linxiu and Runyu. She had anticipated Runyu would strike at her, but she had not expected the day would arrive so swiftly. The elders, stirred with indignation, pointed accusatorily at Wanyun, berating her. Suhe, how could you prioritize your self-interest over the very survival of the avian clan? You are unworthy of leading us. If you continue to govern in such a manner, what fate awaits us? They implored Lord Yexing to report to the Heavenly Emperor and to strip this shameless child of her position. Wanyun regarded the group of elders, who had long harbored dissatisfaction towards her for ascending to a position they could never attain, fueled by jealousy and resentment. Seizing the opportunity, they sought to topple her. She pressed her hand to her chest, stifling the rage that threatened to erupt, and calmly replied, I am presently unaware of why the celestial realm has not received my memorial, and I cannot verify it immediately. However, I am well aware that the famine afflicting the avian clan fundamentally stems from enmity with the floral realm. To resolve the issue of food supply once and for all, I personally visited the floral realm 2 days ago to negotiate with the water deity and the various floral leaders. A momentary silence enveloped the hall, as the sound of wind rustled through the water's cypress trees, resembling countless waves crashing upon the heart. Runyu and Linxiu's expressions starkly contrasted with their previous smugness, now rigid with disbelief. You visited the floral realm? Runyu could scarcely believe her ears, her voice trembling with incredulity. Wanyun, with a charming smile and enchanting eyes, absorbed Runyu's changing demeanor. The exhilaration of this unexpected turn of events, catching her adversaries off guard, was truly delightful. Indeed, I have reached an agreement with Jinmi and the floral leaders to exchange 3,000 stones of Queyun crystals for this food supply. Furthermore, from this point onward, the floral realm and the avian clan shall restore their exchanges, alleviating any future concerns regarding food. She paused momentarily before adding, should the Lord of the Night harbor doubts, we may visit Jinmi and the floral leaders now to ascertain the truth of my claims. The elders in attendance exchanged glances, realizing that Suhe had even lowered herself to seek aid from the floral realm, leaving no grounds to withhold a report to the celestial realm. Yet, the celestial realm had not received any communications. Could it be that someone was scheming to undermine Suhe? Linxiu was the first to lose his composure, exclaiming loudly, exchanging 3,000 stones of Queyun crystal for a single grain supply. Suhe, have you lost your mind? Wanyun maintained a serene expression, her tone as gentle as the warm winds of April. Linxiu, the former Empress Queyun has wronged the flower realm in many ways. I believe I am merely offering a form of compensation. Moreover, we have agreed that future trade between the bird clan and the flower realm will continue to be based on equitable exchange and mutual benefit. Suddenly, her demeanor turned cold, her eyes devoid of warmth as she coldly asserted, yet you, a mere elder, repeatedly challenged the clan leader and questioned my efforts to save the bird clan. What punishment do you deserve for such insolence? Linxiu was taken aback by her sudden intensity, silenced, and seeking assistance from Runyu. Runyu, equally shocked, was taken aback by Suhe's unexpected plea for aid from the flower realm, especially given her disdain for Jinmi due to Xufeng. While he could confront anyone, he could not afford to publicly humiliate his fiancée. Thus, he could only swallow his grievances today. Regaining his composure, Runyu replaced his astonishment with his customary smile, apologizing. I see now. It seems I misunderstood you. A hint of mockery graced Wanyun's face. It is not a misunderstanding, it is an injustice. Runyu clenched his teeth, suppressing his dissatisfaction and resentment, awkwardly responding, yes, I have wronged you. I ask for your forgiveness, princess. Wanyun smirked, casting a cold glance at Linxiu as she stated, rest assured, I will uncover the true perpetrator behind the obliteration of the memorial and bring the schemer who seeks to undermine the bird clan to justice. Runyu tightened his fists, repressing his embarrassment, and bowed, my task is complete. I shall not disturb you further. I bid you all farewell. With that, he swept away. Just as he was about to exit the council hall, Wanyun suddenly called out to him, Your Highness Night God. Her voice was melodious, yet to Runyu, it felt like the summons of the King of Hell. Please recognize your position and refrain from coveting what does not belong to you. Runyu's expression darkened, feigning ignorance as he hastened away. Chapter 8. The calm before the storm in Qiwu Palace. Xufeng patiently listened to Wanyun's account, his hand striking the table in disbelief. I cannot believe he would resort to such despicable tactics to ensnare you. Wanyun, still shaken, replied, had I not been cautious and sought help from the Flower Realm, I fear I would have lost everything by now. I never imagined you would seek assistance from the Flower Realm, Suhe. I must say, I see you in a new light, Xufeng praised sincerely. Wanyun, however, remained unconvinced. If we do not seek allies, the bird clan will be utterly isolated, playing right into Runyu's hands. Suddenly, Xufeng rose, pacing back and forth with a worried sigh. I am actually concerned about another matter. Oh, do tell. Runyu has been in contact with several military officers, aiming to secretly mobilize some troops. Xufeng's tone was grave. What? Wanyun was taken aback. Is he planning a rebellion? Indeed. I never anticipated he would choose this path, Xufeng replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. Wanyun pondered deeply. No wonder he seeks to meddle in the affairs of the bird clan. However, with less than a month remaining until his grand wedding, why did Wanyun suddenly come to a realization? In astonishment, she exclaimed, is he planning a rebellion on the day of his nuptials? After a moment of silence, Xufeng slightly nodded. Indeed, during the wedding, the emperor will certainly lower his guard. It is indeed an opportune moment for treachery. How could he shamelessly profess his love for Jìng, only to turn around and incite rebellion on the eve of his wedding? What a disgraceful wretch. The loathing that Wanyun radiated was palpable, and she grasped Xufeng's arm, pleading earnestly, Xufeng, I have forged an unbreakable enmity with Runyu. If he truly ascends to the role of emperor, he would surely consume me to the very bone. You are the god of war. You must thwart his insurrection. Xufeng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not worry. I have promised that if he insists on confronting me with arms, I shall resist to the end, and I will fulfill that vow. Wanyun nodded, but suddenly, a playful smile danced across her face as she teased, in truth, you should feel pleased about his rebellion during the wedding. After all, that would grant you a legitimate reason to prevent his union with Jìng, would it not? Xufeng was taken aback. Suhe, do you not care? Wanyun felt a twinge of pain within, but maintained a facade of indifference. What does it matter? As long as you are happy, I am content. Xufeng's gaze softened, his voice barely a whisper, as if caught in a reverie. Suhe, you have indeed changed so much over these 3 years. One must learn to grow. In the past, I was too willful. Please forgive me. Wanyun offered a faint, bittersweet smile. Xufeng sighed softly. Had you always been this way, perhaps our fates would have diverged. The summer daylight lingered long, the sunset's golden rays casting a gentle glow across the sky. The evening clouds transformed into a tapestry of deep purples and dark blues, their fiery hues igniting the horizon. The afterglow poured into the Queyun palace, rendering their faces ethereal and dreamlike. Wanyun gazed into his bright, almost otherworldly eyes, nearly succumbing to their enchantment. But in the next moment, she regained her composure. She did not wish to fathom the implications of Xufeng's words, nor could she, for she was his sister. Their blood ties formed the deepest bond, yet they also barred the possibility of anything beyond that. Until death, they could only remain as siblings. Wanyun awkwardly averted her gaze from Xufeng, diverting the conversation. I must return to Miaozhou to deal with that treacherous fellow, in Quebec. We shall converse further at another time. With that, she departed hastily from the Queyun palace, leaving behind a contemplative Xufeng. In Xinji Palace, Runyu remained agitated over matters concerning the bird clan. Just then, Quang Lu, dressed in a gown of delicate green silk, hurriedly entered. Her figure was as slender as a willow, embodying a graceful yet timid demeanor. However, Runyu paid no heed to her exquisite form or beauty. Without turning, he inquired coldly, what is it? Quang Lu, troubled, replied, Your Highness, I have heard that Suhe has dealt with Elder in Quebec. Runyu abruptly turned, his voice sharp. How did she deal with him? Quang Lu recounted. She claimed to have discovered letters from him conspiring with the Demon Lord. The letters stated that if the Demon Lord supported him as the leader of the bird clan, he would hand over the troop deployment plans of Miaozhou. Regarding the destruction of memorials and the personal report to the Celestial Emperor about the grain disaster, it was merely a scheme devised to entrap Suhe. Now, In K has been demoted to commoner status and cast into the dungeons of Miaozhou. Runyu clenched his fists in disgust, exclaiming, what a ruthless maneuver. However, as long as she cannot find fault with me, she cannot harm me. Quang Lu bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Noticing her distress, Runyu furrowed his brow and urged, what is it? Suhe has informed His Majesty of these matters. Quang Lu continued in a hushed tone. His Majesty greatly praises her for her efforts to rebuild relations with the Floral Realm and chastised the Crown Prince for nearly wronging her without cause. As Quang Lu's voice grew softer, Runyu's expression darkened. Continue, he commanded. Quang Lu stammered. His Majesty believes Suhe to be prudent and exceptionally capable, and has decided to restore the land of Taihu to the Bird clan under her governance. Despite Runyu's usual composure, he was now consumed by rage. Striking the jade table with a heavy fist, Suhe, he tore away his facade of gentility, revealing a fierce countenance filled with contempt. His collusion with Inke was not solely aimed at eliminating rivals and consolidating power within the Bird clan. It was also an opportunity to gain favor with his father and reclaim the territories of his maternal lineage. Yet now, his scheme had backfired completely, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Quang Lu had never witnessed such fury in Runyu before and quickly approached him, gently resting her hand on his shoulder, attempting to soothe him. Your Highness, do not be so anxious. We have other methods at our disposal. She glanced around and lowered her voice. As long as we succeed, the entire celestial realm will be yours. How could we fail to deal with a mere Suhe? Hearing this, Runyu gradually calmed down. Indeed, once he seized the throne on the day of the grand wedding, what problem could not be resolved? He would ensure that Suhe, that wretched woman, would pay dearly for provoking his wrath. He turned his gaze to Quang Lu and inquired, how have matters progressed with your father? Are the arrangements with the Imperial Guards in place? Rest assured, my father has made all the necessary preparations, Quang Lu replied confidently. That is good to hear, Runyu said with a satisfied smile. Father Emperor, Xufeng, Suhe, soon everything you cherish will belong to me. The suffering you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Chapter 9. The Blood-Red Wedding. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, at dawn, the 12 floral lords escorted Jìng to the 10 gates of the floral realm. A magnificent carpet woven from 36 million blooming flowers unfurled before them, while 16 celestial attendants adorned a grand bridal palanquin, radiating resplendence as they traversed the carpet, each step blossoming with floral beauty. Soaring from the floral realm to the celestial court, Jìng donned a silver-white bridal gown, exquisitely embroidered with motifs of double happiness and dragon phoenix designs. Crafted from exceptionally light and soft Linxiu brocade, the fabric felt cool against her skin, while the sleeves and collar were intricately embroidered with golden threads and snow-white beads depicting patterns of azure mist, passion flowers, and golden clouds. The hem of her gown was embellished with twisted silver threads and water diamonds, showcasing a mesmerizing interplay of azure hues. Adorning her shoulders were delicate and plump rose crystals and sea pearls, with cascading bead tassels glimmering like starlight, exuding an air of opulence. The delicate, ethereal gown is a seamless silver white, translucent yet imbued with a subtle golden sheen, reminiscent of the gentle glow at dawn, resplendent as the evening clouds. This bridal attire, though extravagantly luxurious, does not overshadow its wearer. With Jìng's breathtaking beauty, it illuminates the entire garden in an instant. The Longfang master gazes at Jìng with a bittersweet emotion akin to that of a mother bidding farewell to her daughter on her wedding day. Mir, this is as far as we can accompany you. She gestures towards the celestial being under the moonlight, who, with the esteemed status of the emperor's brother, personally escorts her, signifying that even the heavens do not take her lightly. Danju, devoid of any joy, laments, "What a pity, what a pity." The masters of fragrance look on in confusion. What is there to lament? Jìng's cheeks involuntarily twitch. Before they can inquire further, she kneels before them and bows deeply. The Longfang master hastens to lift her. You are now the water goddess. There is no reason for you to kneel before us. Jìng gently releases her hand and insists on bowing 3 times. Esteemed masters, I am grateful for your past protection. I apologize for my past ignorance, she expresses sincerely. The Longfang master, her eyes brimming with tears, replies, What are you saying, Mir? As long as you are safe and happy, we are content. The hiding master adds, Jìng, if the night god treats you poorly, or if you suffer any grievances in the heavenly realm, you are always welcome to return. The flower realm will forever be your home. Jìng nods, tears glistening in her eyes. Now, the time has come for you to depart. The Longfang master gently instructs. As Jìng is leaving, she calls out to Danju, moonlit immortal. Danju, filled with sorrow, exclaims, Little Jìng, my heart is devoted to you. How can you treat him this way? Jìng lowers her eyes, silently removing the phoenix feather from her head and placing it in Danju's hands. Moonlit immortal, my bond with Xufeng has come to an end. Please return this phoenix feather to him. Danju, holding the feather, is rendered speechless. Before the palace gates, celestial music fills the air, a heavenly symphony resounding. Colorful butterflies flit about, and celestial cranes dance in graceful pairs. Today, Wanyun dons a lake blue gown adorned with clusters of embroidered peonies. Her hair styled in a cloud-like coiffure embellished with coral and gold. Seated among the guests, she appears far too resplendent for the occasion. Yet, Wanyun is unfazed by the gazes of others. The day before, Xufeng had informed her of the night god's ambush of 100,000 heavenly soldiers around the Nine Heavens Cloud Palace, assuring her that he would lead his elite forces to confront the rebels and subsequently expose Runyu's treachery in the Grand Hall. The Celestial Emperor, seated majestically at the head of the hall, clad in a golden crown and cloud robe, exudes an air of solemn authority. Wanyun regards him coldly, her gaze filled with disdain and loathing. It is this wretched man who murdered her father, imprisoned her mother, and stripped her of everything that rightfully belonged to her. But soon, it will all come to an end. Shortly, Runyu's rebellion will falter, and Xufeng will ascend as the sole heir to the throne. At that moment, she would become the most esteemed princess of the heavenly realms. After enduring 4,500 years, she was finally poised to redeem her honor. And how could she not be overwhelmed with joy? As ethereal celestial melodies filled the air, Jinmi and Runyu stood side by side, walking gracefully into the Nine Heavens Palace, their steps as delicate as blossoming lotus flowers. Adorned in silver-white bridal gowns, they exuded an air of elegance, akin to a drop of morning dew amidst rich ink. Truly a perfect pair. As they progressed, rows of wine jars lined the sides of the hall, where deities from various realms gathered, seated beside the Heavenly Emperor. Standing next to Taiwei, Danzhu, the officiant, appeared conflicted, devoid of any joy. This wedding was meant for Fenghua and Pu Tao, yet now Pu Tao had turned his affections elsewhere. How could he possibly find happiness in this? Taiwei surveyed the grand hall filled with guests and quietly inquired of Danzhu, "Where's Xufeng?" Danzhu glanced at Jinmi and replied, "Such a grand event in the heavenly realm has created a congested entrance. Xufeng is likely delayed on his way here. Perhaps we should wait a little longer." This reasoning seemed rather tenuous to Taiwei, who frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Danzhu's explanation. However, as the auspicious hour could not be missed, he declared, "No more waiting. Let us commence." Danzhu wished to interject, but was silenced by Taiwei's wave of his hand. Thus, he assumed the role of the officiant and proclaimed, "Let the ceremony begin." In an instant, the celestial melodies transformed into joyous celebratory tunes. The newlyweds bowed to the heavens and the earth. Runyu and Jinmi bowed before the Heavenly Emperor. They bowed to their elder, Taiwei, the only surviving relative they had. As they lifted their heads, Runyu spoke, "To my father, I owe not only the bond of blood but also the teachings of a mentor, and the blessing of a marriage contract. One bow is insufficient to express my gratitude. On this joyous day, I present a cup of pure water to honor my father, a small token of my heartfelt appreciation." Taiwei accepted the jade cup filled with clear water, expressing his delight. It is rare for Runyu to show such consideration. He then raised the cup and drained it, unaware of the fleeting glint of severity in Runyu's eyes. The couple then performed their exchange of vows. After this bow, they would officially be husband and wife. Jinmi felt a flutter of anxiety as she prepared to bow, when suddenly, the palace doors burst open with a thunderous noise. Propelled by a fierce wind, the assembled deities turned to look. "Hold on." Xufeng, clad in a golden brocade robe, entered the hall, his presence starkly contrasting with the joyous atmosphere. A wave of excitement swept through the guests as Wanyun exclaimed, "Xufeng, what brings you here?" Taiwei's voice darkened. At that moment, Xufeng's subordinate, Liao Yuanjun, entered the hall, dragging a person behind him. This individual, also clad in battle attire, bore severe injuries, resembling someone freshly defeated. Xufeng looked at Runyu with disappointment. "You have still not heeded my advice. The situation has already turned dire. If you persist in your folly, you will only lead the Nine Heavens Palace to be stained with the blood of more innocent warriors." Jinmi gasped in shock and turned to Runyu, who wore a disdainful yet composed expression, as if everything were under his control. "Stand down. I will do my utmost to seek forgiveness from the Heavenly Emperor for you." Xufeng insisted, for he ultimately wished to avoid a fate of utter destruction for his esteemed brother. The injured celestial soldier raised his head towards Runyu, expressing his pain. "Your Highness, our men have been ambushed by the Fire God." Taiwei furrowed his brow tightly, his face filled with shock. "Liang Yuanjun, do tell. What exactly has transpired?" Liang Yuanjun bowed respectfully and spoke clearly. "Your Majesty, there are 100,000 celestial soldiers of the Night God lying in ambush around the Nine Heavens Cloud Palace. At the appointed hour, they will beat the drums as a signal and march straight for the palace." Taiwei fixed his gaze on Runyu, coldly demanding, "Is what he says true?" Runyu remained silent, his eyes flickering as a beam of light swiftly struck the large drum behind Lílí. Before the sound of the thundering echo faded, a dark cloud of celestial generals, led by Quang Lu's father, the immortal Tai Si, surged into the hall. He cast a glance at Runyu before kneeling before the Heavenly Emperor. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness in protecting you. I beg for your forgiveness. Xufeng stepped forward, placing Jinmi behind him. Your 3 battalions of celestial soldiers have already been disarmed. Do not struggle needlessly. Runyu, what do you have to say for yourself? Tai Wei glared furiously. Adorned in his ceremonial robes, Runyu appeared like a jade figure. Upright and composed despite his bindings, his hair perfectly arranged, he smiled faintly and met Tai Wei's gaze. Nothing else. In the game of kings, one misstep leads to downfall. Who could have foreseen the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Xufeng lamented. You have always been more astute than I, surpassing me in both accomplishments and schemes. I cannot fathom why you chose this path. Runyu cast a sidelong glance at Xufeng. I have no regrets. Tai Wei, filled with rage, declared, Today, with all the celestial beings present, if you do not face severe punishment for your treason, how shall we justify it to the 6 realms? All celestial soldiers, heed my command, swiftly escort this unfilial beast to the Pisha prison. The celestial soldiers, wielding weapons, approached Runyu, but upon seeing his eyes flash, they were struck by a chilling aura that deterred them from advancing. What right does a disloyal, ungrateful, and unfilial person have to demand loyalty and righteousness from others? The Heavenly Emperor, in his quest for ascendance, had slain his brother, abandoned the flower goddess, married a wicked woman, and humiliated my mother, casting aside his own kin. He had forcibly torn apart the bond between the flower goddess and the water god, orchestrating a marriage to the wind god that led to the flower goddess's spiritual decline. And later, had stolen my mother from her destined union with the Prince of Qiantang, only to abandon her to the murderous intentions of the Empress. The principles of heaven are clear. There will be retribution in due time. Runyu's words struck with chilling intensity. Chapter 10. The blood red wedding. Upon hearing this, Wanyun's complexion suddenly paled, her restlessness evident. Indeed, a significant portion of Runyu's previous remarks resonated with her. She longed to tear apart Tai Wei's polished facade. However, this could not alter the opposition between her and Runyu. Wanyun surveyed the surrounding deities, noting that many had also changed expressions, indicating that Runyu's words had struck a chord within them. Tai Wei, infuriated, slammed his hand on the golden armrest, intending to rise and rebuke, yet before he could fully stand, he stumbled back into his seat, regaining his composure only to glare at Runyu in astonishment and fury. What water did you just make me drink? Runyu replied leisurely, merely a slight infusion of deathly aura, sufficient to sap your strength for 2 hours. You. The celestial emperor's gaze shattered with fury, rendering him speechless. Danju swiftly supported the emperor, casting an indignant glare at the god of night, rebuking him. Runyu, I am well aware of your cunning nature. But do you not fear divine retribution for your treachery and lack of filial piety? Runyu merely scoffed, disregarding him, and instead turned his attention to Jinmi. I desire not to walk in the shadow of the heavens without remorse, but rather seek to cultivate a pure heart as a tribute to my mother's nurturing grace. His eyes, bright and tranquil, gazed at her from afar, unburdened in this life. Save for one person, the celestial emperor and the deposed empress have lost their virtue. Now, the god of night boldly reveals the emperor's transgressions to the 6 realms. This is indeed a fortune for the heavens. We are willing to support the god of night as the rightful heir to the throne. A voice rose from among the deities, kneeling in fervor. We shall follow the god of night. This proclamation rippled through the assembly like a stone cast into a pond, soon met with a chorus of affirmations. And over half the deities knelt in allegiance. The Tai Si immortal shouted, tearing off the red cloak symbolizing his allegiance to the emperor, prompting countless warriors to follow suit. Runyu's gaze fixated on Su Feng, his fierce expression starkly contrasting with his usual gentility. The celestial emperor and the deposed empress are cruel and unkind, and all celestial beings harbor grievances. Fire God, do you still fail to comprehend? Wanyun's complexion turned pale, trembling with trepidation. It dawned on her that he had meticulously planned everything. She had believed she was orchestrating events, yet had merely stepped into his trap. She and Su Feng exchanged a glance across the hall. With no other options remaining, they resolved to fight to the bitter end against the god of night's forces. Wanyun conjured a blood-stained fan, its edges lined with numerous sharp blades, stained a vivid crimson, exuding a bloodthirsty allure. She pointed it at a treasonous elder of the bird clan, her voice sharp. Traitorous scoundrel, I shall cleanse the bird clan today. With that, she swung the fan, slicing a long gash across the elderess face. This act ignited chaos throughout the hall, transforming the celebratory feast into a battlefield of blades and fury. The divine generals clashed ferociously, and in an instant, some were reduced to ashes while others vanished entirely. Runyu gestured to the Tai Si immortal, who nodded and led a contingent of heavenly soldiers towards Tai Wei. Xufeng, witnessing this, sought to intervene, but was obstructed by a mist barrier conjured by Runyu. Unyielding, Xufeng retaliated with a fierce inferno. Danju, observing the advancing soldiers, quickly wielded the celestial phoenix plume to create a protective barrier, encasing himself and Tai Wei within. This barrier proved remarkably sturdy, impervious to blades and projectiles, rendering Tai Si and his comrades momentarily helpless. Ensure the celestial emperor is safeguarded, Tai Si exclaimed in exasperation, turning to join the fray. The hall was soon littered with fallen bodies, engulfed in chaos. Wanyun dared not employ her water-based spells, resorting instead to her blood-stained fan and physical prowess to contend with her adversaries. As Runyu grappled fiercely with Xufeng, he exchanged a glance with Tai Si, who immediately grasped his intention. Stealthily, he brandished a Qinghong sword, and, taking advantage of Xufeng's momentary lapse, hurled it at him, only for it to be intercepted by another figure. Commander Liao Yuan, Xufeng shouted, shaking off Runyu's grasp. As the blood flowed profusely, the valiant Liao Yuan gazed laboriously at Xufeng, his eyes reflecting both pain and resilience. Liao Yuan can no longer accompany His Highness, he uttered, before his head fell heavily, his eyes closing forever, watching his most loyal subordinate, who was also his dearest brother, dissipate into the ether. Xufeng felt a splitting headache, as profound sorrow and hatred coursed through his very being. He gradually rose to face Runyu, an impenetrable loathing emanating from his gaze. Had looks been lethal, Runyu would have perished countless times by now. He extended his hand, a vibrant lotus blooming at his fingertips, as a fierce wind swept through the Nine Heavens Palace, causing his flowing robes to billow dramatically. Runyu regarded him with a frigid stare, his voice laced with venom. Xufeng, if there is a next life, may it be one where I exist, and you do not. Gazing at the crimson lotus on Xufeng's fingertip, countless shards of memory tore through Jìng's mind. In her dreams, the loathsome Xufeng wielded the glazed pure fire, mercilessly striking down her father and Aunt Linxiu. In reality, they lay breathless before her, bloodied and struggling. Suddenly, the phantoms of her father, Aunt Linxiu, and her mother intertwined before her, their anguished cries echoing. Jìng, save me. In this moment, she could not see the phoenix's true face, her vision consumed by his tall, broad back, wide open and vulnerable. She noticed a beam of water light filtering through, strands of black hair intertwined with threads of affection, a token of her deep feelings, wishing only for his heart to mirror hers. Indeed, he had placed her hair in the most sacred part of his being, not in the space between his brows, nor over his heart, but right in the center of his chest. Jìng cast her gaze downward at the willow leaf ice blade she had wielded countless times. Thin as a leaf, transparent as ice, double-edged and fiercely sharp. In the next moment, it had plunged into the center of the fire goddess' back. Father, I promised to repay you, yet I do not know how. Then, if I personally slay the one who harmed you, would that not be a filial act? Without hesitation, Jìng thrust herself forward, exerting all her strength against the hilt of the blade, driving it deep into the unguarded spine. The blade pierced through soft flesh, encountering no resistance whatsoever. A droplet of crimson blood trickled down from the blade's tip, landing upon the pristine cloud bricks, blooming into a small, vivid flower of deep red. The surrounding silence was palpable, and all present were momentarily stunned into breathlessness by Jìng's actions. Wanyun's mind went blank, and in the next instant, she let out a heart-wrenching wail. Xufeng. At this moment, she could no longer concern herself with the notion of exposure. All she desired was revenge against these treacherous men for Xufeng. With a fierce push, she surged past the soldiers beside her, conjuring several ice crystals to strike at Runyu, but he was already prepared, countering with a swift palm that struck her chest. Wanyun fell to the ground, pain surging through her chest as she coughed up blood. Suhe, my brother, my beloved, she cried out inwardly, finally releasing the floodgates of her emotions. When did her feelings for Xufeng begin to change, or was she already lost from the very beginning? Xufeng leaned against Jìng's chest, gradually turning around, their noses almost touching, obscuring his visage, revealing only his dark, astonished pupils, filled with her gaze and the betrayal that lay within her eyes. Why? He inquired. You know. Jìng shouted. It was you who killed my father. It was you who murdered Aunt Linxiu. Suddenly, she gathered her strength, and an icy blade pierced through Xufeng's chest, a torrent of crimson blood gushing forth, carrying a strand of her dark hair, leaving vivid red blossoms upon her pristine bridal gown. Did you ever love me? Xufeng, utterly exhausted, stubbornly pressed on. Jìng, from a position of superiority, replied with an airy indifference, never. Xufeng closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet it was a self-deprecating grimace, a despair deeper than death itself. He slowly descended to the ground, collapsing into a pool of blood, his long phoenix eyes gently shut, resembling a slumbering child. Jìng watched helplessly as he became increasingly transparent, fading away bit by bit, until he transformed into a handful of ethereal flames. A surge of turmoil engulfed her heart, and Jìng fell to the ground, retching black blood. A sandalwood bead rolled amidst the blood, and in an instant, it vanished completely. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the phoenix, piercing the heavens, leaving Jìng feeling as though countless arrows had struck her heart, her very being shattered. Taiwei, witnessing this scene, had tears streaming down his cheeks. He murmured, autumn waters as spirit, jade as bone, my child at 5 feasts upon cattle. Runyu, you truly are my good son. With that, he abruptly rose, breaking through the barrier created by the Huan Di Phoenix feather. In the next moment, he transformed into a golden dragon, wildly soaring through the palace, his dazzling light blinding the soldiers. Upon seeing this, Wanyun understood. He was self-destructing his primordial spirit. In a moment, he regained human form, collapsing weakly beside Wanyun. Your Majesty, Wanyun staggered to his side. Taiwei's visage appeared as aged as that of a venerable elder, his hair disheveled, blood at the corner of his mouth. Trembling, he handed the Huan Di Phoenix feather to Wanyun, his voice barely a whisper, audible only to them. Xufeng, save him. Wanyun realized that he had just been using his life's spiritual energy to gather Xufeng's soul, storing it within the Huan Di Phoenix feather. To her astonishment, this ruthless uncle, whom she had harbored hatred for a lifetime, had completed his redemption before his demise. Wanyun clenched the phoenix feather tightly, tears brimming in her eyes as she nodded. Taiwei revealed a trace of a comforting smile, turning to gaze at the spot where Xufeng had just perished, gradually turning to ashes. Chapter 11. The truth surfaces on the 3rd day after Runyu ascended to the throne. He concocted an excuse to strip Wanyun of her chieftain status, replacing her with the imprisoned hidden sparrow. Wanyun offered no resistance, obediently relinquishing her power. A mere pawn in the hands of a butcher, it was already fortunate that Runyu had not chosen to end her life immediately. For years prior, she had believed the position of leader of the Missouri Bing Terrace was within her grasp, only to lose everything overnight. Now, for years later, the same fate had befallen her once more, yet she had no time left to lament the unfairness of destiny. The urgent task at hand is to maintain the essence of Xufeng, preparing for the day when opportunities arise for his revival. Wanyun resides at the southernmost edge of the demon realm, a place shrouded in darkness, dampness, and unbearable heat, surrounded by towering mountains and thick miasma, rendering the environment nothing short of harsh. Yet, it is precisely because of these dire conditions that this locale remains scarcely trodden, as only those with formidable spiritual powers can linger here. Thus, hiding Xufeng's essence in such a place is arguably the safest course of action. However, Wanyun has another reason for her choice. Beneath Wanyun lies a cavern known as the 9 Infants Cave. As a water element dragon, her spiritual power cannot nurture Xufeng's fire element essence. Nevertheless, the 9 Infants Cave is the sole location across the 6 realms where different elemental powers can be exchanged. Every few days, she ventures there to trade 50 years' worth of water elemental energy for an equivalent amount of fire elemental energy. Thanks to her extensive experience of 4,500 years in the demon realm, she knows every inch of it intimately. Xufeng's essence lies quietly upon a tree stump, his features serene, with long, thick eyelashes gently fluttering. Apart from his body being semi-transparent, he appears as if in a deep slumber. Wanyun gazes at him with affection, slowly infusing her spiritual energy into his essence. A warm golden light flickers momentarily before fading away. Swear, wait for me. I will find a way to revive you. Wanyun whispers, caressing his pale, translucent cheek. Upon returning to Feilwan Palace, Wanyun receives news that the water goddess, Jìng, who had been in slumber for half a year, has awakened. Overwhelmed by this revelation, she violently shatters a celadone vase upon the ground. Wretched woman is the only term that escapes her lips. How foolish she had been to harbor any fondness for Jìng. only to discover her to be a naive and cruel wretch. Foolish enough to believe that Xufeng had slain the former water and wind gods. Wanyun feels an overwhelming urge to extract her heart and dissect her skull, to uncover what it is made of. However, after venting her frustration, she regains the composure befitting a calm and collected princess of the avian clan. After all, Jinmi is destined to be the empress, and currently, she is not someone to provoke. All must be considered with patience. Meanwhile, Jinmi is suffering immensely within the Xuanji Palace. Deprived of the falling Dan, the suppressed emotions within her erupt, tormenting her as if her very heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were being excised. She feels pain surging from her chest, radiating to her limbs, akin to needles and blades piercing her, leaving her unable to pinpoint the source of her agony. Yet feeling it everywhere. Curling up, tears flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. Upon learning of her awakening, Runyu immediately sets aside all matters at hand, hastening to her side and remaining steadfastly close. Do not fear, Mir, everything will be all right. All will be well, Runyu reassures her, embracing her tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into her, and offering her the concentration golden pill and honeyed water. His meticulous care earns him accolades from all realms for his devotion to the new Heavenly Emperor. Thus, time passes in a haze until Jinmi inadvertently encounters the night beast in the Queyun Palace. It lies quietly asleep, pure and flawless, evoking sympathy. Yet the dreams it emits leave Jinmi in profound confusion. The dreams are vivid and azure, depicting Runyu casting a spell upon her slumbering form, revealing a deep red pearl from her chest. The pearl bears a distinct crack. Runyu gazes at the pearl, murmuring, "The falling Dan has indeed been broken." Having spoken, she cast a spell to mend the orb. What is the falling Dan? Why is it within her? Why is it cracked? Why does the little fish fairy wish to restore it? Jinmi found herself at a loss. Yet before she could ponder further, Runyu suddenly burst in, abruptly shattering the dreamscape. The nightmare beast jolted awake, hastily fleeing. Runyu's expression was a tumult of anxiety and fury, as though he had just been discovered harboring a clandestine secret. And he coldly commanded, "Leave." Jinmi had never witnessed such a countenance from him and hurriedly turned to depart. In the Flower Realm, the Lord of Changfeng finally revealed the truth about the falling Dan. Many years ago, the former Flower God Xufeng, wounded by love, did not wish for her daughter to tread the same sorrowful path. Thus, before her demise, she administered the falling Dan to her, ensuring that she would sever all emotional ties and live as a carefree grape for eternity. Yet, fate is capricious, and Jinmi ultimately walked the same road as her mother. Why, then, did her heart still ache so profoundly? Xufeng was her father's murderer. She sought vengeance for her father, and she ought to feel elated. In the Linxiu terrace, Tuyao had been imprisoned for merely half a year, yet her heart lay cold and desolate. Tawei had perished. Xufeng too had met his end, and her most despised son had ascended to the throne as the Heavenly Emperor. She had long wished for her own demise. Yet Runyu steadfastly watched over her, denying her the release of death, forcing her to exist like a mere automaton. One day, the gates of the Linxiu terrace swung open, and a slender, graceful figure entered with a delicate grace. Tuyao glanced up and disdainfully uttered, "Begone." Jinmi paid her no mind, instead responding with an equally frigid tone, "Seeing you in such distress reassures me." She stepped closer and added, "You killed my mother. Your son took my father's life. My avenging him is merely retribution for my father." Tuyao rose, her gaze sharp as a sword, wishing to pierce Jinmi's beautiful visage with two bloody holes. "You actually killed my son?" "Indeed," Jinmi replied. Tuyao bowed her head, weeping bitterly, "Sir, how many times have I warned you not to entangle yourself with this woman? You never listened. You even came to question me, asking if I was the one who killed Luolin. For years, it felt as if she had wandered through a fog, but now, she glimpsed a faint light." Jinmi inquired, "What do you mean?" Tuyao's tears flowed like a fountain, overwhelmed by sorrow. "For years, I have toiled and bled for you. How could you trust this woman? Who in this world is more sincere than a mother's love? Had you heeded my words, you would not have perished at the hands of this enchantress." Jinmi shook her head, unable to believe what she had just heard. "Impossible. I could never have wrongfully killed her." She pressed urgently, "If it wasn't Xufeng who killed my father, then who was it?" With a cold chuckle, Tuyao replied, "It was I." "Impossible." Jinmi grasped Tuyao's shoulders, crying out, "You were imprisoned when my father died. It couldn't have been you. Tell me who truly did it. Speak." Tuyao forcefully pushed her away. "I tell you, you shall never know. I will not reveal it to you." In that moment, Jinmi found herself breathless. "Xufeng, could it be that I truly misjudged you?" She turned and fled from the Linxiu terrace, leaving Tuyao alone in her sorrowful lament. Beneath the moonlit sky, in the abode of the immortal Danju, upon hearing Jin Mi's tearful explanation, erupted in a tirade, exclaiming, "Fool! How can there exist someone as foolish as you in this world? I tell you, even if the waters of the river of forgetfulness were to flow backward, he would not slay Luolin and Linxiu." With tears brimming, Jin Mi's eyes reflected a profound sense of regret and self-reproach. "I know you all despise me. Yet I assure you, once I uncover the truth, I shall repay a life for a life." Danju scoffed dismissively. "What use is your life in exchange? Even if you were to perish, Fenghua would not return." At a loss for words, Jin Mi could only weep silently. Observing her deep sorrow and regret, Danju's heart softened. After all, she was a child he once cared for deeply. After a brief silence, he sighed, "My Fenghua cannot die unjustly. Speak, how will you clear this matter?" That night, the two ventured to the Hall of Fragrance, meticulously examining each scroll of dreams. Yet, no matter how fervently Jin Mi searched, she could not locate the scroll depicting the dream where she witnessed Su Feng slaying Luolin. Fortuitously, through Danju's keen observation, they discovered an inconspicuous yet remarkably sturdy barrier. Together, they dismantled the barrier, revealing, as anticipated, the dream scroll Jin Mi sought. However, the contents of the scroll left them both aghast. "This cannot be true," Jin Mi exclaimed in panic. Danju, equally stunned, responded, "Jin Mi, the dream you witnessed that day was your own." Jin Mi shook her head vehemently. "The Azure dream is a witnessed dream. I have never seen Su Feng kill my father, so how could this dream be mine?" Danju furrowed his brow. "Jin Mi, do you not consider the possibility that someone may have deliberately tampered with that dream to mislead you?" Clutching her head, Jin Mi wept bitterly. "Su Feng, it was I who wrongfully killed you." Stumbling out of the Hall of Fragrance, she made a beeline for the palace of Runyu, oblivious to the shadowy figure observing her every move. Within the palace of Su, New Jersey, Quang Lu relayed to Runyu the entirety of her observations regarding Jin Mi and Danju's clandestine entry into the Hall of Fragrance. Runyu's gaze was as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion. "It seems the master of the Hall of Fragrance cannot be spared." Quang Lu immediately grasped his intent. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. "Understood, Quang Lu shall comply." Upon departing the palace, Quang Lu's heart was tormented. As the Heavenly Emperor, one must possess a heart of iron. From the moment Runyu ascended the throne, she knew the man she loved could no longer be the gentle and refined night god of yore. Yet, while Runyu could resort to lethal measures without hesitation, she could not bear to stain her hands with the blood of the innocent without feeling the pangs of conscience. After much inner turmoil, she discreetly summoned one of her subordinate celestial attendants, instructing him to carry out certain tasks. The following morning, Runyu, accompanied by Jin Mi, Quang Lu, and a host of celestial soldiers, arrived at the Hall of Fragrance, only to find the lifeless body of the master. "What transpired? Why did he take his own life?" Runyu inquired. One of the celestial soldiers presented a letter. "Your Majesty, this is a recently discovered suicide note, in which he confesses to the alteration of the scrolls and has taken his life out of guilt." Runyu scrutinized the letter carefully. "Has the handwriting been compared?" In response to His Majesty, the heavenly soldier respectfully replied, "Indeed, it is his own handwriting. If he chose to take his own life out of fear of guilt, why leave behind a suicide note? Is that not redundant?" Jin Mi questioned with skepticism. Runyu cast a glance at Quang Lu, his eyes clearly expressing disdain for the incompetent fool, causing Quang Lu to hurriedly lower his head. Maintaining his composure, Runyu stated, "When a person faces death, their words often carry weight. Su Feng, having waged war across the 6 realms, inevitably made enemies. If what he claims is true, that Su Feng is indeed his adversary, then it stands to reason that he sought revenge by altering the color of the dream pearl, intending harm upon Su Feng. Now, in fear of his crimes, he has chosen to end his life. But how did he alter the color of the dream pearl?" Jin Mi pressed on relentlessly. Runyu clenched his fists, astonished at how quickly Jin Mi's intellect had matured during his 6-month slumber. However, he found himself with no other choice. Having lied from the outset, he could only weave further fabrications to mend the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have heard that an ancient text, the Dream Tua Sutra, contains such accounts, but that tome has long been lost, and I have never laid eyes upon it." A wave of despair surged through Jin Mi like a tempest. "Su Feng, I have truly wronged you." An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, and she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 12. Identity exposed. While Jin Mi managed to stabilize her situation, Runyu encountered a new dilemma. The Hidden Sparrow had just reported that the primordial emperor had saved a fragment of Su Feng's soul, which was now concealed at Suhe's location. Xufeng, you truly are a persistent specter. Runyu gritted his teeth. I shall see if you can evade my grasp once more. Upon learning that the hidden sparrow intended to storm the Feilwan Palace, Wanyun displayed no signs of alarm. What was destined to come had arrived. Given her previous deep-seated enmity with Runyu and the hidden sparrow, their opposition was a foregone conclusion. She discreetly concealed the blood reflection fan and calmly stepped outside. At the entrance of the Feilwan Palace, the hidden sparrow stormed in with a contingent of soldiers. Princess, they are insisting on entering, and I cannot hold them back. The sparrow said, panting heavily. Wanyun responded with a cold smile. Hidden sparrow, while you may now hold the esteemed title of clan leader, to intrude upon my Feilwan Palace is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? The hidden sparrow, brimming with self-satisfaction, remained silent. It is I. Runyu emerged from amongst the heavenly soldiers, adorned in a silver-blue robe embroidered with gold, exuding the majesty of a sovereign, a stark contrast to the night god of yore. Your Majesty, Wanyun said, begrudgingly bowing. Their previous encounter had seen her strike him down, and now, their roles had dramatically reversed. Princess Suhe, do you still acknowledge me as the Heavenly Emperor? Runyu asked sternly. Wanyun, unyielding, replied, Your Majesty wields great power. What difference does it make whether Suhe acknowledges you or not? Runyu sneered. Princess Suhe, it seems you are more resilient in your pride than in your battles. Very well, if even you begin to curry favor, I might find it quite disconcerting. Wanyun bit her lip and declared, Your Majesty flatters me. May I inquire the purpose of your visit today? To ascertain whether you are two-faced and engaging in treacherous deeds. The hidden sparrow proclaimed with a righteous demeanor. A celestial soldier emerged from her chamber, reporting to the sovereign, Your Majesty, I am here. As Wanyun observed the self-satisfied Queyun beside her, realization dawned upon her. Over the past 6 months, she had been so engrossed in rescuing Xufeng that she had failed to notice the betrayal occurring right under her nose. This treacherous wretch, who feasted on her hospitality, incited her wrath, yet she found herself momentarily powerless, instinctively interjecting, Who dares to slander and deceive your Majesty? Runyu ignored her, leading the celestial soldier directly toward her bedroom. When she attempted to voice her protest again, she was abruptly halted by Linxiu, who struck her fiercely. This is revenge for your imprisonment of me, he declared with a venomous tone. Wanyun winced in pain, clutching her face. The blow was so severe that it knocked her earrings loose and left her once neat hair in disarray. Suppressing her indignation and fury, she followed them into the chamber. Upon entering, the assembly beheld Xufeng lying serenely on the bed. Initially perceived as merely spoiled and willful, it now appeared she was harboring a fugitive and plotting treachery. The avian clan would not tolerate such betrayal. Linxiu's brows lifted in triumph, as he had not anticipated Suhe's self-entrapping actions, which spared him the trouble of concocting excuses. Runyu cast a sidelong glance, prompting Linxiu to swiftly seize Xufeng's form. No, Wanyun cried out. Xufeng, startled awake, transformed into a raven in an instant. A mere illusion? Runyu directed his gaze at Wanyun, his brow flickering with suppressed fury. Where is Xufeng? Wanyun lowered her gaze, concealing her elation, reminiscent of the triumph she had achieved 6 months prior when she thwarted Runyu's machinations against her. The essence of Xufeng was safely ensconced within Yuan. The figure before them was merely a diversion. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting sorrow. The demise of the second prince was witnessed by all. Even if Suhe harbored intentions, it was beyond redemption, merely a fleeting transformation into a bird to express grief. If your Majesty cannot even tolerate this phantasm, it would be better to obliterate my very soul, she lamented. However, if this matter were to leak, who would bear the shame? Linxiu, unable to suppress his disappointment, mockingly retorted, It is wise to relinquish unworthy hopes early on. Leave, Runyu dismissed coldly. Preparing to depart when his gaze fell upon Wanyun's ears, her earlobes pristine and delicate as sheep fat. Relieved, Wanyun contemplated how to deal with the traitorous Queyun, only to hear Runyu's voice. Princess, your infatuation with Xufeng is quite evident. I recall 1500 years ago, upon your ascension to the chieftaincy at the ancestral temple of Yushan in Yimiao Prefecture, you swore an oath to the divine, vowing to marry none other than Xufeng. Wanyun stood frozen, utterly unaware of the event Runyu referenced or his motives for bringing it up. After a lengthy pause, she managed a bitter smile, replying, Your Majesty, that is all in the past. It is best left unspoken. Runyu's gaze remained fixed upon her, his expression icy and devoid of warmth, as he intently questioned, Who are you? Before Wanyun could respond, a blinding light surged toward her, striking her face. She winced in agony, feeling as though her very features were ablaze. It dawned on her that this was a spell designed to reveal one's true form. As onlookers beheld her transformation from the visage of Suhe to that of an unfamiliar face, they were left utterly astonished. "Old rogue, who exactly are you? Where's the true Suhe?" Ying-Ke exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Wanyun's mind buzzed with confusion. She could not fathom how she had exposed herself. Nor could she discern where her disguise had faltered. Runyu regarded the unfamiliar maiden before him, her beauty nothing short of breathtaking. A rare jewel among the finest of blooms. Even when compared to Jìng, she was equally enchanting. Yet, her eyes struck him as eerily familiar. Memories whirled in his mind, and he finally recalled a veiled maid who had delivered a eulogy for Suhe at Luolin's funeral 3.5 years prior. Summoning the Qi Shao sword, Runyu pressed its edge against Wanyun's throat. "Speak quickly, who are you?" Wanyun lifted her gaze, her eyes as frigid as winter frost, sharp as a blade. "You are quite clever. Why not take a guess?" With that, she conjured the blood-reflecting fan and launched a fierce assault. This time, she would not remain passive. Her strike was executed with such swiftness that both Runyu and Ying-Ke found themselves momentarily caught off guard, stumbling back several paces. "You dare to ambush the Heavenly Emperor!" Ying-Ke exclaimed, his voice laced with ire. Unperturbed, Wanyun channeled her spiritual power through the blood-reflecting fan, releasing a flurry of snowflakes. Though they appeared soft, each flake was a lethal shard with razor-sharp petals. The celestial beings and soldiers could not withstand the onslaught, and those struck fell lifeless to the ground. Runyu, wielding the Qi Shao sword, swiftly cleaved through the snowflakes, yet their sheer volume allowed some to graze him. Enraged, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly, conjuring a swirling mist of white water, which shattered the remaining snowflakes and charged toward Wanyun. This mist gleamed with a gentle luminescence, yet bore an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. In haste, Wanyun summoned a wave of ice-blue water to counter. The two torrents of water clashed, unleashing an invisible tempest that caused the very ground to tremble. Ying-Ke promptly joined forces with Runyu to combat her. "Stand down. You face us alone," he declared loudly. Wanyun paid no heed. She was a descendant of both the Azure Dragon and the Phoenix. A premier assassin who had spent 3,700 years honing her skills in Mo Bing Tai. She could not afford to falter against them. In no time, Runyu and Ying-Ke found themselves at a disadvantage. Beads of sweat formed on Runyu's brow, despite his formidable prowess and Ying-Ke's 4,000 years of cultivation. They were no match for this woman. With a desperate effort, he unleashed a shimmering white Yinglong from within his being, causing a surge of water vapor to rise, unstoppable in its momentum. "Oh, so you reveal your true form now? Do you think you are the only one capable of such a feat?" Wanyun scoffed, closing her eyes to concentrate her power. In a short while, the Azure Dragon ascended into the sky, its eyes glowing with a mesmerizing crimson blaze. Its azure scales laced with delicate golden threads, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. Runyu and Ying-Ke were struck with disbelief. She too was a true dragon. With a thunderous roar, the Azure Dragon surged forth, and Wanyun felt her blood boil with fervor, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy pouring forth like a raging tide, coalescing into another wave of water. The two waves merged into a singular force, radiating an intensely blinding blue brilliance. The white Yinglong stood no chance. Swiftly engulfed by the Azure Dragon, Wanyun propelled the water wave with all her might, aiming directly for the chests of the two adversaries before her. As Runyu and Linxiu tumbled to the ground, they expelled a copious amount of blood. Wanyun gazed at the two, her smile a bloodthirsty delight. She longed to slay them on the spot, yet the recent battle had drained her of much strength, leaving her with no choice but to retreat as her best strategy. Although she could not extinguish their lives, inflicting severe injuries upon them in front of so many celestial soldiers was a source of immense satisfaction for Wanyun. Observing her dissipate into mist, Runyu was consumed by rage, gritting his teeth as he uttered a single word: "Pursue." The remaining celestial soldiers exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. The enigmatic woman had effortlessly vanquished so many of their ranks and had single-handedly defeated both the Heavenly Emperor and the leader of the avian tribe. To pursue her would surely mean their demise. "Did you not hear my command? Chase her," Runyu bellowed. The celestial soldiers trembled in terror, hastily complying. On her return to Yiyuan, Wanyun dispatched numerous celestial soldiers, but rather than slaying them, she merely incapacitated them, granting them a chance at survival. Runyu was acutely aware that, with her prowess, dealing with these soldiers was as effortless as crushing cockroaches, yet he still sent them forth, driven by the humiliation of being bested by her. wishing for all witnesses to vanish. Wanyun, however, was determined to ensure that the entire realm would be aware that the illustrious Heavenly Emperor and the leader of the avian tribe could not contend with a seemingly unremarkable woman who had emerged from obscurity. Rushing to the soul of Xufeng, Wanyun felt a wave of relief upon seeing her beloved brother unharmed. Now stripped of her identity as Suhe, her immediate concern was not only to find a way to resurrect Xufeng, but also to secure a protective ally. After considerable contemplation, she thought of Princess Lílí of Bianqing. Upon returning to the celestial realm, Runyu found it difficult to quell his tumultuous emotions. No wonder Suhe's mental progress had accelerated so dramatically in recent years. She had been substituted unbeknownst to him. But who was this woman? Noting her resemblance to Xufeng in her true form as an Azure Dragon. Could it be that the Emperor Father had other offspring besides him and Xufeng? Contemplating Taiwei, Runyu felt a surge of frustration. He had already brought misfortune upon Su Li and the former flower goddess, and now another illegitimate daughter had surfaced. How many debts of passion had he accrued? As Runyu pondered these matters, Guanglu, Taisai, and Yinxiao entered. Have there been any clues? Runyu inquired. Taisai shook his head. Your Majesty. Those soldiers who pursued were all shot down, yet they were not killed, merely wounded. Runyu furrowed his brow. It seemed the news of his defeat at the hands of that woman could not be concealed any longer. Investigate whether the late emperor had any other surviving offspring. Runyu instructed, sipping his tea. Taisai appeared hesitant, prompting Guanglu to question, Father, do you happen to know something? Runyu lifted his gaze. Speak your mind. After a moment's hesitation, Taisai replied, Your Majesty, it is said that the true form of that woman is Azure Dragon. And I happen to know of another individual with the same essence. Oh, who might that be? Runyu inquired. Taisai's expression turned sorrowful. It is the late Heavenly Emperor's elder brother, the divine being Linxiu. The hidden sparrow beside him suddenly changed its expression. Could it be that Runyu harbored a layer of doubt in his heart? He had only considered his father, the emperor, without realizing that there were other dragons in the world. He continued to inquire, Have you heard whether my esteemed uncle has a favored lady or a betrothed? Taisai exchanged glances with the hidden sparrow, momentarily at a loss for words. But that is of no consequence, Runyu remarked. Taisai bowed his head and said, In the past, Linxiu indeed had a childhood sweetheart, and they had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Who might that be? Runyu pressed. Taisai cautiously raised his gaze and replied, This individual was the princess of the avian clan at that time, now the deposed Empress Tuyao. What? Upon hearing these words, Guanglu was taken aback. Father, do you mean to say that the lady is the daughter of the deposed Empress and Linxiu? Yet, I have never heard of the deposed Empress having an illegitimate daughter. The hidden sparrow pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty. The girl's appearance does indeed bear a striking resemblance to both the deposed Empress and the Fire God, especially the latter, as if they were twins. Runyu contemplated all the implications. If she truly were the daughter of Tu Yao and Linxiu, then everything would make sense. He had long wondered why Suhe had rejected marrying Su Feng while tirelessly assisting him in dealing with his own affairs. It turned out she was his biological sister. In a deep voice, Runyu commanded, Hidden Sparrow, go to Miao continent and locate everyone who once served the deposed Empress. You must ascertain the identity of that girl. Chapter 13. Luring the snake out of its hole. Princess Lílí of Bian City was aptly named, exuding a fiery spirit and striking beauty. In stark contrast to the frosty demeanor of Wanyun beside her, Musii stood tall and handsome, albeit pale and haggard, his frail appearance betraying his weakened constitution. The two listened patiently to Wanyun's account, their astonishment evident. You are the one known as the Veiled Marquis from Missouri Bing Terrace? I believe we have met before. Lílí remarked with a sigh. Musii scrutinized Wanyun closely and smiled. You truly resemble your mother and brother. Aware that Musii had once been Tu Yao's secret guard and had suffered greatly under her machinations, Wanyun's face reflected her guilt. I am sorry. My mother caused you much suffering. Musii waved his hand dismissively. It is all in the past. Besides, how could your mother's actions be held against you? By the way, Sister June, what brings you to us today? Lílí inquired. Wanyun glanced around and lowered her voice. My brother. He still retains a fragment of his soul, now resting in Yuan. Lílí and Musii were taken aback, their mouths agape, though they quickly suppressed their astonishment. How is that possible? Was he not struck in the essence by the ice blade? Musii whispered. It was the innate emperor. He expended his entire cultivation to preserve a trace of Su Feng's soul, Wanyun explained. Lílí sighed deeply. So it was. I never imagined that this nefarious old man would do a good deed before his demise. She paused for a moment and added, However, Sister June, Do you know that yesterday the Heavenly Emperor suddenly visited the Bian city Wangfu, instructing us to search the demon realm for the Fire God's essence to hand over to him? Wanyun was taken aback, not anticipating that as she departed from Yimiazu, Runyu would immediately arrive in the demon realm, going to such lengths to eliminate Xufeng. Initially, I assumed he sought this as an excuse to control the Wangfu of Bianqing. But now I ponder whether he truly knows that Xufeng's soul still lingers in this world. Luolin gasped in astonishment. Wanyun shook her head unconsciously. If he had indeed confirmed this, he would have dispatched troops to search extensively, yet he did not, indicating his own uncertainties. She paused and stated solemnly, I must now seek a method to resurrect Xufeng. Thus his soul must be entrusted to your care for the time being. Sister, what are you saying? Xufeng is my sworn brother, and has greatly benefited both the demon realm and the Wangfu of Bianqing. So I shall certainly assist you to the best of my abilities. Luolin replied with an open heart and generous spirit. But where do you intend to search for a way to revive him? Mu Ci inquired doubtfully. Wanyun focused her thoughts and replied, I shall first search the provincial scripture pavilion. If nothing is found, I will then try my luck with Lao Jun. Luolin's eyes widened. The Heavenly Emperor must be laying traps to capture you. Returning to the celestial realm now would be akin to walking into a snare. Wanyun sighed dejectedly. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture the cub? In order to save Xufeng, I have no choice but to take this gamble. Through the diligent search of Linxiu, they finally located a maid who had served in the Tuyu Palace years ago. It turned out that Tuyu had indeed been with child by Linxiu, but to avoid persecution from Taiwei, the leader of the bird clan, Fengjun, had secretly hidden his daughter, allowing only a few maids to serve her. After the birth, he deceived Tuyu into believing the child had died at birth, and entrusted the granddaughter to the eldest maid for nurturing. Subsequently, all the maids in Failwan Palace who were privy to the truth were silenced by Fengjun, save for this one maid who, possessing foresight, had forged a letter of inheritance and escaped, fortunate to have survived. Runyu felt a mix of joy and anger upon learning this. Joy at finally uncovering the identity of the mysterious woman, and anger at her noble lineage and formidable powers. Realizing her existence posed a significant threat, a thorn in his throat. However, he was fortunate that her mother, Tuyu, was in his grasp, and he was determined to draw out this wretched woman. He took a brush and, based on his memories, sketched the woman's likeness, then summoned Quang. Go summon Lei Gong and Jianmu. I must go to Linjiwantai, Runyu commanded. Quang, upon seeing the drawn portrait, instantly understood and bowed her head in response. Yes. On the way to Linjiwantai, Runyu encountered Jinmi. What troubles you? Has your leg healed? Runyu spoke with his customary gentle words. His concern for her growing ever since she had mistakenly jumped into the river of forgetfulness and sustained injuries from those spirits. Jinmi did not respond but directly stated, Your Majesty, I have heard about Xufeng's sister. Runyu's expression darkened. Jinmi, this matter does not concern you. Your Majesty. She actively sought an alliance with the Flower Realm and even gifted them 3,000 Shirkonyu crystals. I refuse to believe she is a villain, Jinmi declared with conviction. Runyu, feeling somewhat helpless, had to explain. Jinmi, her impersonation of the bird clan leader indicates that she is very likely responsible for the death of the true Suhe. How could I possibly spare such a ruthless woman? Jinmi glanced at Lei Gong and Jianmu behind him, as well as Quang, and coldly remarked, I see that your Majesty's claim of avenging Suhe he is but a fade, while your true intention lies in severing the ties of Su Feng. Yet, your Majesty, she is after all your own cousin, the princess of the Heavenly Realm. Do you not fear dishonoring your ancestors with such actions? At her words, Quang and the others were taken aback. They were well aware of Runyu's true motives, but to state it so bluntly was a boldness only Jinmi dared to exhibit. Runyu's expression darkened further, but with Jinmi speaking, he could neither strike nor reprimand her. Frustrated, he merely retorted, This is my decision, do not meddle. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Upon seeing Runyu storm in with an imposing presence, Tu Yao felt an ominous premonition. What do you intend to do? She asked, her demeanor alert, as if she were a startled bird. Runyu wasted no words and presented an image. Mother God, do you recognize this woman? Tu Yao's face drained of color as panic set in. He had actually discovered Juner. Despite her inner turmoil, she steeled herself, responding, I do not know her. Why show me this? Runyu had anticipated Tu Yao's denial and scoffed. Do not know her? Let me enlighten you. Mother God, she is your biological daughter with the former crown Prince Linxiu. She has slain the leader of the bird clan and ambushed the Heavenly Emperor. What punishment do you believe she deserves? Tu Yao's terror was palpable as she fixed her gaze on Runyu. What do you intend to do? With a cold smirk, Runyu beckoned. Come in. At his command, Lei Gong, Dianmu, and Quang Lu entered. The moment Tiao laid eyes on them, it felt as though thunder had struck her. She immediately realized Runyu's intent. Perhaps you do not recall, but I once bore the punishments on your behalf, enduring the thunder of Jinza and the lightning of Wuji. Along with the flames of the lotus platform, Runyu seethed, his teeth clenched in bitterness. That was his most humiliating memory. Now that your daughter has erred and I cannot locate her, as her mother, should you not also bear the consequences for her? Tuyao's complexion faded, and she collapsed to the ground. You need not suffer the flames of the lotus platform, but for the other two punishments, Runyu turned to Lei Gong and Dianmu. You are to carry out the thunder of Jinza and the lightning of Wuji on the Empress Dowager every 2 hours. Without my command, do not cease. Furthermore, should she fail to endure and perish under the punishment, you shall present her head before me. Lei Gong and Dianmu trembled in shock. They had never received such a brutal command since their ascension to immortality. The cruelty was beyond comprehension. You wretched beast, have the audacity to kill me. Tuyao spat in fury. Runyu leaned closer, a playful smile gracing his lips as if regarding a mere toy. Mother God, I doubt you ever anticipated this day when you imposed such punishments upon me. Tuyao seethed with rage, her teeth chattering, her eyes ablaze with fury. She spat out in a frenzy. You will never capture her. You cannot. She is far superior to you, and you will surely perish at her hands. Runyu rose from his seat and turned to instruct Quang Lu. Dispatch a message that the deposed empress and her illegitimate daughter conspire to entrap the Heavenly Emperor. Henceforth, every 2 hours they shall endure the torment of heavenly thunder and electric light. Anyone who dares to collude with them shall suffer the same fate. Wretched woman, may you meet a miserable end. You shall face retribution. The anguished wails of Atia were drowned in the cacophony of thunder and lightning. Wanyun, having disguised herself as a maid, stealthily infiltrated the provincial scriptures pavilion, enclosed within a fortress-like barrier. Even someone as formidable as she took the time of 3 incense sticks to pry open a narrow passage. Yet, despite her thorough search of the entire area, she found no information regarding the resurrection of deities and demons. A wave of disappointment washed over her. But she quickly reasoned that if the art of resurrection were so easily attainable, it would not be deemed the most perilous forbidden technique across the 6 realms. Nevertheless, since she was there, she did not wish to leave empty-handed. She casually seized several tomes detailing water-based spells, most of which contained perilous, highly destructive forbidden techniques requiring blood sacrifices. Yet, Wanyun could hardly concern herself with such matters, as long as it could enhance her cultivation. The classification of the technique was of little consequence. As she prepared to depart, a book titled Water Spirit 5 Elements Technique caught her eye. She had heard of this tome, which recorded the spells practiced by successive water gods. However, it should contain only the most ordinary spells. What could it possibly be doing in this place? Curiosity piqued, she seized it and tucked it alongside the other volumes in her sleeve. Upon exiting the provincial scriptures pavilion, Wanyun noticed 2 celestial attendants whispering furtively. Have you heard? His Majesty has decreed that the deposed empress shall suffer the punishment of heavenly thunder and electric light every 2 hours. One of the attendants murmured, I have heard. It is said that the deposed empress has an illegitimate daughter, and the 2 conspired against the Heavenly Emperor, thus incurring this fate. The other attendant replied, to be punished every 2 hours. Do you not think His Majesty is exceedingly cruel? And what of cruelty? How did the deposed empress treat His Majesty in the past? If you ask me, this is quite just, the first attendant argued. Their murmurs faded into the background as Wanyun's mind fixated solely on the phrase punished every 2 hours. She raised her hand and bit down on her wrist, drawing blood, as she struggled to suppress the bone-deep rage and grievance that threatened to overwhelm her. Runyu sought to lure her out with such ruthless tactics. Yet, she could not rescue Atia. Runyu had undoubtedly laid a trap, waiting for her to fall into his snare. Her expression darkened like a placid lake, but her eyes shimmered with a tempest of unyielding hatred and resolve. Mother, wait for me. I shall resurrect Xufeng and avenge you. Chapter 14. The gathering of both parties within the main hall of the Do Shua Palace. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun emerged from the rear courtyard where the alchemical chambers were located. Upon seeing Jinmi, he hastened a few steps forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Salutations, Water God. I am curious to know your thoughts upon visiting us from afar. Jinmi pondered for a moment before responding. I have long heard that your elixirs are treasures of the heavenly realm, capable of rejuvenating the flesh and restoring youth on a lesser scale, or, on a grander scale, gathering spirits to revive the dead and cure manifold ailments. She paused for a moment, then turned her gaze to the smudge of soot that had not been wiped clean from his forehead, continuing, "Moreover, I have heard that the old lord has refined 3 9 revolutions golden elixirs, which can revive the celestial soul and extend one's life. I have come to humbly request a single elixir from the old lord. Might he be inclined to part with one?" The old lord appeared rather taken aback. He set down his beard and lifted his teacup, leisurely sipping the tea before responding. "The efficacy of this elixir is not as miraculous as the water deity has claimed. Rather, it has been exaggerated by the hearsay of the world. One must understand that a deity possesses 7 souls and 7 spirits. Unless one retains a soul or a spirit, or if the physical body still exists, the use of my golden elixir would likely yield limited results." He glanced at me and remarked, "The water deity seeks this elixir, perhaps hoping to call back the former water deity?" He continued candidly, "I must say, the former water deity has lost her soul and her body has perished. Even with this elixir, there is little hope for revival." Jimmy shook her head, stating, "My late father has been gone for a long time. I no longer harbor the wish for resurrection. My purpose in seeking the elixir today is for another use. Should the old lord be kind enough to bestow it, I would be eternally grateful. In the future, if there is any way in which I can assist, I would not hesitate to risk my life." The old lord pondered for a moment, then said, "I fear this will disappoint the water deity. This elixir has undergone over 20,000 years of refinement and still lacks a crucial ingredient, which may never be obtained." Jimmy hurried forward, inquiring, "What is this crucial ingredient?" The old lord sighed. "It is the astral light of the supreme deity Linxiu." At the mention of Linxiu, Jimmy felt a jolt of surprise. She had recently heard of him. Wasn't he the elder brother of Tai Wei and Danju, and the father of Sister Xufeng? Yet, he had long since passed into oblivion thousands of years ago. Jimmy's mind raced with thoughts, refusing to believe that there were no other methods. The following day, Jimmy arranged to meet the moonlit immortal in the flower realm, and upon hearing of an old friend's visit, Old Hu eagerly accompanied her. "Little Tao Tao, have you been crying?" Old Hu noticed the tear stains on Jimmy's face and expressed his concern. Danju shot her a sidelong glance, his tone as acerbic as ever. "After all, she is the most ungrateful person in the world." Jimmy blinked, stifling her tears, and replied earnestly, "Fox Immortal, I believe Xufeng is still alive." "What?" Danju exclaimed, taken aback. Jimmy spoke with conviction. "When I visited the River of Forgetfulness, the old ferryman told me that the phoenix is an immortal bird, possessing an extra spirit unlike ordinary deities. Furthermore, wasn't Runyu also suspecting that Suhe, who is Xufeng's sister, had hidden his soul?" Danju's expression brightened for just a few seconds before he despondently remarked, "Setting aside the fact that we do not know where Xufeng's soul is, even if we did, how could we possibly revive him? I have never heard of anyone restoring a fragment of a soul to corporeal form." Jimmy's expression dimmed slightly. "The Supreme Old Lord mentioned that his 9 revolutions golden elixir could achieve this, but it lacks the necessary ingredient. Fox Immortal, do you know of the astral light of the supreme deity Linxiu?" Old Hu couldn't help but exclaim, "Linxiu, isn't that the elder brother of Hong Hong?" Danju sighed, clutching a strand of hair, lamenting, "How tragic, how lamentable. My elder brother has been burdened by the mother and child of Tuya for countless lifetimes. What choice do I have now?" "Hong Hong, what do you mean by that?" Old Hu asked, startled. Danju glanced at the two and sighed, "In truth, my elder brother still lives. He seated himself on a stone bench, gradually revealing a secret concealed for millennia. The world believes him to be obliterated. Yet he merely suffered grave injuries. It was I who secretly sheltered him, channeling my spiritual energy to aid his revival over 1,000 years." Old Hu, taken aback, could hardly fathom the enormity of this revelation. Jìng, resolute and unwavering, declared, "Fox Immortal, if it means rescuing the phoenix, I would willingly sacrifice my essence for your brother." Seeing her unwavering determination, Danju was profoundly moved. "Are you truly prepared to risk everything for the phoenix?" With gentle sincerity and deep affection, Jìng replied, "If I cannot save my beloved, what worth does this corporeal form hold?" Old Hu was astounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. "Love? Little Tao Tao, what are you saying? How could you possibly understand?" He suddenly realized his verbal misstep and hastily fell silent. Yet, Danju would not relent. Through a fervent interrogation, the secret of the falling Dan was finally unveiled. After absorbing this information, Danju remained in a state of shock. But Jìng shifted the conversation. "Fox Immortal, your brother is unaware that he has a daughter, is he?" Danju smacked his forehead in realization. "How could I have forgotten this? If they could recognize each other, my brother's life would not be in vain. Moreover, my dear niece might possess knowledge of the phoenix's soul." His joy soon gave way to worry. However, I have no idea where my niece is. Nor do I even know her name. How can I inform her that her father still walks the earth? Jìng pondered for a moment before suggesting. Isn't His Majesty currently torturing the deposed Empress to draw her out? We could emulate that strategy and disseminate the news that Lien Chao, the god of Lien, is still alive. With the late emperor gone, there is no one left to persecute him. Old Hu furrowed his brow. Aren't you concerned that she might perceive this as a ruse devised by His Majesty to lure her out? Danju sighed in resignation. Then we must take a gamble and see if she is willing to take that risk. The Snake Mountain lies at the southernmost tip of the Healan Mountain Range, which is also the southernmost boundary of the Heavenly Realm. Even at the foot of the mountain, one can sense the dense, humid miasma emanating from above and hear the mournful cawing of crows. Do you think she might have already come here? Yu inquired, pacing restlessly. Impossible. If she had come, my brother would surely have informed me, Danju replied, shaking his head. Could it be that her location is too remote for any news to reach us? Yu speculated. Jìng patiently suggested, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps she will arrive shortly. Thus, they waited for an additional hour and a half before deciding to ascend the mountain regardless. Just as they rose to depart, a figure, graceful as smoke, approached them, clad in a flowing blue gown, with features as exquisite as a painting and eyes resembling autumn waters. She appeared like a snow lotus, pure and crystalline, blooming atop the icy peaks, with all adornments stripped away, captivating their hearts. The three of them could not help but widen their eyes. Such beauty and grace could belong to no other than the one they sought. Chapter 15. The reunion of father and daughter upon returning to the demon realm. Wanyun refrained from acting recklessly, dedicating herself instead to the cultivation of her spiritual power. However, just a day prior, Luolin suddenly appeared to inform her of rumors that Lien Chao was still alive and living in seclusion on Snake Mountain. Her immediate reaction was to suspect that this was a scheme orchestrated by Runyu to lure her out. Yet, the yearning for her biological father kept her restless through the night. After much internal struggle, she resolved to take a chance and observe Snake Mountain, planning to retreat swiftly should anything seem amiss. When she encountered Jìng, Danju, and Yu, she instinctively drew her weapon and coldly warned. If you intend to capture me to present before the Heavenly Emperor, I advise you to reconsider your capabilities. You must know that I single-handedly defeated both him and Quebec. Jìng quickly shook her head in denial, explaining, No, you misunderstand. We are not here to apprehend you. Danju, disregarding her wary demeanor, stepped closer and scrutinized her features, murmuring, You resemble both your father and your mother. Yu introduced, This is your uncle, the moonlit immortal, Danju. I know who you are, Wanyun replied, still gripping her bloodstained fan. Did you disseminate this information? Jìng nodded earnestly, her gaze sincere. Do not worry. See, it is merely the four of us. You can trust us. Wanyun's expression darkened as she slowly lowered her weapon. Child, what is your name? Danju inquired cautiously. Wanyun, Wan from the willow and June from the bamboo, she responded calmly. A beautiful person deserves a beautiful name, Yu said with a roguish smile. Jìng, I once thought you were the most stunning being across the 6 realms. Yet it appears there exists someone who can rival your beauty. Ignoring his flattery, Wanyun turned to Jìng. It has been over half a year since our last meeting in the Flower Realm. You summoned me not merely for a reunion of father and daughter, nor for an uncle and niece, I presume. Jìng, flustered, hesitantly confessed her true intentions. After hearing her explanation, Wanyun's expression remained unyielding as she scornfully retorted. Now you seek ways to remedy the situation. Where were you before? How could you believe that Su Feng had killed the water god and the wind god? Foolish girl. Did your parents fail to endow you with common sense? Yu, witnessing her harsh words, attempted to interject but was silenced by Jìng, who tearfully admitted. You are right. It is my fault, all my fault. If only your father is willing to save the phoenix, I would willingly offer my essence. Confronted with her resolute determination, Wanyun found herself at a loss for words and finally stammered, Moonlit immortal, please take me to see my father. The environment of Snake Mountain was not only harsh, but also suppressed spiritual power to the fullest extent, rendering any spells useless. To reach the summit, one had to ascend through a winding mountain path. Yu and Danju chatted incessantly about the past of Tu Yao, Tai Wei, and Lien Chao, keeping their distance from Wanyun, as only moments earlier, he had learned of Suhe's demise from her lips. Wanyun paid no heed to this. Suhe was foolish and cruel, and her existence was detrimental to everyone. Given another chance, she would still choose to eliminate Suhe. Jìng walked silently at the front, not uttering a word during their ascent. As they ascended to the mountainside, the miasma thickened, and to make matters worse, Countless venomous snakes emerged from the shadows, surging towards them in a frenzied swarm. Upon witnessing this, Wanyun furrowed her brow. In comparison, Yuan felt like a paradise on earth. If only they could wield their powers, but alas, spiritual energy was forbidden in this place. Yet, upon reflection, it was precisely such an environment that safeguarded her father's secret of survival. Linxiu was the first to devise a plan. He produced a bamboo flute and played a requiem, but it proved ineffective. These serpents possessed a certain sentience, rendering conventional methods futile. Danju then produced a bundle of red thread and cast it towards the snakes. Miraculously, they began to entwine themselves in pairs, ceasing their assault. Old man, let them occupy themselves with other endeavors, he chuckled with pride. Impressive, truly impressive, Linxiu praised. However, after only a few more steps, a multitude of snakes emerged once again, and this time Danju had no red thread left. Wanyun and Jìng exchanged no further pleasantries and immediately drew their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the serpents, with Linxiu and Danju hastily joining the fray. After a bloody melee, the ground was littered with the corpses of the venomous snakes. Wanyun glanced at Jìng. Compared to her rigorous training on the Mo Bing platform, Jìng was akin to a delicate flower raised in a honey pot. Yet, throughout their journey, she had not uttered a single complaint, and her valor in battle against the snakes had earned Wanyun's respect. As they continued their ascent, it soon became apparent that Jìng's complexion was growing increasingly pale, and her gait became unsteady. Before long, she collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Mir, what is the matter? Linxiu rushed to support her with concern. Jìng's expression was one of pain. It's nothing. I must have been bitten by a snake inadvertently. She lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a wound the size of a coin, oozing and bleeding. Oh no, the spirit snake's venom can rebound against a celestial's powers. Linxiu's face paled in horror. What shall we do? Danju exclaimed, lost in uncertainty. Jìng struggled to rise, but Wanyun firmly pressed her down, deftly tearing a strip from her skirt and binding it around the wound without hesitation. Sister, Jìng exclaimed in astonishment. If you wish to live, do not move, Wanyun commanded. She produced a fan and, with its sharp edge, made a cross-shaped incision on the wound, allowing the black venom to flow out slowly. Once the venom had drained sufficiently, she lowered her head and began to suck the wound, expelling the toxic blood until only bright red blood remained, at which point she removed the cloth. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Danju asked, astonished by her adeptness. Men and women should not engage in such intimacy. If I do not take this action, should you or Linxiu handle it instead? Wanyun replied with an indifferent expression. Jìng, filled with gratitude and guilt, glistened with tears in her eyes. Sister, you need not go to such lengths. I can endure until we reach the summit. Wanyun scoffed dismissively. Do not flatter yourself. I am doing this for Xufeng, not for you. Linxiu stammered. You are not a bad person. Why couldn't you have spared Suhe's life back then? Wanyun shot him a cold glance, choosing to ignore him as she resolutely continued her ascent. At the summit of Snake Mountain, the miasma dissipated. As I gazed afar, a vast expanse of flat land unfolded before my eyes, the sky a brilliant azure, as clear as a piece of exquisite glass, while the fluffy white clouds floated like ephemeral dreams. Trees of hibiscus stood tall in the gentle breeze, with petals occasionally cascading down, perfuming the ground below. This refreshing scenery swept away the gloom brought by the venomous serpents. Brother, Danju suddenly exclaimed with excitement. A middle-aged man turned around. He possessed a handsome visage and a graceful demeanor. Time had left its marks upon his face, yet it also bestowed upon him a serene elegance. Danju, Linxiu, taken aback with joy, noticed 3 young individuals behind him, one clad in blue, and 2 extraordinarily beautiful maidens. Wanyun gazed dreamily at Linxiu, engulfed in a surreal sense of disbelief. After 4,500 years, she had long presumed her biological father deceased, yet here he stood before her. Brother, I have a surprise for you, Danju said, gesturing for Wanyun to approach. Wanyun composed herself with great effort and slowly walked to Linxiu, removing the azure jade pendant from her neck. Linxiu was suddenly struck with astonishment, his color drained. How could you possess this? He stared intently at the young girl, whose features bore a resemblance to Tu Yao. Could it be, brother? She is your daughter with Tu Yao, Danju smiled. How is this possible? If this were true, why did she not inform me? Linxiu was left in a state of bewilderment. Danju elaborated. Tu Yao's parents feared that Junior would be persecuted by the Heavenly Emperor, so they sent her away at birth, deceiving Tu Yao into believing she had given birth to a stillborn. Linxiu gazed at Wanyun, unable to steady his emotions for a long while. After the shock subsided, A smile broke upon his face. He never imagined that he would possess his own bloodline in this lifetime. How could he not be overjoyed? Wanyun could no longer contain her emotions. Tears flowed abundantly as she trembled. Father, I finally see you. With that, she rushed forward and embraced Linxiu. He held her tenderly, saying, Do not cry. Father is here, do not weep. Chapter 16. Gained and lost again. Linxiu's dwelling was a quaint, rustic cottage. Though modest in size, it was kept clean and comfortable, adorned only with shelves brimming with poetry and literature, devoid of any lavish embellishments. He patiently listened to Wanyun, Danju, and Jìng recount their stories before sharing his own past with Tu Yao and Tai Wei. These tales, Wanyun was already familiar with. Yet hearing her father's profound affection for her mother recounted in his own words still stirred her heart. Did you say my Xiankong light can save Xufeng's life? Linxiu inquired. Jìng nodded. Immortal, after hearing your story, I realize that it is unfair to ask you to willingly offer your Xiankong light. However, I am willing to exchange anything for it. Wanyun, too, felt troubled. Father, I have finally met you, yet I am asking you to save Tai Wei's son. Linxiu gently grasped her hand, speaking softly. Xufeng is not only your brother, he is also my family. He stood up. Looking at Jìng, you said you were willing to exchange anything for the Xiankong light. Very well. I am naturally unable to discern colors. If you bestow upon me the myriad hues from your eyes, I shall grant you the Xiankong light. Do you consent? Danju suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, How can this be? Jìng is the daughter of the flower god and lacks the ability to discern colors. How will she govern the realm of flowers in the future? I am willing. Jìng replied without hesitation. Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. Despite her persistent disdain for Jìng's perceived lack of intelligence and insufficient spiritual power, she could not help but admire her determination to rectify her mistakes. In truth, Wanyun would gladly sacrifice everything for Xufeng, but she dared not express it, for in the eyes of others, Xufeng was merely her half-brother, with whom she shared no real bond. Her affection for Xufeng, transcending mere blood relations, remained a secret known only to herself. She spoke softly. One must make amends for their errors. Trading color for Xufeng's life is a bargain in your favor. Jìng approached Linxiu and attempted to cast a spell to extract the color from his eyes, but he halted her. I merely wish to see what you are willing to sacrifice for love. Linxiu's tone bore a hint of melancholy. Unexpectedly, you and I share a kindred spirit. The immortal above desires the color of my eyes, presumably for their beloved. Jìng remarked. Linxiu, you shut your eyes, neither affirming nor denying. Dad, Wanyun exclaimed. Linxiu remained silent, conjuring a luminous jade orb that radiated an intensely brilliant light, momentarily blinding them. This is the light of the Xiankong, which no vessel can contain. Even the mightiest of gods can only sustain it for 3 hours, Linxiu explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Jìng extended her hand to cover the light of the Xiankong, declaring, It is my mistake. How can I let another bear the burden? The immense power contained within the light made her dizzy, yet she persevered and began to cast a spell to extract the color from her eyes. Multicolored rays streamed from the corners of her eyes, coalescing in her hand to form a colorless, transparent orb. Great music is silent, great forms are formless, Yinyu remarked as he gazed at the orb in awe. Linxiu took the orb from Jìng's hand, murmuring, The most splendid things in the world are often the simplest. Tai Yao, can you grasp this? He then placed the orb into Wanyun's hand, instructing, Jìng, deliver this to your mother. The orb felt light, yet in Wanyun's grasp, it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Father, why not hand it to her yourself? Tai Wei is dead. No one seeks to harm you now, Linxiu replied, observing her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor, his voice filled with tenderness. Truly beautiful. Just as your mother was in her youth. A mother and daughter share a bond. Surely, she cares for you more than for me. Seeing his expression darken, Wanyun could not help but ask, Father, are you all right? Linxiu smiled and said, Father is simply overjoyed. To see you today leaves me without regrets. Wanyun's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she held them back, kneeling and performing a deep bow, just as she had done when visiting Tai Yao in the prison. Father, take care, she said, clasping her hands. Linxiu reciprocated with a solemn gesture, saying, Danju, everyone, take care. As they exited the wooden cabin, Yinyu sighed. How remarkable that such a cruel empress could give birth to a love-stricken being like Xufeng. Wanyun shot him an annoyed glance at his disparagement of her mother. Seeing the situation, Jìng comforted. Though your parents could not remain together, their legacy lives on through your exceptional lineage, which is a beautiful conclusion to their love. However, after taking just a few steps, The wooden house along with the surrounding flora and soil began to dissipate. What is happening? Wanyun exclaimed in terror. This snake mountain is an embodiment of my elder brother's primordial spirit. Its dissolution signifies. Danju inhaled sharply. This shouldn't be the case. It was merely the extraction of the Xuanqiong light. No, I must return this to the immortal. Jìng intended to reclaim the wooden house, but Wanyun had already snatched the Xuanqiong light from her grasp. Wanyun, Danju shouted. It's futile. There is no time left. Wanyun swiftly raced back to the wooden house, only to find Lian Chao seated quietly, his demeanor serene, yet his form already fading significantly. Father, I don't want it anymore. Please take it. I no longer wish to save Su Feng. She babbled, frantically attempting to return the Xuanqiong light to him, but realized she could no longer grasp his form. Lian Chao opened his eyes, his breath faint. Daughter, I am but a withering tree, even without the Xuanqiong light. My time is short, but your brother, he is still young. Wanyun wept bitterly, tears like pearls streaming down. Don't go, father, don't leave me. Lian Chao smiled, a smile that seemed to drain his last ounce of strength. Junior, in this life, live freely, and do not let desires and conflicts blind your eyes. Understood? Wanyun's weeping was in vain. Lian Chao's form grew increasingly translucent, until he finally transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. She did not recall how she exited the wooden house, only that the suppression of spiritual power had vanished upon her departure. It was better to have never gained something than to endure the pain of loss. Junior, this was your father's choice. For him, it was a form of liberation. Danju felt sorrow at her despondent state. Wanyun returned the Xuanqiong light to Jìng, stating quietly, Su Feng's soul resides in the demon realm, Yuan. Sister, do not worry. I will surely refine the golden pill and rescue Su Feng. Jìng responded earnestly. Our spiritual powers are no longer restrained. Let us depart. After Yanyu spoke, he utilized the cloud riding technique, with Danju and Wanyun following closely. Jìng wished to set off as well, but a sharp pain surged from her leg wound. Jìng, Yanyu called out. I am fine. It may just be the serpent's venom acting up, Jìng replied. Wincing in pain, she raised the Xuanqiong light. Fox Immortal, please take this and hurry to save the phoenix. Suddenly, a white figure appeared, grasping Jìng's hand and soaring down the mountain. Clad in resplendent robes and adorned with a silver crown, his ethereal demeanor unmistakably belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Runyu, Mir, are you all right? He asked tenderly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. I am unscathed, merely afflicted by serpent venom, Jìng whispered. Runyu then glanced at Wanyun, and while it is natural for enemies to regard each other with animosity, this proud and aloof woman now bore a sorrowful visage. As if her soul had been lost, Danju swiftly shielded her behind him, his voice cold and menacing. If you wish to harm her, you must first step over my dead body. Yin hastily urged, Your Majesty, she merely yearns for her brother and wishes to revive the phoenix. She harbors no intention to harm you. Please, exhibit your magnanimity and spare her. Jìng's eyes sparkled as she gently implored, Your Majesty, she has just lost her father. For the sake of your shared bloodline, could you grant her a reprieve? She is the sole descendant of your esteemed uncle. Would you desire his unrest in the afterlife? Wanyun, touched by the unwavering support of the three, felt a warmth akin to the gentle caress of spring breeze. Although she mourned the loss of her father, she had garnered the affection of other caring friends and family. Perhaps fate had not been entirely unkind. In stark contrast, Runyu's countenance darkened. With Jìng's fervent defense of this enchantress, he feared he would be unable to apprehend her today. Nevertheless, he thought, there would be other opportunities. This day was not the end. He turned to lead Jìng away when Wanyun suddenly called out, Mir. Jìng's heart stirred at the sound of her name, signifying Wanyun's acceptance. Sister, please speak. Wanyun produced a radiant orb, a fusion of myriad colors, and entrusted it to Jìng, saying, Sister, I implore you. Chapter 17. Resurrection in the Celestial Realm. The essence of Xiankong had already been infused into the alchemical furnace. Mir, you may rest assured. Runyu's gaze softened with affection. Jìng nodded slightly in gratitude. Runyu sighed softly, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. It seems that fate is aiding you in him. Should he truly be revived, your wishes will be fulfilled, and I shall no longer worry for you daily. Jìng raised her gaze, acutely aware of Runyu's profound feelings for her, yet the intensity of such affection weighed heavily upon her heart. Since Jìng's return from Snake Mountain, Runyu had ceased the punishment of Tuyao. The relentless barrage of heavenly thunder and lightning for over 10 days had left her as frail as an aged crone. Her form emaciated, resembling little more than a thin layer of skin stretched over a skeletal frame. One could easily mistake her for a mere skeleton at a glance. Her exposed arm resembling a withered branch, veins protruding like earthworms. Seeing her in such a state, despite her deep-seated resentment, Jìng could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. She presented the luminous orb to Tu Yao, saying, "This was meant for you by the immortal Linxiu. But as she could not come, she entrusted me to deliver it." Tu Yao trembled as she accepted the orb. "Have they met?" "Yes," Jìng replied. "The immortal was overjoyed to see that you have such an exceptional daughter and felt no regret in death." "No regret in death." Tu Yao's eyes widened. "Indeed." After retrieving Xuankong's essence, he self-destructed his primordial spirit, Jìng stated candidly. After a brief silence, she continued, "This orb, a convergence of the world's myriad colors, is the most splendid object you desired. He willingly sacrificed himself to procure it for you." Tu Yao stared at the orb, tears brimming in her eyes. "Why are you so foolish? I merely spoke those words in passing. I never expected you to take them to heart." Her throat tightened as she gasped for breath, and two murky tears trickled down her cheeks. Jìng felt an emptiness within her, after harboring resentment for so long, witnessing Tu Yao's impending decay. Her heart was not filled with joy, but rather an overwhelming sorrow. She quietly departed from the Lingyuan terrace, yet was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable agony that swept through her entire being. The pain rendered her breathless, and cold sweat clung to her hair, obscuring her vision. Before she could call for help, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. In a fleeting moment, Tu Yao beheld the figure of Linxiu, who appeared as elegant and charming as she remembered, smiling gently at her. "Tu Yao, when I saw the myriad colors of the world converge into a single hue, only to reveal itself as colorless, I understood that the most precious thing in this world is the pure, transparent heart of a beloved. I have finally fulfilled the promise of my youth. In this life, I am unencumbered." Tu Yao was overwhelmed with sorrow. Memories of her youth shared with Linxiu flooding her mind, followed by the moments spent growing alongside Xufeng, and finally, that fateful night with Wanyun. It was only now that she realized the errors of the past, her heart in disarray. Tears of crimson fell as her eyes brimmed with a wistful spring breeze. She smiled vacantly, lamenting that all her past mistakes were indeed mistakes, utterly flawed. With measured steps, she approached the Lingyuan terrace and softly murmured, "Junior, I must go to accompany your father and your brother. Without me as your burden, no one will ever be able to coerce you again. This is the only thing I can do for you. Take care, Junior." With that, she leaped into the abyss, vanishing into the vast night mist. When Jìng awoke, she found herself lying in the Xuanji palace, attended by a graceful maiden in a blue robe. Upon seeing her awaken, the maiden hurriedly expressed her concern. "Your Highness, you are awake?" "Huanglu, what has happened to me?" Jìng inquired, bewildered. Huanglu lowered her head and replied slowly, "Your Highness, you sustained injuries from the overwhelming power of the Xuanxiong light yesterday. Fortunately, His Majesty transmitted some spiritual energy to you, bringing you back to safety." "What of His Majesty's condition after lending me his energy?" Jìng asked urgently. Huanglu's expression faltered for a moment, her voice wavering as she answered, "His Majesty is well. He had an urgent matter to attend to and left briefly. He will return to see you shortly." Sitting beside Jìng, she suddenly grasped her hand and implored, "Is your heart made of ice? Even if it is, His Majesty has sacrificed so much for you. Surely your heart must have begun to thaw. I beg you, show him a bit of affection, even if only to deceive him or placate him. It is far better than the current state of freezing his eyes and chilling his heart daily." Upon hearing her words and noticing her unusual demeanor, Jìng sensed that Huanglu was concealing something from her. If it were merely a matter of transferring spiritual energy, why would she be so subservient in pleading for Jìng to treat Runyu with kindness? Soon, she acquired the answer from the Grand Supreme Lord. Runyu had indeed employed a forbidden technique, severing 7 meridians within himself and infusing half of his essence into a drop of blood, transforming it into a blood spirit to nourish her. The cost of this sacrifice was the loss of half his lifespan. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion, Jìng realized that someone loved her so profoundly. How could she refuse? She raced towards Runyu's chambers, unaware that the forbidden technique the Lord had mentioned originated from an ancient text known as the Dream Tua Sutra. 2 days later, Jìng joyfully obtained the 9-turn golden pill from the Lord. Holding the golden pill, she wept tears of joy, bowing in gratitude before hastening towards the demon realm. Little did she know, just as she left, Runyu arrived at the Doshui Palace. "Has she obtained the golden pill?" Runyu inquired darkly. "Yes," came the reply. Lao Jun respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, How long do you believe this matter can remain concealed from the water god? Runyu turned away, offering no response. Jinmi, do not blame me. I consented to your revival of Xufeng to alleviate your guilt and remorse, yet I shall never permit anyone to threaten my throne again. In the demon realm, Jinmi paused by the banks of the Wangchuan River, gazing into the void of its waters. The elderly ferryman tapped his oar against the side of the boat, cleared his throat, and said, in the past half-year, aside from you, I have frequently encountered another individual. She possesses a beauty akin to yours, though her countenance is cold and formidable. Could it be Wanyun? Jinmi exclaimed with delight, smiling. Did that lady venture to Queyun? Indeed, the old man replied. Then please take me there, Jinmi urged. The humid atmosphere of Queyun left Jinmi feeling breathless. She endured the surrounding green, wolf-like eyes of the underworld fire as she ventured into a secluded, shadowy path. Sister June, she called out loudly, but no answer came. Remembering that Wanyun belonged to the water element, she cast a spell to collect the moisture in the air. Soon, droplets of dew appeared in the night, glimmering with a crystalline sheen. Following the trail of dew, she discovered a dim cave enveloped in a thick water-based barrier. Jinmi inhaled sharply before beginning to unravel the barrier with her magic. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, the barrier opened wide, and a flicker of underworld fire ignited. Jinmi knew she had arrived. She stumbled forward, each step feeling as though her legs were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Every movement piercing her heart with agony. He lay quietly upon a tree stump, his expression frozen as it was at the moment of his demise. His long eyelashes fell neatly downwards, his lips pale, sleeping like a well-behaved child, utterly still. 3 spirit mushrooms burned under him, releasing wisps of celestial energy that enveloped his body, slowly merging into him, yet evoking not the slightest ripple in his chest. Only the resplendent phoenix feather shimmered brilliantly. Though to Jinmi's eyes, it appeared merely a shade of gray. She hurriedly threw herself upon him, reaching out to caress his cheek, yet touched nothing. Her fingertips merely grazed through an emptiness. It turned out he was but a wisp of spirit. She retrieved the 9-turn golden pill from her bosom and placed it into her mouth. Soon, a plume of smoke escaped. Gazing at her ethereal, elusive visage, she leaned down to press her non-existent lips against his, transferring the essence of the golden pill inch by inch into his mouth. Gradually, warmth caressed her lips, slowly. Her nose met a firm bridge. Little by little, the void beneath her hand transformed from nothingness into a gentle rhythm of life. A single tear fell upon Xufeng's face. Suddenly, a phoenix burst forth from within him, accompanied by a mournful cry, soaring into the heavens. Jinmi, in a state of panic, realized only then that she was unprepared to see him. She had once inflicted profound wounds upon his spirit and body. What if he could not forgive her? In disarray, she fled from the cave, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, the phoenix fluttered its eyelids and suddenly opened its eyes. Its long, inky black eyes were as deep as the abyss. Chapter 18. Fraternal discord upon hearing that Lu Ying intended to join the king of Guqing in declaring war against the heavenly realm. Wanyun hurried to the residence of the king of Bianqing, urging her not to act impulsively. However, she was met with the devastating news of Tu Yao's demise. Overcome with sorrow, she sat on the ground, weeping for 2 hours, unable to regain her composure. Having just lost her father was already unbearable, and now her mother was gone as well. A wave of regret and guilt washed over her. She lamented that during her last encounter with Tu Yao, she had failed to call out mother. She reproached herself for her cowardice, having hidden away in the demon realm while Runyu tortured Tu Yao, too afraid to rescue her. Lu Ying and Mu Ci continuously offered her solace, gradually helping her to find her breath again. At that moment, accompanied by a mournful cry, the phoenix underwent a rebirth, soaring into the heavens. Look, it is the phoenix. This signifies that Brother Feng has returned to life. Lu Ying's joy was palpable. See, you still have family. You are not alone, Mu Ci comforted her. Wanyun nodded, revealing a smile of relief. After the journey to Snake Mountain, she had feared missing her chance to meet Jinmi, so she had deliberately left a trace of water in Yuan and had not set up a formidable barrier. At last, Jinmi had not disappointed her expectations. Just as she was about to set off to see Su Feng, she noticed the king of Bianqing entering with a worried expression. This is bad. The king of Guqing has seen the phoenix's rebirth and has likely deduced that Su Feng is in the demon realm. He will probably send troops to find him. What? Wanyun exclaimed in surprise. The king of Guqing is quite swift in his actions. Sister, we must delay him while you hurry to find Brother Feng, Lu Ying urged. Thank you, Wanyun replied, nodding as she turned to leave. When Su Feng opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar cave, utterly alone. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, as if a fog of blood was exploding within. Have you ever loved me? Never. Black hair, a blade, blood. How could this be? He had clearly perished. The willow leaf ice blade had pierced his core. How was it possible for him to still be alive? He lost track of time in a daze until a melodious voice broke through the silence. Xufeng abruptly raised his head, and before him stood a strikingly beautiful stranger. Who are you? He inquired. Wanyun's eyes brimmed with tears. His face was one she knew all too well. Yet this was the first time he beheld her true appearance. Her lips trembled as she hesitated for a moment before softly declaring, I am your sister. Sister? Xufeng questioned, bewildered. How could he have a sister? With calm, beautiful eyes, Wanyun gently explained, like you, I am also a child of Tuyao. Xufeng scrutinized her features. Her ink-black eyes mirrored his own. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, and he exclaimed, I have seen you at the funeral of the water god and the wind god. You were the maid who delivered the eulogy for Suhe, weren't you? Wanyun chuckled softly, surprised that he remembered her from that single encounter. She nodded, yes, I didn't expect you to recall me. Xufeng looked around, asking, did you save me? In a fleeting moment, Wanyun contemplated seizing all the credit, yet the very next instant, she dismissed the thought. Setting aside the unfairness to Jìng, should she rashly lie, the wrath of Xufeng upon discovering the truth would be unfathomable. After a brief pause, she spoke candidly. I nurtured your essence with my spiritual energy for 6 months, but the true force behind your resurrection is not me. Then who is it? Xufeng inquired, perplexed. Wanyun took a deep breath. Surely you can guess, it is Jìng. For the next half hour, Wanyun recounted every detail. From her lineage and her masquerade as Suhe, to the myriad experiences of the past 6 months, leaving nothing unspoken. Xufeng listened in silence, his eyes closed, his eyelids fluttering gently like wings poised for flight. It was astonishing how much had transpired in less than a year. Xufeng sighed heavily, indeed. I have stood alone for millennia, finally reunited with my parents, only to lose them again. Wanyun, overcome with sorrow, grasped Xufeng's hands tightly. Brother, you are all I have now. Xufeng reciprocated her gesture, covering her hand with his. Rest assured, I too have only you, sister. Wanyun steadied her somewhat disordered breath and replied softly, you are not solely reliant on me. You also have Jìng. I have witnessed her unwavering efforts to save you. Xufeng scoffed derisively. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. The moment she took my life, she severed all possibilities between us. Suhe, she too has been misled by treachery, Wanyun urged. Misled? Given my feelings for her, how could she possess so little trust in me? Xufeng's disappointment was tinged with anger. Wanyun found herself momentarily speechless. As an outsider, she had done all she could. The resolution of their grievances lay solely between them. At that moment, Luolin and Mu Xi arrived at their location, their eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Xufeng resurrected. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luolin stated, the king of Gu City has learned of your revival and is sending troops to hunt you down. Father has instructed me to take you away immediately. Sister, brother Feng, we must leave at once. The Hall of Ancestors in the Heavenly Realm enshrines the spirits of past emperors, empresses, and princes and princesses, standing as the most sacred place in the celestial realm. Cloaked in black, concealing much of his face, Xufeng stealthily entered. Despite Wanyun's repeated warnings against venturing into the Heavenly Realm, cautioning that Runyu would not spare him if discovered, he proceeded nonetheless. In recent days, the king of Gu City, Luolin, and Wanyun had all urged him to overthrow the king and seize the position of demon lord to unify the demon realm. But he had staunchly refused. Historically, the paths of heaven and demon had diverged, having repeatedly slain demons and guarded the heavenly realm. He found it impossible to turn his bow and arrow against his homeland. Inside the Hall of Ancestors, the golden glass and translucent white jade adorned the ground in columns, accompanied by the solemn aroma of sandalwood incense, evoking a sense of grandeur and oppression. Countless spirit tablets stood upon the glass platform, dazzling to behold. Yet, no matter how thoroughly Xufeng searched, he could not find the spirit tablet of Tuyao. There is no need to continue searching, a cold voice interrupted. Xufeng turned, only to find it was Runyu. Xufeng suppressed his sorrow, gritting his teeth as he said, my mother, the divine mother of the heavenly realm, has endured for thousands of years. How dare you tarnish her name after her passing? Runyu scoffed disdainfully. She does not deserve to share the Hall of Ancestors. How dare you slander the merits of our mother? Xufeng retorted sternly. Merits? Runyu sneered further. What accomplishments can be spoken of when your father and mother have deceived the world for millennia? All they have left for the 6 realms is endless slaughter and oppressive tyranny. If not for the greater good, even your father's spirit would not deserve to rest here. Xufeng trembled with indignation, his voice rising. Regardless of her faults, she is still your true mother, who raised you for thousands of years. You subjected her to inhumane torture for over 10 days. Can you truly claim to be guiltless? I was blind to have regarded you, a heartless and ungrateful hypocrite. As my brother, Runyu curled his lip. How your father wielded power, how Taio was tyrannical, how many innocent lives perished at their hands over the years. You know well how I endured through those millennia. Xufeng coldly snorted. At this point, why must you speak so grandly to disguise your own wolfish ambitions? Runyu fixed his gaze upon him, speaking each word with deliberate precision. Do you understand why the water goddess chose to betroth Jìng to me instead of you? Do you comprehend how a mere rebel like myself could successfully rise against authority? I subjected your mother to relentless torment for over 10 days. And yet not a soul in this vast heavenly realm dared to speak out. Let me tell you, it is not due to my cunning, but rather because they turned against her, leaving her utterly forsaken. Silence. You lie? Xufeng shouted in anger. Why would I lie? The heavenly realm is currently in harmony. Everything is well, including Jìng. You have nothing. Why would I need to deceive you? You are wholly unnecessary here, and I even arranged for your posthumous honor. Why do you still return? After a brief pause, he added, well, if I can strike you down alongside Jìng once, I can do so again. Each of Runyu's words pierced Xufeng's heart like a dagger, drawing forth blood from his throat. He lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as the heavens. Remember every word you've uttered today. I will make you regret it. Unconsciously, they took a few steps back, and then, in a flash, the Qishao sword and the Kanjing sword were drawn with lightning speed, poised at each other's throats. Your Majesty, I have arrived late to your rescue. A resounding shout echoed as a troop of celestial soldiers, fully armed, rushed into the Hall of Ancestors, surrounding Xufeng completely. Runyu, with a triumphant expression, remarked, look, these are all your former loyal subordinates whom you once raised. Now they have all abandoned the darkness for the light. Xufeng surveyed the familiar faces surrounding him, despair engulfing him as he lamented, well met. Xufeng here congratulates you all on your ascension to new heights. Let the 6 realms witness how the once illustrious god of fire confronts his brother and deals with his comrades. All soldiers, seize the god of fire. At Runyu's command, the troops prepared to attack, but were halted by a sudden figure. Stop. None shall advance. Jìng dashed to Xufeng's side, arms outstretched to shield him fiercely. Meyer, in a state of shock, exclaimed. Jìng turned to look at Xufeng and resolutely declared, it was I who killed you. Come at me. Xufeng paused for a moment, then retorted with sarcasm. The water god truly harbors profound feelings for the Heavenly Emperor, even willing to sacrifice her life in his defense. But does the Heavenly Emperor feel the same depth of affection for the water god? Jìng bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. She repeatedly glanced toward the entrance of the Hall of Ancestors, signaling, let us go, we must hurry. The water god had clearly watched too many dramas. Did he intend to ensnare and release them at will today? Unmoved, he continued his taunts. I implore you, please leave. Jìng attempted to push him away, but he firmly grasped her wrist in return. Do not come any closer. With one hand gripping Jìng and the other wielding a sword, Xufeng took slow, measured steps toward the door. Upon witnessing him holding Jìng captive, Runyu hesitated to act rashly and stated, release her, and I shall spare your life today. Halfway through his words, Xufeng whispered softly in Jìng's ear, our tree has perished. With that, he released her and strode toward the exit. Pursue him. Runyu commanded immediately upon seeing Xufeng let go. No, stop. Jìng exerted all her effort to obstruct the soldiers rushing forward, but it was a futile endeavor. Your Majesty, you just vowed to spare him, she pleaded, standing in Runyu's path. This time, Runyu did not respond with his usual gentleness, but instead reprimanded her sternly. I have not promised you anything. Even the Heavenly Emperor has his limits. Stand aside. If your Majesty does not let him go today, I shall die alongside him. She drew the willow leaf ice blade and plunged it into her shoulder, blood gushing forth. Runyu was taken aback, realizing she was serious and hesitating to act. At the entrance of the Hall of Ancestors, Xufeng found himself surrounded by his former comrades, yet none dared to apprehend him. Taisi, witnessing this, raised his arm and shouted, the Heavenly Emperor commands, kill, without mercy. When no one responded, he seized a celestial soldier's bow and arrow, attempting to shoot, only to be intercepted by Queyun Taisi. Were it not for the Emperor's nostalgia, you would have no place to speak today. Queyun contemptuously exposed his pretense of authority. The crowd exchanged glances until one soldier stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. My life was saved by His Highness from the hands of the Tavi. Your Highness, please gesture to Xufeng that he may leave. During the Third Demon War, were it not for His Highness, my legs would have been crippled, another soldier implored. His Highness once saved my brother in the Yuyuan, yet another added. Your Highness, please. The chorus of pleas echoed through the air, and the soldiers spontaneously parted to create a path for Xufeng to depart, tears welling in his eyes. Xufeng managed to smile as he walked slowly out, though that smile was laced with the despair known to them all. Today he departed, and when they next met, it would undoubtedly be in battle. Wanyun, having lost sight of Xufeng, anxiously searched for him for a long while, finally spotting him, looking disheveled and lost upon his return. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Wanyun questioned, her voice filled with anxiety. Xufeng did not respond immediately. His demeanor remained unperturbed, devoid of any discernible emotion. After a brief pause, he remarked, Sister, aside from Lord Gucity, who else would be willing to follow us? Wanyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Have you finally come to your senses? Xufeng nodded, letting out a deep sigh as he gazed skyward. There is nothing in the heavenly realm that I hold dear anymore. Wanyun's smile faded slightly. What about Jìng? And our uncle? Xufeng shook his head, his cool visage resembling a thin, soft cloud against a rain-washed sky, shrouded in indistinct shadows that obscured clarity. Do not speak of them any longer. Seeing his demeanor, Wanyun refrained from pressing further. After a moment of contemplation, she said, The king of Queyun City, one of the 12 city kings, is the grand elder of the demon realm. He is known for his integrity and loyalty, and he has always looked down upon Lord Gucity while maintaining a good rapport with the king of Bian City. I have heard of him. Indeed, he is a valiant soul. Xufeng concurred. And the Bird Clan, Wanyun suddenly recalled. They are our maternal lineage and should not fall into Runyu's hands. If we eliminate that vile Linxiu, the Bird Clan can pledge allegiance to the demon realm and aid you. The shadows in Xufeng's eyes dissipated, replaced by the indomitable spirit and resolute demeanor of the flame warrior. Let us go seek the king of Bian City. It is time for the demon realm to undergo a transformation, he stated coldly. Chapter 19. The Labyrinth of Desire. Since the last encounter in the Hall of Ancestors, where Runyu was coerced by death, he had confined Jìng in the Sioux, New Jersey palace under the pretext of recuperation. For half a year, her only source of news had been the sporadic visits from Linxiu. One day, he arrived at the palace, peering cautiously while carrying a sketchbook, and promptly seated himself before the barriers set by Runyu. This sketchbook is currently the best-selling item in the demon realm. I traded a year's worth of spiritual energy with a minor demon to acquire it, Linxiu lamented dramatically. Jìng leafed through the pages. Although the depiction of Xufeng was vividly lifelike and brimming with vitality, it paled in comparison to his real-life splendor. He had been resurrected, having descended into the demon realm to become a formidable demon sovereign, commanding storms and wielding power. This bird was no longer the same as before. Indeed, he was never perfect, once exuding an arrogance that made one wish to crush him. Yet now, his pride could hardly be described, for the 12 city kings would not easily submit to another. In his bid for the demon sovereign title, that bird had left no stone unturned, recently bloodily purging the demon realm of all dissenters, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Presently, no one in the demon realm dared to challenge him. Even the 12 city kings would respectfully address him as sovereign. Linxiu spoke with such fervor, as if he had witnessed Xufeng with his own eyes. Jìng's heart trembled at the thought. She never imagined that the phoenix would one day become the greatest adversary of the heavenly realm. However, as long as he thrived, whether in the heavenly realm or the demon realm, what difference did it make? Before the grave of Musi, Luolin personally planted a kapok tree and lit 3 incense sticks. The kapok, known for its robust vitality, blooms with flowers as red as blood, resembling flames, which aptly reflects Musi's essence. Luolin, you are thoughtful. Wanyun stood beside her, offering gentle comfort. Luolin smiled serenely, caressing her belly, and softly said, I hope our child inherits his father's resilience. Beside her, Wang Bianqing felt a twinge of sorrow. Luolin and Musi sacrificed their last breath to vanquish the king of Gu City, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the realm of demons. Though he has perished, his integrity shall forever be etched in the annals of the demon world. With his bloodline now continuing, he can rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Wanyun stood in silence, her hair adorned with hairpins crafted from tourmaline and fragmented jade, alongside emerald tassels cascading from either side. Her earlobes were graced with flawless amber, radiating purity. She wore a moon-white long gown embellished with pearls, complemented by a deep lake blue cloak that billowed gracefully in the wind. its sleeves fluttering like a celestial being. Her movements exuded an exquisite elegance, rendering her irresistible to the multitude who sought her in the demon realm, nearly wearing out the threshold of the Flying Phoenix Palace. She harbored a profound envy for Luolin and Mu Xi. Despite their separation by realms, they once shared an authentic and profound bond. Even if only memories remained, they were sufficient to sustain Luolin through the remainder of her days. In stark contrast, she, revered as the long princess of the demon realm and the leader of the avian tribe, basked in unparalleled glory, yet remained forever distanced from her beloved. Her affection could only exist in secrecy, destined to culminate in a life marked by the withered bones of a beautiful woman. Upon returning to the Jìng palace, vibrant courtesans adorned in resplendent attire flitted in and out, attending to their duties. Wanyun was visibly displeased. Xufeng seemed lost in thought. All the women wishing to serve in the palace were welcomed without reservation, even permitted to don revealing garments to dance and toast him, saturating the palace with an air of lewdness. Upon seeing Wanyun, the courtesans immediately bowed, respectfully greeting, "Long princess, may you be well." Wanyun replied coldly, "Where's the master?" "He returned to the inner chamber an hour ago. He must already be asleep," the courtesan answered. An hour ago was merely at the dawn hour. Xufeng was usually diligent. Why had he retired so early today? Wanyun pondered, then commanded, "You may all withdraw." As she entered the inner chamber, a potent, sweet, and pungent aroma of liquor assaulted her senses. There lay Xufeng, sprawled against the table, unconscious, his complexion pale, and his skin and garments coated in frost, exhaling chilly vapors. "Xufeng." Wanyun rushed to his side. Initially, she had been lamenting that Mu Xi had helped him conquer the demon realm and eliminate the king of Gu City. Yet he had not even appeared for the memorial rites, only to discover he was ill. Gently cradling his head upon her shoulder, she whispered, "Do not fear, my dear Su." Noticing the frost that enveloped him, she was taken aback. How could the fireborn Xufeng emanate such intense cold? Yet, the urgency of his rescue left no room for contemplation. She swiftly cast a spell, gradually siphoning away the frost. Soon, Xufeng's complexion began to regain its warmth, and his body ceased to feel frigid. His eyes fluttered open slightly, as if regaining some awareness. Wanyun exhaled in relief, assisting Xufeng towards the bed. She removed his shoes and tenderly tucked him in, but as she turned to depart, he grasped her hand tightly, murmuring, Jìng, do not go. Do not leave me." His voice, muddled by intoxication, still conveyed an unmistakable yearning and affection. The heart of Wanyun ached uncontrollably. She had long been aware of Xufeng's deep affection for Jìng, a love so profound it penetrated to his very marrow. How could his heart possibly harbor even a fragment for another? "Suhe, you are mistaken. It is not Wanyun who wishes to let go, but Xufeng who clings tighter still." "Jìng, why must you treat me this way?" Xufeng repeated in a dazed tone, his voice increasingly frenzied. Wanyun took his hand and settled at the edge of the bed. His garment was partially unfastened, revealing a small expanse of fair, firm chest, complemented by his strikingly handsome visage, stirring Wanyun's heart into a frantic rhythm that nearly left her breathless. A wildly implausible thought emerged in her mind, so outrageous that she scarcely dared to believe it herself. Yet, Xufeng was a man of great regard for propriety. If she were to disregard such conventions, how could he face her afterwards? How would he confront Jìng? She hastily rose and made her way to the door, but after 3 steps, she halted. Should she proceed, it would surely mar the once pure love between Xufeng and Jìng with an indelible stain. Yet, she did not yearn for his reciprocation. She merely wished to preserve a memory, one that would accompany her through the long nights to come. Reason and desire clashed incessantly, ultimately yielding to passion's ascendancy. She approached the bed, shedding her garments piece by piece, revealing her exquisite form and unblemished skin. She leaned down to kiss his lips, caressing his pale neck. Xufeng cupped the back of her head, fervently returning her kiss, and pressed her down beneath him. "Xufeng, I am sorry. Rest assured, I do not require you to respond to my feelings. I desire nothing, for after this night, we shall remain as siblings, and nothing will change." In the early hours of dawn, Wanyun dressed and knelt by the bed. "Brother, I was wrong, I truly was." She wept, her head bowed, unable to face Xufeng, letting her tears soak the ground beneath her. She had intended to leave quietly after dressing, but to her surprise, Xufeng had awakened as well. Overwhelmed with shame, she wished for a hole to swallow her whole. Regardless of his fury, she was prepared to accept it. Yet instead of the expected wrath, she was gently lifted by strong arms and embraced. "Sister, I am aware of your feelings," Xufeng said calmly. "Do not worry. In the days to come, I will be by your side. Wanyun stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. Xufeng, what do you mean? You do not blame me? Xufeng stroked her dark tresses, speaking softly. You have given so much for me. My very life is a debt paid with my uncle's. I have no means to repay you. His expression was serene, akin to a tranquil lake in autumn, reflecting no trace of emotion. Wanyun understood in her heart that he did not truly harbor affection for her. He merely sought to repay a debt of gratitude. Lowering her gaze, she spoke softly. Do you not realize we are blood relatives? We shall incur heaven's wrath. What has occurred cannot be undone, Xufeng replied with composure. In truth, I have defied the heavens to return to life, descending into darkness. Is that not a far greater transgression deserving of divine retribution than our actions last night? What of Jìng? To this day, do you still wish to deny your feelings for her? Wanyun displayed a hint of hesitation. Xufeng's gaze faltered, and he sighed heavily. She has made her choice. It is Runyu, not me. Wanyun embraced him tightly, burying her head against his chest and vowing, Xufeng, I shall aid you in defeating Runyu. The day you unify the realms of heaven and demon will be the moment you and Jìng rekindle your past. In the following 2 months, Wanyun frequently visited the Yujiang Palace, spending time with Xufeng. They strolled together, read side by side, and deliberated on matters concerning the demon realm. Whether personal or official, they confided in each other and exchanged wise counsel. At night, they would fall asleep in each other's embrace by the hearth. Most of the time, they did not engage in spiritual cultivation. Instead, their fingers intertwined. They would converse deeply throughout the night. Any moments of joy were initiated by Wanyun, who recognized Xufeng's lack of romantic interest and did not press the matter. Yet, she felt an extraordinary happiness. To be close to Xufeng was a luxurious dream she had never dared to hope for, and what more could she desire? Although Xufeng held no affection for her, he acknowledged his sister's beauty and intelligence, radiating an uncommon tranquility that soothed his restless heart. Everything was serene and lovely until a breathtaking sea of flowers appeared by the banks of the Wangchuan River. Chapter 20. Frostfall. Ultimately, Jìng could no longer endure her longing for Xufeng. With the assistance of Linxiu and Danzhu, she stealthily departed from the Xuanji Palace and infiltrated the demon realm. She arrived at the banks of the Wangchuan River, summoning the essence of spring and autumn with her spiritual power, conjuring a magnificent bloom that filled the air with the lush aroma of vibrant flowers, shimmering under the ethereal glow of the nether fire, surpassing even the brilliance of the heavenly realm. Indeed, this spring's bounty is exquisite. Yet it is a pity that you have gone to great lengths to deceive me into trusting you, merely to assist Runyu in ascending to power. Xufeng appeared unexpectedly, his expression as cold as ice, betraying no emotion. Jìng gazed at Xufeng, now the demon lord, clad in a black, elegantly embroidered robe with golden threads, exuding an unmatched nobility, standing proudly against the biting wind, invoking a sense of awe. Xufeng, what must I do for you to forgive me? Jìng pleaded softly. Xufeng remained silent, producing a piece of ice spirit frost flower, coldly stating, the gift from the water god is indeed extraordinary. Now that it has served its purpose, it should be returned to its rightful owner. He attempted to place it in Jìng's hand, but she resolutely clenched her fist, refusing to accept it, allowing it to fall onto the grass. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by her muffled sobs. Tears streamed down Jìng's cheeks, soaking her garments and leaving splotches of sorrow, akin to frost and dew silently staining the blossoms upon her attire. Trembling, she eventually bent down to retrieve the exquisite, translucent frost flower. Xufeng instinctively reached out, wanting to caress her inky tresses, but his hand halted midair. Turning away from her, he concealed his tears, reflecting on the words bestowed by the water god at the moment of his death, which he has since held as sacred and never dared to forget. I have consumed the meteorite elixir, yet I remain perplexed by the nature of love. Xufeng, I love you. I truly love you, Jìng gasped as she spoke. Xufeng closed his eyes and replied harshly, if you utter another false declaration of love, I shall take your life at once. One utterance, one execution. Jìng's chest heaved violently, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, her desperate laughter growing increasingly sorrowful. Do you know, this is my true self? She lamented, gazing skyward with tears streaming down her face, her hands clutching the frost flower with a vice-like grip until it shattered completely, transforming into a pool of blood that trickled through her fingers, falling onto the blooms below. Determined, yet tragically beautiful. Not far away, hidden within the crevices of stone, Wanyun witnessed this entire scene unfold. She realized that her illicit romance with Xufeng must come to an end. Their love was profound. Despite the knots of misunderstandings and quarrels that plagued them, the love that flowed from their very souls remained unchanged. Yet what was her place in this? The guilt, obscured by fervent passion in recent days, now surfaced unambiguously. She was merely an interloper in the lives of two lovers. A woman who had seduced her own brother to satiate her selfish desires. Disturbed, Wanyun returned to the Queyun hall, unable to calm her troubled heart. Memories of her time with Xufeng swirled in her mind, particularly the moments they shared by the fireside. Had she been ensnared by some enchantment or curse, binding her heart eternally to that unforgettable first love? In a state of confusion, she immersed herself in her work to alleviate the mounting pressure. Once she had attended to all the affairs of the avian clan, she retreated to her inner chamber. Retrieving a stack of forbidden texts she had sourced from the provincial scripture pavilion, intending to hone her spiritual powers. However, in a moment of carelessness, she lost her grip, and several books tumbled to the ground, one of which was titled Water Spirit 5 Elements Technique. The book appeared somewhat familiar to her, and she suddenly recalled her earlier curiosity regarding why a seemingly ordinary text on various water deity spells was housed within the restricted section. Distracted by her endeavors to resurrect Xufeng, she had forgotten about it. As she picked it up and began to leaf through its pages, nothing seemed amiss until a peculiar blue pattern caught her eye, reminiscent of a leaping bird. The image was inexplicably familiar. Her eyelids fluttered as she searched her memory, eventually recalling it was the insignia of Suhe. On the night she had slain Suhe, she distinctly remembered the same pattern adorning her left earlobe. In haste, Wanyun studied the annotations accompanying the pattern, noting it was linked to the water system's Lingbo palm technique, indicating a wound inflicted by it. It became clear that Suhe had indeed been harmed by the water deity, yet Jìng possessed insufficient spiritual strength to wield the Lingbo palm. Thus, it could only have been Luolin who executed such a technique. Consequently, Suhe was verily the true culprit behind the deaths of the water and wind deities. Though Tu Yao had imparted the Lílí pure fire to Suhe, for reasons unknown, she had deceived Wanyun, concealing this truth. Regret washed over Wanyun as she pondered why she had not investigated that scar more thoroughly. Had she confirmed Suhe as the true perpetrator, Xufeng would not have been mistakenly killed by Jìng, nor would the subsequent calamities have transpired. She lowered her gaze once more to scrutinize the pattern, discovering an inconspicuous marking nearby, with a faint crease at the corner of the page. Wanyun widened her eyes in disbelief. The creases indicating that this page had been perused by someone prior to her. No wonder this seemingly ordinary book had been relegated to the forbidden section. It was to prevent others from uncovering the secrets of the water system's Lingbo palm. Yet, who else had observed the scars on Suhe's ears? Her thoughts drifted back 4 years, to a time when she and Queyun served Suhe together. Until one fateful day when Queyun caused Suhe to stumble clumsily before Xufeng and Runyu, leading to a great embarrassment. Upon returning, Suhe exacted her wrath by killing Queyun. It was as if a faint, ethereal light suddenly illuminated the intricate and convoluted truth from the depths of darkness. Queyun had acted deliberately. She knew Suhe had murdered Luolin and Linxiu. Thus, she had intentionally tripped Suhe to draw Xufeng's attention to the scars on her ears. Regrettably, she had underestimated Xufeng's carelessness, who would hardly notice such subtleties. However, another individual had indeed taken note. Wanyun felt a chill run down her spine as she recognized the sharp glint in Runyu's eyes. He had known from the outset who the true culprits were behind the deaths of the water and wind deities, yet he had chosen to remain silent, even going so far as to tamper with the color of the dream pearl to mislead Jìng into killing Xufeng. Later, when her identity was exposed in the Queyun palace, it was because Runyu had seen that she bore no scars on her ears. Now, as Xufeng was increasingly besieged by the chilling frost, it was evident that Runyu had meddled with the golden pill Jìng sought, thus fulfilling her desire to resurrect Xufeng while simultaneously orchestrating a covert assassination. Wanyun's scalp prickled, and she inhaled sharply. Since 4 years ago, an intricate web had been meticulously woven, ensnaring her, Jìng, Xufeng, Taiwei, and Suhe, all without exception. Yet Runyu remained untouched and beyond suspicion. The depth of his cunning was truly insidious and terrifying. She closed the book, her mind already formulating a strategy. Since Xufeng had fulfilled her emotional needs, it was only fitting that she now strive to reciprocate his feelings. Chapter 21. The truth revealed. Jìng stood atop the Rainbow Bridge, gazing into the depths of the dark forest. The Xuanji Palace, with its white walls and dark tiles, had always been a place of serene elegance. Suddenly a slender, tall figure clad in deep blue emerged from an unknown location, glancing around before slipping into the Xuanji Palace. Jinmi was taken aback. Wanyun had actually come to the Heavenly Realm and was confronting Runyu directly. Did she not realize that Runyu harbored a deep animosity towards both her and her brother? Jinmi's suspicions intensified, prompting her to transform into a wisp of vapor, melding with the drifting clouds as she approached the entrance of the palace. To her astonishment, the Xuanji Palace was not guarded by celestial soldiers, and even the barrier had been dismantled, allowing the conversations within to be clearly overheard by those outside. Runyu sat in a position of authority, delicately sipping from a celadon teacup, his expression inscrutable. Wanyun stood before him, her stunning visage composed and unruffled. The two faced each other in silence for a considerable time before Runyu finally spoke. Might I inquire as to the purpose of the esteemed princess's nocturnal intrusion into the heavenly realm? Wanyun, brushing her hair back, replied coolly, let us speak plainly. I ask you, what mischief have you wrought upon the elixir of the old lord, causing him to suffer repeated backlash from the cold? Runyu replied leisurely, I was under the impression you were concerned about a weighty matter. Yet it is merely this trivial affair. I merely added a herb that induces heat. With a cold, mocking laugh, Wanyun spoke with derision. The world claims that the Heavenly Emperor harbors deep affections for the water goddess. Yet little do they know that he manipulates even those he loves through deceit. You are fully aware that Jinmi, having obtained the golden elixir, would inevitably rush to save Xufeng. You also know that Xufeng, being of the fire element, is most vulnerable to cold. Hence you stripped the elixir of its fiery essence, causing him to suffer greatly from the backlash. Jinmi is likely still oblivious to the full extent of her role as a pawn in this game. At this moment, if someone were to offer a word of caution to Runyu, Runyu placed the green porcelain cup on the table with a soft clink. Raising an eyebrow, he questioned, do you truly believe you have the right to negotiate with me? No matter how formidable your spiritual power may be, you are but one individual. I could summon a battalion of elite heavenly soldiers this very instant to escort you to your beloved mother. At the mention of Tu Yao, a pang of pain pierced Wanyun's heart, yet her countenance remained serene. She retrieved the tome, Water Spirit 5 Elements Technique, from her sleeve and deliberately waved it before him, inquiring, Your Majesty, do you recognize this book? Runyu was taken aback. How did you come to possess this text? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in a way that invites scrutiny. Your Majesty, you seem to cherish your books too dearly. If I were you, I would have destroyed all copies of Water Spirit 5 Elements Technique in the Sacred Classics Pavilion. Wanyun bit her lip hard, her gaze laced with cold venom. Suddenly, she let out a string of mocking laughter. You saw the water element's lingbo palm scar on Suhe, his earlobe early on, knowing she was the true culprit behind the deaths of the former water and wind gods. Yet, you chose silence, even going so far as to alter the color of the dream pearl, misleading Jinmi into believing that Xufeng was the murderer of her family, which led to his tragic demise at her hands. You have removed the obstacles from your path to the throne while utterly severing any chance between Jinmi and Xufeng. Truly a double-edged strategy. Cousin, your calculations are impressive. You are indeed worthy of being the Heavenly Emperor, while I can only feel inferior. Hearing his crimes laid bare in such a raw manner, Runyu's face turned an ashen hue, his body trembling with rage. He slammed the cup down on the table and shouted, Someone, seize this insolent wretch. Seemingly oblivious to his threats, Wanyun continued relentlessly, If you refuse to disclose the details of the fiery medicine you removed, I shall reveal all your deeds to Jinmi and see if she still wishes to marry you. Then let us see if you possess such capability. Runyu's eyes blazed with fury as he drew the Qishao sword and lunged at her. Yet, Wanyun stood resolute, not flinching as the blade pierced her form. As if striking through an illusion, feeling nothing at all. What? Runyu gasped in shock, realizing it was merely a mirage. Wanyun's smile was enchanting, radiant like morning dew on a blue lotus, before she dissipated like mist within the hall. Damn it, Runyu seethed, nearly choking on his own blood in frustration. He could scarcely believe he had repeatedly fallen victim to the same person. The gates of Su New Jersey Palace burst open, and the commander, Queyun, along with a host of heavenly soldiers, stormed in, yet found no one but the Heavenly Emperor himself. Runyu paid them no mind. His gaze was fixated outside the door, where Jinmi stood, pale as if struck by lightning. The soldiers, sensing something amiss in Runyu's expression, hastily withdrew. Meanwhile, not far away, concealed among the rocks, Wanyun resumed her true form, disguised as dew. She gazed longingly at Jinmi and Runyu, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting. With a whisper of wind, she conjured an illusion, a trick she had learned in her studies. enabling her to maintain her essence while transforming. She certainly did not expect to extract the missing herb from Runyu with such ease. Her true intention was merely to reveal the truth to Jinmi, sever her ties with Runyu entirely, and return to the embrace of Xufeng. Jinmi, overwhelmed with urgency, sprinted away, only to be seized from behind by Runyu, who clasped her tightly around the waist. Startled, she shivered and struggled against her captor, desperately attempting to break free. Despite exerting every last ounce of her strength, she could not even make a dent in her confines. She pressed her fingers against his iron grip until her hands bled. Yet all she could do was watch as the crimson splatters marked their entangled fates. Your Majesty, do you still require my assistance? Or perhaps, shall I assist you in eliminating someone else? Jinmi murmured, lost in a daze. Mir, please do not speak to me in such a manner. Do not leave me. I implore you, do not abandon me. Ruinyu's embrace tightened further, his trembling lips grazing the nape of Jinmi's neck. But I have already become nothing but bones. Every part of me has been utilized until there is nothing left. Why can you not let me go? I beg you, free me, please. Runyu turned her frail yet rigid shoulder towards him, looking into her eyes. Mir, please, look at me. I love you. I truly love you. No, you do not love me at all. You merely deceived me into believing you loved me, lied to my father, misled the Feng's Hus, and even tricked Laohu and Linxiu into thinking you cared for me. You have deceived everyone, and in time, you have come to believe your own lies. That is not true, Mir. Trust me, listen to my heart. I do love you. He helplessly pulled her into his embrace, pressing her against his chest, desperately attempting to convey his sincerity. Jinmi slowly shook her head. Even if I were foolish, I now see everything clearly. You first approached me because I was close to Xufeng, seeking to probe for information. Eventually, you grew suspicious that I was the daughter of the water god. At the Heavenly Empress's banquet, when I conjured hail, you confirmed my identity beyond doubt. That day, when my father took me to the northern heavenly gate, you clearly saw him, yet feigned ignorance. You exploited my naivety about love, coaxing me into confessing my feelings, leading my father to believe we shared mutual affection. You feared that without our engagement, you would lose the water god as your formidable ally. You wished to unite with my father against Xufeng, did you not? You allowed me to frequent Queyun, permitting Xufeng to see me repeatedly, merely to use me as a means to reach him. You gifted me the night beast solely to monitor my movements. My father and Aunt Linxiu suffered at the hands of that treacherous Suhe. You knew the true culprit. You were aware of my suspicions toward Xufeng. You are not merely a master strategist. You are a gambler, are you not? On the day of our grand wedding, it was a gamble of epic proportions, not for anything else, but to wager on whether Xufeng would invade the wedding chamber, to bet on whether I would seek vengeance for my father. What are 10,000 heavenly troops? Nothing but a mere wager, and that wager is me. I am merely a pawn in your game, just a mere pawn. How terrifying it is that you can meticulously plot your moves with such precision. How can you reduce everyone to mere pieces on your chessboard, exploited by you, yet still be regarded as the purest and kindest soul in existence? You compelled me to slay the phoenix, to kill the one who loved me most. Now, you have firmly secured the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, and no one in the celestial realm dares to challenge you, aside from the moonlit immortal, who poses no threat to your exalted position. Your desires have been fulfilled. Why do you still refuse to let me go? The truth lies exposed under the blazing sun, glaringly evident, leaving no refuge. Runyu lowered his gaze, remaining silent in the face of Jinmi's words, his face pale and unarguable. My dear, how could I ever let you go? How could I ever release you? He knelt partially, drawing her into his embrace, disregarding her futile attempts to escape. I love you. I love you to the point of agony. Love you so deeply that I cannot extricate myself. Everything I have done for you. The man I have become is all for you. He released her, urgently explaining, I witnessed your dreams. In those dreams, you and he were entwined in passionate affection. Do you know how I felt? I wished I could have drawn my sword and destroyed my very essence in that moment. If I had never existed, how could I have met you? Without meeting you, there would be no such heart-wrenching pain. However, I am acutely aware that I must endure. Only by becoming a true powerhouse, strong enough that none can defy me, can I steadfastly protect my beloved, ensuring that my beloved willingly follows me. I knew of your clandestine visits to the underworld. Yet as long as you remain by my side, I can choose to overlook it. Later, when you promised to marry me by the river of heaven, do you know how incredulous I was? My heart soared with joy. I thought, as long as we could marry without further complications and share a simple life together, I would willingly relinquish the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. My dear, I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. You may not believe me. You may not love me. You may even hate me, but you must never leave me. Jinmi shook her head in despair, coldly laughing at herself. You are not at fault. I am the one who has erred, so profoundly that it is absurd. She gestured, retrieving the gleaming dragon scale from her collar. A gift from Runyu during her time as a mortal saintess. She cast a cold glance at Runyu, her eyes filled with endless disappointment and hatred. Releasing her grip, the scale fell to the ground, resembling a flower swaying weakly in a torrential downpour, withering away. Runyu bent down to pick up the dragon scale. His gaze as frozen as icicles that could pierce the heart. He murmured, My dear, I was wrong, but I do not regret it. Suddenly, he stood up, turned, and seized Jinmi, pulling her towards the Xuanji Palace with an undeniable force. What are you doing? Let go of me. Jinmi struggled desperately. Do not move. Ruinyu's eyes were devoid of any warmth. He forcefully threw her onto the bed, pinning her arms down tightly. Let go of me. What do you intend to do? Jinmi exclaimed in sheer terror. The tone of Runyu was imbued with an intense possessiveness. Mir, I absolutely cannot permit you to leave me. Before Jinmi could even begin to struggle, Runyu cast a hypnotic spell, rendering her unconscious as she softly collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 22. The Substitute Bride in a Daze. Jinmi heard a voice. Her body ached. Her throat felt as if it were ablaze, and with great difficulty, she opened her eyes to see a familiar face before her. Sister June, Jinmi exclaimed in astonishment. How did you get in here? Wanyun, seemingly unperturbed, replied coolly. Runyu believes the barrier he has erected is impregnable, but to me, it is nothing more than an ordinary mud wall. Jinmi rose from the bed and silently regarded Wanyun for a moment before saying, It was you who led me to the Xuanji Palace, and you who dispelled the barrier at its entrance. The words you exchanged with Runyu were not merely to extract that medicinal herb, but to ensure I overheard them, were they? Wanyun gently nodded, neither affirming nor denying. The water goddess intellect has indeed grown considerably. Jinmi, feeling somewhat perplexed, questioned, How do you know what he has done? Why do you want me to know? Too many misdeeds inevitably reveal one's flaws, and I simply seized the opportunity, Wanyun stated calmly. She tenderly took Jinmi's hand and said softly, I can no longer bear to see you deceived by him, nor can my brother's beloved ever truly be united with him. Mir, I have already arranged everything. You must go to the Grand Supreme Lord and extract the missing ingredient for the golden elixir. Then, seek the moonlit immortal and Lord Pucci in the flower realm. They will guide you to the demon realm, where you can clarify everything to Xufeng and secure a belated wedding that rightfully belongs to you both. But if we leave like this, Runyu will surely discover it and pursue us relentlessly, Jinmi urged anxiously. Wanyun shook her head. Not us. You shall depart, while I remain. What? Jinmi gasped. What will you do? With a warm smile, Wanyun spoke as if revealing something trivial. I will disguise myself as you and marry Runyu in your stead. Buying you time. Once the wedding concludes, I will find a way to extricate myself. Jinmi, unable to fathom such a sacrifice, gazed at her sister with tearful eyes. As if a pool of autumn water reflecting boundless emotion, Sister, how can I allow you to make such a sacrifice for me? Seeing the depth of Jinmi's emotions, Wanyun was overwhelmed with guilt. If she were to reveal that she had taken advantage of Xufeng's weakened will and engaged in spiritual cultivation with him, not once, but multiple times, would Jinmi still feel such gratitude towards her? Lowering her gaze, Wanyun whispered, My mother killed your mother and incited Suhe to murder your father and the wind god. No matter how much I compensate, it cannot undo the harm she has caused you. Jinmi was taken aback. She had no idea Wanyun bore such a heavy burden. She quickly shook her head. She is she, and you are you. Your mother's wrongdoings cannot be placed upon your shoulders. Come, let us leave together. No, Wanyun firmly rejected. Mir, you must go quickly. Time is of the essence. Do not hesitate any longer. Trust me, my spiritual power is formidable. He cannot harm me. Seeing her sister's resolute determination, Jinmi could only embrace her tightly, tears in her eyes, and said with heartfelt sincerity, Sister, take care. Wanyun held her tightly, saying, Take care of yourself. The next day, in the evening, Wanyun, transformed into the likeness of Jinmi, donned a magnificent wedding gown with the aid of several celestial maidens. This time, there was no procession from the flower realm. She was directly carried in a bridal sedan chair from the Xuanji Palace to the northern heavenly gate. Celestial music resounded, and heavenly melodies filled the air. Colorful butterflies fluttered around, and celestial cranes danced gracefully. Everything was reminiscent of the 8th day of the 3rd month a year ago, except for the absence of a few individuals. At the entrance of the heavenly gate stood Runyu, his attire, aside from the Heavenly Emperor's dragon crown, remarkably similar to that worn during last year's wedding. Yet, His expression had transformed. Gone was the gentle demeanor, replaced by an imperial aura mixed with pride and desire. He grasped Wanyun's hand with such force that it made her wince. It was no surprise. After exerting such effort to marry Jinmi, he was determined to hold on tightly. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, entering the Hall of Nine Heavens together. The surrounding guests beamed with joy, all except Quang Lu, celebrating the Heavenly Emperor's union with his beloved. Yet, who could have imagined the ruthless passion hidden behind Runyu's infatuation? Wanyun wore a blank expression, as if the hand grasping hers belonged to a mere wooden figure. She felt no need to feign reluctance, for she was genuinely unwilling. Like a puppet on strings, she performed the ceremonial rites, her thoughts drifting uncontrollably to the demon realm's Jìng palace. If all went well, Jinmi should have obtained the antidote by now and reconciled with Xufeng. Hand in hand under the witness of Danju. Due to the absence of the Moonlight Immortal, the ceremony was presided over by the Fate Mechanism Fairy. As she announced the couple's vows, Wanyun slowly bent her body. Only in that instant did she realize she was partaking in a wedding. In truth, she and Runyu were quite compatible, both noble in origin yet having endured hardships, both cunning yet unfulfilled in love. Alas, their backgrounds had sealed their fates in an unending struggle. As night fell and the guests departed, the Xuanji Palace became an intimate sanctuary for the newlyweds. The usually modest chamber was adorned with dazzling red and gold embellishments. Even the flowing silk curtains were intricately woven with golden threads, embellished with cherry-red tassels. The chamber resembled a vibrant sea, and the couple became but a single point, lost in the colors. Runyu gently removed Wanyun's heavy ceremonial crown and, embracing her shoulders, said, "Me or forget him. Can we live well together? I love you, and I will provide you with the best of everything." In response to his touch, Wanyun instinctively wanted to reject him, but she could not do so. For the sake of her purpose, she had to allow him to let down his guard completely. She remained still, her expression devoid of life, as he removed her garments and carried her to the bed. The moment he entered her body, a wave of revulsion nearly made her retch. The pain caused her to bite her lip tightly. She turned her head away, recalling the tender moments shared with Xufeng. "Su, for you, I am willing to give everything. Can you not spare a small corner of your heart for me?" Runyu lay beside her, and after a brief moment of her shallow breaths, he fell into a deep slumber. Wanyun could no longer contain her emotions. She closed her eyes and let two streams of tears fall. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as she stealthily descended from the bed, donning her garments. Runyu's eyes remained peacefully closed, his countenance reflecting a tranquility she had never witnessed before. With a cold glance, she conjured the blood shadow fan. Her decision to marry him in Jinmi's stead was driven not only by the desire to fulfill Jinmi's union with Xufeng, but also by a more profound intention, to bring an end to everything. All it would take was to plunge the fan's sharp edge into Runyu's heart, and all would be resolved. "Cousin, do not hold me accountable. Our rift runs too deep. If you do not perish, it is I and Xufeng who must face death." In her mind, Wanyun resolved that should there be another life, she would wish for her own existence without him. With that thought, she advanced toward him step by step. She raised the blood shadow fan, poised to strike, only to be startled as Runyu suddenly opened his eyes. "What?" He recognized the fan instantly and evaded with a swift motion. "Where's Jinmi?" Wanyun was equally taken aback. She had assumed Runyu had let down his guard, yet he remained astutely vigilant. Realizing her identity was exposed, she discarded her pretense, reverting to her true form, and declared fiercely, "Jinmi belongs solely to my brother. You are unworthy to possess her." With that, she charged at him wielding the fan. Runyu, not one to yield, drew forth the Qishao sword and engaged her in combat. The once vibrant and festive bridal chamber transformed into a battleground, where blades clashed and sparks flew. An overwhelming aura of hostility surged forth, swirling like a tempest. Wanyun found herself amidst this vortex, wielding the fan as countless blood shadow needles emitted streaks of vivid light. Runyu, gripping his sword, unleashed a burst of silver light towards the blood shadow needles, which intertwined in the air. After several exchanges, Wanyun gradually gained the upper hand. Her spiritual power had always surpassed Runyu's, and her months of diligent practice had further elevated her cultivation. Her eyes blazed with fiery determination as she invoked the six-path mirror flower water moon, forming a direct line towards the Qishao sword. Runyu found himself unable to defend against her assault and was swiftly knocked to the ground. Wanyun looked down upon him with cold disdain, asking, "Do you have any final words?" Yet Runyu remained unfazed, a mocking tone lacing his voice as he replied slowly, "Are you so certain?" Her heart sank at his words, a foreboding sensation washing over her. She quickly strained to listen for any unusual sounds around her. But it was too late. A dark shadow lunged toward her with alarming speed. Despite her evasive maneuvers, it pierced through her collarbone. "Ah!" she cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. The shadow was a broken arrow, embedded in her flesh, blood oozing forth. She reached to extract the splintered shaft, and blood gushed like a fountain, searing pain engulfing her insides, rendering her breathless. Runyu rose, a triumphant expression betraying his satisfaction. The woman who had so persistently tormented him had finally succumbed to his might. He sneered. "After the defeat of the Duke of Guqing, he sought my support in exchange for Xufeng's life. He coerced that dark guard, the enigmatic Queyun, to forge another spirit destruction arrow, but to his dismay, he was ultimately slain. What you do not know is that a fragment of that arrow remained, which I discovered. While it may not be lethal to you, it is more than sufficient to inflict grievous harm." He pressed the Qishao sword against her neck, a cold, eerie smile gracing his lips as he slightly tilted his head and inquired, "Do you have any last words?" An unprecedented terror enveloped her entire being. Was it true that she was destined to perish today? No, she was still so young, and she had no desire to die. Thoughts raced through Wanyun's mind, and just before the sword struck, she trembled and uttered, "If you kill me, you will never see Jinmi again." The mere mention of those few words drained her of all strength, simultaneously conveying a message. He could use her as leverage to exchange for Jinmi with Xufeng. Runyu hesitated. Despite his desire to slay this wretched woman, her point was valid. Her existence held greater value alive than dead. Should he triumph over Xufeng, she would be at his mercy. Should he lose, possessing her would make Xufeng wary. He gazed upon her pallid, yet breathtakingly beautiful face, marred by the loss of blood, and felt a pang of regret. Such a lovely and intelligent woman, yet she had chosen to oppose him. How unfortunate. He sheathed the Qishao sword, donned his garments, and called out, "Bring her here." 2 celestial soldiers arrived promptly, startled to see the injured stranger kneeling on the ground. Runyu coldly commanded, "Throw her into the Pisha prison." Wanyun sighed in relief. She had, at last, managed to preserve her life. However, with the turmoil she had stirred, the impending war between the celestial and demonic realms was now unavoidable. Her only hope rested on Xufeng's ability to defeat Runyu, seize the heavenly realm, and rescue her. Chapter 23. A startling pregnancy. Wanyun emerged from the prison 4 days later, greeted by the Moonlight Immortal at the entrance. From him, she learned of the recent events. Jinmi had found the antidote to the golden elixir, and she and Xufeng had completed their wedding. As expected, Runyu had instigated war. Using the pretext of the water god being coerced by the demon sovereign, the forgetting river had transformed into a battleground for the celestial and demonic realms. Driven by his desire for victory, Runyu had even devoured Qiongqi and employed forbidden techniques. Just as the two were locked in a fatal confrontation, Jinmi had rushed forth to shield them from the oncoming attacks, single-handedly bringing an end to the war. In the span of 4 short days, the 6 realms had undergone a monumental transformation, as though a lifetime had passed. "Juner, how is your health? Have your wounds healed?" Danju inquired cautiously. Wanyun nodded lightly. "It's nothing serious. It didn't strike any vital areas. A few days of rest will suffice." Danju suddenly dropped his concerned facade and reprimanded her sternly. "Have you lost your mind? To attempt regicide? It would have been one thing to duel him openly, but to stealthily assassinate him? Even if you had succeeded, you would be scorned by the 6 realms. After all, Runyu was his nephew. Although their relationship was tenuous, the bond of blood remained. And witnessing his nephew and niece turn against one another pained him deeply. Wanyun's expression darkened slightly, like the surface of a lake shrouded in autumn's gloom. "Indeed, I failed in my attempt at regicide, leading him to ignite the war between the celestial and demonic realms, resulting in the deaths of countless soldiers in the forgetting river." Danju was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he awkwardly replied, "Well, it doesn't matter. Jinmi has already sacrificed herself for you." "Mir, what a pity," Wanyun lamented, gazing skyward. This woman, derided by many as a harbinger of disaster, had perished in the flames, concluding the senseless bloodshed with her death and shattering the slanderous whispers that had sought to tarnish her name. Memories drifted back to the day they met in the realm of flowers, when Wanyun was still a princess of the avian clan, cloaked in the skin of a feathered pouch, and Jinmi, a naive newcomer as the water deity. A mere exchange of smiles dissolved the long-standing grievances between the bird tribe and the flower realm. Such splendid times have now become mere ashes of recollection. Indeed, I did not foresee that she would embody such noble righteousness. Even Danju is filled with sorrow. By the way, how is Su Feng? I wonder if he is in despair, Wanyun asked with concern. Danju shook his head with a sigh. Do not mention it. Had we not intervened, he would have surely journeyed to the primordial chaos alongside Jimmy by now. Yet, though he lives, he is but a shell of his former self, refusing even the precious feathers that Jimmy so tirelessly procured for him. You must hasten to the demon realm and counsel him. Perhaps he will heed your words. In just a few days, the Yujiang Palace had transformed into a desolate and eerie place. Thick layers of dust coated the grand entrance, and the gilded paintings on the walls had largely peeled away, leaving behind a scene of ruin. Upon entering, it felt as though the bright daylight had been barred from entry, leaving only a dim, oppressive gloom. Approaching the inner hall, one was immediately assaulted by the pungent scent of alcohol. Xufeng, Wanyun called out with a twinge of pain. Sister, you've come? Xufeng replied, slumped on the ground, turning his face to reveal stubble, embodying a disheveled and broken spirit. Wanyun felt a wave of sorrow. Her once vibrant brother had fallen into such despair. She knelt beside him and gently said, Xufeng, I understand your grief, but you are the demon lord now. What will become of the demon realm if you remain in this state? With you and Luing around, I have little to worry about, Xufeng replied, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and hopelessness. Jimmy is gone. What is there left for me to live for? She is no longer here, but I am still here. As is our uncle. Do you not care for us? Wanyun questioned. Xufeng's tone was dejected and bleak. It is precisely because of you that I endure this life. He grasped Wanyun's hand, saying, Sister, you have suffered. You bore the annihilation arrow for me and were imprisoned in the Pisha dungeon. I failed to protect you. I am truly sorry. Tears welled in Wanyun's eyes as she choked out. I have sacrificed so much for you. Can you not repay me even once? Where are the precious feathers? Have you consumed them? Xufeng stared blankly, his thoughts seemingly adrift, his eyes devoid of light. I will eat them. I will. Wanyun was at a loss for words. Xufeng appeared utterly indifferent, having not absorbed a single word she had just spoken. His love for Jimmy was profound, and she too held deep affection for him, yet her sincere feelings had ultimately been misplaced. Is Brother Feng still the same? Luing inquired one day while attending to affairs. Wanyun sighed with disappointment. I cannot reach him. He blames himself for Jimmy's death, adamantly refusing to consume the precious feathers, which exacerbates the backlash of his golden elixir. Is this truly how Jimmy would wish to see him? I too have lost my beloved. Yet I have managed to move forward, Luing replied, his tone mingling compassion with reproach. That is because you have already borne fruit. You possess hope, Wanyun responded. When it comes to children, Luing radiated a maternal tenderness unique to mothers, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly with a smile, saying, I truly wish he would arrive in this world soon. If I were a mortal, I would be giving birth in 3 or 4 months. But as a being of divine and demonic nature, I must wait another year and a half. Witnessing her uncontrollable happiness, Wanyun also felt joy for her, remarking, Your child will undoubtedly be as exceptional as his parents. Luing chuckled and nodded, then turned with concern, asking, Sister, have you been feeling unwell lately? You seem to lack energy often and your appetite appears diminished. Are you too exhausted? Wanyun rubbed her temples, fatigue evident in her demeanor, and replied, I was injured by the spirit-extinguishing arrow, and naturally, I cannot recover instantly. Moreover, with the demon realm in a state of disrepair and numerous matters at hand, I am indeed somewhat weary. However, it is nothing to be concerned about. Such minor injuries and fatigue will not hinder me. Ah, I see. Yet, your condition bears some resemblance to the early stages of my pregnancy, Luing remarked casually. This seemingly innocuous statement struck Wanyun like a bolt from the blue, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire, But don't all pregnant women experience morning sickness? I recall you suffered from it initially as well. Luing shrugged. Not every pregnant woman experiences such symptoms. Some may remain entirely unaware of their condition until the moment of delivery. Wanyun found it hard to believe. Could she be pregnant? She reflected on the passionate moments shared with Xufeng by the hearth, followed by that nightmarish encounter with Runyu. No, it was impossible. She had been fervently with Xufeng for so long, while her encounter with Runyu had been but a singular event. And given that it had only been half a month since that tumultuous episode, it could not be possible for her to exhibit symptoms so soon. Draped in a cloak and veiled, Wanyun stealthily arrived at one of the finest medical establishments within the demon realm, the Chaoyue Pavilion. The young physician placed his hand on her delicate wrist, and she closed her eyes, silently praying, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Congratulations. Esteemed lady, you are 3 months pregnant, the physician proclaimed, bowing in congratulation. Wanyun's eyes flew open in astonishment, joy flooding her being. Are you certain? The physician, his expression one of indifference, replied, If I were to misdiagnose even a pregnancy pulse, what purpose would I serve in this clinic? 3 months. The realization of Su Feng's blood coursing through her veins brought an overwhelming wave of joy that engulfed her entirely, leaving her in a dreamlike state. Though the world might perceive this child as a product of transgression, she was unperturbed. This tiny being was born of their union, a testament to their love amidst the vastness of existence. Yet, as joy faded, melancholy set in. She was not yet married, nor had she even made a betrothal, and there was no way Su Feng would acknowledge this child. Would her offspring then be doomed to endure the shame of being labeled a bastard? A wild and perilous thought flickered through her mind, and in the next moment, a venomous and cruel smile crept upon her lips, concealed beneath her veil, rendering her inscrutable. She inquired with poise, "Do you possess the means to determine the child's gender? You are merely 3 months along. How could one possibly discern?" The physician waved dismissively. "So, what you imply is that it can be determined when the pregnancy progresses further?" Wanyun asked eagerly. The physician curled his lips slightly and remarked, "At least 10 months. We shall reconvene at that time, and it should suffice, provided that you enhance your spiritual energy." Wanyun exhaled in relief, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any way to postpone my delivery by 2 months?" The doctor, sensing the implications behind her questions, donned an expression of intrigue and ambiguity. Wanyun, displeased, slammed her hand on the table and demanded, "Is there or is there not?" The doctor, taken aback by her sudden intensity, hastily replied, "There are 2 methods to delay delivery. The first involves administering medications that inhibit uterine contractions, such as magnesium sulfate, sujin, ginger slices, and raspberries. However, these cannot indefinitely counteract contractions, thus extending the pregnancy by at most 1 month. The second method entails medication that slows fetal development, which could extend the pregnancy by over 3 months, but fetal growth may be adversely affected. A month would suffice for her. After all, the gestation period for divine beings spans 2 years. Who would truly concern themselves with a mere month? At that time, she could feign a fall to masquerade as a preterm birth, concealing everything." Wanyun silently smirked, content as she produced 30 years of spiritual energy and pressed it into the doctor's hand. "In that case, I shall return once my term reaches 10 months. I trust you will assist me diligently." In the Xianyuan Palace, Runyu and Wanyun exchanged silent glances, neither uttering a word. Runyu's face bore a sickly pallor, a consequence of consuming the beast Qiongqi. Following the celestial demon war, he had penned a self-accusatory decree, wishing for Su Feng to succeed him as the Heavenly Emperor, a proposal Su Feng had rejected. After using the Qi Shao sword and the Lílí purifying fire to eradicate Qiongqi from his body, he departed without a backward glance. It seemed that Runyu was not beyond redemption. At the very least, he retained fraternal feelings for Su Feng. However, regarding Wanyun, his mischievous cousin, it was likely that not a shred of goodwill remained. "How can I be certain this is my progeny?" After a prolonged silence, Runyu fixed his gaze upon her abdomen. Wanyun responded with poise, "It is precisely because I am willing to relinquish the riches of the demon realm and return to the heavenly realm with the avian clan. Everyone is aware of our enmity. Even if I were to bear your offspring, you would not treat me kindly. If it were not your child, why would I abandon a life of supremacy in the demon realm to endure this hardship in the heavenly realm?" Runyu scoffed lightly, tinged with disdain. "Endure hardship? With a child comes the qualification to vie for the position of heir. Do you think me a fool? Let me make this clear. You shall never entertain the notion of ascending to the position of empress, nor shall your child ever become the heavenly emperor. Even if I were to pass the throne to another, I would never allow Tiao Yao's bloodline to inherit the seat." Listening to his sharp and caustic words, Wanyun clenched her fists and replied calmly, "I certainly do not harbor such grand delusions. All I ask is for a place to rest." After a brief pause, she added, "I do not wish for my child to endure the same taunts I faced, being called a bastard from a young age. Your Majesty, you have experienced this too. Do you truly wish for such a tragedy to perpetuate in your own flesh and blood?" Runyu momentarily froze, memories of his own painful childhood flooding his mind. He had vowed never to emulate his father, who had abandoned him, yet now he found himself on the precipice of becoming the very image he had once despised. After a prolonged silence, he called out, "Quang Lu." A graceful figure clad in a delicate shade of blue swiftly entered, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "Take one pin to Yilan Palace," he replied coldly. The rank of a pin is 1 level lower than that of a Tian Fei, merely a slight elevation above that of an ordinary maidservant. One pin. Quang Lu froze in place, her expression one of astonishment. Wanyun maintained a tranquil demeanor, revealing no trace of emotion. She gently addressed Quang Lu, Please take me there. I will explain everything to you. Elon Palace is situated at the northernmost point of the heavenly realm, the farthest from the nine heavens cloud palace. The palace consists of 2 courtyards, each with 5 main halls, along with 3 auxiliary halls on the east and west sides. After meticulous cleaning, it appeared both spacious and tidy. Wanyun had no desire to encounter Runyu frequently, and the remote location suited her need for tranquility. In recent days, her ascension as the Empress of the Heavenly Emperor and her assumption of Elon Palace had caused quite a stir in the celestial realm. Opinions were rife. Some were envious that she could bear offspring for the Heavenly Emperor, who was solely enamored with the water god, while others lamented that a noble princess had been reduced to a mere concubine, especially given her deep-seated grievances with the Heavenly Emperor before their union. The future for mother and child seemed fraught with challenges. Yet, many were awestruck by her beauty, spreading tales that drew numerous celestial maids and attendants to Elon Palace, eager to catch a glimpse of her unparalleled grace. Nonetheless, all this gossip was of no concern to her. Her sole focus was on nurturing her unborn child and, per the instructions of the doctor from the demon realm, extending her pregnancy as much as possible. Master, the second prince has arrived. One day, while she was indulging in a pleasant afternoon nap, her personal maid, Queyun, hurried in to inform her. Xufeng. Wanyun was taken aback, and before she could fully comprehend, Xufeng had already strode into the hall. Though he was of the fire element, the air around him was imbued with a dry and chilling aura. Upon seeing his grim countenance, Wanyun surmised the reason for his visit and calmly instructed, Queyun, you may leave. My brother and I need to catch up. Once Queyun departed, Xufeng remained silent, merely conjuring a barrier at the entrance. What brings you here today? Wanyun asked as she rose leisurely from her bed. Xufeng turned to face her, scrutinizing the features that mirrored his own. I ask you, whose child is it? Wanyun did not respond immediately, but countered with a question. Who told you? Uncle informed me, Xufeng replied, raising his voice. Answer my question. Whose child is it? Wanyun casually caressed her abdomen and decisively stated, it is yours. Xufeng covered his mouth, stifling the almost instinctive gasp, and after a moment of stunned silence, he trembled as he spoke. Have you lost your mind? Have you considered what might happen if this is discovered? What will become of you, me, and the child? Wanyun scoffed disdainfully. Is it not merely a matter of 2 months' time? I have already procured the means to prolong the pregnancy. No one will find out. I am not referring to that. Xufeng's body shook violently, as if struck by an unbearable force. What if he is a phoenix? How will you explain that? Wanyun chuckled lightly. How to explain? Is it not sufficient to say he takes after his maternal grandfather? She delicately fiddled with her long, willow-like nails and murmured, Xufeng, the most steadfast and formidable barrier between us is our bloodline. He could suspect anyone, but never you. Xufeng shook his head, his expression clouded with a frost-like chill. Why would you do this? Do you desire wealth and power so fervently? Very well. I shall take you to the demon realm and have Lu Ying relinquish her position to you. No. Her eyes radiated an endless coldness. I do not wish to be the demon lord. I only desire for my child to ascend as the Heavenly Emperor. Why? They are both exalted positions of power. Why do you cling so fiercely to the title of Heavenly Emperor? Xufeng retorted vehemently. Why? Her crimson lips contrasted with her snowy complexion, exuding a hauntingly tragic beauty as she revealed a smile laced with cold venom and unwavering resolve. He killed our mother, and on the night of his wedding, he cast me into the Pisha prison to publicly humiliate me. He has taken everything that rightfully belongs to me. I refuse to accept this. I seek vengeance. I crave retribution. Xufeng observed her once innocent face contorted by intense hatred and replied coldly, do not forget, it was our mother who first killed his mother, and it was you who made the initial attempt on his life. Wanyuan's eyes lifted slightly, her gaze brimming with scorn and disdain. Now you feign brotherly affection? I did not witness such high-mindedness during the great war between the heavens and demons. She stepped closer, locking her gaze onto his with an unyielding stare. Go on. Tell Runyu the truth. For the sake of your dear brother, push me into the abyss. Xufeng trembled, rendered speechless by fury. Wanyun, noticing his turmoil, grasped his arm and moved toward the door. Why not go? Come now. I shall accompany you. I will simply reveal the truth. Xufeng forcefully pulled her back. His voice icy. You know full well that revealing the truth now would lead to your demise. I will not allow you to walk into your death. Therefore, whether I wish it or not, I must help you keep this matter concealed. Your calculations are indeed quite astute. Wanyun smiled with satisfaction. I'm glad you understand. You and I are like grasshoppers on the same string, forever bound together. If I perish, you shall not live on unscathed. Xufeng's face hardened, Have you ever considered that if you were to marry a noble empress and father a legitimate heir, what fate would befall you and your child? Wanyun appeared unfazed. I am acutely aware of my circumstances. However, Xufeng, I have no retreat left. Her voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of the whispers they once shared in tender moments, now starkly delineating the lines of their conflict. I was wrong, but I do not regret it. She raised her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of the first time Xufeng beheld her in the cave, as graceful as a startled swan, as fluid as a swimming dragon. This enchanting Wanyun felt both familiar and strangely distant. He released her and turned away. Rest assured, I shall never intrude upon the heavenly realm again. You understand then? She replied with a wistful smile. Xufeng took slow steps toward the door, suddenly pausing to say, Sister, every year on our mother's death anniversary, I hope to see you at her burial site. Wanyun was momentarily taken aback before responding, very well. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, she could no longer contain herself and collapsed to the ground. Her heart twisted in pain, feeling as though it had been hollowed out, and tears fell from her eyes unknowingly. The air in Lílí Palace was thick with the oppressive heat, gradually suffocating her and draining her of strength. She cradled her belly, weeping softly, her voice low yet resolute. My child, you are all I have now. Chapter 25. New birth. As Wanyun approached the 2-year mark of her pregnancy, she inevitably began to experience abdominal pain. In such moments, she could only immediately resort to her secret remedy. Yet, though the pain subsided after taking the medicine, the feeling of heaviness in her abdomen persisted, especially when she lay down, as the fetus pressed against her spine, making it impossible for her to find comfort in sleep. Madam, have you decided on a name for the little prince? Queyun asked cheerfully while massaging her swollen legs. A maternal glow flickered across Wanyun's face as she replied gently, If it is a boy, I shall name him Tianai. If a girl, she shall be called Genie. Genie? Queyun's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of the first character in the name of the water deity. If I have a daughter, I hope she can be as beloved as Jinmi was from birth, Wanyun said, a hint of envy in her tone. What are you saying, madam? Our little prince will surely be adored by all, Queyun responded hastily. Is that so? Wanyun murmured to herself. However, Queyun's smile gradually faded. Naming should be the emperor's prerogative. Yet he hasn't even spared you a glance in over a year of your pregnancy. That is truly excessive. Wanyun scoffed dismissively. It is already generous of him not to have imprisoned me. What more can you expect? Another 20 days passed, and the abdominal pain grew increasingly frequent and severe. Having consumed all her remaining medicine to no avail, she realized she could no longer delay. One morning, upon rising, she sensed fluid escaping her body. Her water had broken. Dragging her heavy body, she staggered to the door and collapsed to the ground, feigning a fall to create the illusion of premature labor. Help! Someone! She called out with great effort. Madam! Queyun rushed in, startled to see Wanyun groaning on the floor. What happened to you? Wanyun felt an intense ache below her abdomen, her waist unbearable with pain, and she laboriously explained, I accidentally fell and disturbed the baby. I believe the time has come. Queyun, in a panic, helped Wanyun to lie down on the bed. What shall we do now? Suppressing her pain, Wanyun instructed, go fetch some water and clean sheets. Why do we need those? Isn't the child formed directly through spiritual energy? Queyun asked, recalling how Jinmi was born. The intense contractions made Wanyun's throat tighten, her voice hoarse as she replied, I wish to give birth in the traditional manner. Traditional manner? Queyun was taken aback. Quickly do as I say, Wanyun urged urgently. Understood, I shall hurry. Queyun dashed out without delay. Wanyun tore a piece of cloth and stuffed it into her mouth, biting down tightly. From the moment she sought counsel at the Chaiwa Hall, she inquired about the birthing process of low-tier deities and mortals. She could not fathom why she yearned to give birth in such a traditional manner, despite the excruciating pain and the bloodshed it entailed. Her status was humble, and her resources were meager. Within the entire Lílí Palace, only 3 maidservants attended to her. There were no physicians, no midwives, no handmaidens. This birthing experience was destined to be a solitary battle. The waves of pain surged through her abdomen, each contraction feeling as if every limb and bone were fracturing. She clutched the blanket tightly, cold sweat dripping onto her lips. Summoning every ounce of strength, she endeavored to push the child forth. In that moment, Queyun and the other 2 maidservants, Hongling and Luolin, rushed in with a basin of water and clean linens, only to be paralyzed by the gruesome sight before them. Is there anything else you require of us, my lady? Queyun knelt anxiously before her. Wanyun bit down on the cloth strip, unable to utter a word, instead shaking her head slightly to indicate that they need not do anything. Indeed, at this juncture, No one could assist her but herself. Her mind wandered back to fleeting yet beautiful moments with Tiao, Linxiu, and Xufeng, each memory pulling her scattered consciousness back into focus, fueling her resolve to continue. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she felt something slip from within her. She was finally on the brink of success. The sound of a baby's robust wail filled the air as a mass of blood and flesh appeared between her legs. I have given birth. I have given birth. Queyun exclaimed in excitement. Wanyun removed the cloth from her mouth and gently cradled the child. As she had anticipated, it was a boy, and the miracle of life left her in awe. He was utterly perfect, with brown hair and rose-petal lips that invited affection. His tiny mouth opened wide in a cry, and his little face flushed crimson. "Tianai, my dear child," she murmured tenderly, severing the umbilical cord. "Allow me to clean the little prince," Hongling offered. Already holding a fresh linen, Wanyun carefully placed her son onto it. After completing these tasks, she collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained of energy. She had not realized the immense toll childbirth would exact, rendering her past battles trivial by comparison. "Shall I report to His Majesty?" Queyun inquired. The thought of Runyu had completely slipped her mind. She had, after all, just given birth to the child of the Celestial Emperor. She nodded gently, "Please do." When Runyu and Quanglu entered, Wanyun was lost in adoration, cradling Tianai and showering kisses upon his tiny face, unable to get enough of him. Upon seeing Runyu, she instinctively attempted to rise and pay her respects, but he halted her with a gentle gesture. "You have just given birth. There is no need for formalities," he stated calmly, marking the first time he had uttered those words to her. In contrast to Runyu's composed demeanor, Quanglu radiated joy as she hurried to Wanyun's side. Observing the child's features, "Jiangpin, you have worked hard. May I hold him?" "Of course," Wanyun replied, carefully handing the child over to her. "What a lovely child." Quanglu smiled, addressing Runyu. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the birth of your precious son." Observing her genuine delight, Wanyun felt a mix of sympathy and apprehension. It is a pity that such a beautiful and infatuated woman could be entirely overlooked by Runyu. Yet, there is a sense of apprehension regarding her noble lineage and the powerful backing of the esteemed Tasi Xianren. Should the day come when Runyu, under pressure, is compelled to establish a queen, this remarkable Shangyuan fairy would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. "By the way, have you thought of a name for the little prince?" Quanglu inquired. Runyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had long forgotten about Wanyun and her child, and naming the child was the last thing on his mind. "Tianyi, meaning brilliant radiance. What do you think?" Wanyun smiled. "Tianyi," Quanglu said, savoring the sound of the name. "It is melodious. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts?" Runyu nodded absent-mindedly. "Very good. Let us name him Tianyi." A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. She gazed at Runyu, suddenly feeling a pang in her heart. If Xufeng were to learn of this, what would he think? Would he rejoice, feel sorrow, or remain indifferent like Runyu? "Your Majesty, do you wish to hold him?" Quanglu brought Tianyi closer to him. Runyu looked at the child's rosy little face, and a tender yet moist part of his heart was gently stirred. Whether he wished it or not, he was now a father. He carefully took Tianyi into his arms, but despite his caution, the child was startled by his movements and began to wail. "Heir!" Wanyun, hearing the cries, immediately rushed to the child. "Your Majesty, you are a treasure. Allow me to handle the child." She reached out to reclaim the baby. "No, just wait a moment." Runyu declined her request, awkwardly patting the swaddled infant. After a while, Tianyi's cries began to subside. Wanyun sighed in relief. Others were oblivious, but she was acutely aware of the child's true identity. At last, there was a semblance of resonance between heir and Runyu. Runyu pressed his finger against Tianyi's forehead, channeling his spiritual energy. Wanyun realized he was probing the child's true essence and felt her heart clench with anxiety. Not long after, several strands of crimson flames erupted from Tianyi's body, gradually coalescing into form. Brilliantly radiant red feathers shaped into 3 pairs of wings and 6 tails, curled together, resembling a small, resplendent gemstone under the blazing sun, a dazzling sight. He is the Zhuke. Chapter 26. Dismissal outside the palace. Clusters of emerald bamboo swayed in the breeze, reminiscent of countless waves rising, rustling softly against the heart, further amplifying the tranquility of the air, which lay still like a serene pool of azure water. The previously smiling face of Runyu became devoid of expression, his voice cold and menacing. "We are both dragons. How could a bird possibly emerge from us?" Sensing Runyu's wrath, Tianyi began to weep, prompting Wanyun to swiftly cradle him in her arms, timidly saying, I do not know. Perhaps it is because my mother is a bird." Upon hearing her mention Tuhua, Ruanyu's fury escalated, and he thundered. I have never heard of such a thing. From the very beginning, I suspected you bore an illegitimate child attributed to me. Speak. Who is the father of this child? Seeing Ruanyu's explosive temper, Guanglu hastily intervened. Your Majesty, has the Zhuge not been extinct for over 100,000 years? The last Zhuge, Prince Xiaomin, perished during the Second Celestial Demon War 15,000 years ago. Since then, the Zhuge has vanished, and the Phoenix, a distant relative of the Zhuge, has risen. Does your Majesty truly believe that Tianai is the offspring of myself, and that Prince Xiaomin? Wanyun retorted with a raised chin. Ruanyu was momentarily speechless. Wanyuan's exquisite eyes glimmered with clarity. Does your Majesty truly think that I could produce a Zhuge with the likes of the magpies, eagles, crows, peacocks, and cuckoos from the avian clan? Nearby, Queyun hastily knelt. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant, yet I have heard that the Zhuge is an ancient divine beast, governing life and growth, capable of rebirth through flames. Were not the first Heavenly Emperor and Empress the Azure Dragon and the Zhuge? Indeed, your Majesty. The appearance of His Highness, the Zhuge, heralds the return of an ancient divine being. This is a good omen for peace in the realm, and your Majesty should rejoice. Guanglu added with flattery. Listening to their harmonious remarks, although Ruanyu's anger had not abated, he found himself powerless and could only leave the Elan Palace with a stern expression. Wanyun had given birth to the Heavenly Emperor's eldest son, but received neither reward nor elevation. Because the Heavenly Emperor disliked Tianya's Zhuge form, no one dared to visit Elan Palace to offer congratulations. The already desolate palace grew even colder, resembling a frigid prison. The only one to visit them was the moonlit immortal. My dear Yi, be good and come to play at your uncle's mansion when you grow up. Dan Zhu teased Tianai with a rattle, eliciting delightful laughter from the child. Only you, uncle, still remember us, Wanyun said, shaking the cradle with a hint of sorrow. Alas, he is venting his resentment towards your mother and Xufeng upon you both, Dan Zhu sighed. However, it is strange, you and Ruanyu are both dragons. Yet how is it that ye could be a Zhuge? I must say, compared to Ruanyu, I find ye bears a closer resemblance to Xufeng. This unintentional remark made Wanyun shiver, but she quickly masked her inner turmoil, responding nonchalantly, I resemble Xufeng quite a bit. What is strange about ye looking like his uncle? Danju nodded and then said, Junior, have you heard? He has been investigating every man you have interacted with from the Bird Clan, seemingly determined to uncover your lover. A cold smile curled at the corner of Wanyuan's lips. Let him investigate. I stand upright, and just, should he uncover anything, I will immediately leap from the Linyuan platform with ye. Just then, Queyun entered, her brow furrowed with worry. Wanyun felt a surge of emotions and furrowed her brow. Inquiring, what is the matter? Queyun bit her lip and cast a glance at Danju, reluctant to speak. Wanyun reassured her. The moonlit immortal is one of us. Whatever the issue, feel free to express it. Taking a deep breath, Queyun finally revealed, My lady. His Majesty has just issued an edict, stripping you of your position as the leader of the Bird Clan. Someone will come to announce it shortly. What? Wanyun exclaimed in terror. Could it be that Runyu has discovered evidence of my alleged infidelity? This cannot be true. I have always conducted myself with the elders and guards of the Bird Clan strictly in accordance with duty, never crossing the bounds of propriety. Or is he fabricating a baseless accusation against me? On what grounds did he depose me as clan leader? She questioned. Queyun timidly responded. His Majesty claimed that you murdered the former clan leader, Sui He, and the Hidden Sparrow, and that you led the Bird Clan to submit to the demon realm, severely undermining the interests of our clan. He declared you unworthy of the leadership, asserting that you are a Qinglong and not a bird, thus lacking the qualifications to govern the Bird Clan. Danju, upon hearing this, was incensed, her face flushed with rage. What a flimsy excuse. How has Junair harmed the interests of the Bird Clan? She is the one who resolved the Bird Clan's famine and restored relations with the Flower Realm. And as for the claim that a Qinglong is unfit to rule the Bird Clan, how absurd. Is not the Heavenly Emperor a dragon? Based on this reasoning, does he not also lack the right to govern beings other than dragons? Wanyun twisted the silk cloth in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, Runyu had not found evidence proving that Tianyu was not his flesh and blood, temporarily alleviating his suspicions. Yet on the other hand, she had been stripped of all power and position, and it was likely that the days ahead would be fraught with difficulties. After a moment of contemplation, she strode towards the palace exit. Junair, where are you going? Danju urgently inquired. I am going to see His Majesty, she replied through clenched teeth. Danju grasped her arm repeatedly, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? He clearly cannot find evidence regarding Tianyi and his lineage, so he resorts to attacking you elsewhere. Are you not afraid of being executed on the spot? I understand. She shook off his hand, but I must confront him. With that, she turned and departed, resolutely striding away. Outside the Nine Heavens Cloud Palace, a resplendent golden glow enveloped the magnificent structure, while several armored celestial soldiers stood vigil at the grand entrance, safeguarding the heart of celestial power. Who are you? The soldiers halted her approach before she could draw near. I am Wanyun, the birth mother of His Highness Yi, and I wish to see the Heavenly Emperor. She succinctly stated her purpose. Upon hearing the title Wanyun, the soldiers regarded her with disdain. His Majesty is currently in court. You are but a mere concubine. What right do you have to enter? Indeed, they were all sycophants of the powerful. Wanyun thought disdainfully, though she maintained her composure and swiftly produced 60 years' worth of spiritual energy, handing it to the soldier. May I enter now? The soldier hesitated upon seeing such a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and as he faltered, Wanyun seized the opportunity to push past him and swing open the palace doors. The Nine Heavens Cloud Palace was vast and cavernous, adorned with cloud and floral patterns on its walls, beams, and pillars, exuding elegance and vibrancy. The ministers present were taken aback by her sudden intrusion, murmuring amongst themselves in astonishment. Upon the resplendent throne composed of crimson gold and adorned with 9 dragon motifs sat none other than Runyu. He wore the celestial crown, with 12 strands of white jade pearls cascading before him, obscuring his regal visage and adding an air of solemnity. The moment his gaze fell upon Wanyun, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Indeed, upon hearing that he had dismissed her from her position as clan leader, she could not remain passive and had come to the Cloud Palace to seek retribution. He had been troubled, unable to find a pretext to deal with her, yet she had delivered herself to him. Wanyun's face was as unadorned as pure water, untouched by cosmetics, clad in a gown of magnolia-hued silk. Her attire, devoid of any embroidery or embellishment, stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the palace, yet it exuded an innate elegance, reminiscent of a solitary bamboo standing tall amidst the gentle drizzle, graceful yet unyielding. She approached slowly, kneeling gracefully before him, bowing in reverence. This humble servant, Wanyun, pays her respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace. Given her lowly status, she lacked the privilege to refer to herself as a consort, thus resorting to the term servant. Have you come regarding the matters of the avian clan? Runyu inquired haughtily. Wanyun, head bowed, replied earnestly. This servant possesses scant virtue and has made grave errors, rendering her unworthy of the position as clan leader. However, I sincerely hope that once your majesty selects a more capable successor, the avian clan may continue its prosperous trade with the floral realm, the aquatic tribe, and the demon world, ensuring the avian clan's continued flourishing. The avian clan is also your majesty's subjects. I implore you not to neglect them due to past grievances. Upon hearing this, Runyu found himself momentarily at a loss. The words he had prepared to utter caught in his throat. He had assumed Wanyun would confront him about her dismissal, yet she had submissively accepted her fate and, in front of all the court officials, demonstrated her deep concern for the people, showcasing her benevolence. This, in turn, rendered him appear ungrateful and harsh. Beside them, Quan Lu could no longer bear to watch. She approached Wanyun and assisted her to her feet, saying, Wanyun, you have just given birth and are still weak. Please rise. Runyu's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, What do you mean by this? The avian clan are my subjects. How could I ever do them an injustice? Then I shall rest easy, she replied softly, nodding. Your Majesty, I have intruded upon the Cloud Palace and disturbed your Majesty and the esteemed courtiers. I humbly request your punishment. How could Runyu bring himself to punish her further? He could only say, Very well, since you care for the avian clan, I shall overlook this matter. Return swiftly. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty, she replied with utmost respect. Exiting the Cloud Palace, she turned towards the radiant sunlight and revealed a resolute yet fierce smile. The sovereignty of power is supreme and inviolable. She understood this well. Her recent performance was merely to demonstrate her submission to Runyu and the other celestial beings. The loss of the avian clan was indeed regrettable, yet time was on her side. One day, this vast realm would belong to her and her son. Chapter 27. A rite of worship. Tianai was 10 months old, exceptionally charming, and greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Despite not receiving favor from the Heavenly Emperor, he had garnered the affection of many celestial attendants and maidens. Wanyun did not deter them from teasing him. Devoid of the Heavenly Emperor's favor, she had to cultivate good relations with the servants to garner support in the celestial realm. This day marked the anniversary of Tu Yao's death, and having missed last year's memorial due to her pregnancy, she was resolute not to let this opportunity slip by again. In the depths of the night, She dismissed the vigilante Queyun at the entrance, cloaked in solitude as she departed the heavenly realm. Following the path of the river of forgetfulness, she arrived at the familiar Yuan, a place still shrouded in dampness and heat, seldom trodden by human feet. She approached the cave where she had once hidden Su Feng, and Tu Yao's modest tomb was erected here. As she gazed upon the humble gravestone and mount, a wave of melancholy surged within her. Though her emotions towards her birth mother were not deeply rooted, blood ties are undeniably strong. Witnessing the desolate aftermath of the once regal figure of her mother stirred feelings of guilt and remorse. As she knelt before the grave, a familiar voice broke the silence. Su Feng. Upon turning, she beheld him. Clad in simple linen attire, his visage bore the marks of time, making him appear more like an elder brother than a younger sibling. I surmised you would sneak out at this hour, so I came specifically at this time, he explained as he approached slowly. After 2 years apart, a subtle distance enveloped them. Wanyun produced the offerings and candles she had prepared and placed them at the grave, saying, I apologize for my absence last year due to my condition. Su Feng nodded in understanding. I comprehend. It is of no consequence. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, releasing words that seemed to have weighed heavily upon his heart for some time. How is Tianyi faring? Wanyuan's hand trembled slightly, and a gentle smile graced her lips. He is well, a remarkably beautiful child who resembles you. Su Feng's expression froze. He shut his eyes and sighed deeply. Do you think mother blames us, considering we defied the natural order? Wanyuan's smile dimmed as she cast a glance at him, responding, what does it matter if she does or does not? She is no longer with us, yet we remain. Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of the deceased? You seem to have come to terms with it, he remarked with a furrowed brow. And what of now? Has Runyu's perception of you changed? She lowered her gaze and shook her head. I am no longer the leader of the bird clan. Su Feng's astonishment was merely a ripple in still waters. Is that so? I warned you long ago. He has merely usurped your position. Who knows what else he may take from you in the future? This is the path you chose, placing our child amidst turmoil from birth. Hearing his words, Wanyun found them exceedingly jarring, letting out a cold laugh. I do not require your reminders. You should manage your own affairs. I have spent over 3,000 years at Missouri Bing Terrace, embroiled in schemes and intrigues. When it comes to manipulating hearts, you are not worthy to match even a toe of mine. Had I not safeguarded you along the way, you would have perished long ago, never to become a demon lord or reunite with Jìng. What are you saying? Su Feng was evidently taken aback by her icy demeanor. We have hardly met, and you already treat me as an enemy? I am your only sibling, and you dare to mistake my good intentions for malice? Wanyun became acutely aware of her own lapse in composure. The oppressive weight of her emotions had amassed a considerable reservoir of anger, which she dared to unleash only in the presence of Xufeng. After a moment of awkward silence, she deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, by the way, have you discovered a method to resurrect Jìng? A shadow of sorrow washed over his eyes as he replied, no, I possess no leads. However, since Dumu Yuanjun mentioned that her primordial spirit still lingers in this world, I shall never relinquish hope. Observing the steadfast and affectionate expression upon his face, she remarked softly, you still have not consumed the Pingyu, have you? He looked perplexed. How do you know? If you truly cannot find a way to bring her back, you would undoubtedly choose to join her in the void, she replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. To perish gradually, consumed by the backlash of the golden elixir, unaware and without pain. Could there be a more serene departure? Surprised that her thoughts had been so easily discerned, Xufeng's expression turned apologetic. I am sorry. Sister, there is no need for apologies, she interrupted gently. I respect your choices, and I hope you can extend the same respect towards mine. Xufeng nodded before asking, what do you plan to do next? Wanyun ignited an incense stick and arranged the offerings, responding contemplatively, what else can I do? I shall endure and submit, waiting until he lowers his guard completely, at which point I shall seek an opportunity to draw closer to him. Do you wish for him to love you? Xufeng inquired. Her face instantly contorted with disdain as she coldly scoffed. Is that even possible? Even if the waters of the four seas were to dry up, he could never harbor affection for me. Yet, I do not require such sentiments. All I need is his trust and his acknowledgement of Tianyi. His deep love for Jìng only serves to benefit me. After all, the deeper his affection for her, the less likely he is to develop feelings for another woman. Wouldn't you agree? You are rather heartless, Xufeng frowned. Nevertheless, I have faith that with your intellect, you will achieve your objectives. Upon returning to the heavenly realm, it was already the hour of the tiger, and the faint light of dawn began to break in the eastern sky. Exhausted, she entered Elan Palace and, having gazed upon the peacefully sleeping Tianyi, quietly lay down to rest. It had been 2 years since she had enjoyed such a tranquil slumber, and her meeting with Xufeng had granted her a sense of serenity. 2 years had elapsed, and she felt neither deep affection for him nor the displeasure she had once harbored at their parting. Instead, a calm yet robust bond of kinship had taken root. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the unexpected arrival of Runyu the following evening. At that moment, she was nursing Tianai, and his intrusion filled her with embarrassment. Flustered, she placed Tianai upon the bed and hastily composed herself before greeting him. "I was unaware of your Majesty's visit. I beg your pardon for my inadequate welcome," she said respectfully. Runyu, his expression inscrutable and his demeanor cold, remained silent for a time before finally speaking. "I have heard that you left the heavenly realm unaccompanied last night. Pray tell, what business did you attend to?" "What? How is that even possible?" she thought. Ever vigilant and distrustful of others, not even her close attendant, Queyun, had disclosed such information. How could Runyu possibly know of her departure from the heavenly realm? Her heart was in turmoil, and she dared not raise her gaze to meet his. After a moment of frantic silence, she suddenly prostrated herself, repeatedly bowing her head to the ground, weeping, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I went to the demon realm to pay homage to my mother's tomb, did I not?" Ruanyu's indifferent tone revealed no trace of emotion. Wanyun's face turned as pale as death as she anxiously clutched the hem of his robe, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. No matter how you choose to punish me, I will accept it willingly." She was gambling, wagering that Runyu had also endured the pain of losing a mother, hoping that he would empathize with her plight and feel compassion. The hall echoed with the dull sound of her forehead striking the stone floor and her sorrowful sobs. Runyu gazed down at this woman, whose cunning was evident, now so humbled and disregarding her status, his thoughts drifting back several years. At that time, he was the forgotten god of night in the celestial realm, mourning the death of his mother, unable to pay homage to her. Even mentioning her name was a crime. Now the tides had turned. The daughter of the murderer who had slain his mother was kneeling before him, suffering the same anguish. Yet, why did he not feel the thrill of revenge? After a moment of tense silence, he said lightly, "You may rise. If others see you like this, they might think I have wronged you." Wanyun sighed in relief. She had won her gamble. Struggling to rise from her numbed knees, her face, unadorned by any makeup, remained flawless, akin to an unblemished jade disc. The redness from her repeated bowing only served to enhance the delicate, rosy hue of her complexion. With her head bowed, she earnestly said, "Your Majesty, I have gravely sinned by visiting the demon realm to pay homage to a criminal. I beg for your punishment." Runyu lifted her chin, as if to toy with a small mouse. Bearing humiliation and hardship, you possess the ability to bend and yield. Aside from this face, you are entirely unlike your arrogant and foolish mother. Surprised that even at such a lowly point, he could still find fault, Wanyun felt her teeth grind in anger. Yet her expression had to remain placid. She could only say, "If your Majesty is truly so wary of my origins, then do not hesitate to obliterate my very soul." However, Tian would then lose his mother. Runyu withdrew his hand and replied calmly, "You left the celestial realm unbidden to pay homage to a sinner, and thus you should be stripped of your celestial essence and banished to the mortal realm. However, considering you bore the celestial emperor's firstborn, you may escape the death penalty. But live imprisonment is unavoidable. From today, you are confined to Luolin Palace for 5 years, and may not leave without decree." To be confined for 5 years for merely paying homage to her biological mother seemed a harsh punishment, yet she could not show a hint of discontent, only obediently replying, "Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. I will reflect deeply in Luolin Palace and shall never repeat my mistakes." Once Runyu departed, she collapsed to the ground as if a tightly wound spring had suddenly released. The quick discovery of her departure from the celestial realm could only mean one thing. There was a traitor among her ranks. Was it Queyun, or perhaps Luolin or Hongling? From the outset, relegated to the status of a concubine, to the neglect during her pregnancy and childbirth, followed by her dismissal from the position of clan leader, and now, her confinement. How many more trials await her? Chapter 28. The immortal of Shan. The days of confinement passed slowly and serenely, fortunately, with Tian's companionship. Time was not so tedious and unbearable. After Tian fell asleep, she was attended to by Queyun, who assisted her with her dressing and ablutions. After a flurry of activity, she changed into a simple, white nightgown, her long, thick hair cascading quietly down her back. "Queyun, how do you perceive my treatment of you?" she inquired casually while gazing into the mirror. Queyun's hand trembled slightly as she held the comb. "My lady, you have always treated this servant well. When Suhe was clan leader, she often scolded us maidservants, but you have shown us great kindness." "Is that so?" Wanyun raised an eyebrow. "But I am no longer the clan leader, nor even a heavenly consort. Will you still remain loyal to me?" Queyun grew increasingly flustered. My lady, what are you saying? How could I ever be disloyal to you? Wanyun's tone remained indifferent. I have been contemplating these past few days. Although I have never spoken to anyone about my pilgrimage to the demon realm to honor my mother, I did confide in you regarding the establishment of her memorial there. Her tone suddenly turned severe. Who else, besides you, could have possibly disclosed this to the Celestial Emperor? My lady, please forgive me. Queyun, terrified, knelt before her. You are quite forthright in your admission, Wanyun scoffed, a hint of self-mockery lacing her words. Queyun, I have treated you well. From the bird clan to the demon realm, and then to the celestial realm, I have supported and cared for you. Due to Sueling's betrayal, I never dared to hold any grievances against you. Yet, upon my fall from grace, you sought another master behind my back. Queyun, do you truly have the heart to face your conscience? Queyun desperately clutched at the hem of her dress, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded for mercy. It is not as you think, my lady. I was left with no choice. Wanyun, cutting off any further debate, exuded a commanding presence. Speak. What benefits did the Celestial Emperor offer you to betray me? A great deal of spiritual power, or a promise to elevate you to a heavenly consort? Queyun shook her head vigorously. No, my lady. I never aspired to such heights. I am fully aware of your kindness towards me. Therefore, when the Celestial Emperor first approached me, I resolutely declined. However, later, he revealed that he had imprisoned my parents. If I did not report your every move to him, he threatened to kill them. She sobbed, breathless. My lady, he is the Celestial Emperor. I am but a mere maidservant, insignificant and powerless. How could I resist? Pressing her forehead, Wanyun felt a surge of agitation and anger. The mighty Celestial Emperor resorted to such despicable means to undermine her. Yet, after the fury subsided, there remained a profound sense of helplessness. The celestial realm, rife with deceit and treachery, resembled a battlefield devoid of bloodshed, where perhaps, had she been in Runyu's position, she would have acted similarly. Aside from my whereabouts, have you disclosed anything else to him? She inquired. Queyun wiped her tears. The Emperor indeed questioned me if you had any particular intimacy with any man. I informed him that aside from the former demon lord, the moonlit immortal, and the late king of Yuansheng, you had little interaction with other men. However, none of them could possibly be His Highness's biological father, especially the former demon lord and the moonlit immortal, as they are your blood relatives, surely. The Emperor would not harbor any doubts about them. Wanyun quietly exhaled, relieved that Queyun had not perceived the anomaly between her and Xufeng. Master, please punish your servant. It is I who have wronged you. You may expel me or even kill me, and I would bear no resentment. Queyun repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. Wanyun scoffed coldly. Would killing you be of any use? The Heavenly Emperor would immediately learn of it and send another spy to monitor me. Queyun whimpered. Then what shall the master do with me? She rose, her brows tightly knitted, pacing back and forth before stating in a low tone, everything remains as it is. You must report as usual, but intercept anything that could lead him to suspect, only sharing trivial matters of no consequence. Moreover, you must never plead for me or speak a kind word. You must present yourself as unwaveringly loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. Queyun looked up in surprise. Master, do you not hold any resentment against me? Wanyun lifted her chin with a finger, her gaze steady, her tone sharp, yet her expression remained composed. By following the Emperor, you are merely a pawn, easily cast aside, and your demise would elicit no concern. However, should you pledge your loyalty to me, if Tianyi ascends to become the Heavenly Emperor in the future, you will rise alongside me. Choose your path wisely. Queyun stared into Wanyun's dark eyes, feeling an innate authority that was both intimidating and compelling. She bowed deeply and declared resolutely, I swear eternal loyalty to you, master, with no hint of treachery. In the winter days, blossoms unfurled into the emerald canopies of spring. In the courtyard of Elan Palace, the pink walls and floral enclosures basked in gentle sunshine. Wanyun reclined comfortably on a heated couch, one hand cradling a volume of the Chronicle of the Six Realms, while the other rocked the cradle where Tianyi lay. Master, the Fairy of Lantern Festival has arrived, Queyun announced. Konglu. Wanyun raised an eyebrow, quickly instructing, please invite her in. Konglu glided in gracefully, adorned in a gown of delicate green silk that cascaded to the ground, its sleeves embroidered with exquisite pink lotus flowers, and a pale yellow sash accentuating her slender waist. Her complexion was fair, her features luminous, exuding a natural beauty that was both refreshing and elegant. She slightly inclined her body. Konglu pays her respects to Lady Wan. May you be well. The fairy is well, Wanyun returned the courtesy. Konglu approached Tianyi directly, gently caressing his little face. His Highness grows ever more handsome. When he matures, he shall surely possess the captivating beauty of Lady Wan. Wanyun covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. He is a boy. Such descriptions might embarrass him. Kong Lu smiled sweetly and warmly, then produced a jade pendant from her sleeve. The pendant, shaped like the vermilion bird totem, was exquisitely crafted, with a smooth and lustrous texture, emanating a serene glow, a testament to its ancient origins. She handed the pendant to Wanyun, speaking softly. Tomorrow marks the first birthday of His Highness, does it not? I possess little of great value, merely a jade pendant which I bestow upon you, hoping that His Highness ye may always be safe and sound. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wanyun's eyes, swiftly replaced by a wave of emotion. Apart from herself, only Danzhu and the maidens of Yilan Palace remembered Tianye's first birthday, and she was surprised that Kong Lu, with whom she had little interaction, had retained such a memory. She extended her hand to receive the pendant, expressing her gratitude. Your Excellency, the Immortal of the Lantern Festival, I thank you on behalf of Yi heir. With that, she adorned the small neck of Tianyi with the pendant. It was unexpected that someone would remember His Highness's birthday. The maidservant expressed her thanks to the Immortal. Beside them, Queyun also expressed her gratitude repeatedly. However, Kong Lu appeared hesitant, and Wanyun sensed something amiss. Clearing her throat, she said, Queyun, please fetch us a pot of tea. Yes, Queyun replied and withdrew. Once she departed, Wanyun gazed calmly at Kong Lu and stated, if you have something to convey, please do so without hesitation. Kong Lu pressed her lips together, her delicate willow-like brows knitting together. Wan Pin, do you not find anything unusual about your maidservant Queyun? Wanyun's eyelids flickered. Oh, really? I haven't noticed anything. Do you think there is something amiss? Kong Lu bit her lip, pausing for a moment before softly saying, a few months ago, I inadvertently saw her reporting something to His Majesty in Su, New Jersey Palace. They are not acquainted, Wan Pin. Do you not find that strange? Wanyun remained silent, her expression calm as a still pond, gently teasing Tianyi. Observing her demeanor, Kong Lu discerned something, frowning. You have known all along, haven't you? Wanyun neither affirmed nor denied, responding coolly, who would dare defy the Emperor's command? We cannot blame her. I maintain my dignity and have borne the Emperor's firstborn. What have I to fear? Are you so certain? Kong Lu replied softly. After I inadvertently overheard their conversation, I subtly inquired about his feelings towards you, and he coldly remarked that he does not wish for His Highness to have such a mother. Wanyun's body trembled as if struck by lightning. The implication of not wishing for His Highness to have such a mother was tantamount to a death sentence. It was no wonder that upon learning of her unauthorized departure from the heavenly realm, he rushed to Yilan Palace to interrogate her. It was evidently an opportunity to frame her for a crime worthy of death. Had she not fervently pleaded for mercy, garnering a sliver of his empathy and compassion, she might have already met her end. Clenching her fists, she subdued the hatred that threatened to consume her, coldly inquiring, why are you revealing this to me now? So much time has passed. Why choose this moment to tell me? Because it is His Highness's birthday. I can use this as a reason to visit Yilan Palace openly. Otherwise, if I were to come secretly and be discovered by His Majesty, he might suspect that we are colluding, Kong Lu explained unperturbed. Wanyun regarded her with disdain, her expression frosty. Is that so? I thought you had come specifically to incite discord between me and the Emperor, hoping that in a fit of rage, I would act recklessly and thus pave the way for your ascendance. You shall be disappointed, for the Emperor harbors no affection for me. Even in death, it would not be your turn to take his place. Kong Lu was rendered speechless. What are you saying? I came here out of goodwill to remind you. And you think of me this way? She scoffed coldly. In the past, the water goddess, whom His Majesty adored so deeply, I never harbored any intention of harming her. Why would I need to eliminate you? Who knows? Perhaps if I were to perish, you could nurture Tianyi and ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Empress. Wanyun replied indifferently. She was acutely aware that Kong Lu was far from being an innocent soul. She had pledged her allegiance to Runyu since his days as the night god. Runyu's rise to power was undoubtedly aided by her strategic counsel and the robust support of her father, Tai Si. Confronted by such a cunning and astute woman, it would be preferable to lay everything bare and sever her unwarranted aspirations. Kong Lu shook her head, her eyes brimming with disappointment. I merely felt pity for you. I never anticipated that you would misconstrue it to such an extent. Truly, it is both tragic and laughable. Pity? Wanyun echoed, her brow furrowing at the word. Yes, I pity you. Though His Majesty does not love me, he has bestowed upon me wealth and high office. Yet you, since entering the palace, have remained compliant and uncomplaining. But he remains fixated on your origins and past deeds, unable to forgive, even wishing to silence her without revealing the truths they both understood. Wanyun felt a flicker of emotion. Quang Lu's earnest expression did not appear feigned. For over 2 years, if she had truly wished to harm her, she had ample means to do so without the need for this elaborate charade. With a sigh, she murmured, "What do you think I should do? I have done my utmost. When a ruler commands the death of a subject, the subject must comply. If he is intent on my demise, I have no alternative." Quang Lu gently shook her head. "You have not tried hard enough. Pin, His Majesty is not as malevolent as you believe. He is merely haunted by past grievances inflicted by your mother, fearful that you might become the second Tu Yao. Therefore, Pin, you should not remain confined within Elan Palace. You ought to engage more with His Majesty to change his perception of you. For instance, he often retreats to the lake beneath the Rainbow Bridge to meditate. He also enjoys reading in the Jìng. You could chance upon him in those places and converse." Wanyun was profoundly moved by these words. She had not anticipated the existence of such a devoted woman, willing to create opportunities for her beloved with another. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she was not dissimilar. In the past, she had willingly safeguarded the happiness of Su Feng and Jin. She said softly, "You are indeed a woman of deep affection, but what is your true motivation in doing this?" Quang Lu lowered her gaze, caressing Tianye's cheek, and softly replied, "I do not wish for His Majesty to transfer the grievances of the previous generation onto the next, nor do I want His Highness to suffer the same fate." Growing up devoid of paternal love, she possessed a slender and graceful figure, and her beauty was unparalleled, with a heart-wrenching fragility akin to snow. Wanyun looked at this young woman, 600 years her junior, then turned to her son, suddenly struck by a peculiar and audacious thought. 4,000 years is scarcely a significant span in the extensive lifespans of gods and demons. Generally, the lifespan of gods and demons correlates with their spiritual power, ranging from 30 to 40,000 years at the shortest, and potentially extending to 100,000 years. However, typically, only the initial 500 years witness rapid growth, reaching a form akin to that of a human at the tender age of 15 or 16. Subsequently, the pace of growth significantly slows, with the threshold of adulthood marked around the age of 3,000. It is not uncommon to find celestial partners with an age difference exceeding 4,000 years. For instance, the former water deity, Luolin, is nearly 10,000 years older than the former flower deity, Zifun. Likewise, the fairy of fate, Yuanji, surpasses her mischievous counterpart, the moonlight fairy, by over 6,000 years. Her gaze flitted between Quang Lu and Tianyi, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "Fairy, you truly care for Year. I shall strive to ensure he earns his father's affection, yet I also hope you will visit him more often, so he may have companionship." Chapter 29. Amity. As time flows and leaves fall in a flurry, with spring giving way to autumn, and the passage of time resembling a swift shuttle, it was suddenly revealed that it was the year 415 of the Heavenly Era. It had been precisely 30 years since Wanyun was placed under house arrest. In these 30 years, Tianyi had matured into a child resembling a human of 6 or 7 years. His features increasingly mirrored those of Su Feng, thick brows, lustrous black eyes, and a high nose. But unlike Su Feng's haughty demeanor, he was amiable and well-behaved, devoid of any imperial airs. This was a result of his nurturing environment and Wanyun's attentive guidance. Since appearance could not be altered, she endeavored to cultivate his character and temperament to be as harmonious as that of Runyu. Under her meticulous care and diligent instruction, Tianye's intelligence and spiritual prowess gradually unfolded. By the age of 15, he had comprehended the 5 classics of the 6 realms, and by 20, he had mastered the flowing flame fire technique. Even Wanyun was astonished at his extraordinary talent, surpassing both herself and Su Feng. She could already envision how he would excel in the 6 realms as an adult. After her house arrest concluded, she had not left the heavenly realm, and her interactions with the outside world were limited to the occasional visits from Quang Lu and letters relayed by the Moonlight Fairy to Su Feng. Although the days lacked vibrancy, at least Runyu did not deliberately complicate matters for her. After 30 years of seclusion, his disdain, suspicion, and distrust towards her should have diminished somewhat. Before Quang Lu's attendant could make the announcement, Tianyi had already eagerly dashed towards the palace gates. "Your Highness." Quang Lu's lips blossomed into a smile akin to a blue lotus, her expression filled with affection as she gazed at Tianyi. "Sister Quang Lu, couldn't you visit the Elan Palace more often? Year misses you dearly." Tianyi sweetly pouted. Quang Lu chuckled softly, covering her lips. "You see, sister is here to see you." As she spoke, she produced an exquisitely wrapped gift from her sleeve and handed it to Tianyi. "Isn't today the 31st birthday of your Highness? This pine nut cake is a treat I purchased during my recent descent to handle affairs in the mortal realm." It is delightfully tender, melting in the mouth, and serves as a gift for you. Mortal realm food? Tianyi exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. I have always wanted to taste the food of the mortal world, but mother has never allowed me to leave the heavenly realm. Thank you so much, sister. He tucked the pine nut cake into his sleeve and then produced a delicately crafted cloud mother hairpin from his pocket. The hairpin was adorned with 2 strands of jade beads, complemented by 6 pairs of petite crystal droplets. Though the materials were not precious, the craftsmanship was exquisite. He held the hairpin, biting his lips shyly, and remarked, "This ornament was exchanged from a maid with 15 years of my spiritual energy. I find it quite exquisite. Sister, do you like it?" To her surprise, Quang Lu discovered that Tianyi had also prepared a gift for her. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Your Highness, such a thing is more suitable for your mother." Tianyi, unfazed, replied, "I bought 2. One for my mother and the other for you." He raised the hairpin, his dark eyes radiating sincere affection. "Sister, do you truly find it unappealing?" In her flustered state, a hint of bashfulness emerged as Quang Lu hurriedly exclaimed, "It's beautiful, truly beautiful. I shall accept it." Just as she reached for it, Tianyi suddenly said, "I want to personally adorn you with it." Quang Lu instinctively considered declining, yet upon meeting Tianyi's earnest, sparkling gaze, she could not bring herself to refuse. She knelt down, allowing him, with his tender little hands, to clumsily place the hairpin into her coiled hair. Wanyun observed the scene from the side, a smile briefly gracing her lips. As she had anticipated, Tianyi's feelings for Quang Lu were deepening with each passing day. This was partly due to Quang Lu's striking beauty, far surpassing that of the maids, but more significantly, she was a rare presence in his life, seldom seen throughout the year. The allure of the unattainable often captivates, a truth applicable even to children. After meeting with Wan Pin, Quang Lu, feeling somewhat shy, approached Wanyun to offer her greetings. "Greetings, fairy." Wanyun replied with polite acknowledgement. Tianyi, rubbing his hands together with a hint of unease, inquired, "Mother, I gifted Sister Quang Lu the same headpiece as yours. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Wanyun smiled and shook her head, "Of course not. Since she treats you so kindly, it is only right to reciprocate." Tianyi exhaled in relief, his smile growing more infatuated. "Queyun, please take His Highness to review his studies," Wanyun instructed. Once Tianyi had departed, she linked arms with Quang Lu and led her towards the inner chamber. Expressing her gratitude, "It is truly commendable that the fairy remembers heir's birthday. I am immensely grateful." "Such words are unnecessary, Wan Pin. It was merely a small effort." Quang Lu replied dismissively. As Wanyun offered tea, she casually remarked, "Fairy, do you not feel that heir is growing increasingly fond of you?" Quang Lu looked at Wanyun with a smile and said, "Your Highness seldom encounters outsiders. It is natural for him to develop a fondness for me with my attentiveness." "Is that so?" Wanyun's voice was as gentle as a lark's song in spring. "I believe his affection for you may be more profound than mere fondness. Yet," she added, "of course, he is still quite young. It may indeed be premature to speak of such matters." Quang Lu's hand trembled slightly as she held the teacup, her countenance turning frosty. "Wan Pin, how can you entertain such thoughts about His Highness at such a tender age?" "Do not be alarmed, fairy. I merely spoke off the cuff," Wanyun replied, waving her hand gently. Quang Lu cast a disdainful glance at her, coldly remarking, "Surely you are not afraid that I might become the Empress and compete for his favor, seeking to eliminate me through such means?" Wanyun smiled faintly, her tone gentle as she replied, "The Emperor is indifferent towards you. Why should I resort to such measures? Besides, without you, countless other women would aspire to ascend to his bed. Am I to thwart them all?" Quang Lu furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "Then why do you wish to facilitate this? You are so beautiful and wise. I cannot bear to see your youth and affection squandered on one who offers no reciprocation." Wanyun sipped her tea and replied calmly, "What matters more is my desire for heir to have a formidable support system to protect and bolster him. In the celestial realm, who could possess a nobler status than the daughter of the powerful chancellor, the Xianyuan fairy?" After a moment of silence, Quang Lu lowered her gaze, her voice soft as she murmured, "But I regard His Highness as I would my own child or brother, harboring no other thoughts." "I understand," Wanyun said slowly. "It has been at least 300 or 400 years since heir began to comprehend the emotions between men and women, and I shall observe. If, as he matures, your feelings for each other evolve, it would be a joyous outcome. However, if not, I shall not impose. After all, we have both witnessed the tragedies born from ill-fated unions." Quang Lu toyed with her delicate, porcelain-like fingers, her heart engulfed in turmoil. For over a century and a half, her heart and eyes had known only Runyu. Aware that this affection was destined to be unfulfilled, she nevertheless remained deeply ensnared. Yet now, someone had extended an olive branch, guiding her towards an alternate path, one that could either lead to a radiant future or descend into the abyss of despair. Wanyun deftly shifted the topic, inquiring abruptly, "How has His Majesty been lately?" Quang Lu was taken aback by Wanyun's unexpected question about Runyu. "He is much the same, attending court each morning at the hour of the rooster and departing at noon, thereafter retreating to his chambers to review edicts and manage state affairs. In his free time, he often stares blankly at portraits of Jìng or his mother. A diligent, devoted, and filial emperor indeed," Wanyun remarked with a slight smirk. "Does he ever inquire about heir?" Quang Lu nodded. "He does, albeit infrequently, asking about His Highness's well-being and studies." Wanyun raised an eyebrow. "Remarkable. He actually remembers he has a son." After a pause, she continued, "Does he still meditate by the Rainbow Bridge Lake?" Quang Lu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "I have remained silent long enough," Wanyun thought. Her eyes clear and her brows radiant. It is time to step beyond the confines of comfort. For 15 consecutive nights, Wanyun visited the end of the Rainbow Bridge outside Queyun Palace. This tranquil locale was enveloped in silence, the dense, dark green foliage cradling a crystal-clear lake, where the soft, luminous moonlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. To any observer, her actions could be succinctly described as vying for favor. This notion repulsed her, for while she had humbled herself before Runyu for survival, now she must also contrive ways to earn his affection. What thoughts might the spirit of the Tuyu Spring harbor? Yet, she had no choice. This was the path she had chosen for herself, and she must continue down it. Perched upon the bank, her legs submerged in the water, she soon beheld the magnificent azure tail of a dragon emerge, its golden-scaled surface shimmering under the moonlight. A sight of unparalleled beauty. She could hardly recall the last time she had revealed her true form. So long had it been that she nearly forgot she was a Qinglong, as she admired her exquisite dragon tail, resting her head in one hand. The tranquil surroundings lulled her into a sweet slumber. After an indeterminate time, a familiar yet chilling voice broke through the stillness. "What are you doing here?" Startled, Wanyun awakened abruptly, her swaying dragon tail instantly transforming back into 2 legs. In a flurry, she adjusted her attire and knelt respectfully, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Ruanyu's gaze swept over her plain attire, indistinguishable from that of a servant, and he coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Wanyun's hand trembled slightly as she replied, "Your majesty, after T and I fell asleep, this humble servant had some leisure time, so I wandered about. Upon discovering this picturesque location, I decided to rest for a moment." She would never divulge the truth about Quang Lu. Should Runyu learn of her scheming to manipulate those around him, all her efforts would be in vain. "Is that so?" Ruanyu's voice betrayed no emotion. "It seems quite coincidental that you found your way to the same place as I." Wanyun anticipated his retort and, maintaining her composure, responded, "Your Majesty, it is quite late, and I have lingered long enough outside. I must return to attend to heir. I shall take my leave now." Rising, she prepared to depart. "Wait," Runyu suddenly interjected. "Stay and chat with me for a while before you go." Wanyun raised her gaze slightly, her expression submissive and devoid of any superfluous emotion, simply replying, "Very well." The two sat in silence along the water's edge, a distance of mere feet between them. This was the closest they had been in 30 years. Their previous encounters were limited to grand banquets on significant occasions. He was the exalted Heavenly Emperor, while she, alongside Tianai, was but a lowly consort and a common son, separated by a chasm so great that their faces remained indistinct. Soon, Runyu revealed his pearlescent dragon tail. Wanyun fidgeted with her fingers, lost in thought. "Why do you not show your true form?" After a prolonged, awkward silence, Runyu inquired. The dragon tail could only manifest when one was at ease and joyful, making it quite a challenge for her to expose it before him. However, how could Wanyun dare to speak the truth? She could only lower her head and respond, "This servant does not wish to displease your majesty. After all, my initial revelation of my true form before you was not a pleasant experience." At her words, Runyu chuckled mockingly. "Indeed, I remember it vividly. The day at Queyun Palace, when I uncovered your disguise, and you bested me and Linxiu. Who would have imagined that we would become emperor and empress, and have a son together? I believe no other imperial consort in history has shared such an experience, rendering us unparalleled." Wanyun laughed lightly. "Shall your majesty require me to compose a self-reproach edict for my past transgressions against the Heavenly Emperor?" A soft sigh escaped Runyu as he traced his hand across the surface of the lake, conjuring a few water-made koi. "Wanyun, share with me your past experiences," he requested. Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. turning to face him. Your Majesty, are you truly interested in the history of a mere servant? Not only I, but all of the celestial realm harbors curiosity about you. You might be considered the most enigmatic figure in the heavens, Runyu replied nonchalantly. As my consort and the mother of my eldest son, it would be rather unreasonable for me to remain ignorant of your history. A flicker of joy ignited within Wanyun. The fact that Runyu was willing to listen indicated that he was gradually lowering his defenses. Swallowing hard, she began to recount her past. From her birth to her experiences at the Ice Mirror Pavilion in the Demon Realm, and her masquerade as Suhe He, reviving Xufeng and aiding him in becoming the Demon Lord. She poured forth her tale, a catharsis of over 4 millennia of blood and tears. Intertwined with her hidden taboos and secrets, she eventually fell silent. Runyu appeared entranced, momentarily lost in thought before he finally remarked, "What a richly woven tapestry of life you have led. It seems we share a kinship of sorts. Noble as you are, you must conceal your true self. Possessing a lineage of grandeur, yet dwelling in a state of subjugation, enduring scorn." Wanyun closed her eyes and sighed deeply. "I wonder if recounting my experiences will bring you some solace." Runyu furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" With her gaze lowered, Wanyun replied softly, "I am aware that you have suffered greatly at the hands of my mother. Now, hearing that the daughter of your enemy also endured a similarly tragic childhood, might it ease your heart, even if just a little?" Runyu was taken aback by her words, momentarily flustered. "Are you suggesting that I am one to harbor grudges and misplace blame? Is it not the case?" Wanyun thought disdainfully, though her demeanor remained as gentle as a newly bloomed lotus. "It matters not. Even if you secretly find relief in my plight, I bear no resentment. With a mother like mine, I must atone for her sins." Runyu was struck by her words, gazing at her unadorned yet captivating visage. "Are you not discontent? Once a princess of the celestial realm, a leader of the avian clan, the head of the Ice Mirror Pavilion, now relegated to the status of a mere concubine, unnoticed." A slight twitch graced Wanyun's lips as she self-deprecatingly sighed. "Am I to rebel against my fate? You are the Emperor of Heaven. Opposing you is akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Yet if given another chance, I would still forsake the riches and glory of the demon realm for the celestial realm, for I cannot allow my child to tread the same path as I. He may be overlooked, devoid of power and influence, but he must not bear the stigma of being a bastard." As the first light of dawn broke over the distant horizon, casting a pale hue across the sky while the rest remained shrouded in darkness, the moonlight waned, leaving only the distant glimmer of the Lu Palace's glass lanterns, softly illuminating the surroundings. Wanyun rose to her feet on the shore, respectfully bowing. "Your Majesty, I truly must take my leave." Runyu transformed his dragon tail back into human legs and stood as well. "Indeed, time has flown by. Daybreak is nearly upon us. I, too, must return to prepare for court." Wanyun revealed a faint smile. "I bid you farewell, Your Majesty." Chapter 30. Casual conversation on an evening 2 days later. Wanyun was instructing Tianai in the Zhu Huan-ing sword technique when Queyun suddenly rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, Your Majesty has arrived." "What?" Before Wanyun could fully comprehend, Runyu had already appeared before her. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wanyun quickly tucked away the wooden sword and knelt in reverence. However, Tianai remained frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The only impression Runyu had left on him was that of a distant, lofty figure. This was their first encounter at such close quarters. "Tianai, why are you still dawdling? Quickly greet your father," Wanyun urged anxiously. Tianai promptly complied, kneeling down and respectfully addressing, "I pay my respects to Father Emperor." Runyu, clad in a silver silk robe, appeared in the most ordinary of attire, yet his imposing presence remained undiminished. He gazed at Wanyun and her son, both somewhat flustered, and after a moment's pause, said, "You may rise." Beside them, Queyun trembled with nervousness, her fingers quivering. For 30 years, she had diligently adhered to Wanyun's commands, serving as a double agent between the imperial consort and her son, never daring to slacken her vigilance. Sensing her anxiety, Wanyun casually instructed, "Queyun, please brew a pot of tea for His Majesty." Once Queyun had departed, Wanyun smiled apologetically, "Your Majesty, I have nothing to offer but a pot of plain tea." "That is quite sufficient," Runyu replied, turning his attention towards Tianai, who stared back with wide, innocent eyes. "You have grown," Runyu remarked after a long moment of mutual observation. "Indeed, I have grown." The last time he had visited Tianai, the child had still been an infant in swaddling clothes. 30 years had passed, and how could he not have matured? "Are you learning swordplay?" Runyu inquired, pointing at the wooden swords held by the mother and son. Tianai, slightly proud, raised his sword and said, Yes, Father Emperor. Mother is teaching me the Zhu Huaning sword technique. Zhu Huaning. Runyu expressed surprise. Are you learning it at such a young age? Tianai shook his head slightly. I haven't fully mastered it yet, but I'm getting there. Runyu looked towards Wanyun, questioning. I recall that Zhu Huaning is a fire-based technique. How are you teaching him? Wanyuan's brow furrowed slightly. I borrowed books on fire-based spells from the Provincial Classics Pavilion and self-studied before teaching it to Tianai. While I cannot replicate the effects of these spells, I can at least teach him the corresponding movements and principles. With his own ability to harness fire essence, he should be able to grasp it. In truth, the Heavenly Realm ought to have established a Ministry of Education and a Grand Tutor for the learning and cultivation of the Heavenly Clan's offspring. Runyu and Xufeng had spent their childhood in such an institution. However, as Tianai was not favored by Runyu, he was regarded as non-existent throughout the Heavenly Realm, and thus the establishment of such a ministry was never mentioned. Wanyun had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of educating Tianai alone. Runyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As he gazed into Tianai's pure, bright eyes, he finally realized the depth of what he owed this child. He had vowed not to become like Tai Wei, yet now he found himself venting his frustrations upon this innocent child, solely because Tianai was a Zhuke, a descendant of Tuhua. Your Majesty, the tea is ready. Queyun entered with a teapot and cups, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. Wanyun naturally accepted them and led Runyu into the inner chamber. Wanyun, this hairpin you wear resembles one I saw on Quanglu, Runyu remarked, noting the mica hairpin in Wanyuan's hair. Wanyun hurriedly touched her hair, realizing she indeed wore it, and panic surged within her. Runyu was so suspicious. If he discovered her secret collusion with Quanglu, it would spell disaster for her. Tianai fluttered his long eyelashes and explained. Father, I exchanged these two ornaments with a celestial maid. Mother has always taught me diligently, and I can only express my filial piety through small gifts. As for Fairy Shangyuan, she has remembered my birthday for many years and even gifted me pine nut cake this year. I must reciprocate. Runyu affectionately touched Tianai's round head. Smiling, you are indeed a thoughtful and grateful child. Over the years, I have owed you much. Thankfully, Quanglu has conveyed my regards on my behalf, showing her sincerity. Wanyun let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to Tianai's cleverness and innocence, words spoken by a child would not raise suspicion. Year, what skills have you learned now? Show them to your father, Runyu inquired. Tianai propped his head on his hand, contemplating. I have learned the fiery shield, blazing heart, and flowing flame. And I am currently learning the flowing vermilion illusion. As Wanyun listened to the names of the spells, the weight she had just lifted returned to her throat. After years of careful nurturing and concealing her abilities, how could she allow them to be revealed before others? To her, Year was exceptionally gifted, yet in Runyu's eyes, it might appear as a direct challenge to his authority. Clearing her throat, Wanyun gently said, Your Majesty, aside from the relatively basic fiery shield, he has only grasped the concepts of the other spells and cannot fully master them yet. Fire spells can be quite destructive, if not controlled properly. It could harm your Majesty. Tianai looked puzzled, not understanding why his mother would deny his abilities, as they seemed simple to him. Yet, he obediently added to Wanyuan's words. Yes, Father, when I was learning Blazing Heart, I even burned Mother's arm. I do not wish to harm you. Runyu chuckled dismissively. It matters not. We are all the same. When I was your age, I was not as skilled as you. Since you cannot demonstrate the others, show me the fiery shield. Yes. Tianai set down his wooden sword, extending 2 fingers before his chest, channeling his inner essence. In a moment, a flicker of flame danced at his fingertips, growing steadily until it formed a brilliant red shield, radiating warmth and light. Father, how did I do? Tianai eagerly asked as the shield dissipated. Runyu nodded in satisfaction. Very well, truly excellent. I still recall from my childhood the first technique that Xufeng demonstrated to me, the fiery shield. His voice softened, and I discerned a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Uncle Xufeng, my mother has spoken of him, yet I have never had the opportunity to meet him. Tianai's interest was piqued. Runyu scrutinized Tianai's youthful features and sighed. To my surprise, you bear a closer resemblance to him than I do. Wanyun clenched her fists, maintaining her composure as she replied, Your Majesty, heir resembles me, and I, in turn, am akin to Xufeng as though we were twins. Thus, it is entirely natural for him to resemble Xufeng. Runyu offered no retort, instead gazing silently at Tianai for a moment before stating, In matters of fire magic, who in the 6 realms could rival the former fire god? Therefore, on the 10th and 20th of each month, you shall accompany Tianai to the mortal realm to seek out Xufeng for his tutelage. The unexpected joy left Wanyun momentarily stunned, unable to fully comprehend the news. It was Tian Yi who first broke the silence, his excitement palpable. Really? I can meet uncle? Rest assured, I speak no falsehood. Your father would not deceive you. Runyu replied with a smile. Coming to her senses, Wanyun wished to express her joy, yet a single tear escaped her. Your Majesty. I am immensely grateful for your kindness. Runyu was taken aback by her overwhelming happiness and gently said, he is our shared brother. It was my fault for not allowing you to meet him before. Please take Tian Yi to find him often. It may mend the rift between him and me. Wanyun wiped her tear-streaked cheek, unsure of what to say. She could only bow her head with a grateful smile and respond, thank you for your grace, your Majesty. At that moment, Jilin entered, respectfully announcing, Your Majesty, my lord, it is now the hour of you. Shall I prepare dinner? Before Wanyun could respond, Runyu spoke. I shall dine at Elan Palace today. Wanyun was taken aback and covered her mouth with a laugh. Alas, I have only simple fare here. I fear your Majesty might find it lacking. Runyu dismissed her concern with ease. When I was still the night god, I dined on humble meals daily. How could I find fault? During the dinner, Tian Yi was both excited and reserved. For many years, he had shared meals only with his mother and a few maidens. Suddenly sitting alongside the exalted emperor fulfilled a long-held wish, but also left him somewhat out of sorts. As they dined, Runyu engaged him in discussions to gauge his knowledge. Gradually, Tian Yi opened up, and the father and son began to converse freely. Wanyun observed them quietly, her heart swelling with relief as everything unfolded as she had anticipated. Although Tian Yi and Runyu's appearances did not closely resemble one another, their similar upbringing and temperaments drew them together. After dinner, Tian Yi retreated to his study to review his lessons, leaving only Runyu and Wanyun in the hall. Runyu approached the Zetan bookshelf, inspecting the neatly arranged volumes. Half were treatises on fire magic, while the other half comprised histories, biographies, essays, and scriptures. I never imagined that someone with your assassin background would possess a fondness for reading, Runyu remarked, brushing his fingers along the spines of the books. Wanyun smiled softly. Now that I reside in the heavenly realm, could I still pursue the life of an assassin? Tian Yi needs guidance. So I must peruse relevant texts and self-study before imparting knowledge to him. As for other books, they serve merely as a source of amusement for the maid during her leisure time. Runyu casually picked up a volume titled The Bamboo Annals and flipped through a few pages. Indeed, much like this esteemed figure, she harbored no fondness for poetry or romantic tales. Having spent her childhood amidst the remnants of the deceased, how could she possibly appreciate such affected verses and lyrical compositions? Moreover, she harbored an even greater disdain for tales of love and passion. The celestial being beneath the moon had repeatedly recommended his cherished collections of tales of love between mortals and spirits, even those of risque nature, all of which she had rebuffed. With her crimson lips pursed, she jested, Is your Majesty fearful that if I delve too deeply into these historical texts, I might thereafter aspire to influence the court? Runyu cast her a sidelong glance, his tone deepening. You are remarkably candid. Are you not concerned about the consequences of your words? Wanyun blinked innocently. I am not so foolish, my lord. Should I perish, what would become of Year? Left as an orphan without a mother? Rather than allow Runyu to suspect her of harboring ambitions for power, it is far better for her to be forthright, to clearly express that her only concern is for the child and nothing else. She reached for a copy of the Supreme Sun and Moon Hunyuan Classic, but unexpectedly, Runyu's hand moved towards the same book, their fingers nearly brushing against one another. Under the soft glow of the flickering candlelight, a subtle tension enveloped the air. Wanyun withdrew her hand nonchalantly, remarking, Your Majesty is undoubtedly well acquainted with this tome. Runyu, though slightly embarrassed, maintained his composure. Indeed, this work contains detailed discussions on the 28 lunar mansions. As the former god of night, responsible for the celestial arrangements, I am intimately familiar with it. But why do you find yourself reading it? Wanyun shrugged. Merely reading histories and biographies may prove rather tedious. It is prudent to broaden one's horizons and explore other fields. It serves to pass the time and enrich one's knowledge. You see, I have barely scratched the surface of texts on flood control, alchemy, metallurgy, jade crafting, and herbal medicine. Runyu gazed at the array of books, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his days as the god of night, he too had endured solitude, finding companionship only in the company of various tomes that accompanied him through countless chilly nights. He sighed softly, having borrowed so many books. You must be a frequent visitor to the Imperial Library. Alas, my duties have kept me so occupied that it has been an eternity since I last set foot there. It appeared that even the Emperor had his own constraints. Yet, rather than feeling sympathy for Runyu, Wanyun felt a sense of triumph in having chosen to wait by the Rainbow Bridge. Had she lingered at the Imperial Library, She might have never conjured the opportunity for such a serendipitous encounter. The moonlight streamed through the papered windows, casting a gentle illumination upon the two figures. Runyu donned his silver-white imperial robes, while Wanyun was clad in a simple white silk dress. Their silhouettes, like delicate cutouts, radiated an ethereal aura. With a gentle smile, Wanyun remarked, "Your Majesty, the hour grows late. Surely, you have yet to complete your official duties for the day." Runyu nodded. "Indeed, I still have several petitions pending." Wanyun respectfully bowed. "Then I shall graciously escort your Majesty." They were far from being familiar enough to share the night together. Using official matters as an excuse to bid him farewell was neither abrupt nor lacking in propriety. As she prepared to depart, Runyu suddenly turned back and remarked, "Wanyun, conversing with you brings me great joy." She was momentarily taken aback, then smiled in response. "I feel the same, my lord." This time, she spoke truthfully. For the first time in her life, she was not filled with disdain for Runyu nor forced to feign cheerfulness. Instead, she could engage in casual conversation with him in a state of tranquility. Chapter 31. Reunion 3 days after Runyu's visit to Yilan Palace. Wanyun received an edict from Xianyuan Palace announcing her elevation to the rank of Wanjing Fei. This news did not come as a surprise to her. After all, she had exerted considerable effort to gain Runyu's trust. It would have been unreasonable not to receive a promotion in return. "Congratulations, my lady." "Oh, I mean, your highness," exclaimed Queyun. Her excitement palpable after the celestial attendant delivered the decree. Now that she held the title of a Fei, the servants could address her as your highness, and she was entitled to refer to herself as a subject in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor. Wanyun tilted her head slightly, causing the delicate hairpin in her coiffure to glimmer with a cool azure light. She narrowed her eyes and warned, "Do not rejoice too soon. It is merely a title of Fei. Does he now allow your parents their freedom, freeing you from the obligation to report my whereabouts?" Chueju's smile faltered momentarily, but her frown dissipated within seconds. "However, your highness, the frequency with which His Majesty requests reports has decreased significantly. Initially, I was required to report every 3 to 5 days, detailing every minor aspect. Now, it is merely once a month, and His Majesty seems quite indifferent, allowing me to pass with just a few casual remarks. This indicates that His Majesty's wariness of you has lessened considerably." Wanyun lightly brushed her sleeve and replied, "Perhaps. But that is still insufficient, far from enough." On the 10th day of the month, Wanyun honored her promise and brought Tianai to the mortal realm. Xufeng's residence was nestled at the foot of the falling Sunset Mountain, a secluded area with sparse human presence, breathtaking scenery, and the harmonious interplay of water and mountains. The landscape featured towering peaks, dense forests reaching for the clouds, and vibrant blossoms scattered among the trees, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Occasionally, the distant sounds of bird calls and the gentle trickling of mountain springs could be heard, rendering it a true haven of seclusion. Before she could approach the wooden cottage, Xufeng was already awaiting them at the door. Upon seeing Wanyun and Tianai, he rushed toward them, akin to a little bird in flight. "Sister, we finally meet again," he exclaimed, embracing Wanyun tightly. "Indeed, I have longed to see you once more," Wanyun replied, wrapping her arms around his back, burying her head in his tousled hair, realizing just how much she missed him. After they released each other from the embrace, Xufeng's gaze landed on Tianai, who stood beside Wanyun. Staring at the adorable, snow-white face that bore a resemblance to his own, he momentarily found himself entranced. It was Wanyun who gently patted Tianai's shoulder and reminded him, "Yea, this is the Xufeng uncle I have often told you about. Do not hesitate to greet him." Tianai chewed on his finger, his large eyes blinking, then suddenly threw his arms around Xufeng's leg, exclaiming, "Uncle, I finally get to meet you." Xufeng crouched down, enveloping Tianai in a warm embrace, his smile gentle and affectionate. "Uncle is delighted to finally meet you, yea?" Following this, the siblings shared heartfelt stories, recounting their experiences over the past 30 years. Despite their frequent correspondence, nothing could compare to such face-to-face exchanges. Xufeng led Tianai into the courtyard, where he began to teach him spells. Faced with an uncle possessing identical attributes and a similar essence, Tianyi felt as though he were a fish in water. He no longer had to watch his mother, a water dragon, clumsily demonstrate fire-based techniques. His thirst for knowledge was insatiable, and he diligently practiced, his spiritual power growing at a nearly visible pace. While Tianyi was immersed in reviewing the spells he had just learned in the courtyard, Wanyun entered the wooden cabin. The interior was modest yet impeccably clean, reminiscent of Lian Chao's dwelling in Snake Mountain. "He is remarkably intelligent, surpassing my expectations," Xufeng remarked as he followed her into the cabin. "You know, I was genuinely worried about whether he might encounter any issues. After all, we are close kin. You need not fret, Wanyun interjected casually. Her gaze was drawn to a box on the wooden shelf. Crafted from jade, the box featured exquisite patterns and an ancient texture. Its pale and lustrous surface indicating its preciousness, contrasting starkly with the surrounding humble furniture. Her hand glided over the box's delicate surface as she inquired, "May I open it?" Xufeng hesitated momentarily, but after a brief pause, he acquiesced. "Go ahead." Wanyun carefully lifted the lid and discovered a stack of portraits. The paper had yellowed with age, yet the figures depicted remained vividly lifelike. Upon closer inspection, she realized they portrayed Xufeng and Jìng, specifically the mortal realms Yi Wang and the Saintess. To her surprise, the Yi Wang was adorned in a feminine gown, foraging herbs alongside the Saintess. Each piece captured their youthful days, brimming with boundless love and memories. Wanyun couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Xufeng in the gown. "I never imagined you had such an experience, dear brother. You truly know how to surprise me." Expecting Wanyun to feel envious upon seeing the portraits, Xufeng was relieved to witness her genuine smile, dispelling his earlier doubts. With a smile upon his lips and a glimmer in his eyes, he remarked, "Indeed, my time as Yi Wang was brief, yet it remains my most cherished memory." Sensing his melancholy tone, Wanyun understood he was reminiscing about Jìng and promptly offered comfort. "Xufeng, you once told me in your letter that Jìng absorbed your cold energy, alleviating your backlash, and in doing so, she forged her true form, transforming into tears for her salvation. Although that reunion was fleeting, she still possesses her primordial spirit in this world. Just wait. Her spirit will one day reunite and be reborn." Xufeng nodded, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. "I know. Even if she is reborn in the Nine Nether, I will find her. During this time of waiting for her rebirth, you and your son, along with my uncle, are my solace. For the sake of my loved ones, I shall live well." Wanyun smiled and nodded in agreement. As she continued to peruse the portraits, she suddenly posed a seemingly out-of-context question. "What led to the profound love you once shared?" Xufeng was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt inquiry. "Why do you ask me this?" Wanyun set the portrait down and turned her gaze towards Tianyi outside. "I possess nothing now. The Emperor's favor is the only support that Tianyi and I have to continue our journey." Xufeng moved a little closer to her, a hint of teasing in his tone. Who was it that once proclaimed with utmost certainty that even if the waters of the four seas dried up, he could never love me, and that I did not require his love, only his trust would suffice? Wanyun felt a bit embarrassed. Is there really such a significant distinction between the two? If love exists, can one truly fear a lack of trust? She bit her lip and said, "It took me 30 years to earn even a modicum of his trivial trust. I merely wish to know if there is a shortcut to achieve this." Xufeng understood her implication and took a deep breath. Then, "Dear sister, may I ask you, why did you fall in love with me in the first place?" This time, it was Wanyun who was momentarily at a loss for words. After much contemplation, she finally stammered, "I cannot quite articulate it. Perhaps from the moment we first met at the water goddess funeral, I was already captivated." Xufeng gazed into her autumn-like eyes. "You see, even you cannot provide an answer. Love often unfolds in such a manner, devoid of reason. The spark ignites in an instant, beyond your control. Excessive attempts to please may backfire, much like how Suhe once pursued me, or how the mother goddess approached the father emperor." Upon hearing his words, Wanyun couldn't help but feel deflated. "It seems I am out of options." Xufeng shook his head. "No, there are still possibilities. Sister, do you recall when I told you, while you were disguised as Suhe, that if you remained that way, perhaps our fate would have been different?" Wanyun nodded. "Yes, I remember. Why, at that moment, I truly felt a slight stirring in my heart, though it could not compare to the intense feelings I had for Jìng. For over 1,000 years, I had never experienced such emotions towards Suhe. Later, I understood that it was because I saw a completely different Suhe, intelligent, beautiful, brave, resolute, so unlike the once willful and capricious little princess. You never sought to please me, yet that natural charisma was far more effective than any flattery. Had it not been for Jìng, given time, I would surely have fallen for that version of Suhe." Xufeng quietly analyzed. Wanyun's eyes sparkled once more. "Are you suggesting?" Xufeng's tone was calm and gentle. "You and he share similar backgrounds, personalities, interests, and a common child as your bond. It is a perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. What you need to do is to communicate more with him, to share your thoughts, allowing him to gradually discover your beauty. Plant your image in his heart, one that no one can rival or replace." Wanyun frowned. "But that is precisely what I intended to do. Had I not been seeking a shortcut, Why would I have come to you? There are no shortcuts, especially considering the deep chasm that once lay between you, and that he still holds feelings for another. Do not be overly clever, otherwise, look at our mother's fate. Xufeng tightened his grip on her hand, resolutely stating, he will love you, sister. He will. Believe in yourself. Wanyun heeded Xufeng's advice and chose to adopt a hands-off approach in the days that followed. She and Runyu engaged in conversation, shared meals, and read together, without any other distractions. Gradually, Runyu became accustomed to and even enjoyed her company. As time elapsed, the bond between the two individuals deepened significantly. Tianyi began to receive increasing attention. In addition to his monthly lessons in sorcery from Xufeng, the long-abandoned Hall of Documents, which had remained dormant for over 2 millennia, was once again established, under Quang Lu's subtle arrangements. The selection for the Grand Tutor fell upon a disciple of the immortal Tai Si. Tianyi finally stepped out of Elan Palace, acquiring a formal education befitting the son of the emperor. On the occasion of his 100th birthday, Runyu conferred upon him his first title, Li Jun Shangxian. Yet, despite his elevated status, Tianyi remained humble, embodying the same innocent kindness and filial piety as ever. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably until the fateful turning point arrived in the year 200386 of the Tianyuan calendar. Chapter 23. Assassination. The floor of the Nine Heavens Cloud Palace was adorned with a thick carpet interwoven with golden threads, while exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from above. Silver candlesticks were placed beside the bronze pillars surrounding the grand hall, already lit with candles infused with fragrant spices, filling the entire space with a warm and intoxicating atmosphere. Today marked Runyu's birthday banquet, attended by esteemed immortals and deities of high rank. Due to their elevated status, both Wanyun and Tianyi were now seated at the forefront beneath the dragon throne. At the age of 264, Tianyi appeared to be a youthful boy of approximately 13 or 14 in human years. He was attired in simple, elegant garments. A silk shirt woven with silver blue threads complementing a moon-white inner robe. His black hair was gathered neatly, with long strands cascading over his shoulder. His handsome face bore a striking appearance, with a straight nose above lips that seemed kissed by blush, and his bright, expressive eyes sparkled with warmth and vitality. Currently gazing intently at Quang Lu across the table, conveying unspoken emotions. Quang Lu wore a long gown crafted from azure silk, accentuating her slender, graceful figure. Her dignified and beautiful visage resembled a peony shrouded in mist, her delicate skin glowing like the dawn's first light. Faced with Tianyi's unabashed gaze, her previously pale cheeks flushed a rosy hue, akin to water-dipped peach blossoms. She repeatedly shook her head, attempting to signal him to cease his ardent stare. Yet in the eyes of the budding youth, her demeanor appeared to be a charming dance of coyness. Stealthily, he produced a pen, a small vial of ink, and a piece of paper, beginning to scribble something. "Year, what are you up to? The banquet is about to commence, and your father will be arriving shortly." Wanyun inquired softly, noticing his peculiar behavior. "It's nothing, mother. I will be ready shortly," Tianyi replied, his gaze fixed on his writing, oddly enough. The paper displayed no visible markings. "I say, Junior, perhaps it is best not to meddle. He knows what he is doing," Danju interjected from beside them. Leaning towards Tianyi and whispering conspiratorially, "Year, this little trick of uncle's is bound to work. Girls adore such surprises." Wanyun glanced at them, then at the blushing Quang Lu opposite, and quickly grasped the situation. "Uncle, what are you scheming in plain sight of everyone?" Danju rolled his eyes at her. "What scheme? Are you not aware that he has feelings for Quang Lu? I am merely teaching him how to win the heart of his beloved. Do you wish for Quang Lu to remain captivated by that ice block?" "No, that is not what I meant." Wanyun spoke with a hint of impatience, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before relaying her thoughts telepathically. "Uncle, Quang Lu is the emperor's personal attendant. If the emperor discovers that Year has feelings for Quang Lu, what do you think will be his first reaction? He will undoubtedly suspect that I am deliberately manipulating those around him. Moreover, Year is merely in his early 200s, at such a tender age. If he becomes infatuated with romance, what if the emperor perceives him as a dandy, unfit for greatness?" Danju was momentarily rendered speechless, evidently caught up in the instinctive nature of his role as the god of marriage, without considering the broader implications. Tianyi finally completed his task. He folded the still blank piece of paper into a delicate origami crane, cradling it in his palm as he silently cast a spell and gently blew upon it. The crane vibrated its wings and took flight, vanishing from sight until it reached Quang Lu, where it reappeared and gracefully landed on the table. Quang Lu quickly enveloped the paper crane in her hands, ensuring no one was watching before carefully unfolding it once more. Indeed, upon seeing the empty page, confusion clouded her expression as she looked toward Tianyi. He discreetly gestured towards the wine jug filled with osmanthus wine on the table. Seemingly understanding his hint, Quang Lu poured a small amount of wine onto the paper. Soon, elegant gray characters began to emerge, flowing across the surface. Softly curved lips harbored deep affection. Dark brows and striking eyes stand out from the crowd. My longing for you flows like the waters of the West River, day and night. It flows endlessly. Between the lines, unspoken sentiments pulsated with intensity. The ebb and flow of thoughts stirred something deep within Quang Lu's heart. She had initially believed that Tianyi's feelings for her stemmed solely from childhood affection and gratitude. However, as he matured, those sentiments only deepened, transforming into something more profound. For nearly 4 centuries, she had silently guarded Runyu, receiving not the slightest acknowledgement in return. She thought her heart had grown barren until Tianyi's sincere and innocent admiration ignited emotions she thought long extinguished. Yet, the chasm of age and status between them posed a dilemma. How was she to navigate these burgeoning feelings? A long proclamation from the celestial attendant at the door heralded the emperor's arrival, abruptly pulling everyone back to reality. Quang Lu and Tianyi swiftly tucked away the paper and ink, adopting expressions of innocence as if nothing had transpired. Wanyun composed herself, sitting gracefully and elegantly. Runyu appeared in formal court attire, adorned with a jade crown, exuding an air of noble grandeur with every movement. Once seated upon the dragon throne, the assembled ministers spoke in unison with reverence. Long live your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal blessings. All of you, be at ease, Runyu replied coolly, his face devoid of expression, embodying an air of indifference. It was evident he held little interest in such gatherings, compelled by tradition to partake nonetheless. Since you are all present, let us commence, he gestured, and soon an array of exquisite delicacies was presented in a flowing manner. Wanyun poured a cup of wine, smiling as she raised it. Your Majesty, I toast to you, wishing you longevity and joy. Beside her, Tianyi understood the unspoken cue and quickly poured a cup of his own. Father Emperor, I also toast to you, wishing you countless years to come. A faint smile graced Runyu's face as he raised his cup and drained its contents. Tianyi has indeed become increasingly sensible. Wanfei, you have done well in your teachings. Your Majesty flatters me. Tianyi's accomplishments today are largely thanks to your Majesty's guidance, Wanyun humbly replied. The blessings of the Father Emperor are profound, warming the heavenly realm. It is indeed a fortune for the citizens of the celestial world, Tianyi declared with a clear voice. The celestial beings present also offered their well wishes in unison. After a round of flattery, the celestial master of rites, Lu Xiao, announced, Your Majesty, the rites department has arranged a dance to celebrate your Majesty's longevity. We humbly request your Majesty to graciously accept. Then let them commence. Runyu nodded in assent. The dance was meticulously choreographed, performed by exquisite beauties whose figures swayed like willows and whose faces bloomed like flowers. From afar, the celestial melodies were enchanting, and the dancers exhibited graceful movements. However, Runyu had never been one to indulge in pleasure, and thus his gaze wandered, his interest waning. Tianyi was preoccupied with exchanging glances with Quang Lu, their eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. Wanyun, too, displayed little interest, engaging in conversation with the moonlit celestial being while casually enjoying the food and wine. As the performance swiftly concluded, Runyu regained his composure and smiled, saying, The lead dancer was quite remarkable. Please invite her over. I wish to reward her. Regardless of his personal enjoyment of the dance, he understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. The celestial attendant immediately summoned the dancer. Previously obscured by distance, the audience now perceived her astonishing beauty, a visage both enchanting and heart-wrenching. Though she could not rival Wanyun or Quang Lu, she was undoubtedly a beauty in her own right. She glided gracefully forward, and Runyu, as customary, bestowed upon her a jade rui before waving her away. Suddenly, the dancer raised her voice, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Runyu was taken aback, as were those gathered below. What is it? He responded instinctively. The dancer lifted her head, her previously gentle gaze transforming into a sharp blade, exuding a chilling aura. With a flick of her wrist, the jade rui was flung aside, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Her concealed right hand emerged, revealing a short sword that glimmered ominously. The rui struck a celestial attendant beside Runyu, and in that instant, the dancer's short sword shot towards Runyu like a bolt of lightning. In a split second, the captain of the Imperial Guards, Queyun, reacted, shouting as he rushed to intercept the dancer. He managed to block the short sword just in time. The dancer let out a long, piercing cry, triggering a mechanism. and the short sword transformed into a long sword. She swiftly altered her attack, the blade sweeping with an unstoppable force aimed directly at Runyu. In a moment of urgency, Runyu conjured the Qishao sword, raising it forcefully to clash with the incoming blade. The exchange occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving many within the hall unaware of what had transpired. To the rescue! The cry was shrill and desperate. The entire grand hall descended into chaos. At the same moment as the dancers' assault, over a dozen performers, who had been awaiting their rewards, charged into the hall to support her. The remaining individuals anxiously watched the entrance, preparing to thwart the Imperial Guards rushing in to provide assistance and buy time for their comrade. Wanyun brandished the blood fan, swiftly dispatching an assassin while turning to shout at Danju and Tianyi, "Uncle, quickly take Year to a safe place." Before Danju could respond, Tianyi conjured the Luolin sword, a weapon bestowed upon him by Su Feng, declaring, "I shall not leave. I must protect Mother and Father Emperor." Seeing his unwavering resolve to fight alongside them, Wanyun and Danju ceased their protests and joined the fray against the assassins. The dancers ferociously struck down every target within reach, be they esteemed deities or ordinary celestial servants. One dancer's sword nearly grazed Quang Lu's neck in that split second. As she realized her imminent demise, the dancer was pierced through the heart by a single stroke, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Quang Lu's sister, Fli, the one who had slain the dancer, was none other than Tianyi. Quang Lu was taken aback yet deeply moved. She had not anticipated that Tianyi would think to protect her in such a perilous moment. She lamented her own feeble powers, unable to stand by his side in battle. Several dancers lunged at Runyu and Queyun, entangling them in fierce combat. Just as Runyu found himself unable to divert his attention, Wanyun suddenly caught sight of a dancer prying a flying knife from a fallen guard, aiming it at Runyu. In an instant, a thought flashed through Wanyuan's mind. Should Runyu perish, Tianyi would become the sole heir to the throne. Su Feng had long severed ties with the heavenly realm, and if Runyu were to die, the ministers would only be able to support Tianyi's ascension. But Year was still very young, and thus she could serve as regent as Empress Dowager. Yet, even as this thought swirled in her mind, her body acted of its own accord, rushing toward the dancer. "Your Majesty, be careful." With her urgent cry, she deftly severed the flying knife midair. Realizing her scheme had been thwarted, the dancer raised her sword and cried, "Foolish monarch, Demoness, you shall perish." With that, she attempted to take her own life. But Wanyun was quick to intervene. "You wish to die? It shall not be so easy." She conjured a sturdy rope, binding the dancer securely. She understood that leaving a few alive was essential to uncover the mastermind behind the attack. Runyu was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Wanyun to save his life. Soon, the Imperial Guards arrived, navigating the tumultuous hall. According to the regulations of the Celestial Court, the guards were stationed at the entrance of the Jiao Shaoyun Hall during banquets. Once the sounds of battle erupted within, they hurried to breach the doors for rescue. Yet the narrow entrance proved a challenge. Despite their numerical superiority, the guards found themselves obstructed by the panicked crowd surging forth. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to strike down anyone attempting to flee, regardless of their identities. The situation was swiftly brought under control, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation within the hall. The once orderly and opulent tables lay in disarray, exquisite silver candle holders overturned on the ground, shards and pools of blood strewn about, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Over a dozen assassins lay sprawled on the floor, each bearing countless wounds, their form-fitting garments tattered and stained with blood. Fortunately, owing to the earlier actions of Wanyun, who had spared the lives of the assassins, Danju and Tianyi followed suit, resulting in 4 surviving assailants remaining within the palace. "Father Emperor, Mother Empress, are you unharmed?" Tianyi inquired anxiously. "No harm done. No harm done," Runyu replied, panting and still shaken. The general of the Imperial Guards commanded that the assassins be closely monitored, then asked, "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" Runyu gritted his teeth and uttered a single word through clenched jaws: "Investigate." Chapter 33. A close call. Assassination attempts are not uncommon for emperors. During Tai Wei's reign, he too encountered an assassination attempt from the Taihu water tribe during a ceremonial event. Under the relentless interrogation of the Imperial Guards and the thunderous wrath of the deities, the assassins could not withstand the pressure and divulged the truth. They had colluded with the celestial being Ru Shao from the Department of Rites and the Deputy General Yu Shi of the Imperial Army, conspiring to gain entry during the Emperor's birthday banquet. The true identities of Ru Shao and Yu Shi turned out to be remnants of the Tua Yao faction. Upon receiving this shocking revelation, Wanyun stumbled, and her teacup clattered to the floor, scalding tea splashing onto her skirts. "How could this be possible?" she exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. She had believed that the heavens had smiled upon her, granting her a chance to win Ruyu's favor through her brave intervention. only to discover that she had unwittingly courted disaster. As a direct descendant of Tua Yao, she feared that even her eloquence could not clarify her innocence. Queyun bent down to gather the shards of the teacup, offering comfort. Your Highness, do not be afraid. You know nothing of the assassination. Everyone in the Luolin Palace can testify to that. You are my people, but will His Majesty believe your testimonies? Wanyun responded irritably. Queyun, filled with sympathy, lamented, Your Highness, it seems your fate has been sealed by your lineage. Just then, Tianyi burst in, breathless. Mother, have you heard? Those assassins are actually relatives of grandmother. I am well aware, Wanyun replied with concern. Tianyi's fingers trembled. What shall we do? If Father Emperor associates this matter with mother, then we are doomed. Even if he finds no evidence, he may still take his anger out on us, due to our lineage. Wanyun grasped Tianyi's hand tightly. I am fully aware of this logic. Your father will undoubtedly interrogate me, and you may also be summoned. When that time comes, you must resolutely deny any involvement and express your utmost loyalty to him. Do you understand? Tianyi nodded vigorously. I understand. Your Highness, someone from Xianyuan Palace has arrived. Hong Ling announced. An immortal attendant approached Wanyun, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the esteemed Wan Fei. The celestial master Li Jun summons you to Xianyuan Palace. Mother, Tianyi called out worriedly. Although Wanyun felt a surge of panic within, she maintained a facade of calm in front of her child. Do not worry, Year. We shall be fine. The paper windows of the study in Xianyuan Palace were thickly layered, allowing not even a whisper of wind to penetrate. Outside, the shadows of the trees delicately danced upon the window panes, resembling a subtle ink wash painting. Who could have imagined that such a modest palace would serve as the epicenter of celestial power? Runyu lowered his gaze to the memorial tablet, while Wanyun, kneeling on the frigid floor, appeared as nothing more than an inconspicuous object. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head, sipped his tea, and remarked with a tranquil demeanor, I have yet to utter a word, yet you fear it has come to this? From the intricately carved incense burner nearby, the fragrance of magnolia wafted through the air, mingling with a peculiar woodsy scent tinged with spice. The incense had nearly burned down, suffusing the room with a lingering aroma that carried a chilling air of foreboding, inducing a sense of despair. Wanyun, drenched in cold sweat and with a parched throat, nevertheless mustered the strength to utter fragmented syllables. Your Majesty, regarding the assassination attempt during the birthday banquet, although it was orchestrated by remnants of my mother's lineage, I assure you that neither I nor Year had any knowledge of it. If it were truly connected to me, why would I have endeavored to save you? Runyu remained remarkably composed, extracting a blood-stained confession from the memorial tablet and tossing it towards Wanyun. This is the testimony of the fairy of Ruoxiao. She claims that she and General Yueshi were acting at your behest, that those assassins were procured by them, and that you orchestrated this assassination, only to shield me at a crucial moment in order to gain my trust and secure your position as Empress. Wanyun picked up the confession, scrutinizing it as her mind spun in chaos, grappling with the audacity of those who would so shamelessly invert truth and seek her demise. No, someone must be deliberately framing her. Yet, she held no power or influence, had never engaged in courtly strife, and was the sole concubine in the harem. Who could wish for her downfall? Your Majesty, I am wronged. This confession distorts the truth. Not a single word is genuine. She implored, her eyes wide with desperation. This is merely Ruoxiao's one-sided account. Did General Yueshi corroborate such claims? As for the 4 assassins who were spared, if I had truly arranged this, would they not be aware? Have they implicated me? Ruinyu's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Yet his expression remained as piercing as a blade. Yueshi and 2 of the assassins succumbed to their tortures and have perished. The remaining 2 may be reluctant to betray you, considering you are the daughter of their former master, and they would fight to protect your life. A profound dread enveloped her, like delicate ice fractures spreading across a glazed surface. Threatening to shatter the years she had meticulously cultivated her relationship with Runyu and garnered his trust. Would it all dissipate in an instant? She bowed deeply, resolutely declaring, Your Majesty, I swear on Year's life that I am in no way connected to the assassination. You may search Luolin Palace and interrogate everyone within, including myself and Year. I harbor no objections. Her oath, uttered with such fervor, momentarily startled even Runyu. After a brief pause, he rose and addressed her. Given your unwavering conviction, I shall grant you the opportunity to confront the assassins directly. Following Runyu, Wanyun descended to the subterranean chambers of the 9 Heavens Cloud Palace. Upon entering, she was met with a pungent scent of blood, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Though she had visited this place only once before, its grim visage remained etched in her memory, a veritable den of torment. The fairy of Ruoxiao was confined within a cell, surrounded by several guards and an array of grotesque instruments of torture. Even though she was accustomed to corpses, Wanyun was still taken aback by the gruesome state before her. The marks of whipping, needle pricks, and the traces left by heavenly thunder had left her body almost devoid of unscathed flesh. Her 10 fingers bore the scars of needle torture, slender silver needles having been pierced through the gaps of her nails, each finger now a shade of black and blue, swollen with congealed blood. Her legs were broken, the bones crushed, swollen beyond recognition. To her astonishment, Tianyi was also present. "Mother, Father Emperor," Tianyi cried, his face ashen, evidently horrified by the blood-soaked sight. "Your Majesty, Year is still but a child. Why bring him here?" Wanyun urgently inquired. Runyu's gaze remained unperturbed. "Did you not assert that I could interrogate everyone from Elan Palace?" He turned to a guard. "Well, what have you discovered?" The guard respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, Li Jun Xianxing vows that he has no connection to the assassination, nor has he ever had any interaction with concubine Wan." Tianyi raised his eyes, pleading earnestly, "Father Emperor, I speak only the truth. This wicked woman falsely accuses Mother of orchestrating the assassination to gain favor. Both Mother and I are utterly loyal to you, with no ulterior motives. She clearly failed in her attempt to assassinate and seeks to drag the innocent down with her. Father Emperor, you must see through this." Runyu listened quietly to his defense without uttering a word, instead beckoning to the guard. "Take him back for now." Wanyun watched as Tianyi was led away. She understood Runyu's intent. He merely wished to intimidate Tianyi with the wretched state of the culprit, warning him of the consequences of deceit. Runyu cast her a cold glance. "The person is right here. Speak." Wanyun steadied her trembling form, stepping slowly towards Ruxiao. As the head of the rights department, she had enjoyed a life of luxury for many years, her status exalted. Yet such a splendid existence now faced the grim fate of the dark dungeon. Wanyun stated bluntly, "You claim I colluded with you and Yushi to let assassins in. Very well, I ask you, how do I communicate with you on a daily basis?" Ruxiao regarded her with disdain, answering without hesitation, "Naturally, through letters." "And how are these letters typically delivered?" Wanyun pressed on. A flicker of panic crossed Ruxiao's eyes. "They are delivered by your maid." Wanyun raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And what does my maid look like? What attire does she wear? When did you last meet? Where did this encounter occur?" Ruxiao found herself momentarily dazed by the flurry of questions, but maintained her facade of composure. I have never met her directly. She always slipped the letters into a hole in the wall of my residence." Wanyun scoffed. "You never met her directly. So how can you be certain she is my maid and not someone I hired to mislead you?" In just a few questions, Ruxiao was nearing her breaking point. Yet she stubbornly retorted, "This is a grave matter. Who else would you entrust with such a task but your own personal maid?" Wanyun's lips curled in disdain. "Utter nonsense, riddled with contradictions. Have you considered that if this were truly my scheme, you would not still be alive? At the banquet, amidst the chaos, I will take the opportunity to eliminate you, Su Xiang, and all the assassins. How dare you speak so brazenly here?" Her imposing demeanor left no room for the other party to breathe. "Speak quickly. Why did you attempt to assassinate the Heavenly Emperor? And why did you slander me? Who orchestrated this?" "No one orchestrated it. It was entirely my own scheme." Su Xiang finally relinquished her struggle and loudly revealed the truth. She slightly turned her head. Her gaze filled with deep resentment as she fixed it on the onlooking Runyu. "This foolish monarch has slain the Empress, erasing all her merits, while comfortably occupying the throne. As a descendant of the Empress, I should have been eliminated by this tyrant long ago. I endured humiliation, concealed my identity, and barely survived to attain the position of Chief of Rights, solely to avenge the Empress." Wanyun, witnessing her grievous injuries yet fervent spirit, clenched her fists. "There are countless descendants of the Empress. Why are you uniquely so loyal, unable to forget even after centuries?" Su Xiang bit her lip tightly. "I was an orphan, taken in by the Empress, who sent people to teach me spells and martial arts, ensuring I would not be homeless. This immense kindness is unforgettable." Wanyun narrowed her eyes, coldly retorting, "My mother never engaged in meaningless actions. What you call teaching spells and martial arts was merely grooming you as a death warrior, was it not? No wonder you are so loyal. You have been brainwashed. But if your loyalty is so profound, why do you seek to harm her daughter?" Su Xiang spat vehemently. "Pa, you dare claim to be her daughter? You became a consort to your mother's murderer, bore him children, and enjoy wealth and prosperity. If your mother knew of your current disgraceful state, she would surely wish she had never given birth to such an unworthy child." Wanyun was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her audacious words. In truth, there was no error in what she said. In the depths of night, Wanyun often dreamt of Tu Yao, who, like Su Xiang at this moment, was battered and bleeding, pleading for salvation. But before Wanyun could reach out, she fell into an abyss. Perhaps Tu Yao, in the afterlife, would be enraged at seeing her endure countless indignities for Runyu. She dared not look back at Runyu. instead fixing her gaze on Su Xiang, speaking word by word. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor caused my mother's death, yet my mother also killed his mother. All debts are settled. Times have changed. My mother has long passed, and the era belonging to the Empress Tu Yao has faded. But I am still alive, and I wish to live well with my son. So I do not want to be shackled by the grievances of the previous generation. Vengeance will only perpetuate endlessly. These words were directed at Su Xiang, but also at Runyu. The disdain etched on Su Xiang's face was indelible as she raised her voice to the heavens. Empress, do you see? This is your good daughter, who, for her own wealth and status, would tread upon her own mother's corpse to ascend. With the truth now laid bare, there was no further need for this dialogue. Wanyun turned and approached Runyu, gazing into his eyes. Your Majesty, I have finished speaking. Do you now wish to believe that this assassination bears no relation to me? Runyu did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured with his hand. Come in, he commanded. And the guards at the entrance hurriedly stepped inside. What is your command, Your Majesty? Runyu's tone was laden with a palpable air of menace. If Fairy Xiao and her accomplices intend to assassinate the Heavenly Emperor, they shall have their spiritual powers stripped away and their celestial bones extracted, followed by the punishment of being drawn and quartered. Should anyone dare to follow suit, they will meet the same fate. Wanyun, whose taut nerves had been strained throughout the day, finally relaxed, relieved that they had navigated this perilous situation unscathed. As they exited the Pisha prison, Runyu suddenly inquired, Wanjifei, there is something that has long perplexed me. Your Majesty, please speak, Wanyun replied. When you shielded me from that blade, did you not consider that if I were to perish, the throne would fall to Tianai, and you would ascend as Empress Dowager? His tone was casual, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Wanyun's body trembled. She had indeed contemplated this at the time, so it was no surprise that Runyu could deduce her thoughts. Yet, how could she voice such sentiments? With her head bowed, she softly uttered, Your Majesty, I have never harbored such thoughts. Why not? Shouldn't that be your deepest desire? Is it not the hope of every consort with offspring? Runyu pressed further. Wanyun lifted her gaze to meet his profound eyes and took a deep breath. As long as Your Majesty is alive, our family remains intact. I have always envied Xufeng, not for any other reason, but because he is cherished by his parents and has a complete family. How could I bear to watch my own family with Tianai shatter? Perhaps her uncontrollable act of saving Runyu was subtly driven by this very thought. Chapter 34. Lin Fei. The warm winter sun streamed through the window, casting its rays upon Wanyun, who was adorned in delicate cherry blossom-hued pearl brocade, with the hem of her skirt and cuffs embroidered with white silk threads depicting flowers and birds, exuding an elegance that embodied a subtle beauty. She was engrossed in her reading, occasionally glancing at Tianai, who was practicing outside. Mother, I have mastered the first level of the Lílí pure fire. Uncle is sure to praise me greatly this time. Tianai exclaimed, his hands shimmering with flickering sparks of flame. Wanyun smiled approvingly. You are truly remarkable, my dear. It won't be long before your cultivation surpasses mine. As Tianai played with the flames, which resembled red carps, his excitement waned suddenly. It's a pity that Father Emperor cannot see me. Wanyun's heart sank. She understood Tianai's dissatisfaction. Nearly 20 years had passed since they had saved him during that assassination attempt, yet they had received no recognition for their bravery. The entire heavenly realm had chosen to conveniently forget this event. Despite being nearly 300 years old, Tianai remained merely an immortal, while Runyu, despite his previous lack of favor, had long been bestowed the title of Night God. How could he swallow such indignation? Your Highness, Your Majesty, I have just received some news, Queyun announced as she entered the hall. What news? Wanyun inquired. Queyun lowered her head, her expression somewhat pained. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. His Majesty has just conferred the title of Lin Fei and granted her residence in the Xuanrua Palace. What? Tianyu was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, is there no law left in this world? It has been nearly 20 years, and neither my mother nor I have received any reward. How can he still have the audacity to take a concubine? This is utterly outrageous. In stark contrast to Tianyu's agitation, Wanyun remained remarkably composed. She inquired in a low voice, are you aware of the origins of this Lin Fei? Queyun pondered for a moment before replying. This servant has only learned that she is the adopted daughter of the esteemed immortal Jìng. Beyond that, I am unaware. Wanyun had indeed heard of Jìng. Like Tai Si, he had followed Runyu since his days as the Night God, but whereas he held a civil position rather than a military one. After Runyu ascended the throne, he appointed Jìng as a grand scholar, thus wielding immense power and influence. For years, countless court officials had eagerly attempted to present their female relatives to the emperor, yet Runyu had never acquiesced. It seemed that this time, he had finally relented. However, Wanyun was puzzled as to why Jìng would offer an adopted daughter when he had a biological one of his own. Tianyi, in a fit of dissatisfaction, flung the flames to the ground, causing sparks to scatter. Humph, does he not only love my Aunt Jìng? If he has the gall to take a concubine, he ought to remain faithful for a lifetime. Wanyun shot him a disapproving glance. Is your mother not a concubine? That's not the same. You entered the palace while she was pregnant, and since your arrival, has there ever been a moment when you did not blush in silence? Wanyun chuckled softly. Your father is the Heavenly Emperor. How could he possibly have only one woman? Even if he had truly married your aunt, it is unlikely he could escape the matter of taking concubines. After all, marrying a concubine is the most straightforward way to forge alliances with powerful nobles. Would you prefer he take Quang Lu instead? Tian Yi nearly leaped up in protest. No way, absolutely not. If he dares to take Quang Lu, I will confront him. Then what are you still shouting about? You are the son of the emperor. As a junior, what right do you have to discuss the emperor's concubines? Wanyun's smile faded into a stern expression. You must never show a hint of discontent in his presence. Do you understand? Reluctantly, Tian Yi lowered his head. I understand. In Su Nj Palace, Runyu finally came face to face with Lílí, the adopted daughter of the esteemed Jìng, whom he had heard mentioned numerous times. The moment Lílí appeared before him, he grasped the reason for Jìng's insistence. Lílí was indeed beautiful, though she could not be deemed a breathtaking beauty. Wanyun and Quang Lu surpassed her in looks. Yet, her features bore a striking resemblance to Jìng's. So much so that as she glided toward him in her deep purple gown, Runyu nearly mistook her for Jìng reborn. Your Majesty, Jìng proclaimed with evident pride, though Yer is not of my blood, she is well educated and possesses both grace and intellect, ensuring she will serve you admirably. Having always heard of your Majesty's unparalleled elegance, I can see today that the rumors do not exaggerate, Lílí added. I seek no title. I simply wish to serve as a maid, offering you tea and water. Whether by design or innate quality, Lílí's voice bore a remarkable similarity to Jìng's. Runyu met Jìng's triumphant smile. It seemed this woman had indeed exerted considerable effort to present him with a concubine. And Jìng had certainly gone to great lengths to achieve this. The daughter of a celestial being, how could she merely serve as a maid? Runyu chuckled and proclaimed. Let it be known that I bestow upon the esteemed Jìng's adopted daughter the title of concubine Lin and grant her residence in Xuanrua Palace. Jìng and his daughter had eagerly awaited these words, promptly expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. That night, Runyu arrived at Xuanrua Palace, where Lílí had long anticipated his presence. She removed her adornments and donned a gown of jade green silk, smooth against her skin like the delicate touch of youth, exuding a subtle luster in the candlelight akin to ethereal mist. With a gentle smile, she greeted, I pay my respects, your majesty. May you be blessed with longevity. Such a resplendent woman ought to drive any man to madness. Yet, as Runyu beheld her sycophantic smile, he found himself disenchanted. His heart yearned for the essence of Jìng, not merely her visage. Though this woman bore a semblance to Jìng, she lacked the spirit that captivated him. Dispense with the formalities, he said coolly. Your majesty, after a long day's toil, you must be weary. I have prepared tea and would be honored to offer you a shoulder massage, Lílí suggested, attempting to approach him, only to be halted by a raised hand. I am not fatigued, he replied. Your adoptive father claims you are well-versed. What literature have you studied? Lílí appeared slightly embarrassed. My adoptive father bestows too much praise. I can only recognize a few characters, having read the inner instruction. Runyu frowned slightly. What was your status before being taken in by Jìng? With reverence, Lílí responded, I was merely an ordinary red perch spirit from Poyang Lake, fortunate enough to be granted my current standing by my adoptive father's kindness. Do you hold any position or duty? Runyu inquired. A flicker of involuntary tension crossed Lílí's features. I am merely a woman of the inner chambers. What position could I possibly hold? This question was evidently redundant. The lavish decor of the palace and her artifice suggested she was either meticulously crafted or inherently of the ilk of dancers and songstresses. Your majesty, the hour is late. May I assist you in retiring? Lílí ventured tentatively. Runyu paused for a moment before replying with a smile, very well. As they approached the bed, before Lílí could unfasten her garments, Runyu suddenly produced the Qishao sword and placed it at the center of the bed, creating a chasm that divided it in two. Your majesty, what is the meaning of this? Lílí asked, utterly perplexed. Runyu ignored her, shedding his outer garments and shoes, lying down on one side of the sword. Did you not say the hour was late? Why have you not retired? At this point, Lílí could no longer feign ignorance. Her shock mingled with anger. For had not her adoptive father proclaimed her resemblance to the water goddess, whom the emperor adored? How could it come to this? Your majesty, is it customary to place a sword on the bed on the first night of marriage? Lílí pressed on, striving to persuade him, but Runyu's impatience grew. I am weary and wish to speak no further, he concluded, closing his eyes. leaving Linxiu alone, on the brink of tears. A few days later, Runyu visited Elan Palace to see Wanyun and her child. After dinner, the conversation inevitably turned to the newly admitted concubine Lin. Your Majesty, the lovely concubine Lin must surely be to your liking, Wanyun flattered, having heard of her striking resemblance to Jìng. However, Runyu displayed a hint of displeasure. Responding coldly, it is merely so. Were it not for the incessant urging of those ministers, I would not have accepted her. This unexpected reply bewildered Wanyun. After all, Runyu had spent a significant portion of the last 10 days at Qianrua Palace. How could he possibly not be fond of concubine Lin? Do you not care about my taking a concubine? Runyu suddenly inquired, noticing Wanyun's momentary distraction. Care? That was utterly impossible. She could never feel jealousy, even if Runyu were to show affection to another woman in her presence. Yet, she could not dismiss the significance of concubine Lin's lineage. As the daughter of a powerful minister, she was far more illustrious than Wanyun, a descendant of a condemned official. Should concubine Lin bear a son, the position of Tian Yu would be jeopardized. Your Majesty, are you jesting? I am but a celestial concubine myself. How could I concern myself with your taking another? She replied gently. One day, when concubine Lin brings forth princes and princesses, they shall be Tian Yu's own siblings. Runyu revealed a cryptic smile, his hand caressing the purple jade teapot as he remarked, is that so? I fear she may find it quite difficult to receive such fortune. Wanyun found herself puzzled by his words, yet Runyu had already shifted the topic, leaving her reluctant to pursue it further. Days passed, and as the first winter snow began to fall, Wanyun wished to behold the beauty of the red plum blossoms amidst the snow. So she assisted Queyun in venturing outside. Since Jìng's passing, Runyu had personally sought forgiveness from the flower realm, and after centuries of time, the relationship between the celestial and flower realms gradually improved. Many rare and exotic plants from the flower realm had been transplanted to the celestial realm, transforming the previous embarrassment of only conjuring flowers with colored clouds. On a serene winter afternoon, the red plums in the imperial garden blossomed vibrantly, their petals unfurling in splendid display. Draped in a fine azure feather cloak, Wanyun reached out to catch a drifting petal. The contrast of white snow and crimson blossoms was breathtakingly beautiful. Just as Wanyun became entranced in her admiration, a melodious voice called out from behind, "Ah, could this be the renowned concubine Wan? What a pleasure to meet you." Turning around, she beheld a stunning lady in palace attire standing amidst the snowy landscape. Clad in a lotus-red embroidered dress with silver leaf and onyx adorning her hair, pearl and ruby tassels cascading down her ears, her movements dazzling like a burst of brilliance. Upon seeing the face that bore a striking resemblance to Jìng, it was clear this was none other than concubine Lin, whom Runyu had recently taken. I have met concubine Lin. Truly, your beauty is extraordinary. I have long wished to visit you, and yet fate has brought us together here, Wanyun said with a gentle smile. To her astonishment, concubine Lin did not even spare her a glance, adopting a condescending demeanor as she coldly retorted, "What sister? I am the daughter of a prominent minister in the celestial realm, while you are merely the child of a disgraced woman. What right do you have to call me sister?" Her words left Wanyun utterly perplexed. She had never interacted with concubine Lin, held no grievances. And given that the Heavenly Emperor had spent many nights at Qianrua Palace without her ever serving him, why did concubine Lin harbor such animosity towards her? Although Wanyun felt indignant within, she maintained a composed smile on her face. As a lady of a prestigious family, Lin Fei is indeed beyond my comparison. However, we are all concubines of the Heavenly Emperor now, sharing the same rank, and it is only natural for us to coexist harmoniously. Lin Fei scoffed. Not only is Wan Fei beautiful, but she is also quite eloquent. Alas, no amount of charm can change your lowly origins. Xiao Zhu, overhearing such blatant remarks, stood there in embarrassment, her face flushed with anger. Though Wanyun's mother was a convict, her father was the prince of the heavenly realm, and her brother had once been the demon lord. How could she be deemed lowly? She was about to retort when Wanyun stopped her. With quiet dignity, Wanyun replied, "Since I am such a lowly person, I shall not engage further with Lin Fei. Farewell." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Once she had distanced herself, Xiao Zhu exclaimed indignantly, "Your Highness, Lin Fei has gone too far. Why did you endure such insults?" Wanyun dismissed her concerns. If one cannot endure such minor grievances, how will they survive in the heavenly realm in the future? However, she had not anticipated Lin Fei's audacity and ignorance, squandering the beauty that resembled Jìng's. Yet, upon reflection, she realized how fortunate it was that Qianhui had found such a face. There was little room for consideration beyond that. I simply cannot fathom it. Lin Fei, with her noble lineage and the emperor's affection. Why must she harbor such animosity towards you? It is utterly perplexing, Xiao Zhu lamented. Wanyun halted. A sudden thought of Runyu's words about her lacking the fortune to possess such a fate crossing her mind, and she seemed to grasp something profound. Your Highness, what troubles you? Xiao Zhu inquired, noticing her dazed expression. Wanyun summoned her inner core, producing 100 years' worth of spiritual energy and placing it into Xiao Zhu's hands. Instructing, there must be hidden circumstances behind Lin Fei's demeanor. Go and bribe someone from Xianruo Palace, and see if you can uncover anything. Understood, Xiao Zhu replied. Chapter 35. An unexpected revelation. After several days of diligent effort, Xiao Zhu lived up to Wanyun's expectations, successfully bribing a maidservant from Xianruo Palace. Once the surroundings were clear, the maid leaned in and whispered softly into Xiao Zhu's ear, "My mistress has a temper that frightens everyone, often resorting to violence against her subordinates and wreaking havoc. Especially after the Heavenly Emperor departs Xianruo Palace, she nearly tears the place apart. I cannot comprehend it. The Heavenly Emperor dotes on her so much, yet she remains insatiable." When Xiao Zhu relayed this conversation to Wanyun, she immediately understood the underlying reason and let out a laugh, teasingly saying, "Ah, our Heavenly Emperor is truly infatuated. It is one thing not to be swayed by the many beauties of the heavenly realm, but to not even touch a substitute. How curious. Perhaps we should erect a plaque in his honor?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhu grasped the truth and scoffed disdainfully. Why cherish the living when one clings to the memories of the dead? Who is she putting on this display of deep affection for? Wanyun let out a cold huff. What? Do you harbor resentment towards the Heavenly Emperor as well? Xiao Zhu's eyes burned with hatred as she contemptuously replied. My parents are still in his clutches. I wonder how much longer we must endure this life of trepidation. With a charming smile, Wanyun exuded a myriad of enchanting graces. You utter these words solely for my ears. Should others hear them, even if you possessed 800 heads, they would not suffice to save you. Queyun, unfazed, replied. With Her Majesty and His Highness Legion present, I harbor no fears. Wanyun gently sipped the jade-clear tea, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she remarked, At present, I need not concern myself with concubine Lin. A person neither favored by the Celestial Emperor nor possessing the grace of decorum poses no threat to us. We shall disregard her henceforth. However, tranquil days did not linger for long. One day, upon returning from the Ministry of Rites, T&I wore a countenance marked by vexation and discontent. Wanyun instantly perceived his distress and inquired with concern, My dear, what troubles you? T&I, filled with indignation, lamented, Mother, could it be that concubine Lin's mind has been squeezed by the door? Startled, Wanyun asked, What brings you to such a conclusion? With a deep sigh, T&I explained. On my way back from the ministry, I encountered concubine Lin. Being my elder, I respectfully greeted her. Yet, she inexplicably began to ridicule me, declaring that I am merely a lowly illegitimate son, disregarded by the emperor, unable even to be bestowed with a divine title, and other such insults. Wanyun found her words unbearable, as if a sharp thorn had plunged deep into her heart. Clenching her fists, she asked, And how did you respond? What could I do? T&I replied, She is the emperor's favored concubine. I have no standing to oppose her. I could only pretend nothing had occurred and retreated to Luolin Palace in disgrace. Unbeknownst to T&I, concubine Lin was a figure of empty prestige, swallowing his bitterness in silence. Wanyun bit her lip, her fingers digging into her nails, striving to suppress her rising fury. Having never received the emperor's favor and incapable of bearing children, how could she not feel envious of the living prince, T&I? Though initially reluctant to confront the foolish concubine Lin, her audacity in trampling upon Tianya's dignity warranted no mercy. With a cold smile, she devised a plan, assuring him, Rest easy, my son, I shall aid you in resolving this matter. Once T&I returned to his chamber, she instructed Queyun, I must compose a letter for the immortal of Shuangyuan. You shall deliver it for me. In June, the air was still warm, even in the evening. Wanyun took T&I for a stroll by the Hualan Pond, a place adorned by lush foliage and exquisite scenery, akin to the Rainbow Bridge. As they counted the koi fish in the pond, a resplendent figure, emanating a rich fragrance, approached the Hualan Pond. Upon sighting her, Tianya's expression soured, and he muttered under his breath, Fate is unkind. A faint smile curved Wanyun's lips. This foolish woman had indeed fallen into her trap. She greeted concubine Lin with a respectful bow, her voice laced with sweetness, Greetings, Sister Lin. Though reluctant, T&I maintained his decorum, replying dutifully, Good day, Your Highness Lin. Concubine Lin, with an air of superiority, leisurely remarked, Concubine Wanyun, you seem to have ample leisure, even taking your son to enjoy the scenery. But then again, you have no obligations to serve His Majesty, so naturally, you are quite free. With a faint smile, Wanyun remarked, Indeed, I cannot compare to my sister's esteemed favor. However, sister, you have been in the palace for over half a year now. Why is there no sign of movement in your belly? Feeling the sting of the remark, concubine Lin gritted her teeth in anger and shot a fierce glare at Wanyun. So what if I have given birth? What is so remarkable about it? Tianyi could no longer contain his frustration at her incessant repetition of that single word. He retorted angrily, who do you call base? My mother and I are not lowly. You should provide a reason for your words. Concubine Lin, clutching her chest in shock, glared at Wanyun. Well, Wan Fei, is this the kind of son you have raised? I am at least his elder, yet he dares to speak to me in such a manner? To everyone's surprise, Wanyun did not swallow her anger this time. Instead, she replied coldly, Concubine Lin, no matter how noble your status, you are merely a consort. My son is of the royal lineage, far more esteemed than you. Upon hearing his mother defend him, Tianyi felt emboldened and responded without reservation, Your Highness, regardless of status, I am still the emperor's son. Yet your womb is barren. You wish to give birth, but are unable. Concubine Lin was nearly beside herself with rage. Pointing a finger at Tianyi as she scolded, You shameless baseborn child. How dare you defy me? I am the daughter of the revered deity. And if you provoke me, I shall ensure you regret it. Tianyi, unfazed by her threats, shot back. So what if I am baseborn? Even my father is baseborn. Do you dare to say that to him? Enraged, Concubine Lin reached out to slap Tianyi, but Wanyun swiftly intervened, blocking her hand. Unbeknownst to her, Concubine Lin swiftly raised her other hand to strike again. Just as Tianyi braced for the humiliation of her slap, a strong grip seized her hand midair, rendering her motionless. Wanyun glanced behind Concubine Lin and immediately knelt, exclaiming, Long live your majesty. Tianyi, recognizing the newcomer, also hurriedly paid his respects. Concubine Lin's hand was held by Ning Yuan, the immortal attendant of Runyu. Upon seeing the emperor arrive, she instantly quelled her brash demeanor, transforming into a docile creature. Runyu commanded, Release her. Wanyun prostrated herself on the ground, saying, Your Majesty, I have failed in my role as a mother. Quarreling with an elder in public and tarnishing your Majesty's eyes. I beseech you to punish me. Tianyi quickly knelt as well, pleading, Father, I was wrong. But it was unintentional. Concubine Lin insulted my mother and me, and in my desperation, I retaliated. I implore you to punish me. In their words, it seemed they were the ones at fault, while Concubine Lin appeared the victim. Runyu ignored their pleas and turned to Concubine Lin, asking, Do you have anything to say? Seeing Wanyun and her son yield, Concubine Lin grew bolder and replied, Your Majesty, the esteemed princely Jun spoke disrespectfully, and I merely wished to admonish him. Wanyun could not help but stifle a laugh at the absurdity of such foolishness. Just moments ago, Concubine Lin had loudly mocked Tianyi for being baseborn, yet who was unaware that Runyu himself was also born of a concubine. She had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive nerve, completely oblivious to her folly, truly a grand farce. Runyu remarked coolly, I had thought I was absent. Yet it seems I must trouble Concubine Lin to discipline my son. How tiresome. His voice exuded an unspoken geniality, yet within this context, each word resonated with a piercing intensity. You have just referred to Tianyi as a shameless illegitimate son. Does that imply that, in Lin Fei's eyes, a child born out of wedlock is inherently lowly? It was at this moment that Lin Fei realized the gravity of the situation, her legs trembling with fear. As she collapsed to the ground, kowtowing fervently, Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. Li Jun cannot be compared to Your Majesty. Runyu gazed serenely at the crystalline waters of Hualan Pool and spoke slowly. If Tianyi were a legitimate son, rather than an illegitimate one, what punishment would be fitting for your previous actions? The room fell into stunned silence. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Runyu declared, Convey my decree, Wan Fei. Having served for many years with diligence and grace, shall henceforth be honored as empress, residing in Weiyang Palace. Li Jun, the celestial Tianyi, my firstborn, distinguished in both appearance and intellect, shall be conferred the title of Fire God and reside in Weiyang Palace. Lin Fei, upon hearing this, nearly fainted. She crawled to Runyu's feet, tugging at his robes, and trembled as she implored, Your Majesty, you jest. She is the daughter of a criminal. The entire realm knows how her mother persecuted you. How can you elevate her to empress? Wanyun was equally taken aback by this outcome. Indeed, she had intended to play a trick on Lin Fei, hoping merely to incite Runyu's disdain for her, never anticipating that he would directly appoint her as empress. Uncertain of Runyu's intentions, she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my grievous sins and do not deserve the title of empress. I beseech you to retract your decree. Runyu, unimpressed, replied, I shall elevate whomever I choose, and none may alter that decision. He cast a cold glance at the trembling Lin Fei and remarked, You claim Wan Fei's origins are unworthy, yet how do your own compare? I have long conducted my inquiries. Prior to being taken in by Jing Hui, you were merely a courtesan, purchased for your resemblance to my former love. With such a background, do you presume to criticize others? Tears streaming down her face, Lin Fei cried out, Your Majesty, you cannot treat me thus. I have been truly devoted to you. Suddenly, she lunged wildly at Wanyun and Tianyi, shrieking, It is you. You are the ones who have harmed me. You have framed me. Seize her and remove her from my sight, Runyu commanded, and the celestial attendants behind him swiftly apprehended Lin Fei. Disappointment and irritation washed over him as he regarded her. This arrogant and foolish woman had exhausted his last vestige of patience. Without hesitation, he declared, Lin Fei has shown disrespect to the Empress and the Fire God. She is to receive 40 lashes, stripped of her status and banished from the celestial realm, never to return. Wanyun's heart raced. Lin Fei, being but an ordinary fish spirit, frail and delicate, would surely perish or be left incapacitated from such punishment. Though she was boisterous and arrogant, her crime did not warrant such a fate. Runyu gently assisted her and Tianyi, speaking softly, You have been frightened, have you not? I shall accompany you back to Luolin Palace. The news of Wanyun's elevation to Empress swiftly spread throughout the celestial realm. Reactions varied from shock to calm, from joy to sorrow. Within Luolin Palace, the flickering candlelight danced amidst the lingering scent of sandalwood. Wanyun and Runyu sat facing one another, the air thick with the fragrance of cosmetics. Runyu lightly tapped the table, gazing at her with a measured expression. Today, you orchestrated this spectacle for my benefit, did you not? Wanyun lowered her head, remaining noncommittal. How could the astute Runyu not discern the sheer coincidence of today's events? Initially, she had penned a letter to Quang Lu to ascertain Runyu's whereabouts, curious if he would frequent a particular place at a specific time. After 6 months of anticipation, the opportunity finally presented itself. Following the onset of summer, Runyu had taken to strolling by the Hualon pool almost every evening. Upon learning of this, she bribed Lin Fei's maid to ensure that she, too, would visit the Hualon pool at dusk. With the perfect confluence of timing, location, and circumstance, the scene before them unfolded. Naturally, to prevent Runyu from discovering her collusion with Quang Lu, the latter had entrusted her subordinate, the Heavenly Emperor's fairy attendant Ningyuan, with all subsequent communications after their initial correspondence. Sweat beaded on Wanyun's palms, cool and sticky, as she spoke with a hint of anxiety. Your Majesty, I did indeed inquire about your movements through your close fairy attendant, Ningyuan. However, Your Majesty, Linxiu has insulted heir, and I could not swallow this grievance, leading me to resort to such measures. I merely wished for you to see her true nature. I never intended for her to be demoted to a commoner, nor did I wish to covet the position of Empress. I am aware, he replied, taking a gentle sip of tea. I do not blame you. Your maternal instincts are commendable. Wanyun exhaled in relief, then cautiously added, Your Majesty, although Linxiu is arrogant, her crimes do not warrant such severe punishment. Perhaps your actions may be too harsh. I fear that Jìng Hui will not spare me. Runyu remained unfazed. I have merely overestimated Jìng Hui. For years, he has wielded immense power, yet he dares to meddle in my domestic affairs. He has presented me with such a woman. My leniency in not punishing him is already generous. What further tricks could he possibly play? Indeed, it was all a manifestation of imperial strategy. By elevating this hapless, rootless descendant of a sinner to the role of Empress, he could evade concerns regarding the influence of powerful relatives while simultaneously controlling the undercurrents of the court, a splendid dual advantage. Runyu reached for her hand, his smile radiant as sunlight piercing through clouds. I know you must harbor resentment towards me. 19 years ago, you and heir bravely protected the throne. Yet I rewarded you with nothing. Now, I wish to tell you that I have always remembered, though I had not found the right moment until today. His shift from referring to himself as this sovereign to simply left her astounded. A soft sigh escaped her lips, imbued with the bitterness of countless years. Your Majesty, do you no longer mind my background or the things I have done in the past? Runyu exhaled gently. Did you not once tell Ru Xiao that you wished to live peacefully with Tianyi, leaving behind the grievances of the past? Since you have let go, why should I not do the same? Wanyun reflected on the arduous trials and tribulations she had endured over the years, finally arriving at this juncture. Chapter 36. The Enfeoffment in the Celestial Realm of Xianzhou, at the residence of Yuan Xianzi. Quang Lu diligently penned the edict for the enfeoffment ceremony when she suddenly felt an unusual itch at the nape of her neck, as if a warm breath caressed her skin. Sensing something amiss, her arms were abruptly enveloped, lifting her forcefully from her seat. Your Highness, the God of Fire, please set me down. Quang Lu blushed upon recognizing her captor. Tianyi paid her no heed, instead hoisting her up in his arms and twirling her around as he carried her from the room to the garden. Your Highness, we shall be discovered, Quang Lu implored, her face flushed with embarrassment. Tianyi gently laid her upon the lawn, reclining beside her with a smile. Do not worry. I have already enchanted everyone within and beyond your residence. It is just the two of us here. The garden was ablaze with vibrant summer blossoms, resplendent in their myriad hues, reflecting the fiery pomegranate leaves, reminiscent of the slanting sun, evoking a beauty akin to the return of spring. The golden light cast upon Tianyi, who was adorned in a crimson robe embroidered with golden dragons and lined with pale golden silk. A striking departure from his usual simplicity. Yet, this opulent attire did not render him gaudy. Rather, it accentuated his flawless countenance, making him appear even more radiant. His demeanor as graceful as the wind, as if he were imbued with the brilliance of the stars. Quang was momentarily entranced, only regaining her senses after a while. Genuinely offering her congratulations. Your Highness, I rejoice for you and Her Majesty, having endured hardships and finally attained your desires. Tianyi playfully tapped her nose, grinning. Do you know what brings me the greatest joy? It is that I, as a legitimate son, am finally worthy of you. Quang Lu's eyes sparkled like brocade as she softly replied, Your Highness, when have I ever concerned myself with legitimacy? You may not care, but I do. I wish to present myself in the best light to marry you, Tianyi asserted earnestly. Quang Lu's cheeks flushed, Your Highness. Is it not a tad early to speak of such matters? If others were to know, I fear I would be branded as a mere seductress. It is not too early, Tianyi retorted, appearing to embody a youthful visage of about 15 years, with several millennia yet to reach true adulthood. He pouted, feigning displeasure. Do you think I am too young, or are you still reminiscing about my father? For a fleeting moment, Quang Lu recalled Runyu, her first affection, an unforgettable memory. Yet, with Tianyi's emergence and the passage of time, her feelings for Runyu had faded to mere respect and admiration for a superior. She turned to him with a smile, her heart brimming with affection. Your father may regard me as insignificant, yet you treat me like treasure. Even a fool would know how to choose. The sunlight danced upon the grass, casting the silhouettes of the two entwined figures. Tianyi gazed at the exquisite beauty before him and leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her sweet lips. Lu'er, I adore you. He did not call her by her name or as sister. Yi, I too hold affection for you, she responded with deep emotion. In that moment, amidst the vastness of the universe, it was as if only they existed. The Weiyang Palace stands as the third largest palace in the celestial realm, second only to the Jiuxiao Cloud Palace and the Fengqi Palace. It harmoniously coexists with the Fengqi Palace, reflecting one another's grandeur. Beyond the shadow wall lies a spacious and refreshing courtyard, with the main hall and corridors adorned with exquisite and colorful paintings. At the base, pairs of bronze phoenixes, cranes, and incense burners were displayed, clearly newly added, pushing open the vermilion doors embellished with the auspicious patterns of longevity. One stepped into a world where silver and emerald-hued drapes swayed gently. The central hall featured a flat throne, screens, incense tables, and palace fans. On the eastern side, a delicate carving of a magpie ascending a plum tree is crafted from rosewood, while on the western side, another intricate design features wisteria entwined with pine, both serving as floor lamps that elegantly separate the main hall from the eastern and western warm pavilions, enhancing the spaciousness and refined charm within. In truth, the Empress should reside in the Phoenix Nest Palace. However, out of concern that Wanyun might be reminded of her mother and feel sorrowful, and given that she is a dragon rather than a phoenix, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for her to dwell there. Thus, Runyu bestowed upon her the Weiyang Palace, which traditionally belonged to the Heavenly Emperor's favored consort, as a gesture of goodwill. Xufeng awaited her at the entrance of Weiyang Palace. Upon seeing Wanyun emerge, he hurriedly approached, grasping her hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister, this day has finally arrived. Wanyun, however, remained remarkably composed. She whispered in his ear, Xufeng, my greatest joy does not stem from my ascension to the position of Empress, but rather from the fact that Tianyi has been appointed as the Fire God and granted residence in the Queyun. Xufeng's countenance darkened abruptly. He released Wanyun's hand and spoke with a detached tone. Tianyi is the legitimate son and a Zhuke. It is only natural for him to be conferred as the Fire God. Wanyun offered her customary gentle smile. Indeed, you are correct. Noticing that they were momentarily alone, Xufeng lowered his voice. Sister, since he is willing to elevate you to Empress, it seems that his wariness has lessened. Should you not contemplate bearing him a child? This would provide you with a safeguard in case unforeseen circumstances arise, would it not? Wanyun pressed her lips together. She had considered Xufeng's suggestion. Yet if she were to have another child, it was likely to be a dragon, which could render her unsuitable in Runyu's eyes, given that Tianyi is a firebird. Furthermore, the thought of intimacy with Runyu made her feel quite uncomfortable, and she suspected he might feel similarly. She smiled softly. Let's discuss future matters at a later time. You and Uncle have not met in a while, so let us visit the immortal's abode under the moonlight. I hope he will officiate the coronation ceremony tomorrow. The ceremony for the enthronement follows established precedents, and Wanyun need not concern herself with the intricate formalities. She simply needed to await the moment she would don her ceremonial robe. Gazing at the exquisite silks and satin, adorned with a phoenix crown and splendid attire, she suddenly reflected that she had already worn a wedding gown once, albeit for another, whereas this time the bridal attire truly belonged to her. At that moment, Wanyun radiated with youthful splendor, clad in a magnificent and pure tulip-red brocade robe. The vibrant hue was subtly complemented by golden threads embroidered at the cuffs and collar, interspersed with patterns of twin night-blooming cereus in ivory white. The hem of her robe gracefully brushed against the pearl-embellished shoes, shimmering with a delicate gold and silver sheen, as splendid as the sun itself. Beside her, Danju gazed in awe, momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "One smile can captivate a city, another can enthrall a nation. Juner, you truly are the unparalleled beauty of the Six Realms." Wanyun replied with a hint of serene amusement. "Isn't that title of unparalleled beauty reserved for Jinmi and her mother Xufeng?" Danju waved her hand dismissively. No. You are all beauties, but you are different from them. I cannot quite articulate it." She adjusted her hair and inquired, "T and I should be preparing in the Queyun by now, shouldn't he?" On the same day, the enthronement of the Fire God and the Empress took place, thus alleviating the demand for manpower and resources. Danju chuckled behind her hand, remarking that Quang Lu was assisting in the preparations, so how could it not be splendid? At the time of the enthronement, the Bureau of Celestial Observations announced that the auspicious hour had arrived. The bells and drums resounded from the noon gate, celestial melodies harmonized, and the sounds of heaven played resplendently. Wanyun gracefully approached Runyu, while behind her, maidens held the dragon and phoenix banners and peacock feather fans. A grand procession of 12 ceremonial regalia followed. Tianyi stood behind them, adorned in a gown of silken azure, embroidered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns and a pristine white trim that harmonized with the jade hairpin atop his head, enhancing his distinguished elegance and noble demeanor. Upon the high platform of the Nine Heavens Cloud Palace, Danju solemnly recited the eloquent and ornate enthronement proclamation. This seat, relying on the foundational strength of the earth, must duly acknowledge the harmonious governance bestowed upon it. External affairs are sustained by internal duties, and the flourishing of the state is a reflection of its household. The enduring void of the central authority necessitates the grand initiation of auspicious ceremonies. The celestial Empress Wanyun, embodying virtue and brilliance, is to be honored with bestowed titles, receiving blessings and mastering the inner court's decorum. Now, after the passage of 3 years, in accordance with the benevolent edict, I hereby establish you as the celestial Empress with a golden decree and treasure. May you uphold the grand legacy, remain diligent day and night, and aspire to the illustrious teachings of our ancestors, entrusted with the utmost significance. May the succession of celebrations rest upon your capable hands. The eldest son, Tianyi, exemplifies exceptional talent, blessed with innate beauty. He shall preside over the ceremonial rites and heed the wishes of the people. We hereby declare to heaven and earth, the ancestral temples, and the altars of the state, the appointment of the Fire God. Upon finishing, the celestial attendants sequentially presented the edict, the decree, and the treasures to Wanyun and the maidens behind Tianyi, followed by the ceremonial ladies guiding them through the 6 solemn bows and 3 kneelings. Thus, the enthronement of the Empress and the Fire God was completed. The gathered crowd bowed in reverence. Long live the Empress, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Long live the Fire God, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Wanyun turned to gaze at the deities flanking the hall. She beheld the genuine smile of Su Feng, the affectionate blush on Quang Lu's face, and the long-absent presence of Pu Qijun, who loomed above the multitude, his cheers resounding like mountains. The voices of congratulations overwhelming. She savored a hint of power, a sensation akin to soaring amidst the vast clouds. No wonder Runyu, despite committing fratricide, sought the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Anyone who has tasted this power cannot relinquish it, but instead continues to pursue further dominion. Chapter 37. A shocking transformation. Time passed swiftly, akin to the quick morning rituals of grooming and the evening lamplit study, resting through the darkness and awaiting dawn. The old days faded rapidly, leaving only the new. Ultimately, Wanyun did not heed Su Feng's advice and continued to maintain the facade of a marital partnership with Runyu. Her daily life revolved around supporting her husband, educating her children, and pursuing her studies, resembling her days as a concubine. This tranquil existence garnered widespread praise in the heavenly realm, with many proclaiming the new empress to be entirely different from her mother, virtuous, humble, and approachable, a true paragon of heavenly women. While she feigned indifference to such opinions, her heart bloomed with joy. She was certainly not a woman averse to power, yet she could not replicate the tragic experiences of Tu Yao. She must adopt a different approach. In contrast to her seemingly effortless governance, Tianyu was much more occupied. Besides his studies and cultivation, he spent most of his time with Quang Lu, both reveling in flirtations beneath Runyu's watchful gaze, exchanging orchids and peonies with delight. Wanyun, fearing their discovery, intentionally obstructed their communication, which only served to deepen the affection between them. It is not entirely their fault. After all, the more forbidden and unattainable a love, the more it drives one to madness. In the year of Tianyuan 462, another significant event transpired. Jinmi, who had perished and been extinguished for 500 years, was reborn in the mortal realm. Following a series of dramatic changes, she and Xufeng were finally reunited. Upon receiving this news, Wanyun's initial reaction was one of joy. Her beloved brother, having endured trials, was at last to be with his true love, no longer subjected to the desolate solitude of cold, silent nights. However, beneath her joy lingered a tinge of melancholy. Xufeng now had Jinmi, and soon he would have children of his own, inevitably diminishing his affection for Tianai. Yet, regardless of her mixed emotions, she hastened to Xianyuan Palace to seek an audience with Runyu. Runyu, upon seeing her, displayed a hint of surprise. "What brings the Empress to seek me today?" Wanyun bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty must already be aware. Today marks the grand wedding of Xufeng and Jinmi. As family, how could we not attend?" For a fleeting moment, disappointment crossed Runyu's features. "Ah, it is regarding this matter. I am indeed aware and had planned to visit you at Weiyang Palace after attending to my duties." With a smile, Wanyun responded, "Then I shall await your Majesty at Weiyang Palace." As she turned to leave, Runyu suddenly inquired, "Empress, I shall soon meet Jinmi. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Thoughts? Was he inquiring if she felt jealous? A cold laugh echoed in Wanyun's heart. Runyu was rather self-absorbed. Yet, despite her inner amusement, she maintained a gentle demeanor. "Your Majesty, who has not experienced their youthful days? Your past with Jinmi is now history. Why would I cling to it? Besides, having endured the events of 500 years ago, I trust your Majesty only wishes for Jinmi's happiness, with no other intentions." Her response was impeccable, leaving Runyu with no grounds for reproach, yet he could not shake a sense of loss. At Yumiao Ocean, the sun set over the floating boats. The sound of cascading water echoed against the steep cliffs, and the reflections danced upon the river's surface. Amidst the verdant mountains and the vibrant trees, an extraordinary wedding was underway in Shi County, south of Huizhou City. When Jinmi, the eldest daughter of the Jìng family, reached the age of maturity, she blossomed like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor in the capital took notice and promptly decreed her to be Jìng Fei. Unexpectedly, on the way to her wedding, a phoenix with magnificent tail feathers circled above the crowd before diving gracefully to seize the grand red bridal sedan, leaving the onlookers in awe. As the bright moon rose over the perilous peaks, the fields were engulfed by an endless sea of blooming rapeseed flowers. A narrow path through the golden blooms led Jinmi, donned in a vivid red wedding gown, towards a small dwelling at the foot of the mountain. Due to the nature of the wedding being a theft of the bride, the occasion was remarkably low-key, with only close relatives of the bride and groom in attendance. Dressed in simple mortal garments, Runyu and Wanyun occupied their seats, yet their exquisite beauty and ethereal grace attracted the attention of many at the wedding. In the ceremonial rituals of bowing to heaven and earth, then to the esteemed parents, and finally to each other, all these steps represent the customary proceedings of a wedding. Yet, they encapsulate the poignant love story of a fated couple transcending 6 centuries of life and death. Tianyu finally beheld Jinmi, a figure previously only spoken of in adult conversations, and was utterly captivated. He leaned closer to Dan Zhu and exclaimed, "Uncle, Auntie is truly a great beauty. No less than my mother. It is no wonder that she once captivated both my uncle and the emperor." Dan Zhu, intrigued, began to elaborate enthusiastically, recounting tales of the past. Wanyun gazed at the blissfully loving Su Feng and Jinmi. Her heart ached involuntarily. Their profound love remained untouched by the absence of power or status, rendering them the happiest beings on earth. Meanwhile, she found herself ensnared in a loveless marriage, treading carefully with every word, as though walking on thin ice, fearful of inciting the wrath of the supreme heavenly emperor beside her. "My lady, have you perhaps indulged too much?" Runyu inquired, sensing her peculiar demeanor. Wanyun hastily set down her wine glass and cleverly responded, "Not at all. I merely indulged a bit more out of joy. I usually lead a restrained life in the heavenly realm. Today is a rare opportunity to relax. And you wouldn't mind, would you, my lord?" Runyu nodded lightly. "Overindulgence can harm your health. Please be cautious." As they conversed, Su Feng approached with Jinmi at their table. "Uncle, brother, sister, and dear nephew, I raise a toast to you all. He lifted his cup and drank it in one gulp. Xufeng, Jìng, congratulations to you both, Runyu replied, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Jìng, revealing a trace of lingering affection and reluctance amidst his blessings. Upon noticing his gaze, Jìng felt a tumult of emotions within her. She turned to Tianyi, asking, "You must be heir, correct?" Tianyi nodded, joyfully declaring, "I have long heard that Auntie is a paragon of beauty. Today, I can see that the reputation is well-deserved. Standing beside my uncle, you truly are a match made in heaven." Jìng was amused by his flattery and remarked to Wanyun, "Sister, your son is not only handsome but also possesses a sweet tongue. How wonderful it would be if Xufeng and I could have a child like him." Wanyun raised her cup in blessing. "Then I wish for my brother and sister-in-law to soon be blessed with a precious child." As the festivities concluded and guests departed, the thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain became the sanctuary for the newlyweds' wedding night, while Wanyun and the others returned to the heavenly realm, preparing to resume their ordinary lives and identities. At the entrance of the Weiyang Palace, Runyu accompanied her. Though her head throbbed and her legs felt weak, she maintained the regal poise befitting a queen, bowing to Runyu and saying, "Your Majesty, I shall return to the palace now." Runyu observed her flushed visage and gently remarked, "My queen, you are intoxicated." Indeed, she was. The sweet taste of the rose and osmanthus wine belied its potent kick. Having consumed so many cups, she was acutely aware of her inebriation. Covering her face in embarrassment, she confessed, "Your Majesty, have I behaved improperly?" Runyu shook his head. "No, you have not lost your composure. You have never lost your composure." Wanyun steadied herself, maintaining her decorum as she respectfully replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon finishing her words, she turned to enter the hall, only to nearly trip over the threshold. Just as she was about to fall, a pair of strong arms caught her. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you," said Runyu, holding her shoulder. Wanyun instinctively declined, "Your Majesty, I am perfectly fine. There is no need to trouble yourself." However, Runyu paid no heed to her protest and continued to support her towards the interior of the hall. Queyun had already prepared warm water and fragrant tea, awaiting Wanyun's return, but was taken aback to see Runyu aiding her in. "I greet your Majesty." "May your Majesty live long," she stammered. "You may leave," Runyu instructed. Observing the intimate interaction between the two, Queyun began to understand the unspoken dynamics. Though she harbored a disdain for Runyu, she recognized the significance of imperial favor and thus retreated obediently, closing the hall doors behind her. Runyu guided Wanyun to sit on the bed, drawing remarkably close to her. He caught a whiff of the mingled scent of perfume and wine emanating from her, and instinctively rested his head on her shoulder before kissing her neck. "You are ever so beautiful, noble, and graceful. You are a good empress and a wonderful mother, yet, alas, you are not my wife," he murmured almost to himself. Wanyun, feeling lightheaded, could hardly grasp his words. She sensed his desire. It was their first intimacy in 5 centuries. Despite a subconscious resistance, she did not reject his advances. It was her duty and an opportunity for her. She slightly turned her head, and Runyu seized the moment to kiss her. He drew her beside him, gently loosening the adornments from her hair, letting her lustrous black tresses cascade down. His lips brushed against her hair, then traveled to her trembling cherry lips, the beautiful eyes beneath her sandy lashes, her delicate brows, and her petite earlobes. Overwhelmed by his impulses, he kissed her nape, her slender collarbone, the enticing flesh between her neck and shoulders, the hollow of her elbow, and her warm palm. Subsequently, he pulled her gown down from her head, leaving her nestled in his embrace. Then, they lost themselves in each other's warmth, entwined in passion for what felt like an eternity. As their fervor waned, both were left exhausted. Wanyun's vision blurred, and she inexplicably recalled her past with Xufeng, murmuring his name in a daze, Runyu, entwining her hair around his fingers, held her tightly when he noticed her lips moving, seemingly calling a name. "Wanyun, what are you saying?" he inquired, but she had already succumbed to slumber. Runyu pondered her recent utterance. It seemed to have been the character Su. A rumble of thunder seemed to roll over him, leaving him trembling. He was not a fool. He understood Wanyun's indifference towards him, maintaining a distance. He had surmised that her heart belonged to another, yet he could not fathom the identity of this person. Numerous images flooded his mind. Her excessive concern for Xufeng, the excitement she exhibited upon hearing of the possibility to descend and reunite with him, and the true form of Tianyi's Juke. Runyu felt a chill run down his spine, as the joy from their recent intimacy dissipated entirely. He released Wanyun from his embrace, sitting up and coldly calling, "Nightmare Beast." Shortly thereafter, a snow-white deer was summoned. Runyu glanced at it and commanded, "Feed upon her dreams." The nightmare beast timidly approached the bedside, striving to consume Wanyun's dreams, yet its efforts were in vain. As if cast into an abyss, it could glean nothing. Her thoughts were ensconced within a barrier of profound spiritual power, impenetrable as iron. Chapter 38. Exile. When Wanyun awoke, the morning light had already filtered through the window. Her body ached, and upon seeing her own form, she comprehended the events of the previous night. Queyun, she called, but received no reply. Perplexed, she could only dress herself. However, as she approached the palace door, she was unexpectedly halted by a barrier. What? She exclaimed in shock, instinctively trying to break through the barrier. But no matter her efforts, it remained unmoved. The spiritual energy she exerted seemed to vanish without a trace. Do not waste your efforts. This barrier is crafted from the ancient artifact, Luolin, by my hand. You cannot break it. A familiar yet cold voice intoned. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Wanyun hastily inquired. Runyu fixed her with a chilling gaze for a moment, and then asked, Tell me, whose child is Tianai? Wanyun was taken aback. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I do not understand. Runyu glared at her fiercely. You do not understand? Let me enlighten you. Last night, when you lay beside me, you uttered the name of Xufeng. Empress, you truly know how to surprise me. Wanyun's mind momentarily blanked. How could this be? How could she have called out Xufeng's name? Alarm surged within her. It must have been the wine clouding her judgment. How could she have been so foolish? Your Majesty, she began to defend herself, but was abruptly interrupted by Runyu's harsh voice. I have long been perplexed by the true form of the Zhuke concerning Tianai, and now it all makes sense. Who but a phoenix could give birth to the divine bird Zhuke? I suspected you harbored affections for another, but never did I imagine that person to be your own brother. No wonder you have never feared my suspicions of your infidelity. That is not true. I have not. Wanyun protested loudly. Xufeng harbors feelings only for Jinmi. Everyone knows this. How could he possibly be involved with another woman, especially one who is his sister? Runyu scoffed disdainfully. Then how do you explain the barrier around your thoughts? If there were no secrets to conceal, why would you block your mind and prevent the nightmare beast from consuming your dreams? He had actually used the nightmare beast to invade her dreams? Such a violation of her dignity and privacy was utterly absurd. She suppressed her revulsion and explained. I was taught the art of thought sealing while still at the Mo Bing platform, precisely to prevent anyone from extracting secrets from our minds. If you doubt my words, you may inquire of Luolin to verify my truth. Runyu laughed derisively. You are no longer at the Mo Bing platform. Why do you still maintain such a thought seal? To consult Luolin would be less effective than asking Xufeng directly. Absolutely not. Wanyun urgently interrupted. Xufeng and the others have only just attained a peaceful life. Do not disturb them. Your Majesty, do you not wish for Jinmi's happiness? Runyu, indifferent, retorted harshly, at this juncture, still concerned about Xufeng's feelings? Truly, you are deeply invested. Wanyun trembled, an unprecedented sense of despair engulfing her. What was she to do? Would 5 centuries of effort be rendered futile? No, absolutely not. She could not falter. There must be a way. What? Do you still wish to argue? Runyu scoffed. Wanyun collapsed to her knees, sobbing like a wounded beast, desperately gasping, Your Majesty, I am guilty. I did indeed harbor feelings for Xufeng, but that was eons ago, a memory that brings me shame, so I dared not speak of it to anyone. Your Majesty, do you recall when Xufeng mistakenly thought Jinmi was his sister? He loved her so dearly, yet when he believed her to be his kin, he relinquished her instantly. This illustrates his adherence to ethics. How could he possibly share intimacy with me? Your Majesty, I swear upon the spirits of my deceased parents. Tianai is undeniably your blood. Should this be false, may we mother and son fall eternally into the abyss and suffer wretched deaths. Runyu had already concluded her feelings for Xufeng, rendering any further denial futile. Hence, she must resolutely cling to Tianya's identity, for therein lay a glimmer of hope for a shift in circumstances. Her harrowing oath momentarily stunned Runyu, yet he quickly donned a mocking expression. Such eloquence is commendable, yet it is a pity that your exquisite heart, capable of such finesse, is not bestowed upon this sovereign. Wanyun repeatedly bowed her head, weeping, Your Majesty. Those foolish sentiments have long since faded. All I desire now is to be a good wife and mother, nothing more. I implore you, grant me my freedom. Runyu turned resolutely away, not casting another glance in her direction. Reflect on your actions. Once you have done so, I shall consider your release. Wanyun's fall from grace transpired in a single night. The truth remained elusive, with rumors flourishing, passing from one tongue to another, forever delighting in uncertainty. Poor Tianai, who had yet to plead for his unjustly confined mother, found himself stripped of his title as Fire God by imperial decree, to be exiled to the waters of the Liao River in 3 days, unable to return without a summons. In Xuanji Palace, Runyu pondered Wanyun's words, his heart tumultuous. Why did Xufeng feel the need to compete with him? Was it not sufficient to take Jinmi? Even his own sister was drawn to him. And what of Tianai? His remarkably talented son. Could he truly be the offspring of Xufeng and Wanyun? Your Majesty, you have not dined for an entire day. I have prepared some food for you. Please, partake a little, Quang Lu said respectfully, setting tea and snacks before Runyu. She had long known of the affair concerning Wanyun and her son, filled with both curiosity and concern, yet at this critical moment, she dared not speak further. Instead, choosing to gauge Runyu's demeanor. Gazing upon Quang Lu, who had always attended to him with such meticulous care, Runyu felt as though a gentle hand had brushed against his heart. For nearly 7 centuries, her presence had seeped into the very fabric of his existence. As natural as breathing itself, he was weary. Since his wife did not love him, why not seek the companionship of someone who did? Almost instinctively, he inquired, Quang Lu, would you be willing to become my celestial consort? Quang Lu, taken aback by his words, let go of her grip, causing the teapot to crash to the ground, shattering into fragments. Celestial consort? Surely, she had not misheard him. What madness had run through Runyu's mind? Why had he suddenly chosen to belittle the Empress and the Fire God, only to elevate her to the status of a consort? As she regained her composure, she hastily knelt before him, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have never aspired to such lofty heights. I beseech you to retract your decree. Runyu furrowed his brow slightly. Have you not always harbored feelings for me? Now that I wish to fulfill your desires, why do you hesitate? Quang Lu trembled uncontrollably. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she stammered, Your Majesty, my heart belongs to another. I cannot become your consort. I beg your forgiveness. The atmosphere thickened for a moment, as Runyu's expression shifted from disbelief to a chilling coldness. He rapped his fingers on the table, his tone icy. Is that so? May I inquire who this person is? Quang Lu raised her gaze and gently shook her head. I am sorry, Your Majesty. I cannot divulge that information. After a brief silence, Runyu suddenly chuckled lightly. It seems I have arrived too late. Fate has deemed us incompatible. Very well, since your heart is pledged elsewhere. How could I forcibly seize your affections? Quang Lu was somewhat astonished. Was Runyu truly letting her go? Though she felt a flicker of doubt, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. I shall take my leave. Once she departed, Runyu's gloomy demeanor returned as he commanded. Summon someone. Soon, a celestial attendant emerged from the shadows, kneeling before him. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Runyu coldly instructed. Follow the celestial maiden of Shangyuan and ascertain the identity of the man she secretly meets. At that moment, Tianyi had learned the details from Wanyun. He found the entire situation utterly absurd, whether it was his mother's inappropriate feelings for his uncle or Runyu's suspicions regarding his lineage. Yet, he had no means to refute the claims. His embarrassing true form as a vermilion bird rendered all arguments futile. From the past to the present and into the future, the heavens had not ceased their mockery of him and his mother. He despised Runyu's callousness. How could he love Jinmi with such fervor yet show so little warmth towards them? Yet now, he could only silently accept the punishment of exile. Separated from his beloved mother and lover by 1,000 miles, hoping that perhaps time might erode Runyu's doubts. Exiting the Weiyang Palace, Tianyi returned to the Qiyuan in a daze, only to encounter Quang Lu at the entrance. Luer, why are you? Before he could finish, Quang Lu placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. After ensuring no one was around, she pulled Tianyi into a secluded corner. Your Highness, have you sought out your divine mother? Quang Lu asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Tianyi nodded, his expression heavy with disappointment. Yes. Do you understand why the Emperor suddenly turned against you? Quang Lu continued to inquire. Tianyi hesitated for a moment, then spoke ambiguously. My mother was intoxicated and called another man's name while addressing my father the Emperor, and that is how it came to be. Quang Lu seemed to grasp the implications, her expression dawning with understanding. Could it be that His Majesty doubts you are his child? Tianyi nodded gently. The man my mother favored. I do not know him, but I am aware he belongs to the avian clan. He refrained from revealing that this individual was Su Feng, as it was too difficult to articulate, even in the presence of his beloved. Quang Lu lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing her silence, Tianyi quickly defended himself. Surely you do not truly believe my mother would be so audacious as to confuse the bloodlines of the celestial clan. I understand. I harbor no doubts, Quang Lu reassured him. She sighed, her expression tinged with discomfort. Year, I must tell you something. Go on, Tianyi urged, with a solemn countenance. Quang Lu hesitated before revealing. Your father the Emperor has proposed to take me as his concubine. What? Tianyi gasped, taken aback, stumbling several steps backwards. Has he lost his senses? Why would he want to take you as a consort? How did you respond? Quang Lu replied calmly. I certainly did not agree. I merely fabricated an excuse to deflect him. I suspect he merely wishes to provoke your mother, hence this desperate ploy. Tianyi clenched his fists, fury igniting within him. I must confront my father. Our affections are mutual. You are mine, and he cannot claim you. With that, he attempted to rush outside, only to be restrained by Quang Lu's firm grasp. What are you doing? His Majesty is in a foul mood. If you confront him with your illicit affair with his lady-in-waiting, you will be blamed for disrupting the royal court, and the consequences will not merely be exile. She exclaimed in a fierce yet protective tone. Tianyi's resolve faltered. What then can I do? I cannot bear to lose you. Quang Lu gently held his hand, her eyes shimmering with soft light. Did I not say? Your father seeks to irritate the Empress. He does not genuinely care for me. I have refused him, and he will seek another woman. After a brief pause, she continued earnestly, but we must sever all ties henceforth. For the next 3 days, remain in Queyun and do not seek me out. Once you depart for Liaohe, we cannot exchange letters either. My father, along with our allied ministers, will do our utmost to assist you. You and the Empress may endure some hardships, but this too shall pass, all right? Tianyi enveloped her in his arms, resting his head upon her shoulder, quietly weeping. Why must it be like this? I cannot protect you, nor can I safeguard the Mother Goddess. What have I done to deserve this? Must I perish simply because my mother is not Jing Mi's aunt? Tears welled uncontrollably in his eyes, the bitterness rising in his throat. Quang Lu embraced his shoulders softly. It will pass. All will be well, do not worry. Thus, the two wept in each other's arms for a while, reluctantly parting ways, unaware that their poignant farewell was being witnessed by a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Chapter 39. Exposure. The following day, Quang Lu resumed her duties at Xuanji Palace, as usual. As she inquired about his well-being, Runyu felt a twinge of irony. For the hidden guards he had dispatched the previous day had already informed him of her clandestine meetings with Tianyi. He initially believed that Wanyun's affection for Xufeng was absurd enough. Yet he never anticipated that the ever-loyal and deeply devoted Quang Lu would secretly communicate with his son right under his nose. It is truly laughable that the Heavenly Emperor himself has been so thoroughly betrayed. Your Majesty, this is the arrangement for the Spring Festival on the 15th of this month. Please take a look. Quang Lu respectfully presented a stack of bamboo slips to Runyu. Runyu offered a cold smile as he accepted the slips, casually flipping through them while nonchalantly inquiring. Do you have anything else you wish to say to me? Quang Lu was taken aback. Is there something I have done wrong? Runyu abruptly tossed the bamboo slips onto the table with a sharp crack. I had thought you might plead for the Empress and her son, hoping I would show leniency towards your beloved. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing this, Quang Lu felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to move. How could this be possible? How had he discovered the truth? Noticing her silence, a piercing coldness flashed in Runyu's eyes. Why do you not speak? Are you at a loss for words? I do not understand what your Majesty is referring to, Quang Lu stammered, twisting her fingers, still attempting a final defense. Still trying to argue. My celestial attendant has seen everything and informed me of the truth. What further excuses can you offer? Runyu's fury escalated as he hurled the bamboo slips at her. Quang Lu had no time to evade, and the slips struck her forehead with a resounding impact. Crimson droplets cascaded from her once pure face, falling onto the sandalwood floor like blooming red lotuses, resplendently enchanting. Runyu, indifferent to her injury, coldly declared, Do you realize how young Tianyi is? You cannot become the Empress, yet you covet the position of Crown Princess, using your meager beauty to seduce my young son. Quang Lu, I cannot believe you are such a shameless person. I have misjudged you. As he delivered his sharp and scathing reproach, a wave of anguish surged within Quang Lu, nearly shattering her chest. Despite the excruciating pain in her forehead, she trembled and knelt down, pleading, Your Majesty. It is my fault. I sought glory and caused calamity. It has nothing to do with His Highness. He is merely a victim of my seduction. Knowing nothing of these matters, if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. Runyu could not fail to perceive that she was attempting to shoulder the blame entirely on herself, which only fueled his ire further. He approached her, his voice fierce. Such matters cannot occur without mutual consent. I assume you have conspired with the Empress long ago. You speak on their behalf. And she promises you the position of Crown Princess, does she not? Tears streamed down Quang Lu's face as she gasped for breath, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, I am wronged. When have I ever spoken in favor of the Empress? She is completely unaware of my affair with His Highness. If she knew, she would surely rage like you. For who would wish for their child to be ensnared by such temptations at such a tender age? Runyu's lips curled into a frigid smile. Your fervent denial of any connection between them and yourself only proves your deep feelings for Tianyi. After masquerading for so many years under my very nose, your acting skills are commendable. However, let me assure you, as long as I draw breath, you shall never lay a hand on the throne of the Heavenly Realm's mistress. Quang Lu continued to bow her head, clutching Runyu's garments, weeping, Your Majesty. I was momentarily bewitched. Please, considering the assistance my father and I provided you in your ascension and the years of dedicated support, I implore you to be lenient with my punishment. I am still young, and I do not wish to die. With disdain, Runyu kicked her aside and coldly declared, Summon the decree across the 6 realms. The celestial princess Quang Lu, who has disrupted the palace, is hereby stripped of her title, demoted to a commoner, and exiled to the Gaoli Gong Mountains, from which she may not return without a royal edict. The Taisha immortal has failed in her guidance of her daughter and shall have her salary suspended for 10 years, confined to reflect upon her actions. Quang Lu sat there, dazed, as if her soul had been severed from her body. The Gaoli Gong Mountains lay at the far southwestern edge of the celestial realm, separated from the Liao River in the northeast, which spanned the entirety of the heavenly domain. She had also implicated her innocent father. What on earth was she to do now? Wanyun leaned over her desk, delicately painting plum blossoms with a pale red ink, striving to create a picture of the 9-9 winter elimination, thus passing the time. This was not her first experience of confinement. Upon entering the palace, she had been imprisoned in the Yilan Palace for a decade, yet it had not caused her much sorrow. However, now, after only 2 days of confinement, each moment felt like an eternity. The stillness of the Weiyang Palace was crystalline and resplendent, yet it was a magnificent tomb devoid of vitality. As Runyu's footsteps drew near, she sensed an atmosphere of oppression akin to the last encounter, and her heart tightened in response. Was this your arrangement? He questioned icily from behind a translucent light barrier of pale blue. The secret affair between Tianai and Quang Lu, was it you who facilitated it? She was momentarily taken aback, her breath faltering in the oppressive silence of the hall. She could distinctly hear her own heartbeat, which skipped a beat. Was she to lose Quang Lu, her last bargaining chip? Your Majesty, what are you saying? I do not understand. She bit her lip and vehemently denied the accusation. Runyu had anticipated her response and scoffed coldly. If it were not for your tacit approval, how would he have dared to manipulate the discussions surrounding me? You even encouraged your son to engage in clandestine affairs with a celestial official 4,000 years his senior, thereby disrupting the palace. Empress, you truly possess remarkable skill. Wanyun felt as though she were being pricked by needles, her stomach churning. While there was indeed a degree of selfishness in her concern for Tianai and Quang Lu, in their eyes, it was a pure and beautiful affection. Yet, in Ruinyu's words, it had transformed into scandalous conduct. Despite her inner turmoil, she steadfastly retorted, What clandestine affair with Quang Lu? I know nothing of it. My sole desire is for my son to study diligently and cultivate his abilities. He is merely 500 years old. How could I entertain such thoughts? If there is any truth to this, it is merely Quang Lu's vain ambition to ascend to greatness. When she failed, she turned her affections towards my son. Such a vain woman should have no association with either myself or Tianai. Runyu narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you intend to completely abandon her? That seems rather heartless. Wanyun struggled to suppress her emotions and replied coolly, She has no connection to me. What is there to abandon? Runyu gave a light scoff. Then how do you believe I should punish her? Wanyun steadied her trembling hands and replied with composure, This woman, driven by a desire for glory and lacking in propriety, has nearly tarnished the reputation of the celestial clan, and thus deserves to be punished severely. However, she has not violated the heavenly rules, and having assisted His Majesty for many years, I believe she should be stripped of her titles and positions, perhaps exiled to a desolate land or forced into the most menial of labors. What say you? A flicker of coldness flashed in Runyu's eyes. You are indeed ruthless. But do not forget, if it were not for Tianai's youthful infatuation with women, how could he have been tempted by Quang Lu? Wanyun grew anxious, pleading, Has not His Majesty already revoked Tianai's title and banished him to the Liao River? Is this punishment not sufficient? Your Majesty, after all, Tianai is still young and impressionable. He cannot be entirely blamed for being misled. If you must find fault, then let it be with me for my failure in raising him. I am willing to accept any punishment. Runyu was silent for a moment, a shadow of gloom clouding his brow. After a long pause, he coldly replied, Remain here and do not cause any more trouble. If you do, the position of Empress will be forever beyond your reach. Once he departed, Wanyun collapsed to the ground, her hands pressing against the stone-blue brocade carpet. Due to her excessive force, her nails turned a dark crimson. She felt guilty towards Quang Lu, yet she had no choice. She must sever the ties to ensure the safety of both their lives, at least for the time being. When Tianai rushed into the Xianzhou fairyland, the day was drawing to a close, the mist thickening, and the eaves rising against the backdrop of deep crimson and pale gold twilight became dark silhouettes. Quang Lu had shed her elaborate garments and crimson hairpins, donning only the simplest deep blue robe. Upon seeing Tianai burst in, she was instantly alarmed. Have you lost your mind? If someone sees you and reports to the Heavenly Emperor, we will truly be doomed. You must leave at once. I have observed the surroundings closely. No one is following. The attendants at the entrance have been bribed by me, so rest assured, no one will disclose my whereabouts, Tianai stated, gazing deeply into her eyes. Sighing. If I do not come to see you today, who knows when we shall meet again? Quang Lu's nose tinged with sorrow, and before she could speak, tears had already begun to fall. I am nothing but a useless person now. Why do you still come to see me? Tianai shook his head vigorously. It is my fault. I have implicated you. It was I who pursued you, yet you are the one left to bear the blame alone. Lu, I am truly sorry. Quang Lu stepped closer, gently caressing his cheek with her hand, softly saying, love is a complex thing, and who can judge it? How can you blame yourself? Tianai wept bitterly. I have always known that my mother deliberately brought us together for my future and benefit. Had it not been for my mother and me, you would still be the revered Shangyuan fairy. How could you have fallen to this state? Quang Lu was momentarily speechless, surprised that Tianai understood everything, having carried this burden for years. Looking at his mature face, which belied his age, she smiled gently. Like the moonlight spilling on a mid-autumn night, clear and warm, everything has been my choice. No one has forced me. Meeting you, I have no regrets, nor grievances. Tianai pulled her close, embracing her tightly. He leaned in to whisper in her ear, the sadness on his face evaporating like raindrops in the blazing sun. Leaving no trace. One day, I shall place the Empress's crown upon your head. The bridal gifts I offer you encompass the entirety of the 6 realms and 4 seas. Chapter 40. The passing of Asaro, a stretch of azure sky, encircled by palace walls, witnessed the white clouds being swept away by the brisk wind, leaving behind a solitary expanse of sky, vast and cerulean. Beneath the silver eaves, the palace gardens lay in a profound silence. Wanyun, forlorn, rested her head upon the jade table, her gaze fixed on the untended, overgrown flowers and grasses beyond the window. Tianyi and Quang Lu had perished in the most desolate corner of the celestial realm, their fates shrouded in mystery. Queyun had vanished from the Weiyang Palace since her unfortunate incident, while Jilan and Hongling were relegated to the lowest ranks of maidservants. Confined to menial tasks in the side halls, forbidden to meet her. The sole visitor who remembered and sought her out was Danju. Under her earnest persuasion, Danju concealed her circumstances from Xufeng. In times like these, everyone understood that Xufeng's intervention would only exacerbate the situation. It was better to remain uninvolved. She could scarcely recall how long she had been confined, 5 months or 6. The concept of time had become increasingly nebulous until she vaguely overheard the little celestial maidens outside discussing something about 500 years and a birthday. It struck her that today was the 7th day of the 10th month, marking Tianye's 500th birthday. Such a grand occasion should have been celebrated by all the celestial beings. Instead, it had devolved into mere gossip among the servants. Rising, she ambled to the corner cabinet of the hall and retrieved a flask of rose wine, a gift from the floral sovereign of the flower realm. Its rich fragrance was intoxicating, and its sweetness irresistible even to one who typically shunned alcohol. She poured herself a cup and downed it in one gulp, the cool, sweet liquid coursing down her throat, bestowing upon her an inexplicable delight. Of course, seeking solace in wine was ill-advised, especially since she had previously tasted the bitter fruits of drunkenness. Yet now, she was utterly alone, unmonitored. What harm was there in becoming thoroughly inebriated? With this thought, she continued to pour cup after cup, her tear-streaked visage illuminated by the bright candlelight, revealing a pale beauty reminiscent of a solitary, white night blooming cereus, blooming with dewdrops in the night. Before long, she succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the table in slumber. When Wanyun awoke, it was already midnight. She was jolted awake by a fierce pain, an odd throbbing radiating through her back and lower limbs, cold sweat saturating her skin. It dawned on her that her dress was stained crimson, blood pooling on the chair and floor beneath her. Even now, blood continued to seep from her body, dripping down her thigh to the ground. It took her a moment to grasp the reality. She had miscarried. In a daze, she began to wipe away the blood, her mind a blank slate. How could she have been pregnant? She had only shared a bed with Runyu once, and throughout these months, she had shown no symptoms. Yet fate had played this cruel jest upon her. Was it possible that the world operated on principles of karmic retribution? She bore a child, only to attribute it to another. And now, was this her punishment? No, she refused to believe it. She would not submit to destiny. Even if today's hardships were divine retribution, she would not yield. She stumbled onto the bed, placing beneath her a neatly folded, layered sheet. all the while enduring excruciating abdominal pain, patiently awaiting the expulsion of her deceased fetus. Time passed indistinctly, and soon, some vague remnants of flesh and blood stained the fabric. She realized that this was her yet-to-be-formed child. She had lost her own flesh and blood, which ought to have plunged her into despair. Yet, strangely, she felt little. Perhaps it was because this child had come at an inopportune moment. Had he lived, Runyu might have doubted his lineage, treating him with indifference and cruelty. Thus, it was perhaps a mercy to be freed from this fate early, sparing her the agony that lay ahead. Outside, dawn approached. A hint of pale light emerging in the east, gradually transforming into soft hues of pink that reflected upon the clear blue sky. Wanyun tenderly covered the sheet containing the remains of her child, setting it aside before lying quietly on the bed. She wished not to conceal the miscarriage, for she could not hide the small crack in the barrier at the door, through which a celestial maid delivered food and water each morning. The palace was steeped in a metallic scent of blood, and with the bloodstains on the bed, any rational person would be horrified, rushing to report the situation. As she had anticipated, a few hours later, a terrified scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of dishes clattering and hurried footsteps. Before long, the barrier was breached, and Runyu entered the Wanyun palace, standing before her bed. "This humble servant greets your majesty," Wanyun said, rising to pay her respects. Runyu cast a fleeting glance at her, stating, "Someone has reported to me that you lay unconscious in a pool of blood. I assumed you had taken your own life." Wanyun's countenance, pale from blood loss and tinged with an unhealthy grayish hue, still managed to form a smile. "Even if I were to die, I would use magic to end my life directly. How could I resort to such a slow and painful method as self-harm?" Runyu's gaze flickered, his voice low and heavy. "Then what has truly transpired?" Wanyun's lips, slightly raised, conveyed a chilling desolation as she held the sheet in her hands. Kneeling before him, she softly uttered, "Your Majesty, I am powerless. I could not protect our child. I beg for your forgiveness." Runyu's attention fixed on the sheet, his expression faltered momentarily. He suddenly stepped back, trembling as he spoke. "Empress, do you truly despise me to this extent?" Wanyun looked up, disbelief etched upon her face. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Runyu scoffed coldly. "Your profound spiritual power is beyond my reach. How could you suffer a miscarriage so easily? I fear you did not wish to bear him, and thus caused the loss." Wanyun's mind buzzed, almost unable to comprehend his words. She had hoped to elicit Runyu's compassion, seeking to lift her confinement, yet she found him devoid of empathy, even suspecting her of intentional miscarriage. After a moment of silence, tears streamed down her face. "Your Majesty, the child has died, and I am heartbroken. As a mother, how could I ever harm my own flesh and blood? You claim I hate you thus. I wish to inquire, do you truly suspect me to this extent?" Runyu's voice was somber. "Then how did the child perish?" Wanyun gently shook her head, her gaze forlorn. "I do not know. Perhaps it is because I am unable to see year and have lost my freedom. Overwhelmed with worry, I harmed my body, and by the time I realized it, it was too late." Runyu smiled faintly, resignation in his eyes. "So, it appears the fault lies with me?" Wanyun hastily shook her head. "No, Your Majesty. I do not blame you. After all, none of us anticipated this outcome." She lifted her gaze to Runyu, her eyes wide, her pallid complexion tinged with a sickly flush, her dark orbs burning with intensity. "Your Majesty, I know you have been troubled by my past indiscretions. Yet in my heart now, there is only you and the heavenly realm. Otherwise, why would I have saved you from that assassination 2 centuries ago? Had I not intervened, I would now be the Empress Dowager, and would not have endured so many hardships." Runyu held his breath, his spirit coiled tight. He wished to reach out and support her frail form, but his hand hesitated in the air before retracting. He closed his eyes and spoke in a hoarse whisper. "Go and bury the child, let him rest in peace." Wanyun's temples throbbed. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" "You may leave the Wanyun Palace, but you cannot depart from the celestial halls," Runyu replied coldly. Wanyun breathed a sigh of relief, bowing deeply in respect. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Runyu ceased to speak and turned to depart, yet the pang of sorrow surged within him. This proud woman had never truly submitted to him. She may not have inherited Tiao's arrogance, but the pride of Tiao was deeply embedded in her blood. He perhaps should have cast her aside, banishing her and her child from the heavenly realm, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. He had already lost his mother, Jinmi, and Quanglu. He did not wish to lose Wanyun as well, even if only as a mere ornament. He could not bear to have this icy beauty leave his side. Chapter 41. The Edge of the Abyss. 20 thoughts constitute a moment. 20 moments a flick of the finger, 20 flicks a fleeting instant, 20 fleeting instants a breath. A day and a night encompass 3,000 fleeting instants. 25 years. 2,730,000 fleeting instants filled countless pages, and only then did she endure. Wanyun wandered through the garden behind the Hall of Ancestors, the night breeze whispering as it lifted her flowing cloak, resembling a sorrowful butterfly seeking a branch to alight upon. She paused her steps, standing before a small mound where her ill-fated child lay buried. Her original intention was to inter the child in Tiao's tomb, but unable to leave the heavenly realm. She laid him to rest near the Hall of Ancestors, reuniting him with his ancestors in spirit. 25 years had passed. She had lived as a ghost for a quarter of a century, and the heavenly realm had likely long forgotten her existence as empress. Runyu, out of character, welcomed every beauty presented by the court officials, and suddenly the inner palace was filled with numerous consorts. Yet Wanyun cared little for this. Her heart remained focused solely on those she cherished. The vast expanse of the Liao River, where Tianai resided, was a place of extreme cold. Each year from early spring to mid-April, the winds roared like thunder, followed by continuous rain from May to July, heavy snow by mid-August, and the river completely frozen by early September. This climate is indeed a torment for him, a person of the fire element. Coupled with the daily toil of building walls or cultivating wasteland alongside prisoners and slaves, the hardships of life require no further elaboration. His only solace lies in bribing officials, allowing him to send letters home to Wanyun during the festive seasons, offering a slight alleviation to his yearning for home and mother. In stark contrast to Tianye's dire plight, Xufeng and Jìng's life can be described as a sweet harmony. Shortly after their marriage, they welcomed a charming son named Tangyu, who is, in fact, a Honghu, a celestial bird of rare distinction. Upon his birth, his snow-white form led to a misunderstanding, as he was thought to be merely a white egret, leaving Jìng feeling quite disheartened. However, Xufeng remained unfazed, cradling their son tenderly each day. As Tangyu grew, it became evident that he was one of the 5 divine birds, the Honghu, whose rarity rivals that of the Zhuke, Fenghuang, and Qingluan, filling Jìng with immense joy. Due to Wanyun's predicament, Danzhu had a falling out with Runyu and moved to the mortal realm with the fairy Yuanji several years prior. In a conversation with Xufeng, he inadvertently revealed the circumstances of Wanyun and her child. Upon learning the truth, Xufeng was taken aback, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Yet, despite his understanding of the situation, he dared not disclose a hint to Danzhu, merely expressing his discontent with Runyu and sympathy for his sister and nephew. He comprehended Wanyun's desperate attempts to conceal this matter, aiming to keep him as far from her and Tianyi as possible to alleviate Runyu's suspicions. At present, all he could do was silently offer his prayers, feeling utterly powerless otherwise. However, the most unfortunate among them was undoubtedly Quang Lu. While Tianyi, due to his status as the son of the Heavenly Emperor, faced no deliberate harassment from local officials, Quang Lu, bearing the stigma of scandal, found herself at the very bottom of the food chain upon arriving at Jìng Mountain. Each day, she struggled to find enough to eat, laboring at the most menial and exhausting tasks, all while contending with the mountain winds and wild beasts. Yet, this was not the cruelest fate. 12 years prior, the idol Tai Si Immortal, in a bid to redeem his daughter, voluntarily ventured to the borders of the heavenly realm and the demon realm to quell the disturbances caused by the demon tribes, only to meet an unfortunate demise on the battlefield. Upon learning of this, Runyu posthumously conferred upon him the title of Duke of Yin, allowing his nephew to inherit the title, yet he showed no intent to retrieve Quang Lu. By the time the news reached Jìng Mountain, it had already been over half a year, and no one was aware of Quang Lu's anguished wails upon receiving the letter bearing her father's death. Nor did anyone know of her frantic flight to the desolate woods, where she vowed under the overcast sky as the daughter of Tai Si that she would surely overthrow the Heavenly Emperor. My lady, you have lingered here for quite some time. The day is waning. Allow this servant to escort you back, reminded the fairy attendant, Qiushi. Wanyun cast a sidelong glance at her. Qiushi was sent by Runyu to monitor her, or rather, the entire Weiyang Palace was now a web of Runyu's spies. The once loyal Queyun, who had supported her for over 500 years, had perished in the dungeons 25 years ago. Hongling and Jilin had long since vanished without a trace. She gently planted a cluster of spider lilies atop the grave, caressing the mound with her hand, murmuring softly, "My child, I am sorry. If there is a next life, do not be born from my womb." That night, beneath the deep azure and dark crimson canopy, Wanyun unexpectedly dreamed of her mother. In the dream, Tuyao retained her beauty, though strands of white mingled with her dark hair, adorned in the regal attire of a celestial queen, exuding an aura that was undiminished by the passage of time. With no close kin by her side, the mere vision of her mother brought tears to Wanyun's eyes. and she called out with heartfelt emotion the name she had never uttered while Tu Yao was alive. Mother. Yet Tu Yao's expression bore no warmth. Her gaze icy as she regarded her daughter. Wanyun, you are utterly useless. Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. Mother, do you blame me as well? The cold laughter of Tu Yao continued unabated. How could I not blame you? You have committed incest with your own brother and submitted to your enemies. This is your fate, your retribution. Wanyun fell to her knees before Tu Yao, despairing. I never wished for this outcome. I never anticipated such a result, Mother. I wanted to restore your glory. Do you not wish for that? Tu Yao's voice was haunting and resigned. Since your father passed, I have ceased to hope for any wealth or splendor for you and Suhe. All I desired was your safety and happiness. My tragic life stemmed from my pursuit of power and my obsession with what I could not attain. It was only at the end that I realized the most precious thing in life was your father's warm embrace. Yet now, you have attached yourself to two men who do not love you. How could you avoid a dismal fate? Wanyun clutched her head in anguish. Stop. I beg you. Do not say any more. I will not fail. I am unlike you. I shall emerge victorious in the end. Tu Yao scoffed. What do you possess to win? You are left with nothing, ultimately relegated to the same fate as I, a discarded woman. Be silent. Do not speak any further. She screamed, her voice hoarse, and finally jolted awake from her fright, her pillow drenched in cold sweat. The hall was silent, the pearl curtains heavily draped, and the remaining snow-white light cast an even more fragile silhouette of her figure. She covered her face, allowing tears to flow between her fingers. She had always deemed Tu Yao foolish, believing she would never tread the same path, yet now she found herself in a predicament akin to Tu Yao's. It was no wonder the dream version of her mother had the right to reproach her. No, she refused to accept such a conclusion. She would rise again, fulfilling the ambitions she had once set. Wanyun abruptly opened her eyes, wiped away her tears, and her mind began to whirl with thoughts, until finally, a plan emerged. At the edge of the abyss beneath the Linxiu platform, where clouds and thunder rolled tumultuously, an intense pressure enveloped her. Wanyun stood at the precipice, gazing down into the terrifying abyss that had claimed countless lives, including that of her mother. Fear and trepidation wove a dense web around her entire being. She was about to gamble, wagering her very life. One foot stepped forward, ready to plunge into the void, when a familiar voice called out from behind. Juner, what are you doing? Wanyun breathed a sigh of relief. She had succeeded, or rather, she had succeeded halfway. As she departed from the Queyun palace, she intentionally allowed two celestial maidens to catch sight of her cloaked figure, sneaking away, as she had anticipated, upon discovering her direction towards the Linxiu terrace. The maidens promptly reported to Runyu. She slowly turned, uttering in a dreamlike manner, Your Majesty, what brings you here? Runyu, clad in silver robes, bore an urgency in his gaze that she had never witnessed before. He extended a hand cautiously, saying, Juner, do not act recklessly, please return. Wanyun did not move, but instead inquired, Your Majesty, how did you know I was here? I see now, you have been watching me, haven't you? Runyu offered no reply, his focus solely on her as he insisted, that is not the crux of the matter. Let us converse properly. Will you return first? Suddenly, she laughed aloud, Your Majesty, do you not wish for my disappearance? Runyu shook his head vehemently. I have never wished for such a thing. If I desired your absence, why would I have elevated you to Empress? How could you have lived these many years in peace? Wanyun smiled bitterly. Peace? Your Majesty, do you know that for over 5 centuries, I have never experienced a single day of tranquility? I am weary and wish to cease this existence. She paused, then continued. Your Majesty, the only concern I carry in this life is for Tianai. I understand your doubts regarding his identity. I have no proof to offer, save for my death to clear my name. After I am gone, I implore you to grant Tianai his freedom, allowing him to escape the turmoil of power and live as a carefree, unburdened spirit. Runyu was taken aback, rushing forward to grasp her, but he could only seize her sleeve. With a swift motion of her left hand, she severed the fabric with her spiritual force, then tilted backward, plunging into the depths of the Linxiu terrace. As she fell rapidly through the wind, her instinct for survival compelled her to grasp at something. Yet the abyss was a void, filled only with endless thunder and lightning that relentlessly pierced her body. Waves of excruciating pain surged through her, spreading to her limbs and bones, tearing at her very essence. So this is the sensation of impending death. Mother, shall I soon see you? Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, countless ropes woven from spiritual energy enveloped her, gradually slowing her descent until she halted midair. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and she lost all awareness. Chapter 42, Resurrection. An endless expanse of verdant grass stretched beneath a cerulean sky, where myriad beautiful bubbles floated down from an unknown source, drifting like dreams in the air. Wanyun giggled as she chased the lovely bubbles. Leaping into the air and discovering she could fly, her body as light as the enchanting orbs. She frolicked among the bubbles, her laughter echoing throughout the realm. Time seemingly suspended in that moment. Suddenly, her laughter caught in her throat as the bubbles that had danced alongside her burst one by one under the sun's gaze. In a panic, she watched in horror as her companions disintegrated. She cried out to stop them, yet they shattered in her grasp, leaving only damp remnants upon her hands. Trembling, her once warm and gentle sunlight turned cold and ruthless. Pain racked her body, as unseen hands pulled her in various directions, threatening to tear her apart like the fragile bubbles. As the last bubble shattered in her grasp, she let out a piercing scream, her body plummeting from midair. "Mother, you have finally awakened." In her dazed state, Wanyun felt someone rush to her side. "Yeah?" Struggling to open her eyes, she discerned the figure before her. Tianyi grasped her hand, his eyes glistening with moisture. "Mother, it is I, Year, returned at last." Wanyun gazed intently at him. His skin had darkened under the sun, his hair appeared somewhat unkempt. Though his face still bore the vitality of youth, the essence of boyhood had vanished. She longed to speak, yet tears streamed down her cheeks as she clutched his hand tightly. "Year, am I not dreaming? When did you return?" Tianyi wiped away his tears. "Since your unconsciousness, Father Emperor summoned me back." "Unconsciousness?" Wanyun exclaimed. "How long have I been in this state?" Tianyi counted on his fingers. "From the 7th of September to today, it has been 53 days. 53 days. She had been in a coma for nearly 2 months. "Mother, why did you jump from the Linyuan terrace? Why abandon me?" Tianyi's voice trembled. Wanyun did not respond immediately, but gestured for Tianyi to assist her in sitting up. This simple action sent waves of pain throughout her body. Leaning against the pillow, she spoke softly. "Without such actions, how could I gain the trust of the Heavenly Emperor and prove our innocence as mother and son?" Tianyi shuddered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it all for this?" Wanyun took a deep breath. "If we are to perform, we must do so convincingly. Otherwise, how could we deceive the astute eyes of your father emperor? But you could have died." Tianyi interjected urgently. "Do you not realize that if Father Emperor had been even a moment later in pulling you up, you would truly have perished? Even now, you have lost all your spiritual power, and your celestial bones are nearly destroyed. It is only through the constant infusion of energy from Father Emperor, Taishang Laojun, and the other celestial beings that you were brought back to life. Living in such a half-dead state is no different from being dead." Wanyun's voice was resolute and cold. "If I were to truly die, it would not only provoke his guilt, but also greatly bolster your fighting spirit." "What is wrong with that?" Tianyi bowed his head in despair. "Mother, it is not worth it for me. It is all my fault. I am useless. I could save no one. I have let you down." Wanyun tenderly caressed his cheek, as if admiring a rare treasure. "How could you be useless? You are the finest child in the world. For you, mother would sacrifice anything." After a brief pause, she stated solemnly, "Even if anyone is at fault, it is not you." Tianyi clenched his fists, an indomitable hatred spilling from his eyes. "What have we done wrong to be so trampled upon? Aunt Zhu perished at his hands, and Luer still suffers in that savage land. What of the torment we endured for over 20 years? Does he think that his attempts at compensation now are sufficient? It is too late. Everything is too late." If in the past Tianyi held a shred of respect for Runyu as a son would for a father, now all such feelings had dissipated, leaving only boundless loathing. As Wanyun heard him mention Queyun, a subtle pain pierced her heart. Although their relationship had begun with some sordidness, in time, Queyun had submitted to her, and for centuries they had supported one another. Their bond had long transcended that of a mere master and servant. Henceforth, no one would ever exhibit the same loyalty towards her as Queyun had. She stifled the tears that threatened to spill, and said, "We must avenge Aunt Zhu. But we must not act rashly. By the way, has Quang Lu not returned? Did you not plead with the Heavenly Emperor?" Tianyi shook his head. "I am waiting for the right moment. Once you awaken and he is in a better mood, I shall beseech him." After a moment of contemplation, Wanyun replied, "It would be better if I spoke to him myself. After all, Quang Lu is a woman favored by your father, the Emperor. If you were to speak, he might perceive it as a challenge to his authority." Tianyi nodded. "Then I must trouble you, mother, to summon her back as soon as possible. We could use another ally. However, there is another pressing issue at hand." "What issue?" Wanyun inquired. A hint of disdain flickered in Tianyi's brow. "While you were in a coma, I attended to you day and night, never daring to leave your side. The Heavenly Emperor visited daily. So even if there were those with ulterior motives, they could not intervene. But now that you have awakened, I fear the concubines in the palace will not remain idle. Concubines in the palace? Wanyun nearly forgot. Over the years, Runyu had taken many consorts. Now that she, as the principal consort, had suddenly returned, they must surely be seething with resentment. Realizing this, Wanyun could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. She had far more pressing matters at hand. Yet upon awakening, she found herself ensnared in the intrigues of the harem. With a sigh, she conceded, "We shall confront whatever comes our way. There will always be a solution. That once arrogant Linxiu was ultimately defeated by my mother. The affairs of the harem are of no concern to you. Your sole duty is to study diligently and cultivate your skills, striving to win your father's favor. Do you understand?" Tianyi nodded. "I understand." As Runyu entered the Weiyang Palace near dusk, Wanyun lay on the bed, resting her eyes. "Heir, you have finally awakened." His joy was palpable as he embraced her. Heir. He had previously addressed her as the Empress or Consort Wan. Yet this time he called her by her nickname, so intimately, so effortlessly. Had it been 25 years ago, she might have been moved, but now, she felt nothing. "Your Majesty, I apologize for causing you worry," Wanyun murmured, her head bowed. Runyu pressed his lips to her forehead. "The one who should apologize is I. It was my distrust that led you into despair. I beg of you, do not act foolishly again. Let us live as a family of three, never to part." A cold smile crept into Wanyun's heart, though her exterior remained tender as water. "I have heard that over these past 2 months, it was your Majesty who supplied me with spiritual energy, aiding my awakening. Yet, your Majesty, you have always harbored disdain for me. Why exert such effort to save me?" Runyu opened his hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. "It was only in that moment when you leapt from the Lingyuan platform that I realized how significant your presence is in my heart. In the past, I was fixated on the unrequited love I sought, clinging to your past affections for another, causing us to miss so much. But from now on, it will be different. I shall make amends." His voice, gentle and tender, blossomed like intertwined branches, embodying a depth of affection that Wanyun had never witnessed before. Yet, she could not help but ponder. If he were to discover that Tianyi was not his son, that she had deceived him from the very beginning, and that even her leap from the Linyuan platform was merely a meticulously orchestrated performance, would he still express such profound affection? "Junior, would you accept the position of the Bird Clan's leader once more?" he suddenly inquired. "What?" Wanyun straightened abruptly. "Your Majesty, what are you implying?" Runyu gently brushed her hair aside, saying, "This position rightfully belongs to you. I am merely returning it to its rightful owner." Her hands trembled slightly. She was uncertain whether Runyu genuinely wished to restore her to her former role or if he was merely testing her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "As a member of the Imperial Harem, it would be inappropriate for me to manage the Bird Clan. Moreover, the current leader has committed no wrongdoing. Hastily replacing him with me might not gain the respect of the clan." Runyu dismissed her concerns. Changes in officials are commonplace. What grievances could they possibly harbor? Wanyun shook her head and responded calmly, "I desire only to live peacefully, without becoming entangled in the struggles for power." Gazing into her bright, clear eyes, Runyu remarked lightly, "What if we were to declare Tianyi as the crown prince?" Wanyun was taken aback, her astonishment palpable. She had not anticipated that Runyu would broach the topic of succession at this moment. The title of crown prince was indeed something she had longed for, and a surge of greedy desire coursed through her. Yet, in the next moment, clarity washed over her. If Tianyi were to be crowned, she would be overjoyed. However, according to the Celestial Realm's long-standing regulations, a prince could only be named as such after reaching adulthood. Her father, Linxiu, had experienced the same. Should they hastily set a precedent for Tianyi, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the celestial beings. It would be wiser for your Majesty to first send him to the military for training. Once he matures, he can return to assist in governance. And when he meets the standards of a crown prince, his title can be conferred without delay. Runyu playfully brushed her nose, asking, "You reject the position of leader and also dismiss the title of crown prince. What is it that you truly desire? Or is it that what you seek is beyond my capacity to grant?" Leaning against his shoulder, her dark hair curling gracefully, she replied, "I do have one request. Your Majesty, I wonder if you would be willing to fulfill it." "Speak," Runyu urged. Wanyun, with a gentle tone, expressed, "Could your Majesty summon Quang Lu back?" Runyu's expression darkened, and he instinctively pushed her away. "Did you not say that you were unaware of the matters concerning Quang Lu and Tianyi?" "I learned of it after awakening. Tianyi told me," Wanyun explained. "Though I was somewhat surprised that he could harbor feelings for someone so mismatched in age and status, his sincerity suggests he is truly invested. As a mother, I cannot bear to see him suffer. Your Majesty, please grant my request." Runyu appeared lost in thought. but Tianyi is still only over 500 years old. If he becomes infatuated with women at this age, how will he bear the responsibilities of the celestial realm in the future? Wanyun silently gritted her teeth, yet maintained a gentle demeanor as she spoke. If your majesty fears that Yi may lose his composure due to the entanglements of love, then simply assign Quanglu to a post in a distant location, Dongting, Poyang, Taihu, Huashan, Songshan. Any place would suffice, as long as she is kept from Yi's sight. With a sigh, she continued, as for Fairy Quanglu, it is indeed pitiable that her father, the great immortal Ta Si, has departed for so many years without her having the chance to pay her respects even once. Your Majesty, she is, after all, one of the contributors to your ascension to the throne. If the celestial realm perceives you as ungrateful and harsh, what then shall we do? Runyu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Deep down, he resisted the idea of seeing Quanglu, fearing the blow to his pride. He had always believed she would steadfastly protect him, never anticipating that she would fall for his son, that impudent boy. Yet, after such tribulations, Quanglu's heart would undoubtedly never turn back to him. Should he engage in such indiscretion, he would truly become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. After a moment of silence, he finally conceded, "Very well, I shall comply. Summon Quanglu back and appoint her as the Lord of Dongting in Luoxiang Prefecture. Are you satisfied?" Wanyun was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your graciousness." The curtains hung low, and the bright yellow palace tassels cascaded to the ground. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, so quiet that one could hear the sound of the copper drip. Ruinyu's lips brushed against her shoulder, igniting a flurry of tingling sensations. "Let us speak no more of others. Tonight, it is only the two of us," he murmured. When his lips met hers, there was a moment of breathlessness. It felt as though a fierce fire was consuming him. The kiss deepened and became more fervent, while a chill spread through his back, as if his very breath had been absorbed by her. Wanyun gently turned her head, unable to suppress a soft moan that escaped her throat, causing her body to arch in pain. His hand instinctively soothed her, tenderly wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, while his lips grazed her earlobe, gradually luring them into a labyrinth of passion. Chapter 43. Scheming. 3 days later, Quanglu returned to the Xian Prefecture, greeted by Wanyun and Tianyi. After 25 years of separation, Quanglu found herself momentarily speechless, standing silently, while Tianyi rushed forward to embrace her tightly. "Luer, I have finally seen you again," he exclaimed, holding her as if he never wished to let go. However, Quanglu was not as fervent. She pushed Tianyi away slightly, lowering her head to say, "I am now of a coarse appearance. How could I possibly be worthy of you?" Tianyi lifted her chin, gazing at her with deep affection. "How could that be? If you are coarse, then I must be the mud of the earth." In truth, she remained beautiful, as graceful as the soft glow of a crescent moon filtering through a loft, clear and pristine. Yet, years spent in the wilderness had inevitably left traces upon her, such as the slightly roughened skin, the scars, and calluses adorning her hands. To Tianyi, however, these marks only deepened his compassion for her. After a moment of tender exchange, Quanglu finally noticed Wanyun standing at the doorway and hurried over to pay her respects, saying, "I pay my respects to the Empress. There is no need for such formality." Wanyun replied softly, extending her hand to grasp Quanglu's, her voice filled with sincerity. "You have endured much hardship." Quanglu's eyes were tinged with red, yet her voice remained remarkably composed. In comparison to the Empress, who plunged into the abyssal platform, fell into a coma for months, and lost all her cultivation, "My suffering is but a trifling matter." She wiped the corners of her eyes and declared resolutely, "At least I am still alive. We are all still alive. As long as we breathe, there exists an opportunity for resurgence." Wanyun sensed the unwavering determination in Quanglu's tone, akin to cold steel, which greatly pleased her. She gently patted Quanglu's hand and subtly suggested, "You and Yi have been reunited after a long separation. Take some time to converse. When you have chatted enough, come to the Weiyang Palace to find me." Understanding her implication, Quanglu nodded in agreement. An hour later, as promised, Quanglu arrived at the Weiyang Palace. Wanyun exchanged polite pleasantries with her before linking arms and strolling toward the garden. "Is the Empress attempting to keep this under wraps?" Quanglu inquired as they walked along the pond. Wanyun replied noncommittally, "Although I have arranged for Jilan and Hongling to return and serve, I cannot contend with the multitude of spies he has stationed. I require time to diminish his control over the Weiyang Palace." Quanglu scoffed disdainfully. For a couple to reach such a point is truly unprecedented. Wanyun smiled faintly and asked, "By the way, have you paid your respects to the great sea immortal?" Quang Lu's expression suddenly froze, a veil of irrepressible sorrow shadowing her brow. I have visited. His spirit tablet is enshrined in the Hall of Ancestors. The honor bestowed posthumously on the esteemed Duke of Yin is something many could only dream of. Yet, you are not satisfied, are you? Wanyun remarked. The sorrow that had just enveloped Quang Lu was swiftly replaced by a hatred as sharp as a blade. How could I be satisfied? What good is posthumous honor? Who cares? I only wish for my father to return. I long for him to be by my side. Wanyun regarded her thoughtfully before abruptly shifting the topic. Quang Lu, what of your cousin? The one who inherits your father's title, the immortal Chu Ruo? Can we trust him? Quang Lu's eyelashes fluttered, doubt flickering in her eyes. Yet she responded, without my father's support, he is nothing now. If he possesses any sense of gratitude, he ought to heed my commands. Wanyun continued, excellent. We must also cultivate our own influence. Her lips parted slightly, as if discussing mere household matters. Chu Ruo commands the divine machine camp among the three armies. Though its forces are few, they wield the most advanced weaponry. I must also devise a way to bring the remaining Feather Forest and Tiger Ben under our control. Quang Lu's astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by an understanding smile. Isn't His Highness the Fire God dispatched for training among the three armies? He is currently under the Tiger Ben camp's command and should be able to take control of it in due time. However, the Feather Forest is directly under the Emperor's elite guards, boasting the most exceptional troops, and its leader, the Star Lord of Breaking Army, is unwaveringly loyal to the Emperor. He would never turn against us. Wanyun pondered, gently stroking her fingers. Is there no other candidate who could replace him and be of use to us? After a moment of contemplation, Quang Lu replied, my father once mentioned a person named He, who could be considered a cousin of the Empress. He is a remarkably capable individual, having achieved the rank of first-class Feather Forest captain during the previous dynasty. However, due to his close ties with the deposed Empress, his position was revoked after Runyu ascended to power. If this individual could be of service to us, placing him within the Feathered Guard might present an opportunity to supplant the broken army. Wanyun pondered, but where shall I find this esteemed immortal Ze? Quang Lu shook her head. I do not know. It is said he spends his days in a drunken stupor. Perhaps he could be found in some tavern or even in a prison. Wanyun nodded and continued, besides the Central Forbidden Army, there are 6 regional military forces, including Dongting, Taihu, Bohai Bay, Huandao, Huashan, and Yimiao Island. You are soon to take office in Luoshan Prefecture, and it is imperative that you maintain a firm grasp on Dongting's military strength. Naturally, Quang Lu replied without hesitation, but as for the other 5, Taihu is out of the question. That is Yin Yu's territory, and like the Broken Army, he will only ever be loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. Yimiao Island has the strongest military among the local forces. If we can control both Dongting and Yimiao Island, we would command the majority of regional military power. Yet, I am perplexed. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor clearly wished for the Empress to assume the role of the Bird Clan's leader. Why did you refuse? Wanyun sighed. I cannot take the lead myself. Runyu is far too vigilant. Should I acquire real power, the trust he has cautiously built with me would easily crumble. Thus, I must remain in the shadows. As for the local military affairs, I shall contemplate alternative strategies. However, my greatest concern at present is not the military strength, but rather how to garner the support of the court officials. Quang Lu slightly nodded. Indeed, without the backing of the court officials, even if we commanded all the military might of the heavenly realm, it would not be sustainable. I am about to head to Dongting. The task of winning over the officials will primarily fall to my brother and Lord of the Fire Temple. Yet, regardless of our efforts, a significant portion of them will likely remain resistant to our cause. Are you referring to the families of those concubines in the inner palace? Wanyun remarked incisively. Those ministers send their daughters and sisters into the palace precisely to replace the Empress and the Lord of the Fire, Quang Lu analyzed. Although His Majesty is disinterested in women and does not favor them, it does not mean their ambitions will dissipate. On the contrary, their envy towards the Empress will only intensify. Winning over their families will be as challenging as threading a needle with a camel. Wanyun furrowed her brow, momentarily silent. Quang Lu whispered, perhaps the Empress could employ some cunning strategies to eliminate these bothersome vixens. Wasn't Lady Lin once disposed of in such a manner by the Empress? One concubine is manageable, but if I were to remove every concubine in such a way, I would become no different from my mother, the jealous woman, Wanyun mused. In that case, the Heavenly Emperor would grow weary of me, and public opinion in the heavenly realm would condemn me. No, that would not bode well for our grand endeavor. With a deep voice, she smiled enigmatically. I shall not strike against them. I will wait for them to bring about their own downfall. Chapter 44. Allies on that clear morning. Wanyun met with the numerous concubines for the first time in Weiyang Palace. Adorned with a golden phoenix crown and clad in a resplendent scarlet robe interwoven with gold and silver threads, she exuded an air of regal elegance, embodying the grandeur of a celestial queen. In the presence of so many fluttering beauties, she found herself unable to distinguish their faces, and the incessant flattery and sweet words they offered filled her with an inexplicable sense of aversion. Suddenly, she felt a wave of sympathy for her mother. Though she harbored no affection for Runyu and held a particular aversion towards the concubines, it was unfathomable to contemplate the depth of her love for Taiwei's Tiao. The anguish she must endure in the presence of her husband's concubines was painfully evident. After enduring the lengthy ritual of greetings, and once the concubines had departed, Wanyun instructed Hongling to change her into plain attire. She then turned to Luolin and said, "I must step out to attend to a matter. If anyone inquires, tell them I have descended to visit the immortal under the moonlight. During my absence, please keep watch over the Weiyang Palace." Luolin nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, Your Highness. That girl Qiu has already been dispatched to clean the side hall. If there are any spies from the Heavenly Emperor or other concubines within the palace, I will do my utmost to uncover them." Wanyun cautioned, "Exercise utmost caution. It is imperative that His Majesty remains unaware of any unusual activity." With that, she departed with Hongling. Ziyu could scarcely recall how many times he had found himself in prison. Just 2 days prior, he had assisted a celestial being with some unsavory tasks, only to have that very celestial being apprehended by his superior. To avoid incurring the wrath of that individual, he had been unjustly implicated in all matters. Thus, he found himself shackled and confined within this dim, dismal cell. None knew of his former glory as the esteemed captain of the feathered forest, and even he was on the verge of forgetting. For over 5 centuries, he had languished in a state of debauchery and aimlessness. Perhaps this time he would be released after a few days, as in the past. Perhaps he would perish within these walls. Yet, whether he lived or died, who would remember him? He lay there, enveloped in despondency, until a prison guard abruptly swung open the cell door. "What is this? Are you here to execute my death sentence?" Ziyu muttered, eyes still closed. "Get up. Someone has secured your release," the guard replied flatly. Startled, Ziyu sprang to his feet. "Someone has bailed me out? Who could it be? I have no living relatives. Who would extend such kindness? How should I know?" "Enough chatter, move." The guard snapped impatiently. At the prison entrance, Wanyun had been waiting for quite some time. She inhaled deeply. The cool air of the Bohai Bay mingled with the scent of the sea, lifting her spirits. "Madam, are you certain this Ziyu can be of assistance to us?" Hongling inquired. Wanyun brushed aside her windswept hair. "We shall ascertain that once we meet him." As they spoke, Ziyu emerged. His attire was tattered, his body soiled, and his face bore traces of blood and bruises. Yet, Wanyun recognized him instantly as the one they sought. For his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, and the indomitable spirit that emanated from him were hallmarks of a seasoned warrior, impossible to disguise even in his current state of destitution. She approached him gracefully and offered a slight bow. "You must be Ziyu." Ziyu furrowed his brow in confusion. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, perhaps the most exquisite he had ever encountered. Beyond her stunning visage, her ethereal presence radiated an otherworldly grace, her glassy, clear eyes sparkling with wisdom. Yet, he did not recognize her, not even a hint of familiarity. Squinting, he asked, "Have we met before?" Wanyun smiled gently. "No, but now we have." Ziyi was somewhat perplexed, and he asked, "You are the one who bailed me out, correct?" Wanyun nodded affirmatively. His confusion deepened as he glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. "I do not know you. Why would you help me?" Wanyun lifted her chin, exuding an air of control. "Though you may not recognize me, I am already acquainted with your story. You are the son of the former elder Exin of the Bird Clan and the noblewoman Queyun of Poyang Lake. At the age of 3,000, you entered the military as a blue feather guard and ascended the ranks, becoming the commander of the Feather Forest camp at 5,400. Regrettably, following the ascension of the current Heavenly Emperor, you were dismissed from your position under dubious accusations, as he feared your previous ties to the deposed Empress. Your parents, too, were stripped of their titles and ranks. Shortly after your family's downfall, your fiancé forsook your engagement and married another, unable to bear the relentless blows of fate. Your mother succumbed to illness, while your father chose to end his own life. Since then, you have drowned your sorrows in drink, surviving by assisting the powerful in collecting debts until just 2 days ago, when the immortal who employed you betrayed you, leading to your imprisonment. Am I mistaken?" Ziyi was taken aback. "You seem to know my past thoroughly." Wanyun smiled faintly. "It was not particularly challenging. You are somewhat of a celebrity among your neighbors back home. A few inquiries revealed everything. This was indeed true. She had initially commissioned Chu Ruo, the brother of Quang Lu, to investigate Ziyi's whereabouts, expecting a lengthy search, yet the truth was uncovered in a mere day. Ziyi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, good news seldom leaves home, while bad news travels far and wide. I have fallen from grace, naturally becoming the subject of their gossip. He paused, gazing intently into Wanyun's bright eyes. After all you have said, you have yet to reveal who you truly are. Wanyun's lips curled into a radiant smile. I am the Empress. In fact, I ought to address you as cousin. Ziyi's eyes widened in disbelief, but quickly understood. Such beauty and poise could only belong to an empress, aside from the ill-fated goddess Jìng. The thought that she was the wife of Runyu made his heart race, and he coldly replied, I am 5 degrees removed from the empress. I cannot accept such a title. He turned to leave, but was halted by Wanyun's call. Is this the life you desire? Her voice rang, clear as a bell. Do you not wish to restore your former glory? Do you not want your parents to rest in peace? Ziyi turned back, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. You even invoke my parents. Very well, I do wish to regain my past honor, but I fear your esteemed husband would not permit it. Thus, I shall return to my drink. Farewell. I have endured far greater trials and tribulations than you. Wanyun interjected before he could walk away. Each time I fell to the depths, I found a way to rise again, time and time again. Ziyi halted. Her calm voice possessed an allure that compelled him to listen further. I am the daughter of the fallen empress. The moment I stepped into the celestial realm, the celestial emperor should have condemned me to death. Yet, I did not perish. I have endured, transforming from an overlooked concubine to the revered empress of the 6 realms. After numerous trials and tribulations, I remain unyielding. With a serene demeanor, Wanyun spoke eloquently. What reason do you have to continue languishing? Ziyi lowered his head in silence. After a long pause, he turned, a grave expression in his eyes. What do you wish for me to do? Wanyun raised her beautiful eyes, the gusts of wind adding a touch of resolute fierceness to her presence. I cannot reinstate you as the commander of the Feather Forest camp, but arranging for you to serve as an ordinary guard is certainly within my means. Shall we start anew? Ziyi shrugged. Anything is better than my current situation. Wanyun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Return and make preparations. Ensure you present yourself well. I still do not comprehend. Ziyi inquired. Why seek me? What is your true purpose in assisting me? Wanyun smiled sweetly. You will come to understand in due time. Upon returning to the Weiyang Palace, having achieved her objective, Wanyun and Hongling were in high spirits. However, upon entering the palace, they discovered Julian inquiring about something from a fairy maid, whose head was bowed, creating a rather tense atmosphere. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing Wanyun return, Julian and the maid hurriedly bowed. Please rise. What has transpired? Wanyun asked. Julian picked up a bowl of medicine from the tea table and glanced at the maid. Speak. With tears in her eyes and a quivering voice, the maid explained. Your Highness is currently weak and must take the medicine prepared by the Supreme Lord every day to restore her spiritual energy. According to protocol, any food or medicine must be tested beforehand. I was the one to test it today. Initially, I had no adverse reactions after consuming the medicine. But half an hour later, I developed some red rashes at the corners of my mouth, accompanied by burning and itching sensations, and even a bit of nosebleed. Is that all? Hongling questioned doubtfully. The maid nodded. Indeed, that is all. I did not think much of it at first, assuming it was simply a common case of excessive heat. However, Sister Julienne was concerned, and upon investigation, I grew suspicious, as the diet in Weiyang Palace is typically light, making such an occurrence unusual. Thus, I suspected that there was an issue with the medicine. Wanyun's expression darkened as Xiaosu inquired. Have you approached the Supreme Lord or the Huangqi Fairy to investigate the medicine's composition? Julian shook her head. I did not dare. They are not in Your Highness's service. What if they, fortunately, the child of a neighbor from my hometown happens to be an apprentice in the Do Shua Palace and is knowledgeable about medicinal properties? So I took the medicine to him for examination. And the outcome? Hongling asked eagerly. Julian gasped. He informed me that the medicine contains a minuscule amount of a substance derived from a plant known as aconite, which is pungent and hot in nature. Such a dosage would merely cause mild symptoms of excessive heat in an ordinary person, but for one who recently lost their spiritual energy, had their celestial bones destroyed, and whose true form is still water, it could prove fatal, correct? Before she could finish, Wanyun interjected. Jilin bit her lip and nodded gently. Hongling's breath quickened as she inquired, when did you discover this? The medicine had been delivered from the Do Shui Palace 2 hours ago, and half an hour later, Xiao Yuan, the fairy maid, exhibited symptoms. I hurriedly took the medicine to the apprentice at Do Shui Palace for inspection, and then began my investigation. Luolin recounted in detail. If I hadn't gone out today, I would undoubtedly have consumed that bowl of medicine. Wanyun clasped her chest, shaken with lingering fear, and collapsed onto the purple sandalwood chair before the bed. Luolin, have you uncovered anything? Hongling asked. Luolin shook her head despondently. I've questioned everyone involved in the preparation, manufacturing, and delivery of the medicine, but found no abnormalities. Or perhaps there were anomalies. But they chose not to disclose them. They certainly wouldn't inform you, Wanyun replied coldly. The person behind this, having dared to poison, must have taken precautions to cover their tracks. How could they allow you to discover any evidence? She had anticipated that the concubines in the palace would target her. But she did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly, nor with such a sinister method. Why don't we just inform His Majesty? We have the evidence. And surely His Majesty can uncover the culprit behind this, Hongling suggested. No, Wanyun firmly negated. The mastermind has surely erased their traces. Even if the Heavenly Emperor intervenes, he may not uncover anything. And what if, with just a bowl of medicine, His Majesty concludes that I am deliberately framing the concubine? Or what if another concubine seizes the opportunity to retaliate against me? What shall we do then? Luolin fretted. Are we to simply wait for our demise? Today it is poison. What other nefarious means might they employ in the future? Who can foresee such things? Wanyun pressed her fingers tightly together, her skin turning an unnatural shade of white as she declared resolutely, No, I shall not sit idly by, but I must devise a comprehensive plan. Chapter 45. The scheme unfolds in March. As the weather warmed and the air became clear, Wanyun practiced her magic in the backyard. Many of these spells were learned in her youth. Now, as she revisited them, she felt a poignant sense of nostalgia, just as she was engrossed in her practice. Hongling rushed in, her face pale, exclaiming, Your Highness, the Fire God is in trouble. Startled, Wanyun swiftly asked, What has happened? He injured his foot during training at the drill grounds. Initially, it seemed minor, but the injury worsened, and it is said he can no longer move his entire leg, writhing in pain until he fainted. What did you say? Wanyun exclaimed, her body swaying in shock. How could this be? Quickly, accompany me to the drill grounds. The drill grounds of the Huben camp were in disarray, and before she even entered the tent, she heard the agonizing cries of the young man, which pierced her heart like a knife. Year, my year, she dashed to Tian Yi's bed, only to see his left leg grotesquely swollen, covered in large areas of decay and blisters, the flesh bloodied and unrecognizable, a sight that left her aghast. What on earth happened? Someone explain this to me at once, Wanyun demanded, surveying the surrounding heavenly soldiers with a fierce glare. A familiar figure knelt down. Your Highness, approximately an hour ago. The fire god inadvertently twisted his ankle while practicing swordplay. As the injury was not severe, my colleagues and I did not take any immediate action. However, as the pain in his leg intensified to the point of immobility, we realized the gravity of the situation and hastily reported it to Your Highness and the Emperor. Wanyun turned her head and caught sight of the speaker, Zi, feeling a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Runyu and the Supreme Lord Lao Jun also arrived. Wanyun grasped Runyu's hand, her voice trembling with tears. Your Majesty, what has happened to Year? Why is this happening? Runyu, equally distressed, yet striving to maintain composure, gently supported her shoulder, reassuring her, Do not panic, everything will be all right. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun meticulously examined Tian Ye's leg and, after a short while, furrowed his brow with concern, stating, Your Majesty, Empress, it appears that the Fire God's leg has been afflicted by poison, though I am uncertain of the specific toxin. Upon hearing this, Wanyun nearly fainted, urgently inquiring, What shall we do? Is Year in danger of losing his life? Given the current situation, the poison continues to spread from his leg. I will administer some ordinary detoxifying pills to temporarily halt the toxicity. However, complete recovery necessitates identifying the exact poison and treating it accordingly. Otherwise, the fire god may not endure beyond half a day, Lao Jun explained. Paralyzed with fear, Wanyun fell to the ground, lamenting, How could this be? My son, who seeks no conflict, who would wish him such harm? Runyu issued a commanding shout, Summon the guards. At once, responded the soldiers led by Pu Jun. Investigate immediately. You must uncover the poison within half a day, Runyu commanded sternly. Your Majesty, I have trained alongside the Crown Prince and wish to assist in the search, Zi volunteered. Runyu hesitated momentarily, but then reasoned that if Zi were the perpetrator, he would likely attempt to flee rather than join the investigation. Thus, he replied, Very well, you may proceed. Tian Ye's face turned shades of blue and purple as he weakly whimpered, Mother, it hurts so much. Wanyun, heartbroken, gently caressed his forehead, striving to console him. Do not cry. It will be all right. Everything will be fine. We have weathered so many storms. Can we fear this one? She leaned against Runyu's embrace, whispering through her tears, Your Majesty, our child has been harmed in such a way. I have already lost one child. I cannot bear to lose another. Runyu tightened his hold on her shoulder, resolutely affirming, Rest assured, I shall uncover the poison and the one responsible. And we will restore justice for our son. After an indeterminate time, a commotion erupted outside the tent as Zi and several celestial soldiers rushed in. Zi carrying a plate containing a dark, ash-like substance. What have you found? Runyu inquired hastily. After bowing, Zi, holding the plate of ashes, replied, Your Majesty. I considered that besides the possibility of poisoning through food or water, it could also be that the poison was transferred via his clothing or shoes. After His Highness fell ill, his garments and shoes, stained with blood and decaying flesh, were discarded. However, I have just discovered that both the clothing and trousers are stained with blood, yet the shoes remain impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of blood. Runyu suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the shoes were the locus of the poisoning, and that the perpetrator took advantage of the moment to switch them? Zi nodded, asserting that such incriminating evidence must be disposed of swiftly, with incineration being the only viable option. Wanyun interjected, affirming his statement. Indeed. Yet, I am uncertain whether the assailant would incinerate the shoes on-site or transport them elsewhere for disposal, which led me and my companions to search the entire training ground. Eventually, we uncovered signs of burning within a patch of grass, and after some digging, we discovered remnants of the ashes. As Zi spoke, he held up the charred remnants. Mixed with dirt, Wanyun cast a glance, her disappointment evident. What use is it now that it has been reduced to ash? Zi remained silent, instead rummaging through the ashes, ultimately retrieving 2 minuscule, blackened needles. I was unsure of my hypothesis until I laid eyes upon these silver needles. However, given their exposure to fire, I could not ascertain whether any poison remained. Wanyun stumbled back in shock, nearly losing her balance, prompting Runyu to catch her and urgently call out. Taishang Laojun, the revered figure, who had been waiting at the door, hastily entered. Runyu gestured for Zi to present the needles to him, instructing, Be swift in determining whether any traces of poison linger. Taishang Laojun took the needles without delay and began his examination. Runyu turned to Zi, inquiring, Have you apprehended the culprit? Zi responded respectfully, Your Majesty. The Lord of the Breaking Army has dispatched personnel to investigate every individual who has entered or exited this encampment. We shall surely capture the true offender. Runyu nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. You possess keen insight. Now, wait by the entrance. Once the situation with the fire god stabilizes, I shall reward you. After an extensive examination, Taishang Laojun indeed discovered a trace of poison within the needles, known as aflatoxin, derived from aflatoxin B1, which can lethally affect a healthy adult weighing 70 kilograms, possessing toxicity second only to botulinum toxin among natural toxins, being 68 times more potent, and classified as a Group 1 carcinogen. This poison is extracted from a saprophytic fungus, notable for its rarity and extreme potency, to the extent that even flames cannot entirely eradicate it. Upon identifying the source of the toxin, Taishang Laojun promptly began concocting an antidote, harnessing the full might of the Do Shuo Palace. Remarkably, he managed to brew a small amount of the antidote before the deadline, sufficient to temporarily preserve Tian Ye's life, albeit not enough to completely eliminate the toxin within him. After the tumultuous events, it was already midnight when Tian Yi was carried back to the Queyun, with Wanyun unwaveringly by his side. Meanwhile, Runyu kept his promise and summoned Zi. What is your name, and what is your position? Runyu inquired. Zi respectfully lowered his gaze. I am known as Zi, a blue feather guard of the Tiger Bend camp. Zi. Runyu echoed the name, finding it somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled. I remember you. You were once a captain of the Luolin camp, correct? Zi bowed his head, yes. But that was many years ago. Runyu let out a sigh. I once dismissed you from your position, but it seems I have lost a talented individual. It is commendable that you are willing to start anew as an ordinary guard. However, such potential is truly squandered in that role. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall serve as the Deputy General of the Tiger Bend camp. What do you say? From a mere guard to the rank of Deputy General. This leap of 3 levels is unprecedented. Zi suppressed his overwhelming joy and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, I was once a soldier of the Luolin camp, to which I hold deep affection. Might I request a transfer back to the Luolin camp? Yunyu nodded in agreement. It can be arranged. Ziyu felt elated and promptly expressed his gratitude. I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Under the meticulous care of Wanyun and the Grand Supreme Being, Kenya's health gradually improved. Regrettably, the virulence of the ochre toxin had rendered his legs irreparable, and he would be unable to walk like a normal person for at least 3 years. Observing Tianai laboriously practicing his steps with the aid of a cane, enduring excruciating pain in silence, Wanyuan's heart ached as if it were bleeding. During their convalescence, the Imperial Guards uncovered the perpetrator of the poisoning, an inadvertent discovery. Approximately 10 days prior, a celestial attendant from Huayang Palace suddenly collapsed and died. The palace's mistress, concubine Xiang, claimed he succumbed to a sudden illness. However, his family suspected foul play and reported the incident to the authorities. Initially, the guards might have dismissed such matters, but considering the recent poisoning of the fire god, they deemed it prudent to investigate. Following a trail of clues, they uncovered that this individual had indeed frequented the military camp on the day Tianai was harmed. Subsequently, the inhabitants of Huayang Palace were swiftly apprehended and interrogated. Under severe duress, the truth was soon revealed. In the prison of Pisha, concubine Xiang was shackled, her ornate hairpins stripped away, clothed only in a simple gray gown. Wanyuan silently regarded concubine Xiang, who, like other heavenly concubines, possessed a beauty not uncommon among the women of the imperial harem. Yet, she had never paid her much mind, aside from knowing she was the daughter of Lílí, the current leader of the bird tribe. Yunyu cast a cold glance at concubine Xiang, demanding, "Why did you seek to harm the fire god?" Any defense was futile, for the celestial maidens and attendants of Huayang Palace had already confessed everything. A fortnight prior, concubine Xiang had acquired ochre toxin from smugglers in the Eastern Sea and fashioned 2 slender silver needles, concealing the poison within. She then instructed one of the attendants to masquerade as a soldier and infiltrate the Tiger Ben camp, inserting the needles into the shoes that Tianai would wear during training. Once the poison took effect, she discreetly swapped the shoes and incinerated the originals, believing she had accomplished a significant task for her master and would soon ascend in status. She was tragically unaware that her fate would soon lead her back to Huayang Palace, where she would meet her end. The entire scheme was meticulously woven, executed with precision, and even Yunyu and Wanyuan could not help but admire concubine Xiang's cunning. Alas, the net of justice is vast and unyielding. After a long and winding journey, she ultimately revealed her own hand. Concubine Xiang glared at Wanyuan with a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with a profound hatred, because he is the favored heir of the emperor and your support. Without him, you are nothing. As Wanyun listened to her almost absurd words, her chest heaved violently, suppressing her fury as she retorted, "I have no enmity with Tianyi or you. What benefit do you gain from eliminating us?" Xiang Fei displayed a disdainful expression, declaring, "No enmity? With your presence, I am doomed to remain in obscurity." She turned to look at Runyu, her voice piercing with anguish. "Your Majesty, I understand your love for the water goddess. She is your first love. I comprehend your affection for the Yuan fairy. She has been your aide for centuries. But her? What gives her the right? She is the daughter of Tu Yao. By what merit does she ascend to the throne, and by what right does her son become the crown prince? What do I lack compared to her, Your Majesty? I have served in the palace for over 20 years, and apart from that one instance when I used aphrodisiac incense, you have not touched me since. Why? I am unwilling to accept this. I am not content." Wanyun was struck by her heartfelt lament, realizing the intensity and terror of a woman's jealousy. Runyu, however, remained indifferent to her cries, coldly inquiring, "I ask you, did your father Lílí partake in this matter?" Xiang Fei's countenance shifted in color, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "No. Everything was orchestrated solely by me. It has nothing to do with my family." Runyu smiled faintly, gesturing to the celestial guard beside him. Before long, a middle-aged man, battered and bound, was brought into the cell. Upon seeing him, Xiang Fei cried out in terror, "Father!" Runyu remarked, "You reside in the inner palace. How did you manage to connect with the smuggler from the Eastern Sea? This was all arranged by your father." "Oh." And he confessed, "You have fabricated evidence to frame Jing Fei for the poisoning of the fire god, due to her family's long-standing discord with you. Once this scapegoat is eliminated, you plan to conspire with the ministers to depose the empress on the grounds of her being childless, and to elevate you as the new empress. However, given your circumstances, it seems unlikely that you will bear any children. Hence your plan to adopt a child from the distant branch of the Tian clan to present as your own, so that I might designate him as the crown prince. Xiangyu, am I mistaken?" Xiang Fei trembled, speechless, while Lílí beside her pleaded, "Your Majesty, It was all my instigation that led you astray. I implore you to spare her, considering her years of service to you." Observing the father-daughter duo, Wanyun felt an increasing sense of dread. She had always known danger lurked nearby, but the magnitude of these threats had exceeded her expectations. Steeling herself, she questioned Xiang Fei. 2 months ago, someone poisoned my medicine. A month ago, I discovered sterilization drugs in the incense I burned daily. Were these also your doing? Before Xiang Fei could respond, Runyu exclaimed in astonishment. There are such matters as well. Xiang Fei retorted coldly. Do not cast all the blame upon me. I have not committed such acts. However, Empress, it seems you have long been the target of many. Can you truly escape each time? Runyu's words lost all warmth and concern. Chilling the air, summoned the 6 realms. The avian clan leader Lu Ji and his daughter Xiang Fei conspired to harm the heir of the Heavenly Emperor. They are to have their celestial bones stripped and face execution by beating. Within the 9 clans, all celestial positions shall be revoked, banished to the mortal realm, never to return to the heavenly realm. This was an exceedingly severe punishment. Xiang Fei and Lu Ji wept bitterly as they were ultimately dragged away. Once they departed, Runyu turned to Wanyun and inquired, "Why did you not inform me about the poison and the sterilization medication you mentioned?" Wanyun lowered her head and replied, "I feared you would doubt my sincerity, believing I orchestrated a scheme to frame other concubines, as I have indeed resorted to such tactics before." Runyu grasped her hand gently and said, "You should have faith in me, just as I have faith in you." Tears welled in Wanyun's eyes as she sighed softly. "I thought that as long as I remained quietly within the depths of the palace, doing nothing but nurturing my child, I would be free from trouble. Yet, I found that even without wrongdoing, I could still be wronged. Retreating did not yield freedom, but rather led me to the brink of despair. Overcome with guilt, Runyu embraced her tightly and tenderly assured her, "I am sorry, it is all my fault. I will make amends, I promise." The following day, Wanyun visited Queyun to see Tianai as usual. He was still struggling to practice walking with the aid of a cane. Feeling a pang of compassion, she offered to assist him, but he firmly declined, saying, "No need, mother. I can manage on my own." He slowly made his way to a chair and, once seated, cautiously asked, "Mother, have Lu Ji and Xiang Fei's faction been completely eradicated?" Wanyun smiled and nodded. "All remnants within the 9 clans have been dealt with. Now we must rely on Chu Ruo and the others. If we seize this opportunity to elevate our own, the Bird clan shall be firmly in our grasp." Tianai expressed his satisfaction. "At last, our efforts have not been in vain." Wanyun tenderly rubbed his still healing leg, pained by his suffering. "It is unfortunate that you have endured such hardship. You may not walk normally for 3 years. Tianai dismissed her concern, saying, "What of it? You leaped from the Linyuan terrace. What I have endured pales in comparison." Indeed, the entire affair had been meticulously orchestrated by them. 2 months prior, Wanyun had begun poring over texts in the Ministry of Internal Affairs regarding poisons. After extensive research, she discovered an exceedingly rare and potent poison that was difficult to destroy. Yet an antidote existed. She set her sights on the most esteemed consort in the harem, Xiangyu, who was known to harbor ambitions alongside her kin. Surely viewing Wanyun and her child as threats, she instructed her fairy maidens to subtly convey information about aflatoxin to the inhabitants of Huayang Palace, hinting that they could inject the poison into silver needles to be mingled with Tianya's garments. As anticipated, Xiang Fei took the bait and began her search for the poison. Meanwhile, Wanyun commissioned Quang Lu to procure the antidote from the black market in the demon realm, administering small doses to Tianai daily to ensure he would not perish from the poison. At the same time, she had Zi monitor the movements of the Tiger Ben camp to see if any of Xiang Fei's people would infiltrate. Ultimately, everything unfolded as they had anticipated. Xiang Fei believed her plan was flawless, yet she had merely fallen into a trap meticulously woven for her. Wanyun exerted such effort into this scheme, even at the risk of Tianya's safety, for 2 primary reasons. First, to eradicate the original power of the Bird clan, allowing her faction to seize control of Yimiazu. Second, to enable Zi to gain Runyu's favor and return to the Luolin camp. "Your Highness, Chu Ruo requests an audience at Huayang Palace," Jillian announced as she entered. "Go on." "Mother, do not worry about me," Tianyi said. Upon returning to the Huayang Palace, Chu Ruo had been waiting for quite some time. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings to the Empress." "Please, no need for formalities," Wanyun replied. "Have you come regarding the matter of the Bird clan?" Chu Ruo nodded. "Indeed. Today, His Majesty mentioned the appointment of a new clan leader. My colleagues and I have recommended Elder Yuan Ji as planned." And the outcome? Wanyun's heart raced. Chu Ruo revealed a confident smile. "His Majesty has agreed." Wanyun's brows relaxed. her anxious heart finally at ease. Yuan Ji was a choice she and Quang Lu had carefully selected. Although he was also an elder of the bird clan, his abilities were mediocre, and he lacked social skills, always remaining on the fringes among the elders. Regardless of who ascended to power, he would not be favored. Thus, when Wanyun promised to support him as clan leader, he was overjoyed and pledged his loyalty to her. In the wake of the Lu Ji turmoil, appointing someone without capability, ambition, or influence to lead the bird clan was evidently the safest choice, which was why Chu Ruo's recommendation of an obscure individual met with Ruyu's approval. Your Highness, Elder Yuan Ji's abilities may be insufficient to command respect. However, I have informed him that any issues he cannot resolve should be addressed to you, and you will provide guidance, Chu Ruo stated. Wanyun's eyes sparkled, and a gentle smile graced her lips, revealing two charming dimples. Thank you, Chu Ruo. But can I truly place my unwavering trust in you? Realizing she was testing him, Chu Ruo promptly replied, Your Highness, my fate has long been intertwined with yours and my sister's, Quang Lu. Only with your success can I hope to rise alongside you. Therefore, please rest assured that I pledge my absolute loyalty to you, with no ulterior motives. Wanyun smiled. In that case, I shall trust you. Rest assured. Once our great endeavor is accomplished, I will reward you handsomely. Once Chu Ruo departed, Wanyun instructed, Hong Ling, please summon General Ziyi. Before long, Ziyi arrived at Weiyang Palace, clad in a silver-blue battle robe and adorned with a precious sword, exuding vigor. A stark contrast to the dispirited youth Wanyun had first encountered. Greetings to the Empress. May I ask why your Highness has summoned me? Ziyi inquired. It is nothing of consequence. I merely wish to know how you have been faring in the Feather Forest camp. Wanyun expressed her concern. Ziyi replied with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. There are many former comrades in the Feather Forest camp, and it fills me with contentment to serve alongside them once more. Wanyun narrowed her eyes. Even though your current position is not as esteemed as before, do you find it untroubling? Ziyi's gaze shifted, seemingly unfazed. I had fallen to the status of a mere refugee, and it is only through your Highness's grace that I can return to the military. To have been promoted to general, advancing 3 ranks, is beyond what I could have hoped for. As for the future, I will strive for progress, aiming to restore and even surpass my former glory. Well, with your promise, I can rest easy, Wanyun said, her eyes shimmering with clarity. This time, it was thanks to you. Had you not vigilantly monitored the poisoner and alerted his family to report to the authorities after he was silenced, this matter could never have succeeded. Ziyi's lips curled into a composed smile. Your Highness is the true mastermind behind this. I am merely following your orders. Wanyun took a sip of tea, casting a meaningful glance at Ziyi, and slowly remarked, Do you not think I am excessively ruthless? To achieve my goals, I would wager even the safety of my own flesh and blood. Ziyi was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. He did not perceive Wanyun as cruel. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy, even sorrow. As the Empress, she appeared exalted, yet in reality, she faced immense challenges, where each step taken could lead to total defeat. However, having embarked on this path, there was no turning back. He humbly and respectfully replied, I believe your Highness has already calculated everything. His Highness the Fire God will surely remain unharmed. To risk a smaller loss for a greater gain is, in my opinion, quite worthwhile. Wanyun scrutinized Ziyi's eyes closely, seeing wisdom mirrored alongside ambition akin to her own. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she lightly said, Very well. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. That night, Runyu and Wanyun found tranquility in each other's embrace as they drifted into slumber. Within the soft confines of the crimson canopy, Runyu gently brushed her forehead and spoke, Junior, I intend to dismiss all the concubines from the palace. Wanyun was suddenly startled. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I must have misheard. Runyu sat up as well, stating, I said I will expel all the concubines from the palace. His expression was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Wanyun fell silent, initially feeling content with the prospect of achieving both the replacement of the bird clan leader and the promotion of Ziyi. Now, however, it seemed a remarkable threefold success. Truly an unexpected delight. Your Majesty, this seems unwise. Those concubines are daughters of high-ranking officials in the heavenly realm. Are you not concerned about provoking their protests? Despite her inner elation, she cautiously voiced her concerns. Runyu gently rested his hand on her shoulder. I have granted them too much power, which has led to ill intentions, even to the point of threatening T&I. If they dare to protest, I will have just cause to punish them. If the relationship between ruler and subjects relies on marital ties, then what authority does this Heavenly Emperor possess? Wanyun pouted, appearing somewhat vexed. So it is indeed a ploy to diminish these officials' power. In time, people will surely praise the Heavenly Emperor for protecting his legitimate wife and young son. But I may find myself branded as a jealous woman. Runyu chuckled at her words. If you were truly a jealous woman, how could you allow them to harm you repeatedly, even endangering Yeer's life? Should anyone dare to call you a jealous woman, I shall have their eyes removed to see what is amiss. Wanyun burst into laughter, then inquired, But your majesty, those are your women. How can you simply expel them from the palace? How will they live afterward? They are not my women. Aside from concubine Xiang, who used an aphrodisiac, there is no distinction between them and those who entered the palace before. Do not worry, they are being dismissed by my will, not cast out for wrongdoing. I will bestow titles and spiritual powers upon them as compensation, allowing them to remarry after leaving the palace. He embraced her form, kissing her delicate tresses, his voice heavy with an ineffable lamentation. The one thing I have loathed most in this life is my father's fickleness, his penchant for fleeting affections. Upon encountering Jimmy, I vowed to dedicate my entire existence to his singular soul. Yet, she departed from me, leaving my heart in desolation. Thus, I directed all my bitterness towards you. I detest my father, yet I have become an even more wretched being than he. However, that shall no longer be the case. The waters of the weak shall no longer be trifled with, for you alone suffice to quench my thirst. I shall not permit you and Tianai to suffer any harm henceforth. A fleeting wave of emotion coursed through Wanyun's heart, yet it was ephemeral, almost instantly fading. From the very outset, their relationship had been constructed upon a foundation of deceit. Over the span of 5 centuries, relentless torment and mutual injury had eroded the last vestiges of her warmth. She had sworn an oath. No matter what Runyu might do, her resolve would remain unaltered. Do not treat me with such kindness. Truly, it is unnecessary, she murmured softly, burying her head against his chest.